Chapter 1, A New Beginning. I apologize. Ice Moon, this time I have let you down. The young boy's severely injured form was gradually fading away. In response, the girl standing opposite him simply uttered, I will wait for you. The gears of fate began to turn. When he opened his eyes once more, he heard a man's desperate cry. Third sister, don't leave me. Third sister. Turning his head, he beheld another individual who mirrored his own appearance. 5 years later. Brother, slow down. The young boy, panting, gazed at the figure of his brother, who had already vanished into the distance. He was Tang Nan, the younger sibling of the Tang brothers, his resemblance to his twin brother making it easy for the villagers to distinguish between them. To his brother, the distance was merely a few steps, yet to him, it was a challenging journey. By the time he reached the summit, his brother had been practicing for a quarter of an hour. When will I be able to be like my elder brother? Without further ado, he began to cultivate in the same manner as his brother, focusing on his breathing. After half an hour, feeling utterly relaxed, he opened his eyes to check the time. Brother, it's time to head back. His brother opened his eyes, a faint purple aura seemingly emanating from them. All right, let's return to the village, his brother replied gently. How far have you progressed with your Xiantian skill? On their way back to the village, his brother inquired with a furrowed brow, as if deep in thought. I haven't made much progress, brother. I don't quite understand what you've told me. Don't worry, you've only just begun your cultivation. Take your time, and I will explain it to you gradually. Just then, they spotted the village elder waving at them from the village entrance. Little Tang-san, where's your father? Father is at home sleeping. We came out to gather some firewood. Upon returning home, his brother went to prepare dinner while Tang Nan assisted with cleaning, helping his brother as best as he could. After all, if they did not work, they would go hungry. Since their mother passed away, their father had descended into a state of despair. The only time Tang Nan had seen him anxious was a few months ago when he had fallen ill with a high fever. The entire family had been busy for several days to save his life. After that incident, Tang Nan began to train in the Xiantian skill that his brother spoke of. Dinner is ready. Little brother, go call father to eat. Tang Nan hurried to his father's bedside and gently shook his languid form. Father, it's time to eat that. The sound of his son's call. Tang Hao lazily rose from bed. The family gathered around the table to share their meal. Little Nan, are you feeling unwell lately? The man asked in a heavy tone. I'm fine, father. Recently, I've been exercising with brother. That's good to hear. Little San, and go to sleep. Now, make sure to handle any orders that come in. After finishing their meal, the man, having inquired in his usual languid manner, returned to sleep. Their father was a blacksmith, sleeping in the mornings and working in the afternoons. Not long ago, Tang San had expressed a desire to learn the art of forging, and after several days of observation, their father agreed to teach him. Tang Nan continued to watch them from the side. His frail body did not allow him to engage in practical work like his brother, and even lifting a hammer was a considerable effort. As the days passed, the time for the Soul Master. Assessment swiftly approached. Led by the venerable village chief, they made their way to the magnificent Soul Hall, its splendid architecture leaving Tang Nan in awe. He sat in the carriage, gazing around, occasionally pointing out the buildings to Tang San. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Soul Hall, where the captain greeted them. To elucidate the principles of the soul, the captain transformed and imparted a thorough lesson. Consequently, Tang Nan found himself retreating behind Tang San. The assessment commenced. Soul, cooking utensil, soul power, 0. Soul, cloth, soul power, 0. Soul, hoe, soul power, 0. By the time it was the turn of the Tang brothers, the captain's expression had soured significantly. He was eager to conclude the proceedings. At this moment, Tang San stepped forward to begin his assessment. Go for it, brother. Tang Nan cheered enthusiastically from below. The results were revealed. The soul was blue silvergrass. Upon seeing this outcome, the captain contemplated hastily skipping the soul power evaluation. However, the assessment device emitted a dazzling light. What has transpired? The village chief exclaimed, bewildered. Innate full soul power? After a moment of astonishment, the captain trembled as he explained that this was indeed innate full soul power. This child had a promising future ahead. Subsequently, they began to harbor some expectations for Tang Nan. Thus, trembling, Tang Nan ascended the platform and placed his hand on the device. What is this? Soul assessment. Blue silver grass, soul power. Level 4. The captain appeared somewhat disheartened. With a sigh, he closed the record book and patted the shoulder of the nearby village chief Jack. Today was fortunate. Thank you, esteemed sir, Jack expressed joyfully, bowing deeply to the captain. The captain waved his hand, signaling that it was time for them to depart. Upon returning home, the jubilant village chief Jack conveyed the good news to Tang Hao. the Tang family has achieved great things. Both children can become soul masters. However, a single remark from Tang Hao irked him once more. What use is becoming a soul master? It is better to be a blacksmith. Besides, we have no money. As he spoke, Tang Hao took another swig of liquor. You need not worry, they can utilize the village's work-study program without costing you a penny. Now, enough of this talk. Hurry and pack, we depart tomorrow morning. With hands on his hips and a displeased expression, Village Chief Jack retorted to Tang Hao before joyfully returning home to prepare the items needed for Tang San and Tang Nan. At that moment, Tang Nan leaned against a large tree. Contemplating all he had witnessed, he had seen not only the blue silver grass, but also a colossal dragon and a mysterious figure. The dragon's gaze exuded an aura of death as it slowly spoke. One day, you shall be stained with the blood of your kin, and you will face betrayal and solitude until the end of your days. This is your destiny, Yin Nan. Another figure emerged, shorter in stature, yet resembling him closely. He stated, if you seek power, simply call upon me. My name is Shimo. Upon awakening, he found that dusk had already descended, prompting him to hastily return home. Upon his arrival, he was met with an unusually resolute gaze from his father. The previously languid demeanor transformed into one of swiftness and strength. At that moment, he noticed Tang Nan, who was stealthily observing him from the doorway, having returned late. Expecting a reprimand for his lack of ambition, he was instead greeted by his father's simple inquiry. You're back, son? The following morning, Tang Nan did not accompany his brother for training. Instead, he indulged in a leisurely slumber. However, upon hearing the bustle outside, he assumed it was his brother returning. When he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of his father, who was industriously tending to their home, now revitalized. Little man, I tidied up the house. The meal is prepared. After you and Xiao San finish eating, you may set off. I must. Father, don't leave. I promise I will behave. Please don't go. Tang Nan cried, clinging to his father's leg, as if sensing something ominous. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded earnestly. Hearing this, Tang Hao merely crouched down to wipe his son's tears, gently assuring him, it's all right, don't cry, I only need to attend to some matters that a man must handle, but I will return swiftly. Really? Of course. As he gazed at his youngest son, Tang Hao responded with a warm smile. Observing the still sniffling Tang Nan, he was reminded of his own past. Indeed, in comparison to Xiao San, little Nan resembles me more. He then offered some final words of encouragement. While I am away, you must listen to your brother, strive diligently in your training, and remain cheerful. All right? All right. Reassured by his father, Tang then extended his pinky finger. Understanding his son's sentiment, Tang Hao linked his pinky with Tang Nan's, stating, a promise made with a pinky swear must be honored. This is our pact when we next meet. You must have grown into a man. Indeed, I shall, father. With that, Tang Hao departed from their home. When Tang San rushed back in haste and discovered the letter left by Tang Hao, Tang Nan could no longer contain his emotions and threw himself into his brother's embrace, crying, out, brother, father has left. Chapter 2, Teacher, Training. The two brothers, accompanied by Grandpa Jack, arrived at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. After completing the necessary formalities, Tang Nan reluctantly bid farewell to the village chief before following his brother to their dormitory. It was a vast room, with the beds neatly arranged. Wow, it's enormous. Just as Tang Nan was about to express his admiration, a towering figure blocked their path. Initially fierce in appearance, the individual's demeanor softened upon learning they were work-study students, and he began to explain. It turned out that work-study students, hailing from impoverished backgrounds, were often subjected to bullying from other dormitories. Mistaking them for students from a different dormitory due to their large bags, he had initially been wary. Upon hearing that Tang San possessed innate full soul power, he expressed a desire for him to assume the role of dormitory leader. I do not wish to be the leader. Come on, Tang San, just agree. Yeah, brother, just accept it, there's no harm in it. Very well. Under the collective persuasion of the others, Tang San acquiesced. Just then, a bright, cheerful voice interjected. It was a lively girl. Is this the 7th dormitory? Yes. Did someone just assert that the strongest can become the leader? The girl boldly declared this statement with a smile, instantly rendering Tang San and his companion speechless. Realizing the opportunity to establish dominance, they promptly pushed Tang San forward. He is indeed the strongest. Defeat him, and you shall become the leader. Initially, they anticipated an overwhelming victory, however. What transpired next left them utterly astonished. The young girl matched Tang San in prowess, and their fierce battle remained evenly contested. Ultimately, she employed a unique technique to throw Tang San out of the ring. After her victory, she placed her hands on her hips and proclaimed her status to the dormitory. I am called Xiao Wu, as in the dance. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of this dormitory. That night, Tang Nan slept soundly, as did Xiao Wu. But Tang San found no peace, for he was caught in the middle and unable to move. He had thought it would be a typical night spent with his brother, only to discover that Xiao Wu had taken a liking to their soft blankets and had combined 3 beds into one. It became a sleepless night. The following morning, Tang Nan awoke, not only feeling sore all over, but also noticed a peculiar line distinctly marked across the bed. Ouch! What on earth happened yesterday? Still groggy, Tang Nan rubbed his eyes, and then he was greeted by a delightful sight. His brother was combing Xiao Wu's hair. At that moment, the academy was welcoming an elder in the director's office. The director personally met him, saying, "I wonder what brings you here today. Please, there is no need for formality. Feel at ease. I wish to assist you with a matter. Would you be amenable?" The director, initially apprehensive, relaxed. "Speak freely, just don't dismantle my academy." "Very well, I will be straightforward. I wish to select an apprentice." Cough, cough, what did you say? The director, nearly choking on his tea, was taken aback. "You wish to train a little demon? Old Yang, I cannot afford to have you disrupt this place. Not be hasty, consider our years of friendship. 48 years. Indeed, it has been 48 years, surely you can assist me." Upon speaking, the elder handed the director a piece of paper. The director, initially inclined to refuse, fell silent upon reading its contents. After a long moment of contemplation, he replied, "Agreed, but the selection of your apprentice must receive my approval." "Understood." Thus, the two reached an agreement to prepare for a special recruitment event. Wow, there are suddenly so many people here. After class, Tang San and Tang Nan noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in discussion. Eager to join the excitement, Tang Nan squeezed his way in and discovered a prize guessing game. What is it that you can see yet cannot see? What is it that eludes your understanding? What is it that is most precious? To know the answer, please visit the director's office for verification. There is a mysterious grand prize. A grand prize? Is that true? Tang Nan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing about the grand prize and hurried back to share the news with his brother. "Brother, help me!" Gazing into his younger brother's soulful eyes, Tang San found himself devoid of any reason to refuse. Thus, he revealed the answer to him, albeit deliberately withholding the final piece of the puzzle, encouraging his brother to ponder it independently. He discerned that only the last question held the utmost significance. "What is the most precious thing?" Tang Nan murmured, and in an instant he grasped the answer. He swiftly turned to inquire about the location of the dean's office before dashing off. Witnessing his brother's exuberance, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I thought he hadn't ventured out yet? Father, I shall take good care of him." Within the dean's office, the dean and the elder had scrutinized all candidates, yet none satisfied both parties, and as they contemplated a tea break, a breathless Tang Nan stumbled in, having run too hastily. "Oh, how amusing! Young one, what brings you here?" "Report, Dean. I am Tang Nan, and I am here to present my answers." The elder found amusement in the boy's earnestness, and, upon learning he sought a prize, prompted him to state his answers. "The first is wind, the second is the human heart. The third, most importantly, is family." Upon hearing this, the dean and the elder exchanged knowing glances. Indeed. Years of tacit understanding culminated in a shared realization, prompting Tang Nan to inquire, "Did I answer correctly?" "Absolutely, my child." "What is the prize?" With an affirming response, Tang Nan eagerly pressed for details, wishing to share the prize with his brother. "The prize is to become my direct disciple." "What do you think?" Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, with an excited elder Yang, a bewildered Tang Nan, and the dean who was observing the unfolding drama. "What does it mean to be a direct disciple?" Daha. The elder, momentarily struck speechless, stood in stark contrast to the chuckling dean. After a brief pause, the elder rephrased his inquiry. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" "I do." "Do you desire to impress your family?" "I do." "Then follow me, and I shall guide you to become the most formidable soul master." "Is that true?" "Certainly." "Do you think I would deceive you?" As Tang Nan gazed upon the elder's earnest face, bright eyes, and thick beard, he acquiesced. Recognizing that there was no reason to decline any further, the dean began to arrange the necessary formalities for Tang Nan's transition. "Tang Nan, from this day forth, you will attend your regular classes in the morning. In the afternoons, you shall study diligently under his tutelage. All expenses will be borne by him. Do you understand?" "Understood, Dean." Following this, Tang Nan accompanied the elder to his quarters, where the elder spoke slowly. "Since you have become my disciple, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Hong. You may call me Teacher Yang or Grandpa Yang. What we are about to study holds the potential to alter the future of the continent. It is Yang Hong is a renowned adventurer across the continent, as well as an esteemed physician. It is rumored that he once unraveled the poison under the hand of the notorious poison Douluo. Additionally, he is a researcher of soul master theories and a prodigy in alchemy. The reasons behind his myriad talents remain a mystery. What is known is that he has never ceased his journey. He is destined to be the man who will transform the continent. What else? Xiao Wu anxiously inquired, shaking Tang Nan's body for more information. I forgot. My master spoke so much that I couldn't remember it all. What? Tang San, intrigued, observed them while reviewing the knowledge imparted by their teacher. The following afternoon, Tang Nan's first class commenced. This time, Teacher Yang presented a selection of herbs before Tang Nan, instructing him to categorize them and offered a suggestion. Experiencing it personally will yield a deeper understanding. Skeptical, Tang Nan picked a herb resembling a lightning bolt from the illustrations in his book. Upon taking the first bite, a sharp pain surged through him, followed swiftly by a numbness spreading through his limbs. He collapsed onto the ground. Remember, this is called anesthetic grass. When juiced, it can be used as an anesthetic, but in large doses, it can lead to cardiac paralysis and death. To counteract it, one must either wait for the effects to wear off or consume this blood-red flower. Yang Lao explained. He produced the small flower and placed it in his own mouth, kindly chewing it for Tang Nan. The moment it entered his system, he experienced a sensation of euphoric ecstasy. The previously numbed nerves were suddenly stimulated, becoming overly active. His senses heightened to an extreme degree, where even the slightest provocation would magnify infinitely. Yang Lao had also thoughtfully included mint leaves, and the outcome was, "How refreshing! Come, let us partake of the water." Gulp, gulp, cough. Master, what is that flower? That is the fire hibiscus, known for its invigorating properties. It primarily stimulates your neural network to enhance activity. When consumed in small quantities, it can serve as a stimulant. Additionally, it is imbued with the essence of fire element soul power, making it an excellent remedy for frostbite. Element. It appears quite obvious, doesn't it? As soon as the moment is ripe, Elder Yang clapped his hands. Do not rush. I shall teach you now. First, take a deep breath and relax, guiding your soul power outward. Then, akin to inhalation, absorb the soul power released from your surroundings. Repeating this process constitutes the method of cultivating soul power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang. Ouch. Discovering his disciple asleep, Elder Yang mercilessly delivered a sharp rap to Tang Nan's head. I instructed you to relax, not to slumber, you rascal. Now, follow my instructions. Tang Nan commenced his cultivation in accordance with his master's guidance. Indeed, this young lad, despite his lack of a solid foundation, exhibits remarkable comprehension. Although his absorption is gradual, it remains sufficiently stable, and the pace is steadily quickening. Elder Yang observed his apprentice's every movement while basking in the warm embrace of the sun. Before long, the evening approached, and Elder Yang leisurely summoned his disciple. All right, let us begin today's most crucial lesson. Delightful aroma. A pinch more salt, and a splash of soy sauce. Quite impressive, my boy. You possess a natural talent. Half an hour prior, the master was asked, What are you doing, master? Cooking. In response to his apprentice's hesitation, the master provided a clear answer. Why only carrots? Do not question, just commence. As Tang Nan was about to pose a question to his master, he was abruptly interrupted by a swift chop to the head. Enough chatter. Let us commence. Yes, master. Half an hour later, a delightful spread of freshly prepared radish dishes was served on a makeshift dining table. After the two indulged in the feast, Tang Nan patted his belly and inquired, Master, from where did you conjure these culinary tools? Oh, I retrieved them from my soul-guiding device, his master replied, revealing a bracelet on his left hand. After providing a brief explanation, he summoned his soul energy to tidy up the area. All right, let us return. We shall continue tomorrow. Remember to reflect on what I have taught you. But master, you haven't yet taught me to identify elements, Tang Nan protested. Feigning an air of mystery, the old man responded, Your abilities are still insufficient. Now, hurry back and get some sleep. As he watched his disciple depart, the elder chuckled heartily, Silly boy. He then opened a rift and stepped inside. In the dormitory, delicious. Truly delightful. Xiao San, your brother's culinary skills are impressive. Slow down, Sister Xiao Wu. There's no one here to compete with you. There's plenty more to enjoy. Tang Nan packed some food to bring back, earning unanimous praise from the residents of the dormitory. After finishing her meal, Xiao Wu proclaimed that henceforth, Tang Nan would be under her protection. Observing the ravenous crowd, Tang Nan turned to Gu and inquired, Is everyone like this? Tang Xin explained that the friction between the work-study students and others had intensified, advising Tang Nen to exercise caution. He finally remarked that he would be going out in a few days and asked Tang Nen to keep an eye on Sister Xiao Wu to prevent any mishaps. In the stillness of the night, the slumbering Tang Nen once again dreamt of the colossal dragon, this time discerning its features. It was a pitch-black dragon. Resting on the ground, the thunderous sound of its snoring reverberated continuously. Just as he intended to approach for a closer look, the dragon seemed to sense his proximity. With a cold gaze, it opened its eyes and uttered, "Get out," without granting Tang Nen the opportunity to inquire further. The dragon unleashed a breath of fire that engulfed him. Startled awake, he frightened his brother, who was cultivating, and hurriedly inquired about what had transpired. As Tang Nen reassured himself that everything was fine, he posed a question to his brother. "Brother, do dragons truly exist?" Chapter 3. Family, the first spirit ring. Rest assured, dragons, as spirit beasts, do not make their appearances lightly, and they are invariably quite amiable towards humans. With his brother's response, Tang Nen felt considerably reassured. During class, he remained eager to learn how to discern elements, and Elder Yang, without hesitation, elaborated, "Focus your mind and guide your soul power to form a membrane. That is how you can distinguish elements. This is known as the elemental vision. When mastered, it can also be used to unveil disguises. Now give it a try." Understanding the principle, Tang Nen commenced his attempt to concentrate and guide his soul power to form a membrane. The moment his eyes opened, he noticed a transformation in his surroundings. Curiously, he surveyed the area, eager to uncover more. Observing his reaction, Elder Yang knew the boy had succeeded. He retrieved the pile of herbs from the previous day and urged him to examine any changes. He noticed a blue glow, resembling a deep azure hue. "Is this an anesthetic herb?" "Indeed." "And this?" "The mint leaves from yesterday." "And this one?" "Fire hibiscus." "Correct. Now, it's time to try the new herbs." Do I really have to consume more?" In response to his disciple's bewilderment, Elder Yang explained, "As a physician, you must personally experience the effects of each herb to understand how to utilize them for others' treatment. But, no more chatter, just eat." Noticing Tang Nan's hesitation, Elder Yang promptly stuffed a handful of herbs into his mouth. The time for learning swiftly passed, and as night fell, Tang Nen dragged his weary body back to bed, feeling the tumult of various herbs swirling in his stomach. All he desired was a good night's sleep, unaware that this was merely the beginning of his arduous training. Days turned into weeks, and before long, the semester drew to a close. At last, Tang Nan's soul power reached level 8. Yet the gap between him and his brother widened significantly. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already acquired their first spirit rings, leading their peers by a considerable margin. Additionally, they had gained fame from a previous confrontation, which elevated Xiao Wu to the status of a campus bully, as no student could withstand her 3 strikes, save for his brother. As the holiday approached, Elder Yang had but one directive for him: rest well and practice your vision whenever possible. "Brother, do you think father will be waiting for us at home?" "Perhaps." While he and his brother discussed their plans to return home, Xiao Wu, intrigued, approached and asked, "Can I join you at your home?" "Well, all right." Tang San reluctantly agreed to accompany his companions. Throughout the journey, Tang Nan and Xiao Wu engaged in playful banter, while Tang San remained sullen, still yearning for the return of his father. Upon arriving home, he was the first to rush inside upon hearing noises. How he wished the person inside would be his father. Alas, it was Grandpa Jack. Noticing their return, Grandpa Jack explained that he was helping the two tidy up the place. Sensing her brother's disappointment, Tang Nan suggested that he take Xiao Wu out for a stroll while he prepared dinner. In an effort to cheer his brother, Tang Nan utilized the culinary skills he had acquired over the semester and procured ingredients from Grandpa Jack to create a sumptuous feast. Just as he arranged the food on the table, they returned. Their expressions alone hinted that something significant had occurred. Tang San ran his fingers through his hair and took a deep breath, saying, "Nan, Xiao Wu and I have become siblings. From today onwards, she will be your sister." After a moment of realization, Tang Nan exclaimed, "You could have at least told me, brother. From now on, I will look out for you, Nan." "All right, sister." Tang Nan replied joyfully, taking a deep breath. "Welcome back, brother and sister." Instantly, the home was infused with new vitality, laughter filling the air. Thus, the three enjoyed a delightful holiday together. As the new semester commenced, under the almost indifferent tutelage of old Yang, Tang Nan began to develop a rudimentary understanding of the effects of herbs, and his physique improved, granting him resistance to some basic toxins. Perhaps due to the blue-silver grass, he exhibited an exceptional sensitivity to wild herbs. In culinary pursuits, he achieved remarkable advancements in the preparation of carrots, and his other dishes were equally commendable, leading old Yang to desire his apprentice's creations daily, dismissing all others. Although his progress in cultivation was gradual, both his sensitivity to soul power and elemental forces saw significant enhancement, allowing him to perceive objects imbued with soul power within a 5-meter radius. Observing his apprentice's progress, old Yang felt a sense of gratification, yet he remained troubled by the slow advancement of soul power. Despite Tang Nan's cultivation of the Xiantian skill under Tang San's guidance, the pace remained painfully sluggish. In old Yang's eyes, the boy's approach to absorbing soul power oscillated between voraciousness, akin to a famished beast, and tranquility, reminiscent of a wise angler, meticulously drawing in energy. His fondness for this apprentice grew deeper. As time passed, one day during practice, old Yang noted that his apprentice's absorption of soul power had nearly ceased, realizing that the moment had arrived. Tang Nan, too, recognized the stagnation in his absorption. Old Yang elucidated, upon reaching the 10th level, a soul master must acquire a soul ring to enter the next phase. Now, take a proper rest after class. Tomorrow morning, we shall seek the soul ring. But what about tomorrow's class? Tang Nan inquired. I will inform the school. Now, go rest. Brother, could you lend me a weapon? Having concluded his classes early, Tang Nan arrived at the blacksmith shop where his brother, Tang San, worked, hoping to procure some weaponry. Previously, upon learning from the master that Yang Hong was an exemplary teacher, Tang San had confidently entrusted his younger brother to his tutelage. Upon hearing his brother's request, Tang San prepared a hand crossbow suited to his physical capabilities, instructing him on its operation and the swift replacement of bolts, while also providing him with a small knife for self-defense. That evening, when he shared this news with Sister Xiaowu, she insisted on aiding her brother in hunting for a soul ring. It was only after a series of persuasive arguments from both the older and younger siblings that she reluctantly relented. The following day, after bidding farewell to his brother and sister, he embarked on his journey to acquire his first soul ring. Meanwhile, a figure observed him from a distance, perched upon a tree trunk. As they traversed the forest, the master elucidated the intricacies of the woodland environment to his apprentice, collecting fresh herbs along the way. Their target was a wood spirit deer, a creature with a light green hue found across various forests. Its affinity with nature endowed it with remarkable vitality, rendering it of immense medicinal value, thus making this expedition a mutually beneficial venture. Just as they pondered how to locate the deer, a wolf's howl pierced the air, capturing their attention. Yang Hong skillfully guided Tang Nan through the branches, following the sound until they arrived at a pack of wolves encircling a cave. Within the cave, an adult male wood spirit deer stood vigilantly, its body marked with scars, yet its spirit remained unyielding. A few wolves attempted to launch an assault, but the stag brandished its antlers, making them pay dearly. With the cave's entrance only wide enough for 3 wolves to enter side by side, the stag charged ruthlessly at the central wolf, impaling it with its antlers. The 2 flanking wolves quickly maneuvered to encircle it. After dispatching the central wolf, the stag swiftly swept its antlers to the side, knocking down one of the wolves poised to pounce. However, another wolf seized the opportunity and bit into the stag's neck, inflicting a serious injury. Yang Hong intended to seize the moment after the wolves had completed their hunt. At that moment, Tang Nan pointed out that the stag's neck wound appeared to be healing. Master, look. Following Tang Nan's cue, Yang Hong noticed something amiss. The stag's body was gradually shifting to a deep green, and its wounds were rapidly mending. Yang Hong realized they had stumbled upon a treasure. This was a phantom spirit deer, a variant of the wood spirit deer, perfectly suited for Tang Nan. However, Tang Nan remained somewhat indifferent, puzzled by the stag's choice to defend rather than flee, suspecting that there was something amiss within the cave. Activating his elemental vision, he discovered that there were creatures similar to the stag inside. Gaining clarity on the situation, he felt compelled to act. He donned his protective gear, but when he reached for the crossbow, his master restrained him. Turning to face Yang Hong, he received the sage advice. If this is your choice, then give it your all. Understood. Tang Nan resolutely responded before seizing a vine and leaping down. The relentless assaults of the wolf pack below were unceasing. Even the stag's remarkable regenerative abilities could not sustain this for long. Gradually, the rate of healing for the stag's wounds began to diminish. At that moment, a famished wolf lunged directly for the stag's throat. A mournful howl echoed as a crossbow bolt pierced the wolf's head, causing it to convulse in agony upon the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Nin executed a roll mid-air before landing gracefully. The wolf pack, confronted by this unexpected intruder, did not panic. They sought to continue their attack. Yet the threat posed by the crossbow bolt instilled fear within them. Only after losing several of their number did the pack cease their assault. Tang Nan swiftly replaced the crossbow bolt, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon them. This moment afforded the stag an opportunity to regain its composure. Suddenly, a towering and robust wolf emerged from the pack, letting out a formidable howl. The wolves parted, revealing their leader, unmistakably the Wolf King. He proposed a bargain, seeking to exchange a path to safety for their retreat. In response, Tang Nan made his stance clear by aiming his crossbow at the Wolf King and pulling the trigger. The Wolf King, enraged by narrowly evading the bolt, charged at Tang Nan with astonishing speed. Before he could reload, the Wolf King was upon him, leaving Tang Nan no choice but to raise his left hand to shield himself from the impending bite. Despite his protective gear, the wolf's sharp fangs sank into his left hand, a surge of excruciating pain coursing through him. In a reflexive act, he squeezed the trigger, the bolt striking the Wolf King's south neck at close range. The Wolf King, pained, released his grip, granting Tang Nin a moment to create distance. However, the scent of blood ignited a fierce determination within the Wolf King, erasing his fear of pain. The second wave of attack commenced. The injury to Tang Nan's left hand hampered his reloading speed, leaving him ill-prepared as the ferocious wolf approached. Tang Nin was brought down. Faced with the imminent threat of the wolf's fangs poised at his throat, he summoned every ounce of strength to resist. Just as he was about to meet his demise within the wolf's belly, a rejuvenated stag charged forth, using its antlers to thrust the Wolf King away. However, in the next heartbeat, a brutal confrontation erupted between the two. Struggling to rise, Tang Nin instantly recognized this as his final opportunity. He desired to switch the crossbow bolt, but the injury to his left hand rendered him immobile. Using his right hand, he retrieved some anesthetic herb from his waist pouch and, with his teeth, crushed it before applying it to his left hand, providing relief from the agony. He swiftly replaced the crossbow bolt, just as the Wolf King had sunk its teeth into the stag's throat. At that moment, as the Wolf King prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a sharp sound pierced the air. Tang Nan's crossbow bolt found its mark, piercing the left eye of the Wolf King. The abrupt onset of darkness and agony rendered the beast momentarily disoriented, allowing the stag, in a final surge of strength, to topple the fierce predator. As the Wolf King struggled to rise from the ground, Tang Nan, gripping his dagger tightly, surged forward to confront it. With each precise thrust of his blade, the Wolf King's breath waned, and moments later, the emergence of a yellow aura heralded its demise. Yet, the wolf pack remained undeterred, several wolves lunging forth in a frenzied attempt to shred the human before them. Transformed by the urgency of the moment, Tang Nin wielded his dagger with an uncanny grace, dispatching them one by one. With a spectral agility, he navigated through their assault, delivering lethal strikes as his eyes glowed a vivid crimson. Amidst the relentless carnage, fear finally gripped the remaining wolves, compelling them to retreat. However, exhaustion weighed heavily upon Tang Nan. He knew he must endure until they had fully dispersed. In his fatigue, he failed to notice a lone wolf creeping up behind him. By the time he became aware, it was too late. The wolf pounced, bringing him crashing to the ground, leaving him too drained to retaliate. Was this the end? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The wolf crumpled to the earth, lifeless. It was over. Tang Nan closed his eyes. When he awoke, his wounds had been bandaged. His master was nearby, meticulously peeling the hide of a wolf. Beside Tang Nan, a fawn was gently licking his hand, while a doe lowered her head to nuzzle him, gesturing towards a certain direction. Upon looking, he saw a stag resting there. Tang Nan hurriedly rushed over to inspect the scene, only to find the magnificent stag lying on the lush green grass, its breath shallow, as if the flicker of life was about to extinguish. A pang of anguish gripped Tang Nan's heart. He yearned to do something to save it, yet felt utterly powerless. Beside him, Elder Yang observed the poignant sight and softly remarked, "Little Nan, it is beyond saving. Let it suffer less, grant it a swift release." With that, Elder Yang slowly picked up a small knife, a glimmer of resignation and resolve flickering in his gaze. However, just as Tang Nan was about to raise the knife, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately lowered his hand gently. No, this should not be the way, Tang Nan murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. He extended his right hand, concentrating intently as he channeled his meager soul energy into the majestic stag, attempting to heal it through this means. The regal stag seemed to grasp something in that moment. It slowly opened its eyes and emitted a deep, sorrowful call. Yet, following that mournful cry, it closed its eyes forever, succumbing to eternal silence. After a brief pause, a brilliant yellow light radiated from the stag's antlers, forming a colossal century-old soul ring. This ethereal ring shimmered with mysterious and potent energy, a testament to the stag's brave and resilient life. The doe stood quietly nearby, silently observing the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing the stag's serene departure, she turned to leave the place, accompanied by her fawn. However, as they began to distance themselves, the doe suddenly looked back and released a long, poignant call toward the horizon. That sound seemed to bid farewell to the departed stag, while also proclaiming to the world that they had once graced this place. As the silhouettes of the doe and her fawn faded into the distance, the forest returned to its tranquil state. Only the radiant century-old soul ring remained, suspended in the air. At that moment, only Tang Nan and his master were left. Overwhelmed and disoriented, Tang Nan felt a tumult within him, akin to being gnawed at by 1,000 ants. Just then, his master's words struck him like a bolt of enlightenment, pulling him back to reality. Cry, my child, for all has come to an end. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's heart eased, and the pent-up emotions within him surged forth like a flood. Tears blurred his vision, cascading down his cheeks and pooling on the ground. Elder Yang remained silent, gently embracing him, providing quiet comfort and support. Half an hour passed in serene stillness until Tang Nan's emotions stabilized. Only then did Elder Yang speak, guiding him to begin absorbing the soul ring. Heeding his master's teachings, Tang Nan extended his right hand, drawing in the soul ring of the illusionary spirit deer. As the absorption commenced, the ring's warmth flowed into his body, enveloping him in a comforting sensation. An hour later, he opened his eyes, feeling as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Information regarding his first soul skill emerged in his mind. First soul skill, entanglement. Effective range, 100 meters. Controllable at will. Through experimentation, he discovered a significant enhancement in the resilience of his blue-silver grass, which now possessed certain healing properties. Finally, after laying the stag to rest, the two embarked on their journey home. Chapter 4. Entrustment, Partnership, Mission. Following the acquisition of his first soul ring, Tang Nan continued his training, which remained closely tied to the field of medicine. When he inquired further, Elder Yang merely suggested that it was not yet time and advised him to practice gradually. Thus, the years slipped by, until a visitor's arrival disrupted the status quo. On this day, Old Yang was diligently preparing a new training regimen, the sky shrouded in a somber gray, heavy with an unsettling tranquility. Without warning, a knock echoed at the door. Was it not locked? Upon receiving a response, the door swung open to reveal a figure clad in a black robe. The individual, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, unleashed a formidable aura of spiritual energy, and in an instant, cloaked figures emerged, encircling him with weapons poised at vital points. In this tense moment, Old Yang remained composed, sipping his tea leisurely before speaking. Lower your weapons. He is merely a friend who has traveled a long way to share a cup of tea with me. You may all stand down. At his command, the figures vanished like shadows. Noting the visitor's continued vigilance, Old Yang raised his teacup, assuring him, rest easy. There is no one else here, only my guards. Relax and enjoy your tea. As he accepted the offered cup and took a seat, Old Yang joined him across the table. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he conjured a barrier, enveloping the entire house within its protective embrace. Observing this, the visitor shed his robe, prompting Old Yang to exclaim, brimming with enthusiasm. It has been quite some time, my dear Tang Hao. Who were those people just now? Tang Hao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Oh, they are my shadow guards. Tasked with gathering intelligence and resolving certain issues, Old Yang replied nonchalantly. They are not part of it, I assure you. They are my private forces. Why delve into such grave matters upon our first meeting? How is your sister-in-law faring? I trust you are aware. Indeed. My apologies for asking the obvious. But what brings you here? To see my son. Is that all? Tang Hao's expression darkened, his lips murmuring as he grappled with unspoken thoughts. Finally, he spoke. What do you think of Xiao-san? Tang-san, you mean? He is level-headed, decisive in action, and possesses a kindness that is commendable. In the realm of pharmacology, particularly regarding poisons, he is nothing short of a genius. And what of Xiao Nan? From various perspectives, he may seem a fool. However, his heart is pure. He is simply too attached to Tang San. Old Yang's assessment of Tang Nan brought a smile to Tang Hao's face, restoring a sense of calm reminiscent of times long past. Just like it was before, I senti it? Tang Hao remarked nostalgically. I still recall the day we first met, when you and Xiao Chao unceremoniously bound me up, only releasing me after I entertained you with several tales. The atmosphere gradually lightened as they reminisced for nearly half an hour. Eventually, Tang Hao made his final request known. I wish for you to take good care of Tang Nan. Oh, and why is that? Old Yang's brow furrowed, confusion evident in his demeanor. I have resolved to declare war against the Spirit Hall. Consequently, they will inevitably become entangled in this conflict. That boy resembles me. Yet his disposition mirrors his mother's, too kind-hearted. Fortunately, he did not inherit my martial spirit, which should keep any suspicion regarding our connection at bay. As long as he can lead a peaceful life, I will be content. Even if the one you entrust him to hails from the Spirit Hall? If you intend to harm me, why assist us in escaping the repeated ambushes from the Spirit Hall? I have faith in you, Uncle Yang. You will undoubtedly be an excellent teacher, and I entrust Nan to your care. When faced with Old Yang's inquiries, Tang Hao's responses brought a sense of relief to the elder. They truly are cut from the same mold, so straightforward. He then posed his final question. How do you wish for him to live on? This question momentarily stumped Tang Hao, as well as himself. After a brief pause, Tang Hao, seemingly liberated, confidently replied, Identity is not for me to define. That is a decision he must make for himself. Satisfied with this answer, Old Yang rose, retrieving some superior healing ointment from his medicine bag and handing it to the departing Tang Hao, saying, Take this. It may save your life in critical moments. I am pleased with your answer and promise to do everything in my power to guide him along his own path. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao excitedly clasped Old Yang's hand, expressing his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, Old Yang exhaled with relief, not expecting Tang Hao to entrust him with Tang Nan's care. With the permission granted, Old Yang updated his training regimen, which now included a multitude of new elements: agility, combat techniques, weapon forging and enhancement, the combination of soul skills, and the entirely new domain of firearms. At the outset of the firearms introduction, Old Yang aimed a metal tube at a large tree and pulled the trigger, producing a thunderous sound that instantly created a gaping hole in the trunk. Witnessing its power, Old Yang continued to elucidate its mechanics. This is a flintlock pistol, a type of firearm. Observe, when the trigger is pulled, the flint inside strikes and ignites the gunpowder, generating enough force to propel the projectile. He intended to let Tang Nan marvel at it for now, planning to teach him further when he was older. Sensing his disciple's eagerness, Old Yang preemptively silenced him, instructing him to refrain from further inquiries. Among the new subjects, Tang Nan excelled particularly in weapon forging and enhancement, fervently absorbing knowledge and employing his imagination to create. It was evident that he was a prodigy in this field, prompting Old Yang to reflect on how fortunate he was to have discovered such a treasure. Thus, another year passed, and after Tang Nan reached the 20th level, he, accompanied by his siblings, acquired his second soul ring. As they neared graduation, Old Yang recognized that it was time for them to venture out and gain practical experience. On this occasion, a letter delivered by the Shadow Guard presented him with an opportunity. After a brief training session, Old Yang instructed Tang Nan to return and rest. Leaving the latter puzzled, Old Yang, stroking his beard with an air of mystery, replied, Rest well. Tomorrow we shall embark on a journey for several days. When you arrive tomorrow, we will inspect our weaponry. Where are we going? Tang Nan inquired. You will find out tomorrow, Old Yang responded enigmatically. That night, in his dreams, Tang Nan encountered the black dragon once more. This time, the dragon did not exhale its breath, but simply stated, They are coming, before vanishing. The following morning, after gathering together, Old Yang recited a passage and, striking his cane, a portal suddenly appeared on the ground. Before Tang Nan could comprehend the situation, he fell through it in a state of panic. Meanwhile, in a distant, vast forest, an individual awaited the arrival of something significant. At this moment, a rift appeared before him. As the rift opened, the elder descended gracefully, while the young disciple collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath in disarray. You arrived late. Uncle Yang, the individual remarked with a hint of complaint. You didn't inform my grandfather, did you? Rest assured, young ancestor, whatever I promised you shall remain undisclosed. Uncle Yang replied, introducing his disciple, Tang Nan. Tang Nan, this is. I am Xue Qinghe, There is no need for excessive formalities. With that, Xueqing has stepped into the teleportation array. Uncle Yang waved his hand dismissively, reciting an incantation, and a new rift emerged. Wait, I haven't recovered yet. In the border city of Glor, within the Heaven Do Empire, the Shadow Guards awaited their leader, only to be astonished by the arrival of two children. Before they could comprehend the situation, Uncle Yang instructed them to join Lei Hao's team for a mission to apprehend fugitives, leaving no room for refusal. No need for further discussion. We depart in half an hour. Understood, Captain Lei? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Yang opened the rift and departed, leaving Lei Hao in a state of bewilderment. The dark-haired youth finally realized what had transpired and intended to inquire, only to find that everyone had already left. 15 minutes later, while Lei Hao was consuming his drink in solitude, a tall woman with long hair cascading down to her waist approached him. Offering a cup of sobering tea, Lei Hao, visibly irritated, remarked, I am not intoxicated yet. There is no need for your meddling, Deputy Captain Yi. Oh, indeed, Captain Lei. Do not drink too much. It may jeopardize our capture efforts. Our operational funds this month depend on it. I understand. I don't comprehend why they suddenly placed those kids under my charge. What use do those little rascals serve? Hearing this, Yi Qing promptly pinched Lei Hao's ear in reprimand. Before you speak, take a look at yourself. You are merely in your early 20s. Lei Hao, feeling the sting, retorted. You are only a few years older than I am. Old hag, what did you say? Yi Qing's grip tightened significantly. I was wrong. Sister Yi, please forgive me. The intensifying pain prompted Lei Hao to plead for mercy. Once it appeared that he was sufficiently sober, Yi Qing released her grip, leaving his ear nearly crimson. Gather at the camp entrance in 10 minutes, she declared before departing, leaving Lei Hao to rub his ear and Tang Nan, who had witnessed the entire exchange. What are you doing here? Upon noticing the young boy's presence, Lei Hao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I came to observe the effects of my sobering tea. What did you see just now? Sister, you just... He was about to say something when Lei Hao's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Tang Nan hastily corrected himself. I report that I saw nothing. That is good. Lei Hao's expression softened. Observing this, Tang Nan gradually shifted his position, and then Lei Hao, with a smile, said, that is good. However, his tone abruptly shifted. If you dare speak of it, you are finished. Yes. Faced with that murderous glare, Tang Nan quickly responded and fled. Perhaps this would remain a secret he would never dare to divulge. 10 minutes later, Lei Hao arrived at the meeting point, where Yi Qing was briefing Tang Nan and Xueqing about their mission objective. Their target this time was the local gang leader, Zayuot, whose Skull's gang had recently surged in influence, causing significant disturbances to local law and order. In response, the authorities had issued a handsome bounty for his capture. Thus our mission was to apprehend him. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lei Hao and Tang Nan exchanged glances before the realization struck them. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Tang Nan, sensing Lei Hao's menacing aura, gradually retreated behind Xueqing. Noticing Yi Qing's silence, Lei Hao shot a warning glance at Tang Nan, then led them toward their target location. Half an hour later, they arrived in the Black Market District. Yi Qing provided a brief overview. This area was the city's black market, thriving on smuggling and illegal activities due to its proximity to the border, making it an ideal venue for disposing of stolen goods. Here, one could procure items rarely seen elsewhere. As Yi Qing elaborated, Xueqing interjected with a question. Why are we here? He inquired, his vigilance evident as he scanned the surroundings. The reason for our presence is based on intelligence from our informants, who indicated that a recent batch of captives would be exchanged here. Captives? Their human trafficking operations began approximately a year ago, with their exact intentions shrouded in mystery, but undoubtedly sinister. Here we are. They stood before an imposing mansion. Tang Nan was captivated by the opulence, while the others remained unfazed. After presenting forged passes to the guards at the entrance, they gained entry into the mansion. Inside, the grandeur was overwhelming, with a cacophony of cheers and vendors hawking their wares. Lei Hao began assigning tasks. I will team up with Yi Qing, while the two of you will pair off. We will operate separately, understood? Understood. Wait, me with him? The two exclaimed in unison, astonished by the captain's decision, clearly taken aback. Just as Yi Qing was about to voice her concerns, Lei Hao pulled her away, leaving them with no choice but to accept the situation. Xueqing had contemplated the smaller figure beside him. I suppose I must temporarily align with him. I hope Uncle Yang's judgment proves sound. Tang Nan remarked. Don't hold me back. Huh. Who's holding back whom is yet to be seen. Speaking of which, what should we do? Let me ponder. Human trafficking. After a brief moment of reflection, Xueqing had devised a plan. Let us seek out this trafficker. He must possess valuable information. Tang Nan concurred. Recognizing the logic in Xueqing's suggestion, and the two promptly set off in search of the trafficker. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yiqing observed the unfolding events and expressed her thoughts to Lei Hao. Xueqing is quite astute. He has great potential. However, why did you assign the task to the two newcomers while you remain at a distance? Lei Hao responded solemnly. If they cannot handle such a straightforward task, they will only meet their demise in the future. We have our own duties to attend to. With that, the two vanished into the shadows. After extensive inquiry, Tang Nan and Xueqing found themselves at the slave trading area, where they deliberated on a series of meticulous plans at the entrance. Your plan better succeed, or I shall take your life. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. Have faith in yourself. Hee hee. In response to Xueqing's expression of disdain, Tang Nan replied with an air of utmost seriousness. Xueqing found himself at a loss, for it was he who had initially proposed the scheme. They promptly commenced their actions. Upon reaching the entrance, the receptionist requested a deposit. After hearing this, Xueqing retrieved a token from his soul guide and handed it to the receptionist. After examining the token with great care, the receptionist scrutinized the two individuals before him, contemplating for a moment before summoning a colleague and whispering a few words in their ear. The colleague, upon receiving the information, dashed inside while the receptionist gestured for the two to wait briefly. 5 minutes later, the colleague returned with an update. Upon hearing the response from above, the receptionist immediately led them to a luxurious VIP room and respectfully announced, "Please hold for a moment. Mr. Stewart will be with you shortly." He then presented them with 2 masks to conceal their identities. 10 minutes later, a jovial voice rang out. "My apologies for the delay. I have kept you waiting." A figure soon materialized before Tang Nan and the others. He was somewhat corpulent, with a scruffy beard and a boisterous demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. He was none other than Mr. Stewart, the manager of this establishment. The receptionist quickly whispered a reminder to him, and upon hearing it, Xueqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter, I have not been waiting long. It is indeed an honor that Mr. Stewart has taken time out of his busy schedule to attend to us." "Oh, not at all. You flatter me, sir. With a personage of your stature gracing my establishment, how could I possibly neglect you?" With that, he gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. He then seated himself across from Xueqing and inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit? Life has grown rather tedious. I was wondering if there might be any peculiar curiosities or enchanting beauties here to amuse me." Xueqing replied. Observing Xueqing's exaggerated performance, Tang Nan stifled a laugh while remaining focused on his task. Mr. Stewart, upon hearing this, rubbed his hands together with a grin and said, "You have certainly come to the right place. I possess everything here, far surpassing those auction houses of the empire." As they engaged in conversation, Tang Nan concentrated on channeling his soul power, subtly guiding the blue-silver grass from behind to stealthily approach Mr. Stewart's blind spot, intending to retrieve the key from his waist. However, Mr. Stewart's fidgeting made it difficult for Tang Nan to act. Noticing this, Xueqing feigned seriousness and asked, "Might you have any information regarding the Skull Gang?" At this, a shadow of solemnity crossed Mr. Stewart's face, and he stroked his beard thoughtfully before responding, "My lord, such matters are not for your ears. Forgive my impertinence, but for your safety, I cannot provide you with pertinent information. As compensation, allow me to offer you this." He glanced at his watch and produced a red access pass from his waist, placing it on the table as he rose to leave. "This pass will grant you entry to any trading area and ensure priority service for you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy your time." With that, he departed. Once certain of his absence, Xueqing's face flushed crimson. Recalling their earlier conversation, he quickly turned to Tang Nan. The look in Tang Nan's eyes mirrored that of Lei Hao back at the camp, a glint of murderous intent, prompting him to hastily declare, "I saw nothing." Yet, for reasons unknown, when he gazed upon Xueqing's visage, his heart began to race uncontrollably. In an effort to divert the conversation, he produced the key he had just obtained and declared, "The items are in hand. Let us proceed." With the pass in their possession, they faced no hindrances and moved unimpeded. However, upon arriving at Mr. Wei's office, they were struck by a dilemma. "Goodness, how are we to enter with so many people present?" Xueqing exclaimed. "It's simple. I can eliminate them all. He brandished his sword and prepared to rush forth. But Tang Nin quickly restrained him. Calm down, brother. If you don't dispatch them all at once, it will lead to complications once they summon reinforcements. Having found this reasoning sound, Xue Qinghe sheathed his sword, and the two began to ponder their approach. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, followed by chaos. Most of the guards at the entrance, having received orders, rushed to restore order, leaving only a few stationed at the door. Observing this, Tang Nan suggested, "Let us proceed. Merely incapacitate them. A killing spree would leave a bloody mess." With that, he activated his first soul technique, entangling the guards. By the time they realized they were ensnared, it was too late. They were met with Xue Qinghe's swift and lethal scabbard, and they fell one after another. Subsequently, Tang Nin used his blue-silver grass to bind them like mummies and tossed them into a shadowy corner. He swiftly opened the office door, and the opulence within astounded both men. Golden artifacts adorned the premises, and rare medicinal materials were displayed as curiosities. Wow! The luxury of this individual rivals that of the finest establishments. Xue Qinghe mused silently. As they searched for useful information, hurried footsteps accompanied by curses grew louder, signaling the approach of Mr. Wei. After quelling the disturbance, he had hastily returned, having realized his key was missing, vowing to capture the thief and exact revenge. Hearing the footsteps drawing near, the two men dared not linger and swiftly concealed themselves. Upon discovering the door ajar, Mr. Wei burst in, only to find the room deserted. To be cautious, he immediately checked his safe, and after confirming nothing was amiss, he changed the password. The two men hidden in the wardrobe witnessed everything through a slight opening and discerned their target. At that moment, Mr. Wei suddenly sensed something amiss and began to search the vicinity with caution. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe prepared to draw his sword to eliminate him. But Tang Nan quickly held him back, urging him to remain composed. Just as Mr. Wei was about to open the wardrobe, one of his subordinates rushed in, reporting that all the slaves held in the underground had escaped. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei abandoned his search and rushed outside, allowing the two inside to exhale in relief. Xue Qinghe sheathed his sword, and Tang Nan released his grip. The two hastily emerged from the crowded wardrobe, and Xue Qinghe attempted to open the safe. Tang Nan, observing him, mused, "Surely he cannot be some aristocratic scion. He is too meticulous with his fragrant demeanor. What are you standing there for? Come help me." Xue Qinghe's shout snapped him back to reality. Together, they hurriedly opened the safe, only to discover it was further protected by a box. "You little rascal! I knew you hadn't left. Daring to plot against me is tantamount to seeking death." Turning around, they found Mr. Wei had returned alone, prompting the two to resolve to deal with him. Immediately following was the sound of hurried footsteps, as a throng of ruthless guards surged forth. Observing them, and then glancing at one another, they rarely reached a unanimous decision. "Flee." With a sharp crack, the two leaped through the window, carrying their box. "Capture them," shouted Tang Nan, who then utilized his blue-silver grass to swing away from the eaves like a pendulum. Just as he was about to land, Tang Nan employed his second soul skill, natural form, enhancing both his perception and control over the blue-silver grass. He swiftly conjured a cushion of grass to ensure a safe landing for both of them. No sooner had they touched down than their pursuers were right behind them, leaving no time for contemplation as they dashed away. During their flight, Tang Nan attempted to hinder their pursuers with the blue-silver grass, only to discover it was futile and would impede his own speed. Abandoning this notion, he urged, "Quick, dive into the alley." Leading the way, Xue Qinghe called out to Tang Nan to follow him. Once Tang Nan passed, he immediately toppled nearby goods to obstruct the path, then swiftly followed. The duo temporarily evaded capture, but not for long, as their pursuers closed in once more. "Why are you dawdling? Run," Xue Qinghe urged Tang Nan. A new chase commenced, the distance between them gradually diminishing. Just as their stamina waned, suddenly, with two loud bangs, barrels behind them erupted, releasing a cloud of smoke. Not far ahead, they spotted someone beckoning them. With little time for thought, they hurried towards the figures of Lei Hao and Yi Qing, who swiftly led them to safety. Once they reached a secure location, Xue Qinghe questioned why they had left. To him, it seemed that Lei Hao and his companions were merely spectators. In response, Lei Hao let out a cold laugh, feigning profundity. "Had we not caused the chaos, would you have so easily obtained the box? You'd have likely been captured by that fat imbecile long ago." Chaos. Seeing Tang Nan still puzzled, Xue Qinghe, having pieced it together, explained. The commotion in the lobby at the office entrance was orchestrated by them, releasing the slaves. "Impressive. The captain is truly remarkable." They laughed. "Of course. Now, enough boasting. Let us get serious. As Yu Qing opened the box, she observed Tang Nan's odd expression and Lei Hao reveling in admiration. She began to grasp the situation and approached, tapping Tang Nan on the head. Have you had your fun? Come and see this. It's the transaction records with the skeleton gang. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around to take a look. The transaction records are quite detailed. This saves us a great deal of trouble. Look, their trading locations are mostly fixed. Wherever they need supplies, that's their stronghold. Wait, why is the skeleton gang purchasing sacrificial items? Never mind, we can just wipe them out entirely. In response to Lei Hao's suggestion, Yi Qing paused for a moment before presenting a differing viewpoint. No, we should first return to the camp and regroup. Chapter 5. The Descent of Demons. No. We must first return to the camp to rest. Yi Qing's proposal was met with vehement opposition from Lei Hao. Why? To which Yi Qing articulated her reasoning. Firstly, the current situation cannot be resolved solely by us. We need to request support from Commander Lei. Secondly, these two youngsters also need to recuperate. Humph, very well. Reluctantly, Lei Hao acquiesced, and upon uttering those words, the four of them immediately set off. Upon returning to the camp, Lei Hao and Yi Qing proceeded to the office of Commander Lei. While Xue Qinghe and Tang Nin were assigned to gather protective gear from Old Wei in the maintenance area. For personal reasons, Xue Qinghe opted for solitude, requesting Tang Nin to assist him in retrieving the gear. Upon arriving at the maintenance area, the rhythmic clanging of metal filled the air. Excuse me. Could you please tell me where Master Wei is? He inquired, but received no response. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his voice and called out. Could you please tell me where Master Wei is? Hearing someone call for Old Wei, a nearby blacksmith pointed towards an elderly man with white hair at the far end, saying, that one over there is Old Wei. By the way, next time you need someone, just ring the bell at the entrance. The blacksmith chuckled at the sight of the flushed, panting boy. Gratefully, Tang Nan thanked him and approached Master Wei's table, where an assortment of items had already been laid out. Old Wei had anticipated the arrival of the new recruits and promptly prepared the gear. Hello. I am here to collect the protective gear. Here it is. These pieces can effectively withstand attacks of soul power up to level 30. How impressive. Of course, my craftsmanship is renowned throughout the continent. In the past, the old man seemed to be activated like a switch, eagerly recounting his past experiences. Tang Nan, observing the elderly gentleman, chose not to interrupt but instead listened attentively. I wonder how Grandpa Jack is doing now. Meanwhile, Lei Hao and Yi Qing arrived at Commander Lei's office. As they reviewed the task brief and newly submitted intelligence, Commander Lei fell into deep contemplation. Beside him, Lei Hao anxiously awaited a response. After a moment, the commander uttered a single word. Wait. Why, Commander? Lei Hao exclaimed in frustration. Commander Lei, equally unfazed, slammed his hand on the table and replied, this mission has escalated to a demon hunting task. Do you truly believe that you and Yi Qing can handle it? This is not the past. I cannot risk the lives of two newcomers so easily. Realizing the intensity in Lei Hao's eyes, filled with fervor, and his tightly clenched fists, the commander understood that the young man was serious. Ultimately, he relented. The Lei Hao team will conduct a tactical reconnaissance mission to locate the target. If danger arises, retreat immediately. After absorbing this information, Lei Hao silently turned to leave, pausing just before exiting to relax his clenched hand. Thank you, father, he said before swiftly departing. That brat, Commander Lei muttered, shaking his head with a resigned smile as he sat down. He remained as stubborn as ever, too proud. Yi Qing shrugged playfully and asked, have they reconciled? They actually forgave each other long ago. It's just that neither is willing to reach out first. You know how it is. Each one too concerned about face. That kid, I understand. I will handle it. You keep this. Listening to the helpless report from Yi Qing, Commander Lei expressed his intention to handle the situation and handed her a firework signal. In case of danger, shoot it into the sky. And the ambush teams nearby will provide immediate support. Got it, Dad. You are the best, Yi Qing replied as she swiftly planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, teasingly adding, you really ought to shave properly. Farewell. Commander Lei watched her depart, touching his cheek with a wry smile as he glanced at his pocket watch, pondering. What a remarkable daughter I have. He then reverted to his authoritative demeanor and proceeded to the station of the third team. Old man. Hey kid, wake up. Master Wei, engrossed in his storytelling, noticed his young listener dozing off and promptly clapped his hands. The little boy jolted awake, realizing he had fallen asleep and hurriedly prepared to apologize. Master Wei, however, calmly reassured him that there was no need for such formality. Rather, He was grateful for the boy's willingness to listen to his lengthy tales. At that moment, Lei Hao and his companions arrived to summon Tang Nan for their departure. Upon hearing Tang Nan's name, Master Wei seemed to recall something, scrutinizing Tang Nan for a while before slapping his forehead, as if struck by inspiration. He quickly bent down and retrieved a bundle of arrows from beneath his seat. I almost forgot. These are prepared by Old Yang for you. Inside, there are 3 explosive arrows and 3 smoke arrows. The explosive arrows can breach walls up to 20 centimeters thick, though their effectiveness against spirit masters may be subpar. Maintain a safe distance of 5 meters when using them, as instructed by your master. Thank you, master. Farewell. Safe travels. After bidding farewell to Tang Nan, Master Wei returned to his seat, stretching lazily. How long has it been? What have I missed? A crack appeared in the shadows, and Yang Hong emerged, casually dodging a flying hammer thrown by the irate Master Wei, whose forehead was now bulging with veins. Calm down. Look what I brought. Seeing the other man's anger, Yang Hong quickly produced a wine flask and tossed it over. After sniffing the contents of the flask, Master Wei's demeanor softened. Now that's more like it. Come, let's share. Then I shall humbly comply. The assembled team reached their target location deep into the night, a secluded area near the city wall that felt eerily quiet. To avoid alerting any potential threats, Yi Qing held back Lei Hao, instructing him and Xue Qinghe to observe from a nearby corner. Wait, let me listen for any ambush. With that, she closed her eyes, concentrating to release her soul power. Moments later, Yi Qing opened her eyes, having gathered the necessary information. There are only 2 people inside the house, and 2 more are lying in the grass piles outside. The target is in the 2nd layer of the building. 3rd window from the left. Lei Hao, Xue Qinghe, you handle the grass piles. I'll take care of the rest. Tang Nan, stay on standby and remember to leave one alive. A living person is worth more than a dead one. Understood, Xue Qinghe, let us go. The 2 swiftly ascended to the rooftop, moving with agility as they reached their objective. Now, they awaited the signal to commence their operation. Yi Qing knocked an arrow, a cerulean glow emanating from the bowstring. The wind stirred, a swift whoosh heralding the release of 3 deadly arrows, swiftly followed by 2 figures descending from above. Their strikes were precise and lethal. Once they secured the 5 bodies, they began their inspection. One vacant room captured their attention. Yi Qing, do you sense anything? There's wind. This place must conceal a hidden chamber. We should search for a switch. How do you know that, Sister Yi? My martial spirit allows me to detect the nuances of the wind. This room, devoid of windows and airtight, still harbors a faint breeze, indicating something amiss. Finding a switch in the empty room proved to be no challenge. As Tang Nan pulled a lever, a concealed passage revealed itself. For safety, they stripped the clothes off the deceased and donned them before Lei Hao led the way, with Xue Qinghe and the remaining 4 following methodically through the passage. The sight that awaited them on the other side was astonishing. Before them lay an expansive, cavernous space, with signs of extensive excavation etched into the surrounding rock. Undoubtedly, the skeleton gang had thoroughly expanded the city's sewers, transforming them into their stronghold. This also clarified their insatiable demand for slaves. Tang Nan, stop dawdling. Let us move. Oh, wait for me. Disguised, they encountered no suspicion along their route, which allowed them to gather valuable intel from others. Upon reaching a corner, they regrouped and confirmed their target, the church. I must say, these fellows have constructed quite an impressive faade. If someone from above were to come down, they might not believe their eyes. As they approached the church, Lei Hao and Yi Qing exchanged banter regarding the structure before preparing to enter. Suddenly, Yi Qing sensed something amiss, momentarily pausing to instruct Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe to wait outside for 15 minutes before entering. The 2 complied, and to pass the time, they began to scrutinize the building before them. Upon noticing the octagram atop the church, a voice echoed in Tang Nan's mind. Do not relinquish hope in the face of death. What does that mean? He murmured, drawing Xue Qinghe's attention. To quell her concern, he hastily reassured her that all was well. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Lei Hao ventured inside the church, where death and blood were omnipresent. Unfazed, they traversed a screen, arriving at the central hall, where a sacrificial ritual unfolded. A gaunt man was bound to a wooden table, fervently pleading for forgiveness, while the priest before him reveled in the moment, reciting incantations as he raised a dagger high. Just as he was about to plunge it down, a swift whoosh pierced the air, and the priest was struck by an arrow pinned to the wall. With a sudden clatter, the sound of a dagger falling jolted everyone present from their stupor. They turned to behold Yi Qing and his companions emerging from the shadows. Swiftly, 3 arrows whizzed through the air, disarming their adversaries, who, struck by fear, immediately fled. Yi Qing and his group chose not to pursue. Instead, they untied the man who had been bound. "You are safe now. Do you remember your name?" Toluca. Speaking exhausted him, and upon noticing this, Yi Qing offered him some water and provisions. Upon seeing the food, he devoured it ravenously. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. "How many are coming?" "Around 30. Be cautious." Lightning began to flicker around Lei Hao as he drew his broadsword and plunged into the fray. "Time's up." Upon reaching the appointed hour, Xueqing has swiftly stowed his pocket watch and turned to depart, glancing at Tang Nan, whose gaze was vacant. A sense of unease washed over Xueqing, prompting him to approach Tang Nan. As his hand made contact, a vision appeared in Tang Nan's mind. A golden-haired girl, battered and bruised, stood atop a pile of rubble. Her sword cracked, facing a blood-red monster. "Hey, are you all right?" Xueqing's inquiry snapped Tang Nan back to reality, where he gasped for breath, pushing his hair back in an attempt to regain his composure. I'm fine, really?" After taking a deep breath, he finally steadied himself, and together they pushed open the grand doors. However, they were soon overwhelmed by the horrific scene before them. Dismembered corpses littered the ground, rats feasted on the remnants, and blood-painted murals adorned the walls. A wave of nausea, fear, and terror surged within Tang Nan, prompting him to cover his mouth to suppress his urge to vomit, while Xueqing clenched his fists, fury igniting within him. "We must go. That beast will pay for this." In the hall, electric energy crackled as Lei Hao swiftly dispatched the enemies before him. Observing the moaning acolytes sprawled on the ground, he scoffed. "Is there no one stronger here?" At that moment, the iron doors on the second floor creaked open, revealing a burly man shouldering a massive sword. Tang Nan disdainfully assessed him from head to toe. "Are you their leader?" "Indeed, I am. You have but one choice. Join us. Otherwise or else what, you scoundrel?" The man's laughter abruptly morphed into a chilling decree. In an instant, he vanished from Lei Hao's sight. "What? Look out above." Yi Qing's warning alerted Lei Hao to the impending danger, and he swiftly retreated. The man descended like a hammer, crashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, his entire form was enveloped in formidable armor. "Remember this well. Taking your lives is my purpose. I am Zeroth." Zeroth brandished his massive sword, lowered his stance, and with a powerful thrust of his thigh, shot towards Lei Hao like an arrow, aiming a devastating strike at his head. With a clang, Lei Hao raised his weapon just in time to block, though the sheer force drove him to one knee. "Damn, this guy is incredibly strong," pondered the dire situation, swiftly creating distance before the next strike could land. Zeroth attempted to pursue but was thwarted by Yi Qing's relentless arrows. "Be cautious. Do not underestimate," Yi Qing mused, suppressing Zeroth's movements while assessing Lei Hao's condition. "No harm done, just a bit surprising. What was this fellow's martial soul again? You clearly haven't read the brief." His soul power was approximately level 56, with the martial soul of an iron armored bear, boasting 1 white and 2 yellow soul rings alongside 2 purple ones. As their conversation unfolded, Zeroth charged through the rain of arrows with a sweeping strike, prompting both to leap aside. Observing their evasive maneuvers, Zeroth grew increasingly arrogant. "Is that all you've got? Prepare to meet your end." He seemed to have activated his 4th soul skill, enhancing his strength and speed. Upon hearing Yi Qing's analysis, Lei Hao felt a sense of ease wash over him as he sheathed his Tang Dao at his waist. "Ah, so that's why he was so quick at the start. Hey, foolish bear, is this all you can muster?" Lei Hao's taunted sensed Zeroth. But as he raised his sword to strike, Lei Hao had already seized his hand. Too slow. He then delivered a punch to Zeroth's face, followed by a flurry of blows to his abdomen. While the damage might be minimal, the humiliation was profound, igniting Zeroth's fury. He unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Giant Bear Crush, aiming to smash Lei Hao, but the attack went wide. "Too slow." The voice rang out from behind him. He spun around only to hear, "Too slow. Too slow. Is this all your ability amounts to? How dare you call yourself the leader?" While Lei Hao continued to mock him, he deftly evaded Zeroth's strikes, gradually wearing down the latter's patience. Zeroth dispelled his true form armor, and at the moment it vanished, Lei Hao swiftly drew his blade, invoking his 1st soul skill. The power of thunder enveloped the blade as he struck at Zeroth's abdomen. In an instant, blood sprayed forth as Zeroth's midsection was torn open, blood gushing forth. Yet, the assault did not cease. Lei Hao unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, and Xerath, despite his utmost effort, could only barely fend off the attacks aimed at his vital points. The situation was dire for him. Suddenly, Lei Hao's attack missed, and Xerath seized the opportunity to retaliate. However, he was abruptly met with a violent cough of blood, sharp pain radiating from his abdomen, as a sword pierced through his back. His assailant was Xue Qinghe. While Lei Hao continued his onslaught, Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe arrived. As Tang Nan assessed Toluca's injuries, Xue Qinghe had charged forward with his sword drawn. Noticing this, Lei Hao promptly feigned a vulnerability to lower Xerath's guard, and as expected, Xerath fell for the ruse, catching him off guard and delivering a devastating blow. Just as Xue Qinghe prepared to deliver a fatal strike, Lei Hao swiftly pushed him aside, followed by a barrage of arrows raining down from above. Xerath's reinforcements had arrived. Dozens of archers and crossbowmen unleashed a relentless volley of arrows, forcing them to retreat in search of cover, while the severely injured Xerath seized the opportunity to flee to safety. Eliminate them. Seeing their target escape, Xue Qinghe immediately opted to pursue, unleashing his martial soul and spreading his wings to chase. The arrows that rained upon him passed through his body, causing no harm. What an astonishing technique! As Lei Hao gazed at the retreating figure of Xue Qinghe, he yearned to rush forward, but a barrage of arrows swiftly drove him back into cover. For the moment, they could only resolve the archers before assisting Xue Qinghe. Severely injured, Xerath had escaped to the prayer chamber, where his subordinates reported that the ritual preparations were complete. Overwhelmed with joy, he immediately ordered its execution. Numerous slaves were positioned in various corners, and as the incantations were chanted, they transformed into a torrent of blood, filling the room with anguished cries and lamentations. The blood flowed towards the center, forming an octagram array. Upon arriving, Xue Qinghe charged forward to interrupt the ritual, but was obstructed by a barrier. By the time Lei Hao and the others arrived, the ritual was already complete, and Xerath's injuries had fully healed. He slowly turned to face them, proclaiming, "Behold, this is the power bestowed upon me by the divine, and your heads shall be the first offering to the Lord of the Brass Throne." Xerath gravely announced their impending doom. Chapter 6. Guardians of one another beneath the flickering candlelight, two elderly men savored fine wine by the fireplace, the rhythmic clanging of a blacksmith's hammer resonating like a symphony in their ears. "Tell me, are you truly at ease allowing your precious apprentice to partake in this mission?" "Oh, what is it?" Yang Hong replied, casually swirling his wine glass, an aura of tranquility and leisure etched upon his visage. "I have perused their mission briefing. This target poses no challenge for them." Master Wei sighed helplessly, sharing his perspective. Historically, demon hunting tasks typically necessitate either 2 Shadow Guard teams or 1 seasoned hunting squad. This time, we have 2 youngsters and 2 novices. I harbor my doubts. He took another sip of wine. Suddenly, arrows whizzed through the air. Damn it! Do these fools have an endless supply of arrows? At that moment, Lei Hao and his companions remained pinned down behind cover by the archers' relentless fire. We must eliminate them. Lei Hao, wait for my signal. As Yi Qing drew her bow, she was once again forced back by the deluge of arrows. The situation seemed to reach a stalemate. In that instant, Tang Nan recalled the equipment Master Wei had provided him. He swiftly drew a smoke arrow and launched it towards the archer's position. With a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke erupted, and he promptly tossed the remaining 2 smoke arrows and his crossbow to Yi Qing. "Sister, use this." She instantly grasped his intent. With the wind whisper, she could discern the positions of all present. Swiftly, 2 crossbow bolts shot forth from the smoke, aimed directly at the heads of the archers. The second floor was engulfed in smoke, throwing the archers into disarray. Lei Hao, understood. With a thunderous roar, Lei Hao activated his third soul technique and dashed forth like a bolt of lightning. Once he penetrated the smoke, he efficiently dispatched all the foes. As the haze dissipated, only Lei Hao remained, declaring, "All done." He wiped the blood from his blade and leaped down from the second floor. The trio regrouped and took a moment to recuperate. Tang Nan noticed the wound on Lei Hao's arm and immediately prepared to bandage it. "It's nothing. I don't need a bandage." Before he could say more, Yi Qing shot him a glare that silenced him. Complying, he began the treatment, expertly disinfecting the wound, applying ointment, and ultimately using his blue-silver grass for bandaging. "I didn't expect you to be so skilled," he remarked, coughing lightly. Upon witnessing him cough up blood, Tang Nan placed a hand on his back and activated his natural form. He then began to furrow his brow. "Your body has sustained severe internal injuries, particularly in your arms and knees, where fractures have already appeared. Captain, you must." Speak, Nan. My counsel is to refrain from enduring further high-intensity attacks. I had thought it was merely a trivial matter. Thank you, Doctor. Gazing into his steadfast eyes, Lei Hao spoke in a calm tone to express his gratitude. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, turning towards Yi Qing with an expression of guilt. I should seize an opportunity to have a proper conversation with them. Yi Qing smiled knowingly and, after a brief respite, they immediately resumed their pursuit. Within the corridor, the three of them continued to accelerate, hoping they would still arrive in time. Yi Qing silently prayed for Xueqing's safety. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, followed by the anguished cries and wails that echoed from ahead. Realizing the impending danger, the two hastily quickened their pace. Hey, wait for me. By the time Lei Hao and his companion arrived, the ritual had already concluded. The demon had descended. Empowered, Zeroth, like an executioner, pronounced the death sentence of the three before him. Taking this opportunity, Lei Hao and the others observed the prayer chamber. Although it bore that name, its structure resembled that of an arena, with totems fashioned from bones adorning the walls. On the second-floor viewing platform, they glimpsed a familiar silhouette. However, there was no time to discern it, as Zeroth charged toward them. The three immediately scattered, and he collided violently with the wall, which crumbled upon impact. Damn it, Lei Hao thought, sensing the peril in Zeroth's destructive force. At that moment, Zeroth's body began to decay, his right arm becoming unnaturally muscular. He seized stones from the wall and hurled them at them. Boom, boom. 2 arrows exploded upon impact, sending debris flying. Create some distance, Lei Hao. With that, he unleashed his martial spirit, the first soul skill, Wind Control, Wind Vortex Arrow. An arrow imbued with wind elements shot toward Zeroth. Thud. Ridiculous. Zeroth blocked it with his right hand. Upward. What? The wind element embedded in the arrow exploded, reducing his right hand to a pulp. Yet, in response, his arm began to slowly regenerate. Light Blade, Thunder Slash, Wind Vortex Arrow followed in rapid succession. They would not afford him a moment to recover. The relentless barrage continued. And as he attempted to retaliate, he was met with an even more intense onslaught. Ultimately, Zeroth's confidence crumbled. He was engulfed in panic, fear, and resentment. He wished to flee but stumbled, ensnared by blue-silver grass that gripped his legs. Die! Xueqing descended from the heavens, plunging the light blade into his heart. His figure reminiscent of an avenging angel. In his final moments, a voice echoed in Zeroth's mind. That of the one who had once inspired him to brave fire and water. Yet, the message brought him despair. Foolish creature, you are unworthy of this power. Kashur has entrusted it to you. Do not let me down. Yes, my lord, no? He let out a final, anguished roar. Xueqing immediately distanced himself. And then came the transformation of his body, as a blood-red magic circle emerged beneath him. With the circle's dissolution, a demon resembling Zeroth materialized before them. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cassier. As the demon made his introduction, he coalesced a pitch-black longsword in his grasp. Well then, it's time for you to perish. A smile graced his lips, emanating an astonishing aura of dread. In that moment, the specter of death enveloped them all. It was Yi Qing and Lei Hao who first regained their composure, rushing forth to engage him in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Xueqing found himself in a state of paralysis, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Hey, Xueqing, wake up. Tang Nan noticed something amiss with Xueqing and hastily transported him to a secure corner. A resonating echo reverberated in his mind. Questioning how one might choose in the face of death, Tom was no longer on his side. He drew forth an explosive crossbow bolt. Glancing at the arrow and then at his captain, realizing there was no time for hesitation. Captain, get back. Having replaced his crossbow bolt, Tang Nan pulled the trigger, sending the bolt soaring. The two swiftly distanced themselves, yet the arrow ascended, ultimately detonating against the ceiling, leaving a fissure in its wake. He continued to load another bolt. Get back, Tang Nan. He lifted his gaze to behold a wave of sword energy. He wished to flee, but his legs remained frozen. Am I to die? Just then, Xueqing regained his senses, swiftly seizing Tang Nan for an emergency lift. We are no longer indebted. He hurled Tang Nan to safety and turned back to join the fray, requesting to engage in battle. His expression hardened, and his soul energy enveloped him, radiating a golden glow. Oh, I hope you won't bore me. The scales of combat had not shifted with Xueqing's arrival. The battle remained overwhelmingly one-sided. Lei Hao and his companions were nearing exhaustion. In a final desperate effort, Yi Qing launched a wind vortex arrow, yet it veered away from Cassier, piercing through the ceiling's crack with a resounding blast. Boring struggles. I have had my fill. Cassier's face fell into disappointment as he instantly teleported before Yi Qing, delivering a powerful blow that sent her hurtling away. She coughed up blood, attempting to rise, but realizing her ankle had twisted. Witnessing Yi Qing's plight, Lei Hao charged at Cassier in fury. Cassier paid him no heed, twisting his body to evade the attack while countering with a swift thrust of his sword into Lei Hao's form. Unfazed, Lei Hao grasped the blade tightly. Shuqinghe. Shuqinghe emerged from the right, carving a significant gash into Cassier's body. Shock washed over Cassier. A human had managed to wound him. Meanwhile, Lei Hao, imbued with the power of lightning, vanished in a flash. Thunder Shadow. Create a lightning clone. The clone can absorb a degree of damage without dissipating. Cassier touched the blood streaming from his wound, a look of exhilaration lighting his face. Interesting, intriguing. Come, let me savor more. The two charged towards one another. A whirlwind of blades and swords, their movements blurred to the naked eye. All that remained were the sounds of clashing metal and the continuous emergence of fresh sword scars. As their speed intensified, so too did their fighting spirit. In the midst of battle, Lei Hao seized a moment to deflect Cassier's blade, launching an attack aimed at his heart, only to have it firmly grasped by Cassier's right hand. Magic energy explosion, with his left hand gathering strength. He struck towards Lei Hao, who, upon receiving the blow, was forcefully embedded into the wall. He fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. In an instant, Cassier appeared before Shuqinghe, launching a direct attack aimed at his face, knocking him down and rendering him unconscious. Observing the individual who had injured him, his expression contorted with rage, he could no longer suppress the desire to sever the man's head. As he raised his sword to deliver the fatal blow, a swirling arrow pierced through his chest. Turning to the direction from which the arrow had come, he saw Yi Qing. As she struggled to rise, she was met with Cassier's wrath, a death wish. A massive, blood-red sword energy surged towards her. Suddenly, a colossal shield materialized before Yi Qing, blocking the assault. Behind it stood a robust young man, his muscular arms showcasing his formidable strength. Seems I arrived just in time. Yi Qing, you've worked hard, he declared in a booming voice. Finally, Yuan Wenj had arrived, and Yi Qing sighed in relief before collapsing backwards. He quickly supported her, gently laying her down. Observing the newcomer, Cassier grew impatient. He discarded his sword, clenched his fists, and assumed a fighting stance. Yuan Wenj immediately grasped his intent. He stepped forward, mirroring the stance. Come on then, can you make this more exciting for me? Don't worry, I'll make you weep. Before he could finish, Cassier landed a punch squarely on his chest. Oh really? Cough, of course. They began to exchange blows, each strike resonating with intensity. Old Wei, do you know about the Storm Team? Of course, they are a unique entity within the Shadow Guards. Typically, a squad would consist of 1 or 2 veterans to command the operations, but this team is entirely composed of youngsters. Yet, they have successfully completed all assigned missions. I remember Yi Qing and Lei Hao were among them. However, a few months ago, Lei Hao took Yi Qing away from the squad, and they entered a period of rest. What a pity. After finishing his drink, Old Wei lamented, it hurts. I feel like all my bones are about to shatter. Awakening with great difficulty, Lei Hao opened his eyes to see Yi Qing receiving treatment from Tang Nan. Relieved, he attempted to rise, but was firmly pressed down. Enough. You need to be treated first. The one restraining him was a cold-faced youth, exuding an icy aura. Su Xiao, I don't need it. Cough, cough, cough. He wished to assert himself, yet his body betrayed him. If only he had known the chaos that would ensue. He should never have allowed you to take Yi Qing away. A vibrant girl brought the unconscious Shuqinghe over. Thank you for your effort, Nia. Could you please stop speaking with that poker face? She retorted, to which he chose to ignore her. How did you get here? We came via the fireworks. About half an hour after you entered, we also found our way into that passage. Due to the tremors, chaos ensued outside. Fortunately, that firework allowed us to pinpoint your location. Nia interjected, preempting Su Xiao's response as a form of retribution against him. Do not move, Captain. I shall tend to your wounds now. After completing the treatment for Yi Qing, Tang Nan hurried over to assess Lei Hao's condition, following some emergency measures. Lei Hao's injuries had been alleviated, but further treatment could only be administered once they returned. He could not afford to move just yet. Tang Nan warned the captain, who still attempted to rise. Your name is Tang Nan, correct? You must have some painkillers on hand. Su Xiao discerned Lei Hao's intentions and made a request on his behalf. No, absolutely not. You cannot fight any longer. Tang Nan replied with unwavering certainty. Please, Nan. The captain's resolute gaze left him no option but to sigh and administer the painkiller. Phew, thank you. By the way, when we return, I'll treat you all. What? Is that true? Have you lost your mind? Has the sun risen in the west? They exchanged incredulous glances, which only amplified the awkwardness. Of course, I always keep my word. If possible, he wished to find a hole to burrow into. If you wouldn't mind, could you assist that gentleman over there first? Cough, cough, cough. You're quite something, aren't you? Likewise. With that, the two resumed their fierce duel. The three fell into contemplation. Shall we first discuss where to dine after the mission? Let us seek out old man Kite. Or perhaps we could check out that barbecue place in Tiendo City. I remember it being quite good. Hey, Captain, this is not the time for such discussions. Tang Nan could not help but interrupt their chatter. At that moment, Yi Qing stood up and cleared her throat. Sister Yi Qing, I'm fine now. Everyone, our primary task is to vanquish this demon. Nia, you and Lei Hao will feign an attack, while Su Xiao, you shall execute the kill. Understood, sister, leave it to me. Electric Rat, let us proceed. Do not call me that. Understood, I shall handle it. My sword shall not disappoint you. At this very moment, Ka Xiu'er, filled with fervor, seized the black sword and launched an attack, simultaneously conjuring a short sword in his right hand for a sneak assault, which Yuan effortlessly deflected with his shield. Following that, a series of relentless strikes rained upon the shield, forcing Yuan to retreat step by step. At that instant, the three launched a simultaneous assault from different angles. Yuan reacted by violently striking back with his shield while activating his third soul skill, Shattered Rock. The immense force caused even a robust demon like Ka Xiu'er to momentarily lose his balance. The second soul skill, Thunder Lock, ensnared his right hand with several chains of lightning, while Nia employed her third soul skill, Infernal Binding, to restrain his left hand as he attempted to free himself. Su Xiao then swiftly advanced, summoning his martial spirit, which manifested as a silver longsword in his grasp. This is for you, Cold Frost. Utilizing his fifth soul skill, Ice Doom, the blade emanated a chilling aura that instilled trepidation. As Cold Frost pierced forth, Ka Xiu'er felt his strength ebbing, and in a sudden surge of force, he flung Nia away. Released from Infernal Binding, Nia grasped the chain of his right hand and hurled Lei Hao towards Yuan, who quickly stowed his shield to catch him. Thanks, brother. Meanwhile, Nia was caught by the swiftly approaching Su Xiao. Damn it, my power is waning. I must resort to this technique. Suddenly, Ka Xiu'er plunged his sword into the ground, channeling his power into the earth, causing a magical explosion. Instantly, the entire structure began to tremble, and fissures widened ominously. The building was on the verge of collapse. Yuan sensed the impending disaster, hoisting Lei Hao onto his shoulder, and turned to take hold of Yi Qing, crashing through a breach. Su Xiao soon followed, and before long, the entire cathedral transformed into a heap of ruins. That was a close call. We nearly became entombed alive. Lei Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, lamenting the escape of that demon. Not to worry. Su Xiao replied expressionlessly. That demon's corporeal form can no longer withstand its power and will inevitably disintegrate soon. By the way, have you gained weight? Shut up, Nia retorted, delivering a swift jab to his chin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yi Qing, counting heads, noticed something amiss. Where are Tang Nan and Xueqinghe? This question jolted everyone, and they quickly scanned the surroundings, collectively gazing toward the collapsed ruins. Oh no, we forgot about them. It's all your fault, Electric Rat. Why didn't you bring them along? Huh, it's my fault. Why didn't Su Xiao lend them a hand when he was running so fast? Why are you dragging me into this? The three were caught in a heated argument when Yi Qing and Yuan returned with both good news and bad news. The good news was that they were still alive. The bad news was that they were buried deep. Why not let brother Yuan use his abilities to raise them with a stone pillar? Yuan scratched his head, replying, if I do that, they might turn into meat patties before they even get out. Thus, they were left with only one option, to dig. However, the sound of approaching footsteps grew closer. The minions of the skeleton gang were streaming in relentlessly. It seemed they could not begin their task until this threat was dealt with. As per usual, the one with the most heads gets to order. Charge. Nia led the charge into the throng, proclaiming, I won't lose to you. Lei Hao activated his thunderous assault and plunged into the fray. Su Xiao soon joined the chaotic battle, while Yuan protected Yi Qing as they engaged in the conflict. That day may well become the most painful memory for the skeleton gang. Wake up, Xueqinghe, please wake up. Under Tang Nan's persistent calls, Xueqinghe finally opened his eyes. Seeing him regain consciousness, Tang Nen sighed with relief. Where are we? It hurts. Xueqinghe glanced around, noting the blue-silver grass surrounding them. Precisely speaking, we are beneath the ruins of the cathedral. 10 minutes prior, the building was on the brink of collapse. After Yuan Wen had shouted for them to flee, he, along with Lei Hao and the others, dashed out. Meanwhile, Tang Nen struggled to support Xueqinghe and could not move quickly as the ground continued to cave in, causing them to fall. As they plummeted, the ground approached rapidly below. He immediately activated his natural form, exhausting all his soul power to guide the blue-silver grass into forming a cushion, significantly mitigating the impact. However, when they landed, Tang Nen still suffered considerably. That hurt. I really pushed myself too hard. By the way, where's Xueqinghe? He promptly checked on Xueqinghe, only to find him still unconscious. This left Tang Nen deep in thought. Wait a moment. His body shows no severe injuries, and his breath is steady. But why is he still in a state of unconsciousness? As he pondered, Xueqinghe suddenly rose, exclaiming, Eh? However, he paid no heed to it. Continuing to advance slowly ahead, Tang Nen instantly sensed something amiss and hastened to his side, only to discover the emptiness in his gaze. It turned out that during the attack from Casual, he had simultaneously been cursed. This curse would force him to relive his most dreaded memories, ultimately leading him to choose self-destruction. Faced with such a predicament, Tang Nen felt utterly helpless and could only follow him in search of an escape. They found themselves in the basement of a church, where Casual's power had not been sufficient to cause the entire massive structure to collapse. As they sought a way out, Xueqinghe suddenly clutched his head with both hands, a pained expression crossing his face. He was ensnared in tormenting recollections, unable to extricate himself. At that moment, the ground began to tremble once more, and the collapse resumed. Seeing this, Tang Nen attempted to pull Xueqinghe away with him, but he was lost in memory. Resisting Tang Nan's efforts, with no other option, he began to drain the remaining soul energy within him, urging the blue-silver grass to envelop both himself and Xueqinghe. The falling debris struck the blue-silver grass incessantly, and Tang Nen gritted his teeth to endure. Finally, after 2 minutes, he sensed the tremors cease, allowing him to divert his attention to Xueqinghe's plight. No, Grandpa, I don't want to, Xueqinghe declared, his face contorted in anguish. All Tang Nen could do was care for him diligently, fulfilling his duty as a healer. He recalled what Grandpa Jack had said back in the village. If you feel unwell, sing a song. The melody will alleviate your pain. Thus, he gently laid Xueqinghe down, resting his head upon his knees, and began to sing. Truth be told, Tang Nen did not remember many songs, but he recalled a time when he had fallen gravely ill. One fateful night, amidst a relentless fever that threatened his life, he had heard a song that gradually eased his discomfort, allowing him to finally sleep soundly, after which his condition had unexpectedly improved. Drawing from that memory, he hummed softly. Sleep, sleep, my dear little darling. Do not fear or be sad. Listen, listen, the fairies are playing. Gradually, Xueqinghe's expression shifted from pain to relaxation, as if everything were progressing toward a brighter outcome. After a while, Xueqinghe slowly opened his eyes. So, we are still trapped underground, are we? He inquired. How are you feeling? I feel much better. Thank you for your help, he replied, and thank you for the song, even if your singing was rather off-key. Well, as long as you're all right, Tang Nen responded. With their combined efforts, they cleared away the debris that had buried them and resumed their search for an exit. Considering Xueqinghe's body was still in recovery, Tang Nen took the lead. Hey, Tang Nen, why did you choose to become a doctor? He suddenly asked from behind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Nen replied, I suppose it began when I was 5 years old, after falling gravely ill, which sparked this aspiration within me. What about you? Why did you venture out? Well, life at home was far too monotonous, so I arranged for Uncle Yang to sneak me out for a bit. Oh, so you are from the city? What wonders does it hold? There was nothing particularly novel. If anything, Uncle Yang had more to offer. As they conversed, an idea suddenly struck him. He slowly drew his sword and inquired, Why did you save me? Unaware of the unusual circumstances, Tang Nen promptly replied, You are my patient. As your doctor and partner, it is my duty to save you. Partner? He scoffed. I do not acknowledge you. With that, he sheathed his sword and hastened ahead. I will scout ahead. You should rest. No, you must take care of yourself. Suddenly, Xueqinghe halted, drawing his sword with caution. What is happening? As Tang Nen approached, Xueqinghe swiftly pushed him aside. Get back. In that instant, a crimson sword energy surged toward them, and a figure emerged, one they recognized all too well. Kashur. The two drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. At that moment, Kashur's power was waning, his body disintegrating. He had targeted Xue Qinghe. For the curse he had cast was designed to annihilate his soul, allowing him to seize control. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to compel Xue Qinghe to take her own life, she was roused by a discordant melody. This thought left him seething with rage. "You little brat, die." Filled with fury, he unleashed a lethal strike at Tang Nan, sending him sprawling, while simultaneously weaving a spell to bind Xue Qinghe. Preparing to take over her body, Tang Nan rolled several times upon impact before laboriously rising to his feet. His crossbow lay in ruins from absorbing the brunt of the attack, his armor was battered, and blood streamed from his forehead, the pain in his chest intensifying. After desperately injecting a painkiller, he retrieved the hand crossbow crafted by his father, replacing it with an explosive bolt and taking aim. "I made a promise to my father to become a man, so I will not allow you to harm him, demon." He fired without a trace of fear. Unbeknownst to Kashur, who was engrossed in his ritual, he remained oblivious to Tang Nan's actions until a thunderous boom echoed as the bolt struck his back, disrupting the ceremony once more. Enraged, he turned to glare at Tang Nan, who had repeatedly interfered. He resolved to eliminate him in the most brutal manner possible. Advancing slowly as Tang Nan's bolts flew at him, all missing their mark, he stood before Tang Nan, seizing his neck with increasing pressure, leaving Tang Nan gasping for air. "You little brat. I assure you, once I kill you, I will seek out your family and present them with your severed head before slaughtering them all." Hearing this, Tang Nan slowly raised his right hand, brandishing his hand crossbow with its final explosive bolt. With a mocking tone, he challenged, "Let us see if the arrow can still miss at this close range. Do you dare?" Before the words had left his mouth, he pulled the trigger once more. Bang! "Ah, bastard!" Kashur hurled Tang Nan away, clutching his face in agony. His face was a gruesome mess, blood and flesh scattered from the explosion. Tang Nan was not faring any better. His right hand was severely injured, the protective armor shattered, his visage marred with blood and severe burns. Kashur harbored a deep-seated hatred for Tang Nan, and as he contemplated tearing him apart, he suddenly coughed up blood. Realizing his body was on the verge of collapse, he quickly returned to Xue Qinghe's side to continue the ritual. Tang Nan, witnessing this, attempted to rise but found himself devoid of strength. An overwhelming chill, drowsiness, and fatigue enveloped him. "Father, have I succeeded?" He slowly closed his eyes. After he shut them, a voice resonated in his mind. "You have endured well. Leave the rest to me." Luo began to heal him. "On what grounds?" "Very well. I shall grant you this courtesy and initiate basic repairs." With great difficulty, he stood up, his eyes turning blood red. At that moment, Kashur's ritual was nearing completion when Tang Nan's sudden appearance interrupted it once again, sending Kashur several meters back with a single strike. "Who are you?" Kashur demanded. But Tang Nan ignored him, chanting incantations. "Break." The binding formation that constrained Xue Qinghe was instantly dispelled. Free from his restraints, Xue Qinghe prepared to charge forward, only to be halted by Tang Nan. "Xue Qinghe, do you have confidence to defeat him in one blow?" "I do, but..." Noting the hesitation on his face, Tang Nan inquired what he needed to do. 3 minutes, by me 3 minutes. Resolute, Xue Qinghe communicated his request. "Understood. Now watch me. Can you endure?" He smiled calmly, showcasing his hammer. "Trust me, partner." "Got it. I believe in you." He then began to gather strength for a decisive strike. As Tang Nan turned, he faced the onslaught from Kashur. Too slow. He calmly swung his hammer, repelling Kashur, then swiftly followed up with a blow to his left cheek and a knee strike. At this point, Kashur began to regain his composure, silently enduring Tang Nan's assault while accumulating power. Suddenly, a massive blood-red sword materialized. Tang Nan immediately blocked with his hammer, driving Kashur into the wall. "Look at you, aren't you quite the show-off? Go on, scream." "Ha ha." Tang Nan joined in the laughter. "It's fine. After all, I'm not the main character. Your time has come." "What?" A dazzling light emanated from behind him. Turning around, he saw Xue Qinghe, his golden hair unmasked and striking blue eyes gleaming, 3 pairs of wings particularly capturing Kashur's attention. "An angel? Demon, prepare for your judgment." As the words left his lips, the sword in his hand transformed into a colossal light blade. Instantly, Kashur gathered all his strength to resist, but as he attempted to raise his hand, he was ensnared by blue-silver grass. When he strained to break free, it was too late. The judgment blade had descended, the radiant light cleaving him in two. "Cursed!" he lamented in despair as he gradually faded away. At that moment, Tang Nan's eyes shifted back to blue. Gazing at the approaching Xue Qinghe, he smiled. An angel? So beautiful. With that, he collapsed heavily. Disciple? Wake up. At his master's call, Tang Nan opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered and confused. He beheld his master seated on a nearby chair, gazing at him with an expression of anticipation. Weakly surveying his surroundings, he inquired, Master, how did I come to be here? What transpired? The master elucidated, You sustained grave injuries, and I have already tended to your wounds. Now, it is imperative that you rest and recuperate. He then turned to announce to those outside that the young man had awakened. Is it true? Let me see, one exclaimed. Hey, don't push me, Lei. Another interjected. Mia, you really ought to lose some weight. Silence. As he observed the raucous group before him, Tang Nan's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to his master, who smiled and nodded, gesturing toward a certain direction. He is admiring the scenery by the small lake outside. Go seek him out. Xue Qinghe has sat by the lakeside, the tranquil waters reflecting her graceful silhouette. She gently caressed the cat perched on her knees, yet a cloud of melancholy lingered in her heart. Tang Nan appeared beside her, having just regained his health. Xue Qinghe, how are you? He asked softly, his tone imbued with concern. She nodded and smiled faintly. Thank you, Tang Nan. I am quite well. Taking a seat beside her, his gaze turned to the lake. It's truly beautiful. Reflecting on the past, it feels as though I have traversed the gates of hell. Xue Qinghe tilted her head to look at him. Why didn't you flee when you knew you could not defeat him? Tang Nan met her gaze with unwavering calm. Would I run away and abandon you, leaving you to fend for yourself? I cannot, nor will I. As a doctor and a companion, I have no justification to act otherwise. A moment of silence ensued, a glimmer of acknowledgement flitting through her eyes. You are right, partner. The two fell into a brief silence. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away Xue Qinghe's worries and his solitude. He spoke slowly. Can we become friends? Of course. We are friends now, are we not? Tang Nan replied without hesitation. Indeed. Thank you, my friend. The lakeside scene beneath the moonlight was breathtaking, evoking a sense of tranquility and serenity. The moonlight cast its glow upon the lake, rendering the waters particularly clear, reflecting the beauty of the moon and creating a picturesque tableau. They sat in quiet contemplation, absorbed in the moment. Chapter 7. Returning to the right path in the office of Officer Lei, he meticulously reviewed the mission report submitted by Yi Qing. Just then, Yang Hong arrived, and the two engaged in a discussion concerning the demon cashier mentioned in the report. Officer Lei furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. Yang Hong, what are your thoughts on this demon cashier? Yang Hong smiled slightly, appearing to have anticipated the question. Based on the report they submitted, Cashier is an exceedingly formidable demon. He possesses immense strength, rivaling Lei Hao's speed, and seems to wield a domain that can distort the surrounding space. Fortunately, they managed to exhaust him. Otherwise, it would have been dire. He paused. Oh, and you should take a look at this. With that, Officer Lei retrieved a large box from the cabinet on the right. Opening it to reveal a long sword, its blade a deep black, emanating a chilling and mysterious aura. The hilt of the sword is crafted from a peculiar white crystal, resembling frozen flames, both resilient and smooth. The breath of death. Yang Hong gazed at the sword, lost in contemplation. After a while, he inquired, Where did you acquire this sword? It is said to have fallen beside the disintegrated body of Cashiel. For further details, I suggest you consult the two little fellows you brought along, advised Commander Lei as he carefully wrapped the sword and handed it to him. Thank you, Lei Hui. By the way, won't you attend the celebration banquet with Lei Hao and the others? Yang Hong asked. To be honest, Lei Hao performed exceptionally well this time. I merely fear that my presence might render the atmosphere awkward. Observing his old friend scratching his head in exasperation, Yang Hong refrained from saying much more, only imparting a profound remark before his departure. Go take a look. Perhaps he is indeed looking forward to it. Is he? Lei Hui pondered silently. In the maintenance area. I sincerely apologize for damaging the protective gear crafted by my master. Relax, it's not a significant issue. The most important thing is that you are unharmed. Let me take a look, Master Wei replied. Seated in his bright and tidy workshop, the twilight glow streaming through the window and casting a long shadow across his face. As Tang Nan continuously apologized, Master Wei hastened to reassure him while meticulously examining the crossbow brought for repairs. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if the mysterious craftsmanship of the weapon had captivated him deeply. He scrutinized every detail of the crossbow, The intricate mechanisms and unknown manufacturing techniques presented him with an unprecedented challenge. This craftsmanship was unfamiliar to him, even absent from the ancient texts of the village. His brow furrowed as he fell into contemplation. The enigma of the crossbow's construction puzzled him, yet he was not deterred by the conundrum. On the contrary, determination and confidence shone in his eyes, a testament to his faith in his repair skills and his curiosity for the unknown. Tang Nan. This is the first time I have encountered such craftsmanship. It may take some time for me to study it, Master Wei remarked to Tang Nan, his voice imbued with caution and focus. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's expression revealed a hint of concern. Observing this, Master Wei continued, "Do not be disheartened. Rest assured. With your Grandpa Wei around, there is nothing that cannot be repaired. However, I will need a few days to study it. Is it acceptable for me to return to you in a week?" "Of course, that is perfectly fine. But why a week?" Tang Nan exhaled a sigh of relief, a grateful smile gracing his face. "Then it's settled. I shall first head to the intelligence hall to post a commission, and once the materials arrive, I will commence work." Master Wei let out a hearty laugh. "A commission? What is that?" "Oh, just a bit of starlight or needed for the repair of your protective gear." Noticing the young man's puzzled demeanor, Master Wei provided a brief explanation. To address the operational funding required by the organization and ensure suitable tasks for the teams, the Shadow Guard's Intelligence Hall collects requests from the city and nearby friendly villages. The hall then adjusts and formulates commissions based on specific circumstances for the Shadow Guards to undertake. As long as the price is reasonable, the Shadow Guards will resolve these issues. Of course, internal demands within the organization can also be met. However, if a commission is too ostentatious, the Intelligence Hall is unlikely to accept it, so you need not worry. Oh, hearing this, Tang Nan gained a new understanding of the situation. Suddenly, he glanced at the time and hurriedly remembered it was time for the celebration banquet. After bidding farewell to Master Wei, he rushed towards the dining hall. As Tang Nan exited, Yang Hong approached him. Noticing his arrival, Yang Hong eagerly called him over. "Look at this crossbow's craftsmanship. It greatly differs from our standard issue. I estimate its lethality can breach the protective soul power of a level 30 soul master within a range of 20 meters. If I am not mistaken, its prototype should be a repeating crossbow, albeit modified into a single-shot variant, resulting in a doubled range." "Remarkable." Yang Hong nodded in affirmation. He then suggested, "Old Yang, you should bring him over. If this weapon could be integrated into our arsenal, our operational efficiency would see a tremendous boost, and with modifications, it could even be deployed within the military. This individual is a genius. Such a vision is indeed splendid. However, alas, I am powerless in this regard. That person is unlikely to choose to join us, so you might as well relinquish hope." Observing Yang Hong's enthusiastic praise for the crossbow, he spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. "However, you have already met its modifier." Tang Nan. Master Wei raised a significant question. Upon receiving Yang Hong's affirmative response, Master Wei praised him for discovering a treasure. In a moment of triumph, Yang Hong suddenly recalled something important and quickly produced the breath of death. "Is this the breath of death?" As Master Wei recognized it, his brow furrowed instantly in concern. Yet, he was skeptical. Looking up at Yang Hong, he realized the truth upon seeing the absence of a jesting expression on his face. He extended his hand to grasp the sword, but as he approached, he felt a force resisting him. When he attempted to draw nearer, a ghostly blue flame erupted from his hand, the searing sensation causing him to retract it swiftly. Hiss! Damn, this sword must harbor his remnants. Go seek Fanis. She should currently be providing medical guidance in the infirmary. Understood. Should I fetch some burn ointment while I'm at it? No need. Just hurry along. After Master Wei expelled Yang Hong, he gazed at his burned hand, perplexed, and questioned. Is there truly a need to harbor such animosity towards me, Lois? In the bustling cafeteria, Lei Hao and his companions were engaged in a jubilant feast. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes and fine wines, as laughter and lively banter filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Hey, Lei Hao, let us toast. Lei Hao glared at Nia, a glint of challenge in his eyes, and declared, Nia, do you dare to compete in a drinking contest with me? Nia, undeterred, retorted, Electric Rat, of course I dare. Let us not forget who last succumbed at my feet. That was merely a misstep. Let us have a rematch. All right. The old rule applies. The old rule, whoever falls first pays the bill. Lei Hao smirked with pride, then turned to Su Xiao, inviting, Su Xiao. You should join us too. Su Xiao, with a resigned smile, waved his hand, saying, Lei Hao, is this truly necessary? Nevertheless, he picked up a cup and joined in. Yuan Wan, observing this lively scene, eagerly decided to partake as well. Watching the raucous quartet, Yi Qing chose not to join the drinking game. Instead, she sat beside Tang Nan, engaging in conversation. Her tone was calm and gentle, her face adorned with a faint smile. Yi Qing inquired, Tang Nan, who do you think will win this drinking contest? Tang Nan shrugged his shoulders with a hint of exasperation and replied, it is difficult to say. They all seem to be quite capable drinkers. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. By the way, Sister Yi Qing, is your work primarily focused on the extermination of demons? Tang Nan inquired while sipping his beverage. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing responded, in truth, that is not the case. Such events are merely incidental, throughout the year. There may be only a handful of demon extermination tasks that require the Shadow Guard's intervention. In most instances, our primary duty involves fulfilling commissions to earn a living. Tang Nan nodded silently, and they continued their conversation, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Just as Lei Hao was preparing to propose a toast, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. The person was tall and imposing, with a resolute countenance. It was Lei Hao's father, Lei Wan, their commanding officer. His arrival instantly silenced the entire cafeteria, drawing everyone's gaze towards him. Dressed in a dark coat, his hair somewhat tousled. His eyes shimmered with a blend of fatigue and determination. Lei Wan looked at his son, his eyes brimming with warmth and pride. He raised his glass and began to speak. At this moment, I wish to toast my son, Lei Hao. His voice trembled, revealing the rarity of his public address. The gathering fell silent, watching Lei Wan as if anticipating something profound. Lei Hao, you are my pride, Lei Wan continued, his voice thick with emotion. I acknowledge that I have harbored misunderstandings and mishandled certain matters. I hope you can forgive me. Lei Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at his son, awaiting a response. Lei Hao, touched, recognized the sincerity of his father's apology. With a gentle smile, he stepped forward, clinking his glass against his father's. Their eyes met. And in that moment, they both understood it was time for reconciliation. Dad, Lei Hao whispered, thank you. Their glasses met with a crisp sound, and the crowd erupted in applause, showering blessings upon the reconciled father and son. Come, everyone, 3, 2, 1 cheers. With Yi Qing's countdown, the assembly raised their glasses and began to celebrate. Observing this heartwarming scene, Tang Nan felt a swirl of emotions, perhaps stirred by memories of his own family. Shuqinghe, noticing his discontent, approached him with 2 cups of drink in hand, offering one to him as they began to chat. Shuqinghe, I miss home, Tang Nan lamented. I want to go back and find my brother. Oh, come now, don't cry. Have some of this drink, Shuqinghe hurriedly consoled him. But after taking a sip from his own cup, he realized something was amiss and quickly tried to intervene. Wait, don't drink that. Huh, what did you say? At that moment, Tang Nan had already taken a sip, his cheeks flushing red. You know, Shuqinghe, when we were battling the demon, I think I saw. Hick, a golden-haired big sister. Hick, she looked like an angel. He began to ramble, I like her. These were the last coherent words he uttered before succumbing to intoxication, and for some inexplicable reason, Shuqinghe's face also flushed. In contrast to the raucous atmosphere in the cafeteria, the infirmary exuded an eerie stillness. Yang Hong entered, bearing the weight of death, his presence like a shadow in the darkness, instilling a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Fanez was in the infirmary, guiding students through medical procedures. Her bright eyes sparkled with wisdom, reminiscent of a profound starry sky, harboring endless mysteries. Her hands, akin to the healing spring breeze, were gentle yet powerful, imbued with a profound reverence for life. When Fanez beheld the sword in Yang Hong's grasp, a flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze. She set aside her work, her expression turning serious as she followed Yang Hong to the rear chamber of the infirmary. Is this the breath of death? Fanez approached the sword slowly, uncertainty and fear evident in her eyes. As she delicately grasped the hilt, a shiver coursed through her at the mere touch of her fingers. She gazed intently at the blade, noting the unique carvings that exuded a chilling aura. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Her hand began to tremble, the subtle vibrations transmitting through her fingers and causing the blade to quiver slightly. Her eyes remained fixed upon the sword, as if attempting to glimpse its path through the cold, unyielding metal. Her brow furrowed, a glimmer of anguish illuminating her eyes. Fanez inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. She began to caress the blade meticulously, feeling every intricate groove, each one resembling scars that chronicled its trials and growth. Her fingers glided across the surface as though deciphering an ancient language only she could comprehend. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Yet Fanas fought valiantly to prevent them from spilling over. She lifted her gaze and spoke calmly. This sword harbors fragments of his essence. Yang Hong, he is still alive. Can you be certain? Where is he now? Yang Hong inquired anxiously upon hearing this revelation. I do not know. I can only sense that his soul should be here. Yet I cannot perceive him. She embraced the breath of death, a potent vitality emanating from her being. Calm down. Fanas, did you not just declare he is still alive? Yes, he is alive, but why was I not by his side then? In that moment, her emotions surged forth, and she clutched Yang Hong's garment tightly. Weeping like a child, her tears cascaded down her face, tracing the deep scar, as if narrating the pain and struggles she had endured. Fanas's sobs resonated in the air, a sound entwined with boundless sorrow and infinite hope. With Yang Hong's comfort, Fanas gradually regained her composure. She restored her former demeanor, urging, You may go. Take good care of this sword. Very well, I shall take my leave. As she watched Yang Hong depart with the sword, Fanas gazed out the window. Louis, I shall assuredly find you. I promise. The following day marked the time for departure. The group prepared farewell gifts for Tang Nan, expressing their intent to take him on a delightful excursion upon his next visit. Upon receiving the gifts, Tang Nan responded with heartfelt joy, agreeing enthusiastically. It is time for you to leave, Tang Nan. Xue Qinghe reminded him, acknowledging the passage of time as Tang Nan followed him to his master's side. As the teleportation array activated, the two waved their hands. Farewell, everyone. A beam of light descended upon Nodding Academy, and the three alighted safely. Tang Nan, until we meet again, I shall accompany you a short distance. The master glanced at Xue Qinghe while speaking, who remained silent. Understood, master. A sudden thought struck him. He turned back and called out to Xue Qinghe. Hey, Xue Qinghe, let's team up next time, shall we? Partner. Yes, definitely. A glimmer of warmth flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes, and the formation resumed its operation. As they journeyed, Yang Hong observed Xue Qinghe with deep concern. How do you feel? Did you gain anything this time? He asked, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly awaiting Xue Qinghe's response. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly, his tone calm as he replied. I feel quite good. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze imbued with a sense of stubbornness and determination. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's reply, Yang Hong relaxed his brow, and his expression softened. He nodded in approval of Xue Qinghe's response. Xue Qinghe's fingers gently caressed the crescent-shaped pendant that Tang Nan had given him at the camp. A warm current surged within him. His eyes sparkled with gratitude and appreciation. When they arrived at the back garden of the Tiando Empire, a person resembling Xue Qinghe rushed over anxiously. Great, just in time. You go ahead, he exclaimed, pushing the bewildered Xue Qinghe forward before swiftly retreating into the formation. Goodness. This is truly. Xue Qinghe turned around, his gaze sharp as he regarded the approaching soldiers. He contemplated the pendant given to him by Tang Nan, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up inside. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he slowly spoke. Let us continue our way back. In unison, the soldiers responded, Yes, Your Highness. Their expressions were serious as they escorted him back. Tang Nan excitedly flung open the door of the school building and leaped into his brother's embrace. Tang Sen held him tightly, his eyes shimmering with affection and concern. Brother, I have missed you so much. Tang Nan buried his head in Tang San's chest, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Tang Sen gently caressed Tang Nan's head, tenderly expressing, I miss you dearly, so please do not cry. His tone was imbued with affection and care. I haven't been crying, Tang Nan quickly replied, wiping his face and lifting his head, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He eagerly shared his recent experiences with Tang San, recounting the activities he had engaged in and the new friends he had made. Tang San listened attentively to Tang Nan's narrative, a smile and a look of concern gracing his face. He occasionally nodded, signifying his acknowledgement and support for Tang Nan. Brother, I believe I have found my direction, Tang Nan exclaimed with excitement. Tang San's gaze softened, and he grasped Tang Nan's hand firmly, gently proclaiming, Very well, Nan. I believe you will become an exceptional person. Their exchange was profound and sincere, as they shared their experiences and emotions with one another. The bond they nurtured deepened through their conversation, providing mutual support, encouragement, and inspiration. As they spoke, the sun gradually descended, casting a golden glow through the windows of the school building. Their silhouettes appeared particularly warm and harmonious in the fading light. In a side story, Star Silver or fatigue overwhelmed them. How much longer must we search? Lei Hao lamented, slumping to the ground in a display of protest. All right, just a bit more effort. We only have one last marker to find, Yi Qing reassured, glancing at the map filled with red crosses. Nia scoffed, if it weren't for some fool who, without a second thought, accepted the task supposedly meant for our little brother, we wouldn't have to rush through this. With a disdainful glance at Lei Hao, she concluded her jab. Seeing this, Su Xiao quickly positioned himself between the two to diffuse the tension, preventing an escalation. At that moment, their group had ventured deep into the Stardow forest, aiming to locate the elusive Star Silver ore. However, the search proved daunting, with dozens of caves yielding no results until they reached the last marked mine on the latest map. Upon entering the cave, they were immediately struck by the cold and damp atmosphere. Yi Qing gestured for everyone to remain vigilant. Their footsteps echoed ominously within the cavern, creating an eerie and tense ambience. As they approached a fork in the path, for the sake of efficiency, Lei Hao, Nia, and Su Xiao proceeded together, while Yu Qing and Yuan went paired off. The trio continued their noisy advance, navigating the intricate passages until they arrived at a rocky clearing. They dispersed immediately, with Lei Hao selecting what he deemed the most promising spot to excavate. Just a short distance behind him, a pair of cerulean eyes watched intently. As he struck a stone with his pickaxe, preparing to break it open, he suddenly sensed someone observing him. He glanced around. Apart from the two others digging elsewhere, nothing seemed amiss. Turning back, he struck the stone, and at the moment it cracked open, a faint starlight shimmered forth. Eureka! I found it! He exclaimed, thrilled. Hey, Nia! Su Xiao, come quickly! Hearing the commotion, Nia and Su Xiao hurried over. What happened? Nia inquired, puzzled by Lei Hao's excitement. The ore. It's right here, he declared, holding out his hand. In your hand? Are you certain? Nia questioned, pointing at his now empty palms. Lei Hao looked down in confusion, realizing the ore had vanished. Just then, Su Xiao sensed something amiss and quickly alerted them. Listen, what is that? Following his gaze, they beheld a small tiger lounging atop the ore. Its fur a deep purple-black, with enchanting azure eyes. How adorable! Nia exclaimed, utterly captivated by the charming little creature. She crouched down to caress his fur. The little tiger, sensing no malice, allowed her gentle touch and soon began to gnaw on the mineral. Upon witnessing this, Lei Hao, without uttering a word, rushed over and kicked it away. Do not nibble on my treasure. Nia hurriedly caught the little creature, soothing it softly while admonishing. What are you doing? Don't frighten him. Oh, it's all right. Little one, do not be afraid. In silence, Lei Hao picked up the mineral and proceeded to conduct a further examination with Su Xiao. Once they confirmed everything was in order, the three of them began their work, unaware that true danger was lurking nearby. While Nia was amusing the little tiger, perhaps a bit too exuberantly, it let out a cry. This seemingly innocuous sound took the three of them by surprise as a massive figure appeared before them. The little tiger sensed something amiss and began to wail. Nia noticed as well, and when she recognized what was before her, she froze in place. Su Xiao, perceiving the disturbance, turned to look and was also rendered immobile. Only Lei Hao, oblivious to the situation, continued to labor vigorously. Su Xiao, pass me the hammer. Lei Hao gestured, and after a considerable pause, Su Xiao slowly handed it over. Taking the hammer, Lei Hao remained unaware of the impending peril and continued to dig. When he attempted to have Su Xiao catch the hammer, he noticed his companion's delayed response and turned to investigate the cause, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. An adult blade tiger was glaring at them menacingly. We're doomed, was the first thought that flashed through Lei Hao's mind. He slowly turned to face his companions, questioning them with his eyes as to why they hadn't alerted him. The two responded in confusion. Didn't you notice such a commotion? Attempting to maintain his composure, Lei Hao cast a friendly glance towards the great tiger, offering a smile in an effort to communicate non-threateningly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved the little tiger from Nia's arms, gently stroking it as he approached her, trying to convey goodwill. However, the little tiger had no patience for him, promptly biting down and swiftly retreating beneath its mother, satisfied that her child was unharmed. The blade tiger pointed at the mineral with her paw and let out a low growl, indicating that they should leave their belongings and depart. Understanding the implications, Lei Hao refused to comply, immediately adopting a stance and drawing his weapon, preparing for a confrontation. The blade tiger, sensing the danger, lowered her body. Nia, Su Xiao, we should, he began, only to find no response. A glance to the side revealed that they had vanished without a trace. What ungrateful companions, he thought. And seeing that they had fled, he hastily sheathed his weapon, donning a friendly demeanor once more to express his goodwill, which left the tiger bewildered. The blade tiger regarded the oddly behaving human with a quizzical tilt of her head. Seizing this opportunity, Lei Hao began to slowly maneuver away while engaging in nonsensical chatter. Just as he created sufficient distance, the little one scampered back to its mother's ear, calling out and gesturing with its paws. Listening intently, the blade tiger's brow furrowed as she turned her gaze towards Lei Hao. With her attention focused back on him, he felt the weight of her scrutiny. His heart raced with 1,000 thoughts. After a brief moment, he devised a plan. Hey, don't be angry. Look over there. Lei Hao executed a diversionary tactic. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he turned and fled, only to hear the furious roar of the deceived tiger, echoing like a thunderstorm. He dashed forward as two figures, one clad in blue and the other in purple, weaved through the cavern. Unable to shake them off, Lei Hao sought refuge within the rocks, successfully evading their pursuit. After watching the tiger leave with her cub after a fruitless search, he sighed in relief. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the back, startling him into a yell. Nia and Su Xiao were equally alarmed, causing Lei Hao to retreat swiftly, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Don't come any closer. I'm not afraid of you, he declared, though his trembling hand betrayed him. Only when he recognized it was Su Xiao and the others did he finally relax. Collapsing onto the ground, the magic blade tiger returned to its previous excavation site and laid down to rest, while the three of them, hidden behind a nearby rock, observed the serene scene of the two tigers. It seems we have unwittingly disturbed their lair, Su Xiao calmly assessed. Indeed, should we consider relocating our digging efforts? Nia suggested. I strongly advise against it. Finding a new excavation site would consume too much time. Su Xiao promptly dismissed her proposal. You two are so ungrateful, Lei Hao lamented, gazing at them with disappointment. For a moment, the two felt the weight of his ghostly reproach, turning their heads away, with Nia even whistling to lighten the mood. While Lei Hao continued his relentless murmuring. Eventually, the two, unable to bear their guilt, apologized and promised to treat him to a meal upon their return. Seeing their sincere contrition, Lei Hao accepted their apology. The three of them peered around the rock towards the tigers. As they observed the colossal beasts in the distance, they retreated behind the stone to strategize. What if we just charge in and take them down? Lei Hao proposed, only to be met with simultaneous denunciations from the other two. No way. Is there anything other than brute force you can think of? Nia, irritated, struck his head, causing a sizable bump. Ouch. Then what do you suggest? Lei Hao retorted angrily. How about using firearms? Nia proposed. No. The power of firearms would merely tickle a soul beast of this magnitude, and we lack the high-caliber ammunition, Su Xiao countered, offering his perspective. I believe she harbors no ill intent towards us. We can stealthily approach, gather sufficient ore, and then retreat. Both Nia and Lei Hao found this suggestion appealing, prompting them to quickly fashion disguises. Observing their rudimentary camouflage, Nia scoffed, it's so ugly. Nevertheless, they donned their gear and prepared to proceed. Meanwhile, the mother tiger and her cub rested on the ground. Shielded by their mother's paws, the curious little one, upon hearing a noise, stealthily emerged to investigate. Excitedly spotting the three dark figures inching closer, he scampered over in delight. As Lei Hao and his companions clumsily approached, the little tiger suddenly let out a yowl, causing Lei Hao and Nia to collide. Ignoring their pain, they looked toward the sleeping tiger mother, relieved to see she remained undisturbed. Nia gazed at the little darling tugging at her pant leg and gently said, Stop being mischievous, little one. We have matters to attend to, and we shall play another time. With that, she continued on her way. However, the little one remained steadfast, refusing to let go. Unable to bear the sight, Lei Hao delivered a mild electric shock to the little creature. In pain, the small one glared fiercely at Lei Hao. In response, Lei Hao impatiently waved his hand, declaring, I have no time to play with you, be off. He resumed his progress. The furious little tiger charged forward, sinking its teeth into Lei Hao's backside. Startled, Lei Hao jumped up, only to be met by the little tiger's claws as it leapt onto his face, scratching furiously. The commotion roused the tiger mother, and upon seeing her awake, Su Xiao hastily took Nia and fled. The awakening tiger, still groggy, approached Lei Hao, observing the chaotic scene before her. Do you believe me, little one? Just as Lei Hao finally managed to catch the mischievous creature to teach it a lesson, a sudden huff left him momentarily stunned. Like a robot, he slowly turned his head to face the awakening tiger mother. In a respectful manner, Lei Hao set the little tiger down and hurriedly explained his presence, then turned and ran away. The tiger mother, adhering to the notion of seeing him off, swatted him away with a powerful claw. She then picked up her cub and returned to her slumber. Lei Hao, having been flung away, collided with the wall. Crawling out, his vision clouded with stars. He stubbornly declared to the approaching duo, "I'm fine." However, darkness soon enveloped him as he collapsed. "Ah, I see." Yiqing remarked with a resigned glance at the unconscious Lei Hao after listening to Nia and the others. Same old, always so reckless. That mischievous little rascal. Lei Hao resolved that upon waking, he would capture the little tiger that had persistently thwarted his plans and give it a proper scolding. To this end, he devised a grand scheme. He produced a large chicken leg, secured a rope at one end, and with a vigorous throw, sent it flying in front of the tiger. "Is this your plan?" Nia looked at Lei Hao with disdain. "Of course, I don't believe this little one will resist." After a while, the enticing aroma of meat lured the little creature out, and upon spotting the chicken leg, it pounced eagerly. "Heh, it's hooked." Lei Hao grinned wickedly as he yanked the little tiger, leg and all, towards him. Approaching the tiger, now engrossed in its feast. Lei Hao's electric energy was at the ready. "There's no need to be angry. There's no point in squabbling with a spirit beast, is there?" Yuan intervened, restraining the mischievous Lei Hao while soothing him. Accepting his brother's reasoning, Lei Hao set aside his electrifying intentions. Yet, when he observed the little one nuzzling against Yiqing, an unbidden ire surged within him, and a murderous intent emerged. Yuan quickly held him back, urging him to remain calm. The little tiger, sensing his reaction, became even more audacious. Nia and Su Xiao, witnessing Lei Hao's frustration, were unable to stifle their laughter and exchanged amused glances. Who would have thought our electric rascal was such a jealous one? Nia laughed heartily, and even Su Xiao could not resist joining in the mirth. "Ah, I will take you down," Lei Hao exclaimed. "Stay calm," they urged, their laughter ringing out. "Today, the electric rascal has his day," they chortled, reveling in the amusement. As Lei Hao glowered in silence, a glance at the little creature in his arms ignited a spark of inspiration in Yiqing. "Isn't your fourth soul skill capable of transforming into someone else's likeness?" Upon hearing her words, the others seemed to grasp the implication, collectively turning their gaze towards Lei Hao. "Oof, of course it can. What are you all staring at me for?" He turned around to see the mischievous grins on their faces. Realizing they understood the situation all too well, he retreated quietly, exclaiming, "I don't want to." Ultimately, Lei Hao bore the weight of it all, stepping forward and casting a glance back at those who cheered him on. After receiving their disdainful looks, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "Hey, big silly cat. Come see what this is." The drowsy magic blade tiger glanced at him before turning its head away to continue its slumber, completely ignoring Lei Hao. Frustrated by the lack of response, Lei Hao resorted to his ultimate move. He activated his fourth soul skill, Lightning Shadow, conjuring the little magic blade tiger. With his right hand holding it aloft, he continued to call out. Annoyed, the magic blade tiger swiped its paw, creating a gust of wind that struck him like a sharp blade. Lei Hao swiftly dodged, gulping as he observed the deep imprint left on the ground. Noticing Lei Hao struggle, Yiqing decided to lend a hand, even though she felt slightly guilty. She snatched the chicken leg from the little creature's mouth, prompting it to wail in protest. Aware of the commotion, she quickly returned the chicken leg to it, muttering, "Take care, Lei Hao." Upon hearing its offspring's cries, the magic blade tiger immediately looked down into its embrace, realizing the child was missing. In a panic, it spotted the human holding the child from afar and, mistaking the situation, surged forward. "Come on. Oh my gosh, that was fast." Lei Hao had barely registered the magic blade tiger rising when it had already closed half the distance between them. Terrified, he activated Lightning Shadow and sprinted backward, with the magic blade tiger hot on his heels, leaving deep marks on the ground. "All right, let us act." With the creature distracted, the others promptly set to work mining the ore. Yiqing held the little one securely to prevent any erratic movements, as per their plan, which was Lei Hao's lifeline. She cast a hopeful glance towards Lei Hao's fleeing form, praying for his safety. Goodness, that creature runs incredibly fast. Watching as the gap between them narrowed, Lei Hao was compelled to change direction, darting into the more treacherous debris field. Utilizing his agile movements and relatively smaller stature, he successfully maneuvered around it, becoming enveloped by the interspersed stone columns. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the magic blade tiger erupted with a roar, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the surrounding columns, before crouching low and launching into a swift charge. The interlaced stone columns did nothing to impede its speed as it barreled directly toward him. "Oh my goodness, is it cheating?" Aghast, Lei Hao took off running. Watching the relentless ticking of the clock, he fervently wished for one thing. Can this thing move any faster? All right, done. This should suffice. The group wiped the sweat from their brows and collapsed onto the ground to rest. I hope that electric rat is all right. Confronted by Nia's anxious inquiries, Su Xiao offered a reassuring response. It should be fine. Just then, Lei Hao dashed past them, closely pursued by an enraged blade tiger mother. Realizing the urgency, the group hastily secured the oars and followed suit. Haha, I can't run anymore. I need to find a place to hide. Exhausted, Lei Hao scanned his surroundings and discovered a cavernous opening, spacious within. Wonderful. At that moment, the blade tiger charged towards him, prompting Lei Hao to hastily retreat into the cave. The thwarted blade tiger collided with the entrance, driven by fury as it violently attacked the opening in an attempt to widen it. Observing the widening cracks, Lei Hao understood that lingering here was unwise. He summoned his soul power, preparing for a final stand. As the creature delivered its last strike, the entrance burst open, allowing Lei Hao to execute his final maneuver and dart out from beneath the creature. However, in his haste, he was swept off his feet by a powerful tail, pinned to the ground by one of the beast's claws. Noticing the immobile cub nearby, the blade tiger attempted to check on its condition. Just as its paw approached, the cub vanished in a flash of lightning. With a roar of realization, the blade tiger turned its gaze toward Lei Hao. He was about to offer an explanation when the creature's gaping maw loomed perilously close. Help! Stop, big guy. Just look at what this is. As the blade tiger prepared to devour Lei Hao, Yu Qing and the others arrived just in time. She raised the cub high in an attempt to capture the creature's attention. Upon hearing the cub's cries, the blade tiger indeed halted, turning its head to let out a fierce growl. Understanding the situation, Yu Qing gently set down the cub and quickly distanced herself. Only then did the blade tiger lift its paw from Lei Hao. The satisfied little one bounded over to its mother, and after confirming the cub's safety, the blade tiger picked it up, suddenly pausing to glance back at Yu Qing, lowering its head slightly in a gesture of gratitude before swatting Lei Hao with its tail as a warning. Subsequently, the mother and cub returned to their lair. Thus, the mission was completed successfully. Su Xiao animatedly reported the events to Officer Lei Wan, who erupted in hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the infirmary buzzed with lively chatter. Nia, could you be a bit gentler? Be quiet. This is how I operate. If you have a problem, seek someone else. TCH, if it weren't for little brother being here, I wouldn't need you. Oh, be gentle. Apologies, Captain. Nia, don't be too rough. I know, Sister Yi. I have my own measure. Hee hee. Yi Qing, save me. Oh. Dr. Fanish chuckled at the cheerful scene before him. Such vitality. Chapter 8. Parting time flew by, and a year swiftly passed. Graduation loomed on the horizon. And at this juncture, Tang Nan's soul power stood at level 22, while his siblings approached level 30. The realization that his soul power had only increased by a single level over the year left Tang Nan feeling frustrated. He scoured records of ailments throughout history, yet found none that aligned with his current predicament. Why was this happening? Observing the unwavering determination of his disciple, Master Yang Hong felt compelled to take action. He approached his apprentice and gently tapped the top of his head with his cane. It's unnecessary, he remarked. Master, Tang Nan exclaimed, rubbing his head as he gazed up at his mentor, tears seemingly welling in his eyes. I merely seek an answer. Ah, foolish disciple, what answer could there possibly be? In my eyes, the speed of a soul master's cultivation does not determine anything. You have already surpassed most in excellence. With that, he struck his cane once more. How long do you intend to postpone the assignments I have given you? Ah, I had forgotten. I will attend to it immediately, master. At the sound of his mentor's urging, the sorrowful tears vanished in an instant, replaced by a flurry of anxiousness. He hurriedly returned all the books to their rightful places. But in his haste, he stumbled and fell. Seeing his disciple revert to his usual self, Elder Yang resumed his seat, watching with keen interest as he sipped his tea. Ouch! Tang Nan exclaimed. Master, what is that? After falling, he looked up to see the sword, Death's Breath, displayed on the shelf, and he curiously inquired about it. Oh, that is merely a sword intended to instill fear, Yang replied. Fearsome? Is it truly so? Master, may I touch it? Well, all right. Yang hesitated briefly but soon acquiesced. Once given permission, Tang Nan approached the sword. As he extended his hand, he noticed it trembling uncontrollably. In disbelief, he gazed at the blade. Just as he considered relinquishing his attempt, a voice echoed in his mind. Take it. Suddenly, a colossal black dragon materialized behind him, roaring and urging him closer. As Tang Nan grasped the sword, he uttered, "Thank you." The black dragon transformed its previously stern demeanor, now expressing gratitude in a gentle tone. "Thank you." What? Startled, he realized he had indeed seized the sword. "So beautiful," Tang Nan murmured, instinctively examining it more closely. As he caressed the blade, it seemed to respond, emanating a faint azure light. At that moment, he noticed inscriptions etched into the sword, whispering, "Listen to the voice of the soul, thus life is born." Meanwhile, Elder Yang furrowed his brow, calmly observing Tang Nan. As the disciple's hand neared the sword, he felt no anticipated resistance. This unexpected outcome stirred profound ripples within Yang's mind, akin to waves lapping at the shores of a lake. He pondered, is this truly happening? Why does death's breath not reject him? Yang's gaze remained fixed on the sword in Tang Nan's grasp, his heartbeat echoing like a drum, pounding rhythmically against his chest. Upon hearing his disciple's murmurs, he was filled with astonishment, even a hint of disbelief. How could this be? A revelation gradually materialized in his mind. "Tang Nan." He called out calmly, "Master, what is it?" Tang Nan turned back, now fully aware of his mentor's presence, his one jade green eye particularly striking. However, the emerald hue of his eyes swiftly faded back to blue. Observing the unusual change in his disciple, Elder Yang realized he must be correct. He then beckoned Tang Nan to return the sword to its original place and instructed him to continue with his studies, while he himself opened a fissure and slipped inside. Following this incident, life seemed to revert to its normal course, and after several months had passed, Tang Nan finally prepared to celebrate his graduation ceremony. They had successfully graduated from the Nodding Academy. The three of them returned to Holy Soul Village, filled with laughter and merriment, where Grandpa Jack had prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. The house was rarely filled with such joyous sounds. After dinner, Tang San and Tang Nan stepped outside to bask in the evening breeze. The two of them made their way to the grassy expanse, where the gentle night wind caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing and pleasant fragrance. They sat on the grass, leaning against the ancient phoenix tree, relishing the beauty of this splendid evening. Tang San turned to Tang Nan and smiled, saying, "Do you know, I have never seen the outside world. Yet, I do not harbor any regrets, for here lies our home, surrounded by our loved ones." Tang Nan gazed at his brother, his heart brimming with reverence. He comprehended his brother's sentiment. The two had traversed countless joyous moments and faced numerous hardships together, forging an indelible bond between them. "Indeed, I too hold a deep affection for this place," Tang Nan murmured softly. "Although the world beyond is resplendent, it is here that our roots lie." The brothers sat in serene silence, savoring this ordinary yet exquisite moment. In the evening breeze, they seemed to hear the chorus of frogs in the fields and the distant dingling of cowbells, these familiar sounds evoking a profound sense of contentment within them. Tang San gently closed his eyes, allowing the evening breeze to caress his cheeks, and his mood seemed to lighten. He felt as though he could sense the breath of nature, its tranquility and peace bringing him unparalleled comfort. "Tang Nan, do you know?" Tang San spoke softly. "My greatest wish is to safeguard this home and protect our loved ones." Tang Nan silently listened to his brother's heartfelt thoughts. Aware that this was the most sincere emotional exchange between them, the two gazed quietly into the distance. After a long while, Tang Nan suddenly spoke, his tone resolute and earnest. "Brother, I have made my decision." Tang San raised his head, gazing at Tang Nan, his eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and concern. "What have you decided?" he inquired. "I wish to continue my studies under Elder Yang. I aspire to become a great physician." Tang Nan's tone was imbued with determination and anticipation. Tang San fell silent for a moment, their gazes intertwining under the moonlight, as if they could sense each other's concern and trust. Then, he gently nodded and, with a smile, said, "I support your decision, Tang Nan." Upon hearing his brother's encouragement, a flicker of gratitude and joy illuminated Tang Nan's eyes. He understood that this choice not only pertained to his personal aspirations but also profoundly affected the deep bond shared with Tang San. Tang San's support stood as a formidable pillar for him to realize his dreams and served as a testament to the tacit understanding between the two brothers. "Thank you, brother." Tang Nan's voice trembled slightly, yet it resonated with unwavering determination. "I will strive to fulfill my dreams and not let you down." Tang San grasped Tang Nan's hand tightly, his gaze filled with unwavering encouragement. "I believe in you, Tang Nan. You will undoubtedly become a great doctor." On that night, the hearts of the two brothers were inseparably intertwined, their dreams and convictions shimmering under the moonlight. They understood that no matter how rugged the path ahead may be, as long as they trusted and supported one another, they could triumph over any adversity together. A few days later, The soft dawn light seeped through the cracks of the window, gently illuminating Tang Nan's slumbering face. He remained lost in dreams, drowsily attuned to the sounds around him. Suddenly, a polite yet urgent knock at the door shattered the morning tranquility. Tang Nan furrowed his brow, reluctantly rising from his bed, his heavy footsteps leading him to the door. He opened it, and a beam of morning sunlight cascaded upon his face, compelling him to squint. Bathed in the light, a hazy figure stood at the threshold. It was an elderly man. Although the passage of time had etched deep lines upon his visage, he remained upright, vibrant in spirit. "My dear apprentice, I have come to fetch you." Mr. Yang's voice, though slightly hoarse, resonated with warmth. Tang Nan blinked, finally discerning the visage of Elder Yang. A surge of anticipation welled within him, yet it was accompanied by a tinge of reluctance. He understood that the moment had arrived. Turning his gaze toward the interior of the house, he beheld his family, his brother Tang San and his sister Xiaowu. They were his closest kin. The bonds he could not sever. "I must depart." Tang Nan's voice trembled, laden with uncertainty about the future and a deep-seated yearning for home. Upon hearing his words, Tang San and Xiaowu hurried over, their hearts brimming with sorrow. Xiaowu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip, striving to suppress her emotions. With a forced smile, she gently stroked her younger brother's head, earnestly admonishing, "Please remember to write to us and keep us informed of your well-being. And if anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to let us know. Tang San and I will seek vengeance for you." Tang San held Tang Nan's hand tightly, his gaze resolute and warm. "You must be brave." Tang San's voice trembled slightly. Tang Nan took a deep breath, aware that he must depart. He could no longer linger in the past. He needed to pursue his dreams and carve his own path. He bowed deeply to his brother and sister, then straightened up, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. He understood that Elder Yang would guide him towards uncharted territories, and he would bravely embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood at the entrance, watching as Tang Nan gradually followed Elder Yang into the distance, their hearts filled with a sense of longing. Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's face uncontrollably, while Tang San furrowed his brow, clenching his fists tightly. Once Tang Nan's figure had completely vanished from sight, the two slowly turned to head back. At that moment, a final shout echoed from afar. "Goodbye, brother and sister. I will write to you." The voice was imbued with genuine emotion and reluctance. Upon hearing the shout, the two couldn't help but smile, responding in unison, "Safe travels." Observing his disciple's fervent exclamation, Elder Yang spoke slowly, "Tang Nan, it is time to depart." He then recited a spell to activate the teleportation. Coming to his senses, Tang Nan promptly slung his bag over his shoulder and quickened his pace. "Master, where is our next destination?" "Heh, you'll find out after a wait," Elder Yang said, feigning profundity while noticing the eager glint in his disciple's eyes. "Our next stop is Shrek Academy." Chapter 9. Entrance Examination. I am Tang Nan, a young man determined to become an exemplary doctor. Not long ago, I bid farewell to my elder siblings and set forth on my journey with my master. Arriving at the esteemed Shrek Academy, before me stood a tall and handsome young man with golden hair, named Dai Mubai, who was now charging towards me. What should I do? I am anxiously waiting online, but upon closer inspection, he truly is quite striking. Go for it, disciple. Hold on for just a moment. Why must I engage in a fight? An hour ago. Alas, we have successfully landed. Is that Shrek? Master? The young man gazed eagerly at the village before him, looking expectantly at his master. No, that is not it. Shrek lies further ahead, Elder Yang replied, shrugging his shoulders. Descending the slope, the two walked through the village until they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. However, the initial impression left Tang Nan somewhat incredulous that this was the esteemed institution his master had described. "Master, is this truly our destination?" Tang Nan asked in disbelief. Pointing at the dilapidated gate, the precarious sign, and the leisurely old man basking in the sun at the entrance, Elder Yang stroked his beard, assessing the scene with a serious demeanor. It seems the sign will need some repairs soon. That is not the point, master." Their commotion roused the old man from his slumber under the sun. He opened his eyes slightly and scanned the two of them, indifferent as he remarked, "Apologies. But you two should leave. Enrollment is several months away, and you have arrived too early." He then resumed, lounging on his chair in the sun. "Apologies. We are here to see Dean Flander. Here is a letter." Elder Yang politely stated their purpose and promptly produced the letter. Upon hearing they were there for the dean, the old man nearly fell over. After carefully inspecting the letter and confirming it bore the dean's handwriting, he pointed toward a large building behind him. "The dean is over there." Thank you, young man. Thank you, old sir. Scattered buildings, old yet tidy houses. This place doesn't seem too dreadful after all. Tang Nin admired the scenery along the way, and his impression of the academy underwent a significant transformation. Soon, they arrived at a house. Old Yang knocked on the door, and upon hearing the invitation from within, he pushed it open. A man, appearing to be around 50 years old and clad in a dark robe, was lounging leisurely in a chair, even with his eyes closed. There was a hint of cunning in his features. Upon seeing old Yang, he quickly rose with a smile, inviting him to take a seat. Uncle Yang, you've arrived so soon. You remain as formidable as ever. So where is the item I requested? The man displayed an unusual excitement, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Sensing his reaction, Tang Nan obediently hid behind his master, trembling slightly. For some reason, he found this individual rather intimidating. Observing this, old Yang hastily retrieved a bag of money from his storage device and handed it to him. Flander, mind your image. Don't frighten my disciple, old Yang admonished. Flander cleared his throat, attempting to salvage his reputation. Ahem, welcome to Shrek Academy. I am the principal, Flander. Hello, principal. Tang Nan politely greeted Flander. His well-mannered demeanor left a favorable impression on Flander. Allow me to introduce my disciple, Tang Nan. Old Yang calmly presented his apprentice. Oh, quite impressive, Tang Nan. A fine name indeed. I presume this is why you've come, Uncle Yang, Flander remarked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he discerned something. Old Yang remained silent, calmly sipping his tea, seemingly acquiescing to Flander's insinuation. Very well. Uncle Yang, you are aware of my rules, are you not? Principal Flander resumed his seat, adopting a solemn expression as he regarded them. I remember well. Shrek Academy only cultivates monsters, admitting only those 12 years or older with soul power exceeding level 20. Old Yang stated, setting down his teacup and glancing at Tang Nan. With hands clasped together, he added, my disciple should meet your requirements. Tang Nan revealed his martial soul and soul rings, causing 2 yellow rings to materialize behind him. Ah, impressive. I did not expect the blue silver grass to evolve to this extent. Now, place your hand here. Flander gestured toward a nearby testing device, indicating Tang Nan to place his hand upon it. Following the instruction, Tang Nan placed his hand on the device, and as the apparatus analyzed him, he noticed the principal's expression dimming somewhat. Level 23? A bit low, but still commendable, Flander remarked as he moved to the window, calling out, Oldly. Summon Dai Mubai and inform him that his first assignment has arrived. He then turned to Old Yang and Tang Nan. Both of you, come outside for a moment. The two followed the principal to a nearby open area, where a figure was seen rushing towards them. The individual stood around 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and possessed a handsome yet resolute visage, with long golden hair cascading down to near his waist. What is it that you need, principal? Isn't enrollment still some time away? Who might this be? With an air of nonchalance, Dai Mubai inquired, casting his gaze upon a boy who was hiding behind the elderly man. This is Tang Nan, your target for assessment. Do not go easy on him. Flander introduced Tang Nan to Dai Mubai, while Tang Nan, overwhelmed by trepidation, retreated further behind his master. The sight of the imposing figure before him evoked feelings reminiscent of the fear he felt when witnessing the captain being reprimanded by Sister Yi Qing. This fellow is truly intimidating. But what on earth has he consumed to grow so tall? Let the competition begin. With Flander's authoritative command, Dai Mubai leaped back, adopting a combat stance. This motion jolted Tang Nan from his reverie, and he noticed that his master and the dean had retreated to a distance, sipping tea leisurely. Very well. Let us commence, young brother, Dai Mubai declared. Suddenly, his martial soul manifested, erupting in a burst of pale light. His muscles swelled dramatically. His golden hair morphed into a striking black and white pattern, with a kingly symbol forming on his forehead. From his palms emerged claw-like appendages, sharp and elongated, while his eyes transformed into a profound shade of deep blue. Without delay, he charged toward Tang Nan. I am Tang Nan, a young man aspiring to become an exceptional doctor. Not long ago, I bid farewell to my elder siblings and embarked on this journey with my master to the academy known as Shrek. The tall, handsome young man with golden hair charging at me is Dai Mubai. What should I do? Upon closer inspection, his martial manifestation is quite impressive. Wait, what am I even thinking? Stay strong, my apprentice. Hold your ground, Master Yang called out, shaking an hourglass in his left hand. Tang Nan, lost in thought, was abruptly brought back to reality by his master's words. As he beheld the approaching figure, he instinctively activated his martial soul, entering the second soul skill's natural form. Blue-green patterns adorned his body, and his eyes shifted to a deep blue hue as he summoned a mass of blue silver grass to ensnare Dai Mubai. Have I trapped him? Tang Nan wondered, incredulous at the scene before him, yet he hesitated to act recklessly, maintaining a safe distance. Suddenly, a brilliant white light emanated from the thicket of grass, followed by the sound of claws tearing through it. Dai Mubai emerged from the rift, his 3 soul rings casting a chill down Tang Nan's spine. Little brother, brace yourself, Dai Mubai announced, stretching his limbs in preparation for a serious bout, only to be met with Tang Nan turning on his heels and fleeing. Why are you running? We are in the midst of an assessment, Dai Mubai called after him, and the rules don't explicitly state that we must fight. This was an irrefutable point. The regulations indeed lacked such a stipulation. However, no one had ever opted for such a course of action before. Uncle Yang, your apprentice has certainly set a precedent, Flander remarked, observing the chase with a smile as he sipped his tea. At this moment, only a third of the allotted time had passed. Using his nimble footwork, Tang Nan managed to maintain a slight distance from Dai Mubai. Yet, the disparity in physical prowess and martial spirits proved to be insurmountable, and gradually, the gap diminished. Ultimately, Dai Mubai seized him with unyielding tenacity. Damn it, I must create some distance. Tang Nan, hindered by the blue-silver grass, struggled to evade Dai Mubai's relentless assaults. Seeking to create distance, he found himself pursued with unwavering tenacity, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. As he deftly dodged an incoming attack, he swiftly closed the gap and aimed a punch at Dai Mubai's face, only to have it effortlessly caught. Now you cannot escape. Dai Mubai sneered at the small adversary before him. It is over. Realizing too late that he had fallen into a trap, Tang Nan attempted to withdraw his hand. But the attack was already upon him. Dai Mubai's full force strike landed squarely on his chest, propelling him several meters away. Elder Yang observed the blow with admiration, exclaiming, indeed. The timing and angle of the attack were impeccable. You have taught him well, Flander. Haha, you flatter me. This young man has a long way to go, Flander replied, chuckling heartily before glancing towards Tang Nan's direction. Aren't you going to check on your disciple? Calmly sipping his tea, Flander confidently responded, fear not, it is not over yet. Is this all he can muster? Dai Mubai, feeling disappointment, attempted to withdraw his martial spirit and turn away, only to find his legs ensnared by the blue-silver grass that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. What? Dai Mubai looked incredulously at Tang Nan, and as he tried to free his entangled legs, his hands became ensnared as well. Cough, cough, cough. Where do you think you're going? Do not underestimate me. I have yet to concede. Tang Nan struggled to rise, his right hand controlling the blue-silver grass that restrained Dai Mubai, while his left hand pressed against his chest. Trembling from the pain, droplets of sweat cascading down. It hurts so much. Had I not fashioned a cushioning garment from the blue-silver grass before the fight, I doubt I could even stand now. Tang Nan grimaced, feeling the persistent pain in his chest. Perhaps 2 ribs are fractured. I truly cannot afford to take another hit. He fixed his gaze intently on Dai Mubai, acutely aware that he could not withstand another attack. I must devise a strategy. As he tended to his injuries, Tang Nan's mind raced, seeking a solution. A glance at the hourglass revealed that nearly half the time remained. Bound. Dai Mubai attempted to break free using his first soul skill, but Tang Nan would not grant him that opportunity. With the full force of his second soul skill in its natural form, the newly sprouted blue-silver grass rapidly filled the gaps, maintaining a firm grip on Dai Mubai. Hold firm. It appeared that he would have to resort to a more potent technique. The 1,000-year spirit ring behind Dai Mubai glowed with a purple light as he transformed into the white tiger King Kong. His muscles swelled rapidly, dark stripes appearing on his skin. No way. He can transform. Tang Nan hastily summoned more blue-silver grass to ensnare him, but Dai Mubai roared with determination, exerting tremendous force to tear apart the binding grass, then charged fiercely towards Tang Nan. Tang Nan noticed Dai Mubai charging towards him and swiftly commanded his blue-silver grass in an attempt to obstruct him. However, the transformed Dai Mubai, enveloped in his formidable diamond transformation, was evidently beyond the feeble constraints of the current blue-silver grass. As another attack loomed, Tang Nan steeled himself for a gamble. He directed his hands toward the ground, unleashing his soul power. In the fleeting moment before the assault struck, the plants beneath him erupted violently, propelling him upward. He had been saved. Tang Nan let out a sigh of relief, but the tremors that followed compelled him to look down. There, he beheld Dai Mubai launching a frenzied assault on the plants, which began to teeter precariously. Panic set in for Tang Nan. What to do? Think. Oh, right. I recall there was no explicit prohibition against the use of weapons. He retrieved a crossbow, but then hesitated, glancing at Dai Mubai's bulging muscles, which instantly quelled that thought. He needed to devise another plan. He rummaged through the contents of his storage device, desperately seeking a solution. From a distance, two observers erupted into laughter at his frantic efforts. This improvisational skill was beyond expectation. The boy has proven his worth. I believe it is time to conclude this. Flinder reached out to halt the contest, but was restrained by Elder Yang beside him. Patience, let us observe a bit longer. I sense the true spectacle is yet to unfold. As Dai Mubai's onslaught intensified, the plants began to falter. Hurry, hurry. Tang Nan continued to search, and at that moment, he spotted the anesthetic and a smoke bomb lying nearby. An idea sparked in his mind. Forgive me, Senior. He collected all the anesthetic and infused it into the smoke bomb, shaking it vigorously for an even mixture before hurling it towards Dai Mubai's head. Upon seeing the small sphere thrown his way, Dai Mubai, ever vigilant, employed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Light Wave, to shatter it, instantly releasing a cloud of smoke. Simultaneously, he interrupted the plants with a forceful strike. Caught off guard, Tang Nan lost his footing and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai inhaled a significant amount of the smoke, but due to the effects of his diamond transformation, his resistance to adverse conditions was greatly heightened, resulting in a sluggish response to the anesthetic. As Tang Nan rose, he found Dai Mubai standing before him, extending his right hand with a gaze filled with respect. Uttering the words, "It is over," Tang Nan, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively closed his eyes and raised his left hand in defense. In an instant, he heard a resounding clang as a sword materialized from his hand, successfully parrying Dai Mubai's attack. This sword, known as the Breath of Death, unleashed a formidable force that dispelled Dai Mubai's diamond transformation and sent him staggering backward. Stunned, Dai Mubai gazed at Tang Nan. But the sword vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Tang Nan, who had just opened his eyes, in a state of bewilderment. Their eyes met, both questioning the bizarre turn of events. Fran's astonished expression was evident as he pointed at Tang Nan and turned to Elder Yang. "Did you teach him this?" he inquired. To which Elder Yang shrugged innocently, spreading his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. "Yes," he replied. At that moment, the anesthetic effects of the diamond transformation began to wear off for Dai Mubai, and he quickly rose, intent on concluding the battle. Tang Nan sensed the change in his opponent's condition, realizing this was his final opportunity. He extended his right hand to manipulate the blue-silver grass, only to discover that his soul power had dwindled to a mere flicker. Dai Mubai approached, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, while Tang Nan bowed his head, resigned to defeat. However, after a moment, he was taken aback by Dai Mubai's unexpected praise. "Well fought, Tang Nan. Welcome to Shrek. I am Dai Mubai, and from now on, I will look out for you." He lifted his gaze to meet Dai Mubai's outstretched hand and promptly grasped it. "Thank you. I appreciate your guidance." "Dai Lao," he replied with a chuckle. Just as Tang Nan attempted to rise, the anesthetic's effects hit Dai Mubai, and he collapsed onto Tang Nan, rendering him helpless. "Help? Master!" Tang Nan cried out for assistance. The two onlookers were unable to contain their amusement at the scene unfolding before them, too engrossed in their laughter to offer any help, and they continued to enjoy their tea. "Master, Dean, Dai Lao is so heavy." Chapter 10, College Life Shadow Guard Camp Infirmary. Fanas. That sums up my thoughts. I understand, but I need you to take it slow. Fanas, listening intently to Yang Hong's account, pinched the bridge of his nose in an attempt to ease his tense nerves. "Ah. So what you're saying is that Luo is now residing within your disciple?" Fanas asked, trembling as he sought confirmation from Yang Hong. "To be precise, his primary consciousness is inhabiting Tang Nan's body, while the majority of his power resides in the Breath of Death. I suspected this when there was no resistance during his interaction with the Breath of Death. It was only when I heard this child recite the dragon language inscribed on the sword that I became certain," Yang Hong replied, casting a cautious glance at Fanas. "Furthermore, based on Tang Nan's instinctive summoning of the Breath of Death to defend against Dai Mubai's assault, as well as his subsequent momentary lapse in awareness, it appears that Luo's soul has not fully awakened. The defense was likely a reflexive response." Upon hearing this explanation, Fanas felt a weight lift from her heart. She gently closed her eyes and exhaled in relief. "Thank you. I am truly glad to hear this news." However, her tone suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, her gaze sharpening. "What are your thoughts on him?" "Well, my intention is to observe gradually. To be candid, I personally prefer not to intervene directly. Yang Hong sensed the meaning behind Fanaz's words and expressed his thoughts. Fanaz continued to gaze intently at him, her expression darkening gradually. What is the matter? Did I say something to offend her just now? Did I? I don't recall anything. Yang Hong anxiously reflected on his recent words. Noticing his nervous demeanor, Fanaz burst into hearty laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Look at how frightened you are. Honestly, your expression just now was akin to wanting to devour me. Yang Hong scratched his head in exasperation and complained. By the way, what is your opinion of him? Me? Perhaps if the opportunity arises, I might have a proper conversation with him. Or maybe I would just give him a good thrashing upon our first meeting. As she spoke, she gestured playfully. Oh. By the way, do you have some spare time? Let us spar a bit. I want to see if you've made any progress after being out for so long. I have things to attend to, so I'll be off now. Let us save the sparring for next time. Bye. Sensing impending trouble, Yang Hong hastily concocted an excuse to make his exit. TCH, you really haven't changed at all. A disappointed Fanaz glanced at the photograph resting on the table. It was a group photo featuring several individuals, including Fanaz. In the photo, Fanaz radiated youthful exuberance, while the boy with black hair beside her appeared to be trembling. The white-haired boy to her left was engrossed in a book. As she reminisced over the past, she turned her gaze towards the window. Time is relentless. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher? A student entered, interrupting her thoughts. What is the matter? There's an urgent medical commission that requires your attention. Understood, please leave it here. All right. Just call me if anything comes up. The student placed the commission on the table and departed. Looking at the document before her, Fanaz knew it was time to get to work. She deftly tied her hair into a ponytail, donned her glasses and white coat, grabbed her surgical kit, and stepped outside. The student who had just entered was already waiting, promptly taking the surgical kit and following closely behind her. Guahui, what is our destination? The location is a village 50 kilometers to the east. All right, it seems we need to hurry. In Raven's office, after seizing an opportunity to slip away, Yang Hong hastily made his way to Raven's office, where Raven was engrossed in his daily tasks. When he looked up, Yang Hong was startled. Are you all right? I'm fine. Raven's face bore two deep dark circles, and bloodshot veins coursed through his eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained a state of heightened focus. Really? No. It's a lie. Sir, he has been working overtime for 2 consecutive days. Here is your tea. The aide who brought the tea ruthlessly exposed the untruth. Seeing this, Raven ceased to defend himself and simply accepted the tea calmly. Thank you, Lin. No problem, sir. Perhaps you should take a proper rest once you finish these tasks. Let me handle these matters first, and then we shall speak. Please deliver these documents to the Intelligence Bureau. Faced with the obstinate officer, Deputy Lin could only helplessly accept the files. After watching his companion depart, Raven lowered his head, preparing to continue his work. However, Yang Hong could no longer remain composed. He pressed down on Raven's hand as he attempted to write. That's enough, Raven. It is time for you to rest. In response to Yang Hong's admonition, Raven shook his head in resignation and retrieved a stack of letters from a nearby drawer, passing a portion to Yang Hong. Upon opening the correspondence, Yang Hong was rendered momentarily speechless. What is this? Yes, we are now essentially facing a financial crisis. Raven candidly reported the current situation to Yang Hong. Our available funding sources are severely limited. Even the returns from private commissions and bounties from the black market are meager. Furthermore, with the influx of newcomers in recent years, the cost of weapons and training materials have drained our previously accumulated funds. Hearing this news, Yang Hong sank into his seat, unable to find a way forward. However, Raven's next words stirred him from his stupor. Yet, there are solutions, though I do not consider them ideal. Upon hearing there might be a turning point, Yang Hong urged Raven to elaborate. Raven extracted 3 documents from the table and handed them to Yang Hong. These are from the Spirit Hall. They wish to deepen our collaboration. These are the commissions they have submitted. According to them, upon completion, they will provide us with substantial funding. However, noticing Raven's hesitation, Yang Hong surmised the nature of the tasks contained within the commissions. As he opened the envelope, he found the contents largely aligned with Raven's summary. But the tasks made him gasp in shock. Investigate the personnel deployment at various military strongholds of the Tiando Empire. Monitor the movements of the Tiando Emperor and his children. Locate the Haotian sect. Finally, confirm Tang Hao's whereabouts. Yang Hong shook his head with a sardonic smile. Damn it, our Pope truly knows how to exploit every available resource. He has his sights set on me. He shifted from a carefree demeanor to one of seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, in that case, you will assign the first 3 tasks to the Intelligence Bureau for them to commission the Shadow Guards to execute. As for the search for the Haotian sect, do not pursue it too aggressively. Simply conduct a cursory inquiry. Even if we locate it, we shall feign ignorance. I will personally approach the Pope to discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Just as Yang Hong prepared to rise, Deputy Lin burst through the door in a flurry, breathlessly handing him a letter marked urgent. Taking the letter, Yang Hong hurriedly opened it, and, upon reading, broke into a smile. What an impatient little fellow. Just wait and see. The other 2 present exchanged bewildered glances, but seeing his expression, they refrained from further inquiry. As Yang Hong prepared to leave, he glanced back at the towering stack of documents and suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. Ready to go? Yes, I need to have a word with her soon, but... Yang Hong averted his gaze, not rushing, deciding to tackle the accumulated work first. Upon uttering those words, he noticed the 2 colleagues gazing at him in astonishment, leaving him somewhat flustered. Why are you looking at me? It's nothing at all. After all, this is your responsibility. Boss. Then the 3 of them hastened to resolve the tasks at hand. Half an hour later, all the work had been completed. Exhausted, Yang Hong collapsed onto his desk. I'm utterly drained. At this moment, he resembled a restless, impassioned youth. Lei Wan, accustomed to this dynamic, gently reassured his superior. All right, leave the rest to us. You should go check on your apprentice. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong quickly stood up, preparing to head back. Before departing, he noticed the dark circles under Lei Wen's eyes, a wave of guilt washing over him as he sheepishly scratched his head. Old Lei, I'll treat you to a drink next time I'm back. Good. Don't forget. Goodbye. Take care of yourself. As he watched the door close behind him, everything seemed to revert to its former state. However, Lei Wen glanced at his pocket watch, smiled, and resumed his work. At Shrek Academy, in the newly established infirmary, he exclaimed, Ah, all done. Finally, it's all cleaned up. Tang Nan wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing proudly at the tidily organized room he had just cleaned. He then stretched languidly. By the way, where is Master? He left me a note this morning saying he had matters to attend to, yet it is already noon, and he has not returned. As Tang Nan pondered this, Dai Mubai approached him from behind. Still busy? It's time for lunch. Shall we go together? I'll also introduce you to the others. Sure. Wait a moment. When did you arrive, Boss Dai? Probably while you were lost in thought. Suddenly, Dai Mubai glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and his expression changed drastically. Without a word, he hoisted Tang Nan onto his shoulder and dashed toward the cafeteria. Boss Dai, what is happening? Tang Nan was utterly bewildered by this sudden action. There is no time. What do you mean there is no time? 5 minutes later. They arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. An anxious Dai Mubai pushed open the door, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he was instantly disheartened. Behind him, Tang Nan's expression morphed into one of confusion. Is all of this his food? Tang Nan gestured towards the portly figure voraciously devouring his meal. Surrounded by a mountain of empty bowls and utensils, Dai Mubai, with a resigned expression, acknowledged this and began his introduction. This is also your senior, Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing his name, Ma Hongjun turned around, greeted them with a cheerful, Boss, you finally made it. Come, join us for a meal, before returning to his feast. The 2, finding it reasonable, took their seats, only to discover that there were no dishes left. All the bowls before them lay empty. Meanwhile, a nearby teacher shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, and exited the cafeteria. That glutton, eating so much will be his demise. Dai Mubai slowly turned his gaze towards Ma Hongjun, glaring at him in displeasure. In response, Hongjun whistled, avoiding Bai's penetrating stare, which only served to aggravate him further. He seized Hongjun by the collar with his right hand, his left hand poised for action, as crimson flames flickered around Hongjun. Tension mounted on both sides. Observing this, Tang Nan hurried over to mediate. Gentlemen, let us remain calm. Step back, little brother. I don't want to accidentally harm you, he added, sensing the brewing conflict. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, a rather cheeky voice echoed from the entrance. A man, simply dressed but sporting a bushy beard and graying hair, pushed the door open. Ah, splendid. Over here. However, upon meeting Tang Nan's gaze, the first words out of his mouth were, Who are you, old man? Old man. The man, visibly agitated, sprang up in protest. What old man? I'm only 14. 14. Tang Nan, incredulous, stared at him before suddenly recalling the need to de-escalate the situation and quickly pulled him over. My apologies. Senior, could you think of a way to calm them down? It seems I might be of little assistance here, he replied, spreading his hands in helplessness as he surveyed the two tense figures. The atmosphere shifted dramatically just as the two were on the brink of unleashing their martial spirits. Suddenly inspired, Tang Nan shouted, "I'll check the kitchen to see what's left." He dashed into the back kitchen. Inside, he anxiously rummaged through the ingredients, collecting what little he could find, just some seasonings. Peeking out, he saw that although the two had separated, the charged atmosphere remained thick. What should I do now? Is there any way I can help? The bearded man appeared behind Tang Nan, startling him so much that he nearly swung a punch in reflex. Realizing it was a senior, he quickly apologized and explained the current predicament. "Oh, I see. In that case, Junior, you wouldn't mind if His tone shifted unexpectedly, leaving Tang Nan feeling puzzled. "Senior, if you have a method, please use it." "It's fine." "All right then." He took a deep breath and recited the soul chant, delightful, fragrant, tender tofu. As soon as the words left his lips, a piece of tofu materialized at his fingertips. Wow! Observing the tofu that had seemingly appeared from thin air, a radiant smile graced Tang Nan's face. However, as he approached, the pungent odor emanating from the tofu made him feel slightly uneasy. To his surprise, it was stinky tofu, and the smell was quite strong. Covering his mouth and nose with his hand, he did not urge his senior to stop. Rather, he encouraged him to continue. As the tofu continued to flow forth, he quickly called for a halt when he felt it was enough, exclaiming, "That's sufficient. We have enough." He then carried the tofu to the cutting board to begin cooking. "Senior, could you please help me with the peppers? And keep an eye on the oil's temperature over there." Ultimately, through their collaboration, several delectable tofu dishes were born. Stir-fried tofu with chili, fried tofu, and tofu skin. One by one, these dishes were presented on the table, and the enticing aroma transformed the two's earlier demeanor. They eagerly picked up their chopsticks to sample the culinary delights. However, as Daimu Bai's chopsticks descended, they suddenly paused, seemingly lost in thought. Yet upon witnessing the gluttonous display of the rotund companion beside him, he disregarded his hesitation and scooped up some tofu to savor. Delicious. With a single bite, Daimu Bai's taste buds were swiftly conquered. And while he relished the moment, his chubby friend was desperately attempting to cram as much as possible into his mouth. "Gentlemen, there's no need to rush. Take your time. If it's insufficient, I'll have my senior conjure up more later." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged incredulous glances, first at Tang Nan and then at each other. "Oscar, did he truly make this with your tofu?" "Indeed," Oscar replied calmly. The two were left astounded, racing over to Tang Nan for confirmation. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my senior's tofu?" Instantly, they were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces as they indulged in the exquisite dishes. "This is wonderful. Finally, we no longer have to endure the foul smell while eating tofu. Is my tofu truly that bad?" Oscar felt a profound sense of dismay. After the meal, Daimu Bai formally introduced Tang Nan to the two, who were delighted to meet such an amiable junior. As evening fell, the four of them followed Dean Flander to Soto City. The city was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity at night, and they soon arrived at the Spirit Arena. Upon reaching the entrance, Flander directed Tang Nan to register. "Dean, what are we here for?" "To engage in a spirit battle." "A spirit battle?" The spirit battle involves combat amongst spirit masters, primarily in 3 formats, 1v1, 2v2, and 7-man team battles. Victory is achieved by knocking the opponent out of the arena, incapacitating them, or conceding defeat. Winning will accumulate points. Daimu Bai kindly explained everything to Tang Nan, adding, "The graduation requirement for the academy is to obtain a silver spirit badge, so give it your all." With that, he patted Tang Nan on the shoulder. "The next match will feature Tang Nan against the battle axe. Please proceed to the preparation area. The match will commence in 10 minutes. As the broadcast commenced, Tang Nan embarked on his inaugural battle of the soul. Entering the arena, he was met with a sea of spectators, all fervently cheering him on, including the dean. The fervor coursed through him, yet he remained undeterred by the formidable muscles of his opponent and the sharp battle axe in hand. After all, such challenges were trivial for a demon. "Come forth, spirit embodiment." The cacophony of the crowd reached a fever pitch, urging him onward. "Strike with the axe. Shred that little weed. Victory is ours." The fervent chants transformed into a chorus of support as the audience caught sight of Tang Nan's spirit, tipping the tide in his favor. Observing this, Daimu Bai, with a smirk, noted the confidence radiating from Tang Nan. The show is about to begin. With the referee's signal, the battle commenced. The axe lunged towards his opponent with a vicious horizontal strike, barely grazing Tang Nan's neck. The audience erupted once more. Did you see? That boy didn't even have to move to evade. Incredible. This guy is extraordinary. Laughter erupted, with the axe wielder fuming in disbelief. Meanwhile, Tang Nin remained composed, remarking, "Your technique leaves much to be desired, uncle." Provoked, the axe wielder swung wildly, but his attempts were futile. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his first soul skill, Earth Shatter. Gripping the axe tightly, he slammed it into the ground, causing a fissure to erupt. Tang Nan quickly leaped aside, his demeanor turning serious as he observed the devastation. Natural form, activate. Instantly, emerald green patterns adorned his face, enhancing his perception. With a flick of his fingers, the blue-silver grass ensnared the axe wielder. With a ferocious roar, the axe wielder unleashed his full muscular power, snapping the blue-silver grass effortlessly. Little weed, meet your demise. The situation reached a standoff, leaving Hong Jun and Oscar in a state of anxious anticipation. This is bad. Tang Nan's blue-silver grass lacks resilience. We're done for. If this continues, the little brother will lose. Calm down, Daimubai interjected, delivering a sharp reprimand to Hong Jun. Don't fret. He possesses abilities beyond this. He then directed his gaze back to the arena. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, the axe wielder altered his strategy, relentlessly pushing Tang Nan towards a corner of the arena. As Tang Nan stepped back, he realized he had no escape. "This is troubling," he exclaimed. Yet upon observing the panting axe wielder, an idea sparked within him. "Let us take a gamble." He exited his natural form and, with audacious bravado, pointed to his own head. "Come, strike here." "How arrogant!" the crowd chanted. "Take him down! Take him down!" The audience incited, and amidst the taunts of his opponent, the battle axe unhesitatingly unleashed his second soul skill, the fiery strike. In an instant, the blade was enveloped in flames. "Got it, little rascal." Channeling his entire strength, he delivered a powerful blow. Just then, Tang Nan seized the opportunity, dashing forward in a swift glide beneath the battle axe. Oh no! Simultaneously, the battle axe, realizing his intent, understood too late as the strike descended. The arena shattered under the impact, and for a brief moment, the battle axe found himself unsteady. Just as he attempted to stabilize, Tang Nan offered his sincere apologies from behind him. "My apologies." No sooner had the words left his lips than rapidly growing blue-silver grass surged forth, propelling the battle axe away. As he tumbled from the arena, an eerie silence enveloped the audience, swiftly followed by an eruption of cheers akin to a volcanic explosion. "Well done. I never expected such a victory. That boy fought splendidly. My money, it's all gone." Exiting the arena, Tang Nan arrived at the preparation area where the dean and his entourage had been waiting eagerly. "Well fought, Tang Nan." The dean acknowledged, impressed by his performance. Daimubai patted him on the shoulder with a smile. However, what astonished him further was the battle axe leaning against the wall, waiting for him. "Mr. Battle Axe?" "Indeed, it is I." Hearing Tang Nan's confusion, he approached with a calm demeanor, extending his hand. "You performed admirably. Quite a bold idea." "Young lad." Hiki, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thought. Tang Nan felt a tinge of embarrassment at his opponent's praise. "However, remember this. Spirit battles are no trifling matter. Carelessness can lead to dire consequences, little one." He punctuated his words with a light tap on Tang Nan's chest before turning to leave. "Until we meet again." "Ah, I'm so tired." After a long day, Tang Nan leaped onto his bed, relishing the warmth of the covers. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, he soon drifted into slumber. After a while, Yang Hong, having just finished his duties with the Shadow Guard, emerged from the shadows and noticed his disciple asleep. He nearly called out, but the impulse was stifled in an instant. Observing the tidy room, he had long since cast aside thoughts of the spirit hall and his disciple. He tenderly tucked Tang Nan in and extinguished the candle. "Good night, Tang Nan." Chapter 11. An unexpected reunion. Let me see. So many ingredients to purchase. Tang Nan marveled at the extensive list provided by his teacher. Why is it me who has to go? Perhaps it was because the individual with the best rapport with the surrounding villages was none other than the renowned healer who made daily rounds, accompanied by his little apprentice. Through this practice, Tang Nan's medical theories were put to the test, allowing him to earn a modest commission while also building goodwill with others, a win-win situation desired by both his master and the dean. The cafeteria's dishes had run out, and to conserve funds, Dean Flandre thought of Tang Nan, arranging for him to procure ingredients from the surrounding villages. "Ah, young doctor. What a pleasant surprise to see you here today," greeted the village elder, basking in the sun at the entrance. "Yes, I've come out to buy some food. How is Annie's health?" "Thanks to you all, My wife is nearly recovered. Come, taste the radishes I just harvested. They are truly delicious. The enthusiastic elder returned to his house and brought out a basket of radishes. Seeing this, Tang Nin quickly intervened. No need for so many. I don't have enough money. Nonsense. Consider these as my medical fees. If you don't accept them, I shall be quite upset. The elder feigned a look of anger, although Tang Nan felt compelled to accept the elder's kind gesture. He expressed his gratitude as he placed the radishes into his soul guide storage device. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from the depths of the village, growing louder. Tang Nan turned to see villagers, aware of the divine doctor's presence, voluntarily bringing out a portion of their homegrown food as tokens of gratitude. Thus, without much effort, Tang Nan collected an ample supply of provisions. Upon returning to the academy, the crowd gasped as Tang Nan poured out a mountain of food that towered even higher than Dai Mubai. When they learned he had spent not a single coin, Dean Flandre excitedly patted his shoulder, cheering for him. After all, who could resist a charming and polite young man? In the spirit city, a serene lake lay before him, adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming tulips. In a pavilion by the water, an elderly man with white hair was enjoying the afternoon. His brows elegantly raised, dressed simply, while a sword beside him occasionally gleamed with a golden light. At this moment, a fisher appeared outside the pavilion, revealing Yang Hong stepping through with a serene expression. You seem quite leisurely. The elder slightly opened one eye, chuckling. What brings you here, you idle fellow? Yang Hong, agitated, waved his hands passionately. What is the matter? Look, she has been thinking about me. He handed over a letter. The elder took the letter, glanced at it, and then closed his eyes again to relish the gentle breeze, even whistling in delight. Ah, the weather is splendid. Yang Hong, irritated by the casual topic change, exploded. Qian Daolu, you insufferable martial fanatic. Why must you torment me? Noticing Yang Hong's outburst, Qian Daolu lazily stretched and yawned, responding languidly, young man. Having aspirations is a good thing. I see no reason to hinder you. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Besides, how could I, an elder of the Hall of Elders, interfere with the Pope of the Spirit Hall? What do you think, my dear Yang? Fuming, Yang Hong clenched his fists, suppressing the impulse to punch him, and with a mischievous grin, retorted, Do you believe I would whisk your precious granddaughter away? You wouldn't dare. With just 2 brief words, a tempest was unleashed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Qian Daolia's hand, poised like a blade, halted just 5 centimeters from Yang Hong's face, exuding an intense aura of menace. Yang Hong firmly grasped that hand and then, with a playful flick of his tongue and a cheeky grin, exclaimed, Why the charade? Wu Qi. A sudden, sharp pain followed. Realizing that this young man was deliberately provoking him, Qian Daolu transformed his hand into a fist and struck straight at Yang Hong's face. He then shook his hand and returned to his position, reaffirming his stance. My old friend, if you wish for me to exert pressure on her, I must regretfully decline. Our relationship is, well, you know how it is. After all these years, hasn't the young lady forgiven you yet? She is, after all, your son's child. But let us not dwell on that. It has been over a decade. Perhaps it is time to turn the page. She is a capable and ambitious individual. Perhaps she alone can unite the Spirit Hall and this continent. Yang, you might consider offering her some assistance. So, this is your suggestion? Indeed. Very well. Hearing this, Yang Hong saw no choice but to acquiesce as a gesture of goodwill. I shall instruct the Shadow Guards to conduct intelligence work for the Spirit Hall. But only in that capacity. I do not wish for my young men to perish needlessly. After discussing this matter, a brief silence enveloped them until, with the sound of a wild goose call, Qian Daolu slowly inquired, How is Xiao Shui been lately? She is well. She is diligently executing her plans. I meant her training. Ah, rest assured, she has been keeping up. She is, after all, the granddaughter of that old fellow. Can't you show her a bit of affection? Upon saying this, Yang Hong reached out to caress the sword resting beside him. Humph. ISNT at you who cares for her? All right. Truly, it seems I have become your family's caretaker. Yang Hong, unable to refute this, turned his gaze towards the sword, but was halted by Qian Daolu, who pressed him back down. Do not move, my friend. Her brilliance is too radiant. Honestly, you are of no help, always wanting this and that. How vexatious. Yang Hong pouted, preparing to leave, but before he could depart, Qian Daolu called out to him. Then, he tossed a wine flask, which Yang Hong deftly caught. Weighing it in his hands, he felt a surge of joy. The flask was full. With a raised eyebrow and a smirk, he replied, Thank you. As he took his last step into the rift, Yang Hong heard the old fellow's words. Please take her out more often to unwind, and tell her not to harbor resentment towards her mother. Understood. He lifted the wine flask high and shook it. Remember next time. With that, he vanished into the rift. Upon returning to the academy, Yang Hong gazed at the flask and chuckled helplessly. Old friend. These matters should be yours to handle. Hey, Teacher Yang, come lend a hand. The remote instructors were beckoning him. Oh, coming. Yang Hong responded. Casting one last glance at the wine flask, what's done is done. He tucked away the flask and approached his colleagues. Thus, time passed. And over a month had slipped by. The college's admissions had commenced, yet the reality diverged significantly from what Tang Nan had envisioned. How utterly dull. Why is there not a single injured person? In the medical room, a yawning Tang Nan lamented. 3 days had elapsed since the admissions began, and not a single candidate had qualified. Whether it was due to insufficient soul power or being swiftly dispatched by Boss Dai, it was disheartening. I wonder what Master is up to, he mused. Meanwhile, in the office of Shadow Guard Raven, a frantic Yang Hong was immersed in handling paperwork with a frenzied demeanor. While Lieutenant Yi and Dr. Fanas enjoyed a pleasant tea, isn't there a risk in what Commander Yang is doing? Lieutenant Yi uneasily inquired of Dr. Fanas. Rest assured. This fellow has sown his own mischief, and now it is time for him to reap the consequences. Fanas chuckled, stifling laughter at Yang Hong's manic efforts. The chaos had stemmed from Yang Hong's collaboration with the Spirit Hall. Although financial issues had been resolved, the complexity and difficulty of the tasks had escalated dramatically. Coupled with Yang Hong's reluctance to work, his diligent subordinate Raven had unfortunately collapsed from exhaustion. To ensure Raven could rest properly, Yang Hong had, in front of Raven, boasted that he would take on the workload, though not out of genuine willingness, which explained why he was now sweating profusely in his labor. Is everything truly all right? It's fine. Come, join us for tea. Oh, thank you. Can't you two come help pour me? Yang Hong's desperate plea elicited no response from the pair. Tang Nan. You're up. Hearing someone call his name, the drowsy Tang Nan jolted awake. He raised his head to see Dai Mubai supporting a stern-looking beauty clad in black and a cute girl with pink hair, carrying someone whose silhouette was all too familiar. Instantly alert, Tang Nan sprang to his feet to assess their injuries. Well, there is nothing severe, just a slight overexertion during the attack. What is your name? He inquired of the beauty while glancing at Boss Dai. Was it you who struck? Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai hastily clarified, it wasn't me. It was the Vice Dean. As the two exchanged words, the beauty spoke up, Zhu Zhuqing. Her calm response instilled in him a sense of caution, as if one should avoid provoking her wrath. All right, Miss Zhuqing, just apply this ointment, Tang Nan said, handing her a tube from the medicine cabinet before turning to the next individual. And you? Lin Rongrong. I'm fine. You should check her first, Lin Rongrong replied, pointing to the person on her back. Oh, very well. Please lay her on that bed. As Tang Nan approached the bed, he immediately recognized the figure lying there. In that instant, his pupils dilated, and he trembled uncontrollably. Sister? The person before him was none other than Xiao Wu. Tang Nan did not dare to relax for even a moment. He immediately proceeded with a thorough examination. Upon concluding the assessment and discovering the injuries were not too severe, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely the backlash of a soul skill. As Tang Nan reassured himself, he pondered, since my sister is here, could my brother be? Before he could finish his thought, Oscar burst in, carrying the unconscious Tang San. Xiaonan, come quickly. I knew it. Tang Nan thought helplessly. Approaching his elder brother, his expression transformed into one of profound complexity and dread, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. It's nothing serious. He is just exhausted from depleting his soul power. He just needs a good sleep, Tang Nan assured them with a benevolent demeanor. Yet, despite the calm and faint smile upon his face, the intensity with which he gripped the table betrayed his underlying anger. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing had stepped out for a walk, leaving only 3 individuals and 2 patients in the room. Observing Tang Nan's anger, Oscar ventured a tentative inquiry. What is your relationship with Tang San? Rivals? No. He is my brother, my biological brother. This revelation struck the two present like a thunderclap. Dai Mubai seized Tang Nan's shoulder, pressing him for confirmation. Are you certain? Seeing Dai Mubai's intense reaction, Tang Nan affirmed while inquiring about the unfolding events. Thus, Dai Mubai recounted how Tang San and his companions had faced off against teacher Zhao Wujia, followed by Tang San's solo challenge. After absorbing the entirety of the situation, Tang Nan cast a helpless glance at his brother and sighed. Though I anticipated my brother would fight desperately, I never expected him to go this far. At that moment, he heard his sister calling out to him. Nan, is that you? It turned out that Xiao Wu, who had been lying nearby, had awakened from the commotion. Slowly sitting up, the backlash of her soul skill left her still quite feeble. She glanced around the unfamiliar room and then at the unconscious Tang San. The memories of recent events flooding back into her mind. It hurts. Why am I here? She thought, clutching her still aching head and trying to discern the figure before her. Gradually, her vision cleared. She recognized the person standing there. Nan, is that you? Hearing his sister's voice, Tang Nan turned and smiled, responding excitedly. Yes, it's me, sister. Welcome to Shrek. Upon seeing her younger brother, Xiao Wu joyfully embraced Tang Nan, leaving him momentarily flustered. Sister, you're too close, he shyly murmured. It's all right, let me see you. You've grown taller in these few months. Xiao Wu said affectionately, gently caressing his cheek. Although Tang Nan protested, he did not resist her affectionate gesture, merely lowering his flushed face. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who had been watching the scene unfold, were thoroughly amused at how quickly Tang Nan transitioned from anger to shyness. Huh. I didn't expect Tang Nan to have this side to him, Oscar chuckled. Maybe he has a bit of a sister con, Dai Mubai added. Both of them sharing a quiet laugh until they suddenly sensed a chilling aura of danger. With his head lowered, Tang Nan cast a sidelong glance at them, his hand revealing 3 slender needles. At this sight, the two felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly sought an excuse to leave. Xiao Nan, how is your brother? Oh, my elder brother, Tang Nan replied nonchalantly, glancing at his sibling lying on the hospital bed. He's fine. He won't die. Once he wakes up, he'll be as lively as ever. Understanding her younger brother's feelings, Xiao Wu gently patted his head in consolation, saying, all right, don't harbor any anger towards your brother. Tang Nan stubbornly turned her head away, insisting, I didn't. Who would be angry with him? All right, I'm not angry. Humph. Oh, by the way, sister, how did you come here? With your qualifications, shouldn't you be able to enter those prestigious academies with ease? Oh, this is because your brother's teacher wrote to invite him here, and I had no choice but to come along. I see. The two engaged in conversation about the events of the past few months, unaware that the sun was about to set. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who shared a dormitory with Xiao Wu, came to visit her. Upon seeing her full of vitality, she remarked on Tang Nan's impressive skills. After bidding farewell to her sister with a smile, Tang Nan was met by Oscar, to whom she coldly gestured towards her brother, saying, hurry up, take him away. Just as she sighed in relief after seeing Oscar off, a sudden crack appeared, and young Lao, looking utterly dejected, stepped out, having just finished his work for the day. He saw the large bed and collapsed onto it, effectively captured by the mattress. Master, are you all right? Hey, Fa Jia, why don't you go help the officer? No need. Just look at how beautifully he completed this. While happily reviewing Yang Hong's work, Fa Naz responded to the adjutant's question. The adjutant, upon receiving the documents from Fa Naz, glanced at them and was instantly astonished. The analysis and handling of the matters were perfectly executed, concise, and clear. Did the officer write this? Or do you think I wrote it? But he was working on it. That was just that kid getting anxious and flustering himself. Fa Naz laughed heartily at the adjutant's incredulous expression. Is that so? The officer truly is a remarkable person. Hearing this, the adjutant could only smile awkwardly. A few minutes later, after Fa Naz finished his review, the adjutant picked up the documents, preparing to head to the intelligence office. Before leaving, the adjutant meaningfully asked, Fa Jia, do you know what kind of person the officer was in the past? Well, let me think. Fa Naz pondered before replying. In the past, he was a passionate youth, prone to making mistakes and easily flustered. Oh, is that so? And what about now? Why ask so many questions? Seeing her wanting to inquire further, Fa Naz pushed her out. Wait, Fa Jia, you haven't. Before she could finish, the door was shut again. What about my question? Back in the room, Fa Naz looked out at the bright moon and provided his answer. Just as before, still a fool. Master, wake up, dinner is ready. Let me sleep a bit longer. My dear disciple. In response to her lazy master's reply, Tang Nan lamented that they would go hungry. Chapter 12. A night of terror in the forest. Tang Nan opened his eyes to find himself by a tranquil lakeside. He surveyed his surroundings, attempting to ascertain his location. An elderly man fishing nearby noticed his bewilderment and inquired, Young man, what troubles you? Gazing at the old man's kindly visage, Tang Nan felt a modicum of reassurance. He asked, Elder, Do you know where this place is? The old man chuckled softly, lightly tapping Tang Nan's forehead, and replied mysteriously, you should already know. As the elder's words settled, Tang Nan's memories began to crystallize. He recalled everything. 10 hours earlier. Hey, slow down, everyone. Tang Nan gasped, panting heavily. Just days prior. After a collective attempt to sample Oscar's tofu, the principal discovered that Oscar had ascended beyond level 30. To assist him in obtaining his third soul ring, Tang Nan and a group of 9, led by Vice Dean Zhao Wujie, set forth towards the Stardew Forest. Originally, Elder Yang was also to accompany them. But upon arriving at the inn that day, he received word from Lady Fanas that a mountain of paperwork awaited his attention. Although Elder Yang sought an opportunity to excuse himself, he quickly abandoned this thought in the face of Fanas's gentle smile. Left with no choice, he dutifully proceeded to his tasks. However, before departing, the contemplative Elder Yang, considering the potential challenges his disciple might encounter, handed Tang Nan a pistol, instructing him that its effective lethality was limited to targets below level 40 and within a distance of 4,000 years. He then hurriedly slipped into the rift. Understanding his master's predicament, Tang Nan could only wish for his well-being. Cautiously stowing the pistol, he began to prepare the potions that might be needed. The following day, they finally arrived at the Stardew Forest, embarking on their quest for suitable soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing took charge of reconnaissance, while the others closely rallied around Tang San. Following him on their expedition, Tang San, akin to a walking encyclopedia, elucidated various soul beasts and plants along the way, earning the admiration of his companions. Meanwhile, Tang Nan busied himself gathering herbs to concoct restorative medicines, quickly filling his pouch with an assortment of botanicals. Just as he reveled in his bounty, he suddenly heard his sister calling, "Hey, Nan, hurry up and catch up." Realizing he had fallen behind, he hastened to rejoin the main group, arriving breathless and fatigued. "Is that distance too much for you?" Dai Mubai teased. Although Tang Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment, he lacked the energy to retort. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, tasked with scouting, seemed to have spotted a soul beast approaching. After careful scrutiny, the group confirmed it was a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Truly, what they saw to come effortlessly. Zhao Wujie assigned Tang San to direct the operation, and the group commenced strategizing on how to hunt the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. In the dense forest, the snake darted like lightning among the trees. Under Tang San's command, Ma Hongjun activated his second soul skill, Fire Phoenix, unleashing a fiery line from above to drive the serpent into their encirclement. As it entered the ambush zone, Tang San and Tang Nan's blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared it. Tang San released the barbs from the blue-silver grass, attempting to ensnare the creature. However, just as they believed victory was at hand, the coiled serpent discovered the ambush and swiftly slipped free from its bindings. The group immediately began to pursue and encircle it. But it became evident that this cunning creature was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Their attacks seemed to inflict little damage upon the coiled serpent. Observing from a distance, Oscar discerned the reason. The serpent's scales were exceedingly smooth, causing their strikes to miss and rendering their efforts largely ineffective. To capture it, they needed a clever strategy. Frustrated, Tang Nan suddenly recalled the highly adhesive sap he had recently collected. He promptly produced it, fashioned a lasso from the blue-silver grass, and coated the inner surface of the loop with the viscous liquid. Pleased with his ingenuity, he turned to see Dai Mubai, who, due to Zhu Zhuqing mistakenly inhaling the coiled serpent's anesthetic mist, was momentarily paralyzed. Enraged, he activated the white tiger transformation, leaping into the air to catch Zhu Zhuqing, then, with a powerful punch, sent her crashing back to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Nan hurled the lasso, successfully ensnaring the coiled serpent's head and securing it tightly. However, Tang Nan overestimated his strength. Upon realizing it was trapped, the serpent began to flee at an astonishing speed, far surpassing Tang Nan's strength. He was flung into the air, crying out for help. As he soared, he collided with a large tree, stars exploding in his vision as he lost consciousness. When Tang Nan finally regained his senses, he discovered that the coiled serpent had been effortlessly captured by Vice Dean Zhao Wujie, who had been observing the commotion. Oscar had begun absorbing a soul ring, and upon noticing Tang San meditating, he inquired about the recent encounter, learning that a beautiful young woman had challenged Tang San and had been defeated by Tang Nan, who had surpassed her level. Soon after, Oscar completed his soul ring absorption, and the group decided to return home. At that moment, Tang San, having recovered his energy, declared, "We cannot leave yet, teacher. I have also reached level 30 and require a soul ring." Upon hearing this, The group erupted in excitement, gathering around Tang San to celebrate. An elated Zhao Wujia promptly announced that they would continue their journey to find the finest soul ring for Tang San. After a long trek, they finally arrived at their destination that evening. The forest was tranquil under the night sky, and for safety, they selected a secure spot to set up camp. The girls were tasked with preparing dinner, while the boys were responsible for pitching the tents. As the leader, Dai Mubai assigned the duties. Oscar, Tang Nan, you both join the girls, he instructed. Why should we? Oscar protested. All right, Oscar, come help me. Tang Nan reassured him and beckoned Oscar over to assist. While they were busy, Xiaowu suddenly remembered something and asked Oscar, Little Ao, what is your third soul skill? Can you add a dish? Hearing this, Oscar responded with a teasing tone. Do you really want to see? Xiaowu quickly replied, if it's too strange, then never mind. At that moment, Ma Hongjun placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, whispering something to him, and Oscar's grievances vanished, replaced by camaraderie as the two began to share secrets. What are these two scheming? Tang Nan, observing the two before him, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The onlookers echoed an agreement, urging Xiao Ao to reveal his third soul skill. Indeed, otherwise it will be too dark to see. As the crowd's anticipation grew, Oscar swelled with pride, declaring, Humph. Watch closely. My soul skill is extraordinarily powerful. However, just as he was about to recite the incantation, he abruptly froze. What are you doing? Why the theatrics? Ma Hongjun noted Oscar's sudden loss of enthusiasm. At that moment, the sky darkened unexpectedly. Zhao Wujia initially thought the moon was obscured. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and the earth beneath them shattered, sending a torrent of debris hurtling toward them. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Zhao Wujia, the first to react, activated gravity compression, creating a barrier between the falling stones and the others. Tang San used blue-silver grass to guide the group to safety. Daimobai swiftly scooped up the still-dazed Oscar and retreated. Oscar gazed up at the sky, bewildered. Are there two moons? Meanwhile, a defiant Ma Hongjun unleashed his phoenix fire, launching a searing fireball toward the rear. The fireball collided mid-flight, erupting in a brilliant explosion. As the moon, shrouded by clouds, gradually reappeared, the group disowned their foe, a colossal ape. Its immense form loomed before them, leaving Tang Nan awestruck. Team leader Zhao Wujie clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering. He commanded Dai Mubai to lead the retreat, apologizing to the giant ape in a calm tone. Forgive us, king of the forest, we harbor no malice. Please allow us to leave. However, before he could finish, the giant ape swung its fist toward the humans. Zhao Wujia, enraged, retorted, How dare you mock me? He immediately activated his martial soul and true body armor, shouting to Dai Mubai and the others, Dai Mubai, take them away, just as they intended to join the fray. Zhao Wujia repelled them with gravity compression. Utilizing both gravity amplification and gravity compression, he charged fiercely at the giant ape. Meanwhile, those knocked back landed on the ground, and Dai Mubai entrusted the leadership to Tang San as he rushed to provide support. Tang San had no intention of retreating, and the others followed suit. However, when Tang Nan and Xiaowu attempted to join, Tang San firmly declined. He pointed to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, insisting, You must protect them. I'm sorry, Xiaowu. Understanding her limitations in battle, Xiaowu could only silently lead her brother and Oscar to safety. The confrontation with the giant ape was overwhelmingly one-sided. The group's attacks felt merely like a tickle to the beast. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Wujie revealed his ultimate trump card, activating his martial soul to transform into a colossal diamond bear and joining the battle. In awe, Tang Nan witnessed the vice principal unveil an epic martial soul, leaving him profoundly impressed. Beside him, Xiaowu appeared anxious, hesitating as she gazed at the battlefield, her hands tightly clasped. Tang Nan noticed this. Approaching his sister, he encouraged, Go on, sister, I've got your back. With newfound determination, Xiaowu looked at her brother's beaming smile and couldn't help but smile in return. Yet, she reminded him, You mustn't get hurt, or I'll hear about it from brother. After assuring him, Xiaowu ventured alone toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, transformed into the diamond bear, unleashed a powerful strike against the giant ape, while Ning Rongrong seized the moment to swiftly enhance his strength, invoking the renowned seven treasures. With her assistance, Zhao Wujie's power surged to the level of a soul Douluo, leaving even him astonished. The formidable support of the seven treasures glazed tower was indeed terrifying. However, the strain of providing such an extraordinary boost nearly depleted Ning Rongrong's soul power, causing her to experience a brief moment of dizziness. At that instant, Tang San realized that this single blow from his teacher would not be sufficient to fell the giant ape, prompting him to launch an immediate flank attack. Observing Tang San's actions, Ning Rongrong wished to assist, but was dissuaded by Tang Nan. Sister Rongrong, you cannot expend any more soul power. Nevertheless, she disregarded his warning, pouring her remaining energy into augmenting Tang San, enhancing both strength and speed. Exhausted, she subsequently fainted. One by one, why did they refuse to heed the doctor's advice? Tang Nan lamented, while tending to her injuries. At this moment, the Diamond Bear's full-force strike, hindered by Tang San's distraction, landed squarely on the giant ape's face. Yet, as the dust settled, the struck giant merely mocked the colossal bear, then let out a deafening roar, threatening to eliminate all present. The sudden shift in the battlefield left Tang Nan utterly unprepared, causing the vial in his hand to slip from his grasp. Just then, the giant ape abruptly turned and departed. Without time to ponder the reason, he swiftly returned to the battlefield with Oscar and the others. There, he was confronted with the most unwelcome news. Upon returning to the battlefield, Tang Nan quickly assessed their injuries and administered treatment, while Tang San remained silent, merely requesting more tofu from Oscar. Noticing his sister's absence, Tang Nan sought an explanation from his brother. Brother, where is sister? Yet, his brother remained unresponsive, engrossed in his meal. Turning to others, he found them equally silent. Tang Nan surmised the situation, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. No, I refuse to believe it. Tang Nan collapsed onto the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit, as guilt and regret overwhelmed him. Yet, he could not abandon his duties. He rose to continue treating the others, though his distracted demeanor sparked concern among them. As Zhao Wujie prepared to return to the academy for rest, Tang San swallowed the flying mushroom crafted by Oscar's third soul skill. He apologized to everyone, expressing his intent to retrieve Xiaowu. This declaration reignited Tang Nan's resolve. Amidst the ensuing argument over Tang San's departure, she discreetly approached Oscar, pleading, Brother Oscar, grant me a mushroom. Oscar hesitated at her request, but upon seeing her grip tightening on his arm and the fervent hope in her eyes, he recited the soul incantation once more. Flying together, true mushroom. Tang Nan accepted the mushroom and swiftly consumed it. The others only then noticed her actions, prompting Zhao Wujie to exclaim, Quick, stop her. Wings sprouted from Tang Nan's back as she activated high-speed flight, pursuing her brother. In her heart, she silently vowed, Forgive me, teacher. I must take responsibility for my mistakes and apologize. Her words resonated with unwavering determination and resolve. Hurry up. To enhance his speed, Tang Nan channeled the majority of his soul power into the wings on his back, elevating his velocity to remarkable levels. Finally, after 3 minutes, he caught Tang San just as he was about to plummet. Hey, I caught you. What are you doing? Go back. However, his joy was short-lived. As the effect wore off, with the wings dissipating, the two of them fell into the forest, cushioned only by the branches and the hastily conjured blue-silver grass, landing without severe internal injuries. That hurts, Tang Nan groaned, clutching his dizzy head as he slowly rose to his feet. Before he could recover, Tang San approached and tugged at his sleeve, admonishing him, What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Don't you realize that? And you? What difference is there between your state and mine, brother? I need to find Xiaowu. She's my sister too. As he shouted, tears fell onto Tang San's hand. Tang Nan pushed Tang San's hand away, lamenting his thoughts. Stop thinking you can brave the dangers alone. If something happens to you, what will sister think? What will father think? Have you ever considered that? Just what? Do you really believe you can solve everything? Look at your hand. Tang Nan seized his brother's bleeding hand, continuing to shout, Look at yourself. How is this any different from courting death? He then retrieved an ointment from his waist pouch, intent on applying it. No refusal. Do you hear? Despite the tears dripping down, his hands did not halt. You're crying. I am not. Tang Nan stubbornly wiped his face. Observing the bandages wrapped around his hand, Tang San realized that his earlier actions had been a bit excessive for his younger brother. I'm sorry, Nan. Don't apologize to me. Save it for when we find sister. All right, I promise. Calming down, Tang Nan once again smiled brightly, extending his hand for Tang San to help him up. Grasping his brother's hand, Tang San stood once more. Just as they prepared to set off, rustling sounds emerged from the thicket to their right. Suddenly, a colossal spider burst forth, its entire form a striking purple, with a human face adorning its abdomen. It was the face-devouring spider. Tang San immediately recognized the formidable foe before them and urged Tang Nan to distance themselves. advising against entanglement. However, the face-devouring spider roared and charged toward them, spewing webs to obstruct their path. As Tang Nin attempted to tear through the web, Tang Sen urgently called out, "It's poisonous. Stay back." At that moment, the face-devouring spider was upon them, lunging with its sharp legs aimed at them. The two brothers swiftly dodged in opposite directions, encircling the monstrous spider. Realizing the precarious situation, the spider shifted its focus to the panting Tang San and launched a fierce assault. Employing the Tang sect's secret technique, Tang Sen evaded the attack while binding the spider's two front legs with blue silver grass. Following suit, Tang Nin used the same technique to ensnare the spider. Is it over? Seeing the spider motionless, the brothers wished to disengage without further confrontation and turned to leave. However, upon noticing the two had let down their guard, the demon spider immediately secreted a copious amount of venom onto its legs, swiftly eroding the binding blue silver grass, and launched a new wave of assault toward them. Quick! Dodge! As the elder brother, Tang San sensed the impending danger and hurriedly pushed Tang Nin aside, only to find himself ensnared by the web. Firmly glued to the tree trunk, Tang Nin rushed over to check. "Don't touch it. It's poisonous." He turned around to see the human-faced demon spider charging towards him. "Brother, you hurry. I'll draw its attention." With that, he sprinted towards the open space on the right. However, the demon spider disregarded him entirely and slowly advanced toward Tang San. Realizing the spider was intent on devouring his elder brother, Tang Nan, in a moment of desperation, recalled the pistol his master had given him. He swiftly drew the weapon and aimed it at the spider's eye. "Hey, look over here." As he pulled the trigger, flames erupted from the gun, followed by the anguished wails of the demon spider, the bullet striking true into one of its eyes. In agony, it began to collide violently against the surrounding trees in an attempt to alleviate its pain. Ultimately, it let out a low growl and turned towards Tang Nan, brandishing its pincers as it charged at him. Seeing his plan succeed, Tang Nin immediately dashed backward. Meanwhile, Tang Sen was doing his utmost to extricate himself from the bindings. However, given Tang Nin had already expended considerable energy, the distance between them continued to close. Seizing the opportunity, the spider shot out its web, ensnaring one of Tang Nin's feet. Caught off guard, he stumbled, and by the time he regained his footing, the spider was already upon him. With no time to sever the web, Tang Nin activated his natural form, generating a thick barrier to conceal himself within. The enraged demon spider furiously thrust its front legs inward, trying to pierce through. At that moment, Tang San, having freed himself, witnessed the scene before him, devastated blue silver grass filling his vision, and the anger within him could no longer be contained. "Beast, take this." He swung the Haotian hammer, striking fiercely at the demon spider. Just then, he heard his brother's voice call from above. "Brother, I'm fine. Be careful." Hearing his brother's voice sent a jolt through Tang San. "You're okay?" "Of course. Why are you so worried about me?" Tang Nan leaped down to his brother's side, his right arm visibly bandaged with blue silver grass. "Is there any good plan now?" "Yes. Can you use hidden weapons?" "Of course. You taught me." "Good. Then." Tang Sen handed over the hidden weapons he carried. Recognizing the plan, Tang Nan steeled himself. "All right, let us go together." The two brothers moved in a crisscross pattern around the demon spider, stealthily securing the hidden weapons at the joints of its legs. Once completed, they used the blue silver grass to link the weapons, suspending the spider in midair. They anxiously observed the spider's movements, and upon confirming it was safe, they allowed their taut nerves to relax. However, a warning of physical overload soon followed, and the two brothers leaned on each other, barely managing to stand. Just as they prepared to leave, the demon spider launched another attack, ensnaring their legs with webbing and forcing them to the ground. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the demon spider, they understood they must put an end to it. Tang Nin loaded his pistol with double rounds, while Tang San readied the Zhuge crossbow. In unison, they shouted in fury as they pulled the triggers, the bolts and bullets mercilessly flying towards the demon spider. After a brief struggle, the demon spider ceased its movements, revealing a purple soul ring. However, the joy of victory was overshadowed by the fatigue that enveloped their bodies. They managed to rise yet fell once more. Tang San gazed upon the lifeless form of the human-faced spider, and Tang Nan, understanding his intent, summoned his remaining soul power to draw Tang San towards the creature. As Tang San entered the soul ring absorption phase, Tang Nan seized the opportunity to rest. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he realized that his right hand had turned purple, the toxin spreading throughout his body. Initially, while evading a strike, he had been pierced in the right arm, in a bid to enhance his reflexes. He had injected a strengthening serum to boost his heart's output in exchange for greater strength. Now, the toxin was visibly coursing through him at an alarming rate. He shifted to a more comfortable position, watching his brother absorb the soul ring while hearing the calls of Zhao Wujie and others. A sense of resignation washed over him as he smiled and closed his eyes. So, I am already dead, am I? Reflecting on everything, Tang Nin calmly turned his gaze towards the old man, who continued to fish undisturbed. Tang Nin approached the elder and sat beside him, picking up a fishing rod to join in. Old man, shall we have a chat? Oh, what shall we discuss? Anything, really. Chapter 13, Rebirth by a Tranquil Lakeside. The atmosphere was somewhat dim. An elderly man and a young man leisurely fished by the water's edge. The young man effortlessly cast his line, the fishing line tracing a graceful arc across the lake's surface. The elder remained composed, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Breaking the silence, the elder posed a question. Why have you chosen to stay? The young man pondered the inquiry for a moment, then shrugged casually, replying, I don't know where to go. So I decided to stay and have a chat with you. The elder chuckled, gazing at the lake, and mused, life inevitably comes with its regrets. How we perceive these regrets and learn to let go requires considerable time and effort. Turning to the young man, Tang Nan, he asked, do you harbor any regrets? Tang Nan fell into deep thought, reflecting on his past experiences while occasionally weighing the fishing rod in his hands. I don't know, he said with a wry smile. I feel quite satisfied with my life. However, the elder seemed to see through his facade, shaking his head in disapproval of the answer. Suddenly, the elder snapped his fingers, and a door appeared behind Tang Nan. With a smile, he said, step inside. Therein lies your answer. Once you find it, come back out and answer me one question. Confused, Tang Nan approached the door, a faint light seeping through the crack. Grandfather, Tang Nan began to inquire. But the elder's question reminded him of a voice he had heard long ago at the church entrance. What will you do before death arrives? He suddenly realized that the voice of the black dragon in his mind seemed connected to this elder. The door swung open abruptly, pulling Tang Nan inside. Minutes later, the door reopened, and a figure emerged, similar in appearance to Tang Nan, but more mature and composed. He sat back in Tang Nan's place, as if nothing had occurred. The old man remained silent, merely gazing at the fish swim in the lake. After a while, he could not restrain his curiosity and asked, what is the situation outside? The young man replied, it is quite satisfactory. Everything has been managed flawlessly. His companions merely believe he is exhausted and has fallen asleep. The toxins in his body have been completely neutralized. Nodding in acknowledgement, the old man remarked, that is good to hear. With a vigorous flick of his fishing rod, the young man skillfully pulled out a large fish, which traced a graceful arc in the air. He caught the fish and tossed it into a nearby basket. Then, he turned his gaze towards the door and said, do you hold this young lad in such high regard? This time, I haven't even prompted you to act. And you've already taken the initiative. The old man smiled in response. It is nothing. I am merely repaying a favor to this young fellow. Oh, is that so? The old man dismissed the young man's disdainful smile and continued. Among the myriad of individuals I have encountered, their reactions upon realizing their impending demise, though varied, share common threads. Some struggle in anguish, unable to accept the reality of their departure, desperately seeking a means of survival. Others plead for my intervention, hoping for a chance at life, even resorting to threats for greater opportunities to exist. Yet some face death with equanimity, embracing the cycle of their own extinction. However, this individual accepted his fate, yet chose not to depart. Instead, he lingered by my side and engaged me in conversation. As he spoke, the old man's voice trembled. It has been a long time since I have had a meaningful dialogue with the youth of my clan. A sense of nostalgia and warmth permeated his words. Do you not have me? The young man nudged the old man's shoulder with his elbow. Then, shifting the tone abruptly, he coldly inquired, do you intend to pass your powers on to him? The old man, seemingly anticipating the question, snorted softly. Let us observe his performance. Suddenly, Tang Nan, who was groping in the darkness, felt the light around him gradually intensifying, revealing that he was amidst a battlefield. Soldiers on both sides wielded swords and spears, with blood and flesh flying, and the air filled with anguished cries. In terror, Tang Nan raised his hands to shield himself, only to realize that arrows had pierced his body. At that moment, a soldier rushed past him, charging towards the enemy. Tang Nan was engulfed in profound shock. Is this what war truly is? The surroundings began to accelerate, the scenes of battle unfolding at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with dismembered limbs and fallen soldiers, both sides having suffered casualties, while vultures circled overhead, poised to feast. Tang Nan observed this war from the vantage point of an onlooker. Fearless soldiers shouted slogans in the name of their homeland as they charged towards the enemy, while those awaiting death murmured the names of their loved ones, and defeated generals knelt before the fallen comrades on this war-torn ground. Ultimately, tranquility returned to the battlefield. As Tang Nan strolled through the chaos, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. He focused his gaze and saw a hand emerging from a mountain of corpses, waving desperately as if seeking assistance. Fortunately, his cries for help did not go unanswered. A figure clad in white, adorned with a hood, emerged into view. He spotted the flailing arm and swiftly rescued the injured soldier from the heap of corpses. This white-clad individual adeptly hoisted the wounded soldier onto his back and carried him to his makeshift camp, where several soldiers from various factions had already received treatment. After gently laying the soldier down, the hooded man promptly examined him, discovering a dislocated right arm. He offered the soldier a piece of bread, and as the soldier began to eat, the hooded man seized the moment to deftly push, pull, press, and manipulate, rejoining the dislocated arm. Startled, the soldier instinctively reached for his weapon, only to marvel at the newfound mobility of his right arm. Overcome with gratitude, he knelt in thanks, while the hooded figure, accustomed to such displays, helped him to his feet and secured his arm, gesturing towards an empty space to indicate where he could rest. He then shouldered his pack and ventured back into the silent battlefield. His medical skills were exceptional, captivating Tang Nan, who was observing nearby and found himself irresistibly drawn to follow in the hooded man's footsteps. At that moment, time seemed to accelerate, and he witnessed the hooded figure lay another injured soldier beneath a banyan tree. This soldier appeared to be a general, his armor battered and worn. Though unconscious, he clutched his weapon tightly, and as blood flowed steadily from his forehead, the hooded man placed his right hand over the wound. Gradually, with the release of his spiritual energy, the bleeding subsided. The general slowly opened his eyes, sensing another presence and questioning the identity of the stranger before him. Leveling his weapon in defense, he was reluctant to accept aid from an unknown individual. Observing the soldier pointing his sword at him, the hooded man raised both hands in a gesture of peace, then removed his hood to reveal his visage. His appearance was neat and composed, with short, snowy hair and a distinct scar on his right cheek, complemented by mismatched red and blue eyes. There was something familiar about him to Tang Nan. With a gentle and kind demeanor, he elicited a sense of reverence from the general, who recognized him and referred to him as a divine envoy. The general, filled with emotion, disarmed himself and expressed the highest respect. The hooded man calmly explained, "Allow me to clarify. I am not the divine envoy you speak of. I am merely a healer wandering this continent, and this place happens to be a waypoint in my journey." He approached the general, continuing his focused examination of the injuries. After scrutinizing the wound, he remarked, "May I take a closer look?" "Ah, the injury is not severe. With a brief period of rest, approximately 3 days, you shall be restored to your former self." He then retrieved a tube of ointment from his medical kit and detailed the application process and precautions for recovery. He earnestly advised, "Please take care of yourself and avoid strenuous activity. Should you feel any discomfort, simply apply this ointment to the afflicted area." As the healer prepared to depart, the general inquired about his destination. He paused momentarily, his profound gaze locking onto the general's eyes, and replied, "I shall go where I am needed." As he watched the benefactor's retreating figure, the general asked for his name. After a moment of contemplation, the healer responded, "Nan. My name is Nan." Upon hearing this name, Tang Nan was profoundly shaken. He stood there in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. The physician exclaimed, "Are you astonished?" Tang Nan widened his eyes, gazing at the physician in disbelief as he asked, Can you see me?" The physician smiled and nodded. Taking a deep breath, Tang Nan pressed further, "Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing this question, the physician's laughter grew louder. He approached Tang Nan, bent down, and gently tapped his forehead with a finger, responding with a smile, "I am you, a part of you. Wait, I need to process this." Tang Nan, clearly perplexed, spun around, attempting to digest the current information, completely unaware as he bumped his head against a banyan tree. Nearby, Nan watched with amusement as Tang Nan's mind seemed to be on the verge of overheating, realizing, "I used to be rather endearing." At this point, the physician couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Time's up. You can leave now." No sooner had he spoken than his form began to fade away. Tang Nan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, unable to comprehend the meaning behind it all. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait, clarify your words." Unfortunately, the physician departed with a simple good luck, leaving no trace behind. The surroundings once again turned dim, and a door appeared behind him. "Hey, Luowas, how long do you intend to keep this young man confined?" The youth inquired of the elder beside him, who replied calmly, "The space will automatically open once he comprehends everything." The elder explained that this space would reveal to him the past, present, and potential future events. Should he become ensnared within it, he would already be lost. The young man gasped, "So that's why no one wants to learn from you?" "Not at all," Luo replied, turning his head, though his grip on the fishing rod tightened with barely concealed frustration. He was angry. After a brief chuckle, the young man quickly sought to change the subject. Luo initiated the conversation, "By the way, I've never understood why no one wishes to study under me. Is it that difficult to pass? Have you taken on any disciples?" "None." "Well, at least you have some self-awareness. Your standards are unreasonably high. Who could possibly meet them? Not everyone is as stiff as you." The young man's pointed remark struck a nerve, causing Luo to turn again, his irritation rising. "You're acting like a child. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, Luo immediately bristled. "I'm not old. If you convert my age to yours, I'm only 28. As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell into a grave silence, and the two resumed fishing in their own worlds. What lay concealed behind that door? Standing before it, Tang Nan felt an indescribable unease rising within him. Hesitating, his hand hovered in midair, as if sensing that something he was reluctant to confront awaited him beyond the threshold. With trepidation, he pushed open the door, and as he stepped through, the surrounding darkness gradually brightened once more. He discovered that this time, it appeared to be a bedroom, with the continuous shouts of vendors filtering in from outside. The arrangement of the room was neat and orderly, and as he gazed at the myriad of medical books on the shelf, anticipation began to swell within him. A melodious female voice captured his attention. "Nan, you're back." A refined young lady emerged from behind the bookcase. Her silken golden hair cascaded down to her waist. Her slender figure clad in a simple white dress, exuding an understated yet elegant demeanor. Opposite her, a man in a white coat adorned with a black top had just closed the door, setting down the medical kit at his waist. Upon hearing her inquiry, he responded gently, "Yes, I've finished work for now, taking a short break." He then approached the table, poised to write. As he immersed himself in his writing, he was suddenly obscured from view by a pair of hands. Understanding her intent, he gently lifted her hands away, tilting his head to meet her pouting, sulky gaze. "I apologize. I must complete this work quickly. How about we go out together afterward?" His words, laden with regret, were met with her disapproval as she pinched his chubby cheek in a display of her displeasure. "Just the other day, you promised to try my new meat pie. Yet you dashed off due to an emergency. Yesterday, you said you would accompany me shopping, but the moment I turned my head, you vanished with a hasty excuse of an urgent situation. What do you mean by this, Dr. Nan?" Beneath her amiable smile, he began to plead his case. Meanwhile, Tang Nan had taken a seat nearby, indulging in a snack. "That day, it was unavoidable. The patient was in a life-threatening condition, and I had to rush back," he explained, spreading his hands in helplessness, oblivious to her growing ire. "As for yesterday, Yang Lao contacted me with an urgent matter that required my immediate attention." It was only then that he sensed the simmering fury hidden behind her smile. Dr. Nan, I would like to ask you something." At that moment, an assistant entered, holding a document and intending to inquire how the man planned to resolve the matter. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he quickly excused himself. "I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll come back another time," before hastily slamming the door shut. The loud bang indicated that he fully comprehended the dire nature of the situation. With the pressure now on him, her grip on his face intensified, igniting his instinct to survive. He promptly retrieved 2 concert tickets from the drawer, waving them before her to capture her attention, which finally prompted her to release him. She picked up the tickets, her eyes widening in delight upon realizing they were for her favorite band's concert. "Did you buy these?" "Yes. They were a gift from the Duke. He thought I would adore them." "Wonderful. Then let us set off at once." "Huh, I still have." He gestured towards the work before him, but was silenced by her glare, which now bore a short sword in her hand. "What were you about to say?" She delicately caressed the sword with her fingertips, smiling at the man. It's fine. Let's set off now. You should go change your clothes first." "What do you think, my princess?" "Humph, that's more like it." With that, she sheathed the short sword and joyfully dashed to the back to change her attire, leaving behind a helpless man and Tang Nan, who was watching curiously. How long are you going to keep watching? The man said, glancing at the boy beside him. I can see you, Tang Nan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he stood up. I didn't mean to witness this scene. I was just looking for a way out. At that moment, the surrounding space froze. The man pointed to a door on Tang Nan's right. There lies the way to leave. Walk through it, and you'll find your exit. Huh. Tang Nan was momentarily stunned, given the straightforwardness of the response. He had anticipated a riddle instead. As he approached the door, the environment once again shifted into darkness. He wasn't wrong. Just as the man thought Tang Nan would leave without a hitch, Tang Nan suddenly turned around and shouted, Will I get to know that beautiful sister in the future? Huh? Upon hearing this question, the man burst into laughter, covering his face with one hand, then revealing a knowing smile. Who knows? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Tang Nan was pulled inside. The man gazed at the closed door, a light chuckle escaping him as if a burden had been lifted. He then followed his princess to attend a concert. Ouch! That hurt. Unexpectedly, the door had knocked him down, causing Tang Nan to tumble in with his face against the ground. Rubbing his sore nose, he surveyed the surroundings, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Isn't this my home?" Just then, a rough yet familiar voice resonated. Yo, Xiaonan is back. Following the sound, Tang Hao was seen hammering a piece of iron he was forging. Noticing Tang Nan standing there in a daze, he momentarily set his work aside. Removing his gloves as he approached, Tang Nan was still preoccupied with his thoughts when his father, seeing him silent, gave him a playful smack on the head. You little rascal, what are you thinking about? Huh, Dad, were you calling me? Who else would I be calling? Is there another son named Tang Nan? Observing his son's unusual demeanor, Tang Hao was also perplexed, but he attributed it to the whims of adolescence. Have you been lost in those comic books? No. Well, I might have stayed up too late reading last night. Tang Nan, who had initially intended to deny it, suddenly changed his tune for some reason. Oh, later I need to tell Xiao San to supervise you. What have you gained from staying up all night reading these useless things? Understanding the reason, Tang Hao didn't say much more and turned back to continue his work. What was I just thinking? Tang Nan sensed that something was amiss. He touched the surrounding furniture, and everything felt so tangible, as if the experiences he had just undergone were mere figments of his imagination regarding the future. At that moment, he suddenly recalled his elder brother, as though they had made some sort of pact. He hastily inquired with his father about his brother's whereabouts. Oh, the little girl you invited is at the market on the other side of town, his father replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Nan ceased to speak further and dutifully settled into his seat, perusing the books on the table, patiently awaiting his brother's return. Time passed, and eventually, cheerful voices resonated from the entrance. It seemed they were discussing plans to include Tang Nan the following day. As they pushed open the door, the two of them placed all the intriguing items they had purchased onto the table. Wow, sister, you bought so much. Tang Nan felt a momentary surge of admiration for his brother upon seeing the plethora of items. Just then, Tang Xin glanced at the time and suddenly remembered something important. Mother is coming back soon. I need to wash the vegetables. Nan, please entertain Xiaowu for a moment. With that, he hurriedly dashed into the kitchen, leaving Tang Nan and Xiaowu to play with the assorted trinkets on the table. At that moment, Tang Nan couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that washed over him whenever he looked at Xiaowu. He recalled his previous memories and found no reason for such feelings. What he did not realize was that this was merely the beginning of his trial. Upon entering this space, he had transitioned from a mere witness to an active participant. His memories were gradually being replaced, and if he remained unaware of this transformation, he would be destined to linger here for eternity. This was also the reason why so few could successfully navigate the trial. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, indicating that someone had returned. Tang Nan sprang to his feet and rushed to open the door. They've arrived. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a gentle and intelligent woman. Seeing that it was Tang Nan who opened the door, she affectionately patted his small head and expressed her gratitude. In his memories, this person was his mother. But why do I feel such estrangement? At that moment, a tear fell to the ground. Xiaonan, why are you crying? I am crying. It was only upon his mother's prompting that he realized his face was streaked with tears. Is something wrong? Have you been wronged? Faced with his mother's anxious inquiries, Tang Nan felt at a loss. He merely gazed blankly at the woman who was worried for him. Mom, I'm fine. He gently shook his head, indicating that he had not been bullied. He smiled at his mother and said, Thank you, Mom. Suddenly, why are you saying thank you? His mother chuckled at his words. But then, she was no longer present. As Tang Nan trembled while uttering this sentence, the surrounding space abruptly froze, gradually reverting to the initial darkness. He had succeeded, yet he remained oblivious to the reason why the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. As tears flowed from him for reasons unknown, he recalled everything. The collision of memories left him in anguish, bringing him to his knees, hands clasped over his head as he wailed in despair. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Luo's and another sensed the anomaly in space. "Ah, it seems your first disciple is about to arrive," the young man remarked with a slight smile, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Yet, Luo's remained unperturbed, stating, "This is merely the first trial. Should you attempt to cheat again, you shall witness my retribution." As the architect of this dimension, Luo's understood that the young man had altered the space just before Tang Nan prepared to enter, which explained why Tang Nan had experienced the first two scenes from an observer's perspective. Realizing that he had been detected, the young man felt a twinge of embarrassment. "My apologies. Rest assured, there will be no next time." You wish for another chance?" Noticing Luo's restless right hand, the young man hastily made his escape. At that moment, the door to the space swung open, and Tang Nan emerged, weary and with tear-streaked cheeks. His gaze hazy as he looked upon the elderly fisherman still casting his line. "Speak, what is it that you desire most?" "Home. I long for a home. A complete home," Tang Nan proclaimed with the last of his strength. "Oh, I expected you to ask for power or knowledge," Luo's replied, turning to face Tang Nan, intrigued by his response. "Would you like to become my disciple?" Faced with this sudden inquiry, Tang Nan hesitated, silently observing the eager, smiling elder before finally replying, "I decline," before collapsing heavily to the ground. At that moment, a wisp of ghostly fire caught him just in time. "Humph, you have no reason to reject my power." "You insolent boy," Luo's acknowledged the young man's discernment. He began to chant an ancient incantation. Luo's, forged this contract." As the ritual concluded, a projection appeared upon Tang Nan's left hand. With a sweeping gesture, Tang Nan's entire being was enveloped in a blue flame. Minutes later, Tang Nan awakened, feeling invigorated and light. "What is this?" He noticed the design on his left hand. "This is my emblem, a testament to your status as my disciple," Luo's explained suddenly, startling Tang Nan. "Are you that black dragon?" "Indeed. But now, you must awaken. Little one, there are those awaiting you outside. Until we meet again. Hey, wake up. Tang Nan, can you hear me? Please wake up." As the surrounding voices grew louder, when he finally opened his eyes, he was met with the concerned expressions of those around him. "You're all right. What a relief." In a flurry of emotion, Xiao Wu and Tang Sen embraced Tang Nan warmly, their bond evident in their closeness, radiating profound familial love. Initially taken aback by this sudden display of affection, Tang Nan's gaze flitted between his brother and sister. Yet soon, he surrendered to the warmth of homecoming, a smile of relief gracing his lips. "I'm back, brother, sister." He spoke with deep emotion, his voice brimming with the joy of returning home. In the supplementary chapter, the collaboration was delightful. What transpired, Fanas? Yang Hong followed Fanas back to the Shadow Guard office, where a mountain of documents left him astounded. Fanas gestured towards the papers before him. "This is the reason." Yang Hong let out a heavy sigh, then resolutely stepped inside. While Yang Hong busied himself with the tasks at hand, the door suddenly swung open, and the recently recovered Raven entered. "Commander, you're back." Raven greeted Yang Hong upon seeing him at work. "Yes, I'm back to handle the documents, but since you're here." As Yang Hong smiled, eager to pass off his workload to his savior, Fanas interrupted him. "Raven, you need not take on his duties for now. Your body still requires ample rest. Wouldn't you agree, Yang Hong?" Fanas turned to him, and with the conversation having reached that juncture, Yang Hong had no reason to evade the matter. He forced a smile and continued, "Indeed, for the time being, you should return to the intelligence hall. I will manage everything." "Oh, understood. Then I shall take my leave." "Take care, Commander." Ultimately, Yang Hong reluctantly watched Raven depart, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Take care, my dear brother." Whispering, his work continued until the following afternoon, and as dusk approached, Vice Officer Yi rushed in, breathless, presenting a letter. "This is an urgent situation report from the Starry Forest." Upon hearing the vice officer's words, Yang Hong hastily opened the letter, which read, "A considerable number of personnel affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect have been spotted on the outskirts of the Starry Forest, suspected of significant personnel movement. A fearsome dragon snake has been discovered in the outer regions. The ancient Titan great ape residing in the heart of the starry forest has left its central area, seemingly moving towards the outskirts. Reconnaissance teams are following. The Titan great ape is moving towards the outer regions for no apparent reason. What could its intentions be? Yang Hong pondered the motivations of the Titan great ape, yet he felt something was amiss. At that moment, a notification arrived from the intelligence hall, indicating that the negotiators from the spirit hall had been waiting in the council chamber for quite some time. All right, I understand. I will head over immediately. Yang Hong pinched the bridge of his nose to alleviate his fatigue and rose to make his way to the council chamber. Inside, personnel from the intelligence hall were coordinating with representatives from the spirit hall. Seralis, serving as the platinum bishop and representative of the spirit hall, was currently enraptured by the magnificent surroundings. His gaze followed Fanis, who had arrived first. From the moment she entered the hall, he was captivated by her graceful presence. Unable to look away, Mr. Seralis, the commander has arrived. It was only upon the vice officer Ye's reminder that the entranced Seralis regained his composure, clearing his throat and adjusting his appearance to restore his authoritative demeanor. As Mr. Yang Hong took his seat, both parties engaged in discussions regarding their collaboration. Mr. Yang Hong, allow me to reiterate on behalf of the Spirit Hall our requests. We desire to incorporate the Shadow Guard into the Spirit Hall Special Operations Division to gather intelligence for us across the continent. The esteemed Bishop Salas interjected. Regarding the affiliation of the Shadow Guard, I believe we have articulated our position clearly in previous correspondence. The relationship between the Shadow Guard and the Spirit Hall is merely one of cooperation, not that of superior and subordinate. I hope you can clarify this. Your Excellency, with your abundance of talent and formidable strength, why not consider joining the Spirit Hall and contributing to the grand ambitions of the Pope? Please allow me to express my apologies. I personally lean towards a conservative and cautious stance. In my view, the valuable resources I hold should not be squandered lightly. I reject any form of loss-making transactions. This is my principle and bottom line. Perceiving the veiled implications in the other's words, Salas let out a cold laugh, applauding in agreement with Yang Hong's sentiments. Mr. Yang Hong, I discern a certain skepticism in your words. Your attitude makes us feel belittled. I hope you can explicitly convey your perspective for us to engage in a more profound dialogue. To put it plainly, we need to see your sincerity. If your side can demonstrate the requisite strength, I might consider your previous requests. Yang Hong smirked disdainfully at Salas, his gaze laced with provocation, eager to observe the other's reaction. Very well, Mr. Yang Hong, as you wish. Salas then displayed formidable power, unleashing a wave of pressure that instantly engulfed the room. In the face of this sudden turn of events, both parties gripped their weapons tightly, the air thick with tension. In stark contrast, Yang Hong remained remarkably composed, casually toying with a coin, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Salas, witnessing this, was seething with anger, interpreting Yang Hong's demeanor as an affront. As he summoned his spirit power to launch an attack, a more potent wave of pressure suddenly emerged, akin to a great dragon surveying the diminutive humans before it. The overwhelming force sent shivers down Bishop Salas's spine, momentarily igniting thoughts of retreat. However, the dignity of his role as a representative of the Spirit Hall quelled such thoughts, and he forced himself to maintain a facade of calm, contemplating his next move. Observing Salas's anxiety, Yang Hong recognized that he had achieved his objective. He promptly retracted the pressure and applauded, stating, "Excellent, Bishop Salas, it is evident that you are a man of grand ideals." He then gestured for the other to take a seat. Still reeling from the earlier shock, Salas only returned to his chair upon the prompting of his subordinates. Under Yang Hong's guidance, the intelligence officer presented a document to Salas and his entourage. After a meticulous review, Salas's pupils dilated noticeably, and his hands began to tremble. What is written on this? This document meticulously delineates the personnel allocation and resource reserves of the crucial military installations within the Tiando Empire. Mr. Yang Hong succinctly summarizes the content of the document. Noticing the flustered demeanor of Bishop Salas, he turns to the attendants behind him, asking meaningfully, "Bishop Salas, what are your thoughts on this?" The true Bishop Salas steps forth from the crowd, a smile gracing his face. He bows slightly to Mr. Yang Hong and gestures for his substitute to depart. "Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies. I hope the actions of my subordinate have not caused you any offense." He articulates respectfully. "The Shadow Guard has demonstrated its worth. I believe His Holiness would be inclined to further our collaboration." With that, he gestures for his subordinate to place a substantial bag of gold soul coins upon the table. "Consider this both a reward for the current mission and a deposit for the next." Seeing the other party's straightforwardness, Yang Hong burst into hearty laughter. Retrieving a bottle of fine wine and a pair of goblets from his soul guide. Shall we celebrate this occasion? Indeed, exclaims Bishop Salas, raising his cup. To the Spirit Hall. To the Spirit Hall. They clink their glasses, the sound resonating joyfully. Huh, splendid, Mr. Yang Hong. I look forward to raising our cups once more in Spirit City. Here's to you. Just as Bishop Salas is about to drink, an attendant rushes in, whispering urgent news. Upon hearing the report, the joy on Bishop Salas's face gradually gives way to seriousness. He turns to Yang Hong and explains, I apologize, Mr. Yang Hong. Our celebration must be postponed until another time. What has occurred? Just a minor incident that requires my personal attention. You can manage the subsequent matters, correct? Certainly, Bishop. Bishop Salas then looks at his substitute, approaching him to pat his shoulder. I leave this in your hands. Do not disappoint me. As you command. With that, Bishop Salas leads most of his entourage away from the Shadow Guard encampment, leaving only a few to continue negotiations. As the night deepens, Mr. Yang Hong, weary from concluding the collaborative affairs, returns to his office, followed closely by Dr. Fanas. You appear rather fatigued, Fanas remarks with concern. Do not digress, sister. Yang Hong replies wearily, collapsing into a chair, his demeanor reflecting utter exhaustion. If you truly care for me, help me with the remaining work. I cannot. Very well. Faced with Fanas's refusal, Yang Hong slumps over the desk, entirely devoid of the confidence and composure he exhibited during negotiations. By the way, how did you discern that he was a substitute? Fanas inquires, moving toward the window. Well, from the outset. I harbored some doubts when that fellow easily unleashed his soul power. As the foremost under the Pope, the Platinum Bishop serves as His Holiness's representative. His words and actions are intricately tied to the Spirit Hall. Thus, regardless of the provocations he faces, he would not easily reveal the full extent of his abilities. However, his demeanor is strikingly impulsive and ostentatious. Therefore, I deduce that this is not the true Platinum Bishop. Ah, I see. What are your thoughts on this Platinum Bishop? Given his capabilities, he is undoubtedly qualified for this position. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that this young man appears to be quite the lecher. What? Fanas seems somewhat perplexed. Whether it is a stand-in or the genuine Platinum Bishop, their gazes frequently drift toward you. Even while drinking, their attention remains fixed upon you. Sister, you truly exude an irresistible charm. What do you wish to imply? Fanas's body quivers, and the windowsill he leans against suddenly fractures. It is nothing. I merely find today's weather exceptionally delightful. Perceiving the shift in atmosphere, Yang Hong hastily diverted the conversation. Fanas chose not to pursue the matter further and instead posed another question. The Titan Great Ape has abruptly departed from the heart of the forest. Do you have any conjectures regarding this? There are no leads as of yet. According to reports, the Titan Great Ape seems to have moved outward without warning. Wait, the outskirts. Yang Hong suddenly rose, realizing that his disciples were outside, and he could not help but worry that the beast might be heading in their direction. That is unlikely. As a soul beast nearing the 100,000-year mark, the Titan's overall consciousness is closer to that of a human, coupled with the restraint of the great serpent. It should not easily harm anyone, Fanas calmly analyzed. However, we still need to explore its true motives. The two furrowed their brows, clearly troubled by this conundrum. At a certain moment, the storage device on Yang Hong's wrist emitted a faint blue glow, reminiscent of a tranquil lake, instilling a sense of calm. Fanas, with her keen observation, promptly noticed the subtle change. In a steady tone, she inquired, does your storage device harbor something else? Reminded by Fanas, Yang Hong also recognized the anomaly of the storage device. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I do not recall placing anything inside. His voice carried a hint of confusion and contemplation. Subsequently, Yang Hong began to meticulously inspect the contents of the storage device, leaving no item unchecked. Eventually, he discovered that the breath of death was emitting a strong radiance from within the storage device. The light was dazzling, akin to a shooting star in the night sky. Faced with this phenomenon, both were somewhat bewildered, yet they speculated that some unforeseen event might have occurred on Tang Nan's side. Suddenly, the blue light from the breath of death intensified, followed by a resounding roar that pierced their souls. When they opened their eyes, they found that the breath of death had vanished without a trace. He has awakened. It seems there is no doubt now. Yang Hong, your discernment is commendable. I must take my leave. With that, Yang Hong rose, a fissure appearing behind him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unease, and his hand trembled as it gripped the chair. He will be fine. I know. He took a deep breath and stepped into the chasm. Chapter 14. The Feast. Rise and shine. The boisterous voice of Hongjun roused Tang Nan, who was still lost in slumber. This marked the second day since they concluded their adventure in the Starry Forest. Exhausted, Tang Nan lingered in bed for the first time, yearning for a moment of indulgent rest. Just as he turned over, preparing to drift back into sleep, the voice of Lua echoed in his ears. Young man, it is time to rise. Tang Nan reluctantly opened one eye, and through the haze, he seemed to see an elderly man calling out to him. Rubbing his eyes, he opened them once more, only to find the old man's face mere inches from his own, prompting a startled scream as he sprang from his bed. The ethereal being, Lu Wasis, was also startled by his sudden outburst, floating momentarily in surprise. You foolish boy, have you muddled your wits in slumber? The old man chastised. Who are you? Tang Nan inquired, bewildered. In response, Lu Wasis, filled with indignation, delivered a light rap on his head. Have you forgotten your savior after just one day? Tang Nan winced. Who? Oh dear, Lu Wasis sighed, realizing that as a mentor, the best way to instill lasting memory in his forgetful disciple was through a bit of pain. Thus, in his frustration, he struck Tang Nan's head again, leaving several welts. After a brief commotion, Tang Nan finally recalled the identity of the man before him. Old Lu? Upon hearing this, Lu Wasis slowly raised his right fist, clearly displeased with the title. Noticing this, Tang Nan quickly amended his address. How about, Old Lu? No. Forget it. Let it be. Lu Wasis sighed in resignation and swiftly interrupted his speech, gazing at the unfocused child before him. He began to doubt whether it was a lapse in judgment that had led him to take on such a pupil. Just as Lu Wasis was about to speak, Ma Hongjun kicked open the door. Nan, get up. It's time for the feast. His unexpected arrival interrupted the moment, and upon seeing someone had come for Tang Nan, Lu Wasis offered a wry smile before vanishing, leaving the bewildered Tang Nan behind. Hello, brother, are you all right? Ma Hongjun waved his hand in front of Tang Nan's face, eliciting a response. Oh, I'm fine. Then let's go. Dinner awaits. You are the last one we need. Do not rush forward so hastily. As Tang Nan regained his senses, he was swiftly dragged out by Hongjun. Amidst the crowd at the entrance, he noticed the absence of his brother and sister Rongrong. Inquiring among the others yielded no information on their whereabouts. Casting a worried glance at his elder sister, Tang Nan pondered, could his brother be involved in some foolishness? Perhaps. As everyone entered the bustling commercial street of Suatua City, they stumbled upon a shocking scene at the snack street. Ning Rongrong and Tang San had arrived first and were savoring delectable treats. Tang Nan quickly scanned the area where his sister stood, only to find her seething with anger. While Oscar appeared ashen-faced, Rongrong, noticing their arrival, greeted them excitedly, oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. The mood at the dining table was palpable with heaviness, perhaps stemming from the earlier incident or some deeper, long-standing issues. The situation is dire. It seems my brother remains unaware of Rongrong's shifting emotions, precariously poised. In this moment, Tang Nan contemplated his brother's future, and after a few minutes of reflection, he concluded, Brother, may you seek your own fortune. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong, acting as the host, announced a significant matter to the group. She expressed her desire to collaborate with Tang San to procure concealed weapons for their sect. As her words settled, Xiao Wu immediately grasped the implication, and a brief crisis was averted. However, when Ning Rongrong revealed the sample crossbow bolts presented by Tang San, Xiao Wu's joyful expression instantly vanished, and she dejectedly stated her intention to step outside for some fresh air, departing from the table without heeding Tang San's inquiries. Brother, you've truly dropped a bombshell. Tang Nan hastily gestured for his elder brother to console their sister, watching his brother rush away from the table. Tang Nan finally exhaled in relief. With Tang San and Xiao Wu's sudden exit, the diners at the table remained untouched by their chopsticks. Dai Mubai was engrossed in conversation with Xu Qing, while Ning Rongrong expressed concern for the dejected Oscar. Amidst this atmosphere, two unwelcome guests quietly made their presence known. Ma Hongjun, irate at the vacant seat, could no longer bear being a mere bystander. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to begin his meal, only to find several pairs of chopsticks encircling him. What is going on? Hongjun questioned, bewildered. The others aren't here yet. Don't even think about eating before the fat one. If we don't eat, we'll starve, he exclaimed, frustration boiling over as he stood up angrily to summon them back. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached, and Xiao Wu rushed back, breathless, exclaiming, This is bad. The fat one. In Principal Flander's office, Flander and Yang Hong were intently listening to Zhao Wujia's detailed report regarding the recent operation. Upon the conclusion of the report, Flander's hand trembled uncontrollably as he held his tea. Thank heavens. Such a significant event has ensured everyone's safety. It is truly remarkable, he mused. Indeed, the others echoed. How did Xiao manage to escape? Yang Hong inquired with curiosity. At that moment, we were preoccupied with caring for Tang San, who was absorbing his spirit ring. And the unconscious Tang Nan. No one witnessed Xiao Wu's escape firsthand. According to her account, the giant ape captured her but did not harm her. While advancing towards the heart of the forest, a sudden bellow echoed, prompting the giant ape to roar back in confrontation, which caused Xiao Wu to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that many surrounding spirit beasts had also been stunned by the roar, allowing her the opportunity to select a suitable spirit ring for absorption. Indeed, no one anticipated that the Titan giant ape could facilitate her safe return and enable her to successfully acquire her third spirit ring. Yang Hong feigned surprise, shaking his head. He had gathered a general understanding of the events and formed an initial judgment regarding Xiao Wu's identity, yet he refrained from disclosing this information for the sake of caution. In truth, he had descended into the forest through a crevice in the early hours of the previous day and, after a thorough search, located the group. He had not approached them but instead observed quietly from behind a tree trunk until the group had gathered and prepared to return, at which point he silently departed. However, this was indeed too bizarre. How could a mere bellow possibly intimidate a millennial Titan giant ape? Zhao Wujia remained skeptical regarding Xiao Wu's explanation. Just as they were embroiled in debate, a plainly dressed scholar pushed open the door. I can vouch for Xiao Wu. She has not spoken falsely. Upon hearing the nonsensical declaration from the unfamiliar figure, Zhao Wujia was about to unleash a scolding, but Flander promptly intervened. Hold your tongue, Lao Zhao. This man is my friend, Tang San's mentor, and the foremost scholar of the entire continent, Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia hastily apologized. The four sat in awkward silence, the atmosphere lingering for several minutes, during which only Flander and Yu Xiaojiang exchanged riddles. Observing this, the timid Zhao Wujia quickly inquired about the matter the master had just mentioned. It was then that Yu Xiaojiang began to eloquently recount the tale of the ferocious beast lurking in the forest, the legendary soul beast, the celestial blue bull python, which had existed for 100,000 years. The revelation left the two profoundly astonished. At that moment, the commotion outside drew their attention. Ma Hongjun was poisoned. Half an hour earlier, what had transpired? Was this toxin from the face-devouring spider? When Tang Nan arrived to assess Hongjun's condition, he immediately recognized that Hongjun had been afflicted by the lethal venom of the face-devouring spider. Without a moment to spare, he instinctively reached for the antidote in his waist pouch, only to realize, after a fruitless search, that he hadn't brought it along for their meal. Faced with the unconscious Ma Hongjun, Tang Nan could only resort to using a small knife to make a shallow incision, allowing some of the poisonous blood to flow out in an attempt to slow the spread of the toxin. He then hoisted Hongjun onto his back and rushed toward the school, prompting the others to follow suit. By the time they returned to the school, the poison had already spread halfway through his body. Tang Nan quickly set him down and dashed to the infirmary to retrieve an antidote that could delay the toxin's effects, only to find Hongjun standing there as if nothing had happened. What is going on? After rubbing his eyes to confirm it was indeed Hongjun, Tang Nan was at a loss for words. He was utterly bewildered, as if everything had been erased from existence. What exactly had transpired? Shortly thereafter, Dean Flander announced that Yu Xiaojiang would guide their training. All right, little monsters, prepare yourselves for devilish training. In Tang Nan's impression, Master Yu Xiaojiang was a scholar whose knowledge rivaled that of his own mentor, who had described him as a madman lost in the ocean of knowledge. He was the teacher of Tang Nan's brother and possessed a unique technique for soul master training. In the first class, the master produced a porcelain bowl and instructed each of them to attempt to shatter it using their soul power. During the assessment, only Tang San and Xiao Wu achieved the objective. When it was Tang Nan's turn, he recalled the technique his brother had just taught him. Taking a deep breath, he thought, all right, here we go. He guided his soul power, condensing it in his hand, and finally released it all at once. The bowl remained utterly still. Frustrated, Tang Nan was eager to try again, but was promptly halted by Tang San, who advised, don't rush, just watch. Before long, the porcelain bowl suddenly disintegrated into tiny shards that accumulated on the ground. This spectacle left the others in awe, prompting them to exclaim, is this entire family so extraordinary? Following this, the master tailored specific training plans based on their performances, which, while different from their expectations, were nonetheless intriguing. Daimu Bai's training involved kneading dough, but with bowls as fragile as thin ice. Tang San's task was to construct a house, yet all operations, including normal movements, had to be executed using the newly acquired 8 spider lances. Zhu Zhiqing was to catch fish in the water, but while wearing a training suit that severely impeded her movement. Oscar and Ningrong were assigned to cultivate vegetables, but they had to constantly seal the jars of pickled vegetables with their soul power. Xiaowu was given a more free-form task. Tang Nan was entrusted to his master, Yang Hong, for personal training. Thus began the rigorous regimen known as the Devil's Training. Chapter 15, The Warm-Up of Special Training. Don't die, were the last words of caution from the mentor before the training commenced. As the master outlined the training schedule for the group, only Tang Nan was left without a plan. The master explained that he would be personally guided by Yang Hong. In the afternoon, Yang Hong led Tang Nan to the rear mountains of the academy. The dense forest enveloped them, providing a momentary tranquility for those within. Master, what does my special training entail? Tang Nan inquired eagerly, his expression revealing an ardent enthusiasm for the upcoming challenge. Do you truly wish to know? Yang Hong responded, gazing at his curious disciple with a meaningful smile. Sensing his master's cryptic demeanor, a foreboding thought flashed through Tang Nan's mind. Immediately, Yang Hong tossed a sword to him. Catch it. Tang Nan hastily received the gleaming blade, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Hong declared, only by defeating me will you prove your worth. Before his words had fully resonated, he charged at Tang Nan. In an instant, he effortlessly closed the distance, seized the sword sheath, and executed a sweeping strike against his bewildered apprentice. It was only then that Tang Nan realized the training had commenced. He swiftly retreated a step, adopting a defensive stance to face his master. Observing his disciple's readiness, Yang Hong chuckled softly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Where did he go? Tang Nan anxiously searched for his opponent, activating his natural form to sense his surroundings. Nothing to the left, nothing to the right, nothing behind him. Thus, he must be above. With renewed confidence, Tang Nan looked up to see Yang Hong descending from the sky. Clever boy. Yang Hong noted as he recognized that his disciple had discovered his position, promptly hurling the sword sheath towards Tang Nan. Clang. Where has he gone now? After deflecting the sheath, Tang Nan lost track of Yang Hong once more. At that moment, he sensed something approaching from behind and swung his sword backward, only to find Yang Hong attempting a sneak attack. He struck true. Just as Tang Nan believed victory was within reach, Yang Hong surged forward, seemingly indifferent to the blade's edge. The blade passed through him as if he were but a phantom, an afterimage. At that moment, Yang Hong stood behind Tang Nan, lightly tapping his head with the sword sheath. Your development and application of soul skills are commendable. However, you are overly reliant on them. With that, Yang Hong seized one of Tang Nan's hands from behind and, leveraging his strength, flung him away. Tang Nan, stinging from the impact, rolled several times before regaining his composure. Just as he was about to rise, Yang Hong's subsequent attack followed swiftly, a kick that sent Tang Nan flying once more. He crashed against a great tree with a resounding crack, the trunk splintering under his weight. That hurts. Master, you are serious about this. Tang Nan, rising once again, clutched his chest with one hand while wiping the blood from his mouth with the other. He then activated his first soul skill, Binding, generating a plethora of blue-silver grass around his master, intending to ensnare him. Observing the proliferating blue-silver grass around him, Yang Hong leaped into action. Breaking free from its encircling grasp, he swiftly approached Tang Nan, assuming a poised stance, ready to unleash a right kick. In an instant, Tang Nan discerned the nature of his opponent's attack and promptly adopted a defensive posture. He fixated intently on Yang Hong, leaving no room for complacency, well aware that this adversary was formidable. Success. Having effectively misled Tang Nan, the corners of Yang Hong's mouth curled upward as he swiftly transformed his kick into a knee strike, aimed directly at Tang Nan's previously battered chest. Caught off guard, Tang Nan was struck once more, the pain causing him to grimace. Almost immediately, Yang Hong launched an elbow strike toward Tang Nan's waist. Don't die, Yang Hong shouted, executing a powerful kick that sent Tang Nan soaring through the air. As he flew, Tang Nan traced an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before, with great effort, propping himself up with his sword. At that moment, his vision was awash in crimson. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a surge of stagnant blood flooded his mouth. Staring at the bloodied hand, Tang Nan was engulfed in confusion, struggling to comprehend the implications of his master's actions. Yet, he understood all too well that if this continued, his life would surely meet its end. I will die. Tang Nan gritted his teeth, managing to utter these 3 words with difficulty. He recognized that the only path to overcoming his current predicament lay in rallying his spirit. However, the agony coursing through his body and the turmoil within his mind rendered him profoundly weary. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that retreat was not an option. Firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, he stood tall, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Witnessing his disciple's unwavering determination, Yang Hong smiled knowingly, adopting a stance for the final confrontation. At that moment, Yang Hong noticed a faint mark appearing on his disciple's left hand. Realizing that Tang Nan had been maintaining awareness of the broader situation, consequently, he resolved to take a risk. He began to gather his energy, then unleashed a sharp wave of sword chi directed at Tang Nan. In the face of the approaching force, Tang Nan's resolve solidified further. Just as their energies were destined to collide, a voice echoed in his ear. Do you wish to live? Upon regaining his senses, Tang Nan found himself inexplicably back at the lakeside, where Master Lu remained leisurely fishing. How did I return here? He pondered, but before he could articulate his confusion, Lu was quick to interrupt. Fool. Stop overthinking. This place is your sea of souls, or perhaps a realm of the spirit. You are not dead. Your consciousness has merely been drawn here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu raised his right hand and gently tapped Tang Nan on the head. Listen, kid. If you wish to survive, you cannot afford to be merciful. Do not show kindness to your master, understand? But he is my master. I can't. Tang Nan began to defend himself, but was suddenly captivated by another voice. Tang Nan, I need you. Huh? What is going on? Following the sound, he discovered a colossal sword embedded in the hillside. Approaching it, he realized it was the very sword he had seen in his master's room. Are you calling out to me? He inquired, and the sword responded, Of course, my apologies for involving you in such a tense moment. It then reiterated the question, Do you wish to survive? Certainly. Very well. Grasp me and draw me forth. I shall grant you the power to endure. Meanwhile, Luo observed in silence. Following the sword's guidance, Tang Nan clasped the hilt with both hands, attempting to extract it, when a wave of despair surged forth from the fisher, enveloping him. What is happening? In an instant, a torrent of despair flooded his mind. No, I must. He wished to release his grip, yet his hand seemed magnetically bound to the hilt. With no alternatives left, facing the dire predicament, he chose to gamble everything. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Rise. The great sword began to emerge slowly. Gradually, Tang Nan felt the suffocating sensation wane. With renewed determination, he pulled it free. Upon his success, a name flashed into his consciousness, and he could not help but utter it. Breath of death. Instantly, his awareness was yanked back from the illusion, and a thunderous sound erupted. As the dust settled, Tang Nan was astonished to find the breath of death manifest before him. Surprisingly, his injuries appeared to have healed significantly. Wiping the remnants of blood from his lips, he steeled himself, grasping the breath of death firmly, and resolutely charged toward his master. Let us commence the next round, master. Meanwhile, within the sea of Tang Nan's spirit, Luo observed the unfolding events. Beside him sat a young man strikingly similar to Tang Nan. The youth settled beside Luo, exhaling with ease. It seems my guidance has proven effective. Humph, such tricks might fool that little fool. Luo shot a disgruntled glance. The young man's unexpected actions nearly derailed his plans. According to my original scheme, he should have waited until he matured further. At present, he was wholly incapable of wielding the breath of death. You know, how can one know unless they try? The young man gestured toward the battle transpiring before them. At that moment, Tang Nan flailed the great sword in a haphazard assault against Yang Hong, who effortlessly evaded the strikes encountered. It was essentially a one-sided domination. The young man felt embarrassed, managing only an awkward chuckle. It certainly appears so, haha. Luo sighed in resignation, retorting, You rascal. Hey, too slow. Your strikes lack power. Move your feet quicker. As Yang Hong dodged the slashes, he seized opportunities to tap his disciple's head with the sword sheath to correct his movements. Yet, Tang Nan's innate physical limitations rendered him somewhat inept at these corrections. In no time, Tang Nan's face bore the marks of his struggle. Huh. Tang Nan panted heavily, the relentless blows prompting him to calm his thoughts and contemplate the key to breaking the stalemate. His master must have anticipated his attack patterns by observing his initial moves, if that were the case. With this realization, Tang Nan summoned the blue-silver grass to create an impenetrable barrier around Yang Hong, enveloping him completely. Humph, an intriguing strategy, attempting to launch a surprise attack, is it? Yang Hong was quite pleased with his disciple's ingenuity. However, it was equally advantageous for me. After pinpointing Tang Nan's location with his soul power, he unleashed 3 successive sword energies aimed directly at him. As Tang Nan, poised to execute his ambush, caught sight of the incoming assault, he hastily raised his sword to block. However, while he managed to deflect the first strike, he soon found himself overwhelmed. Just as he exhaled in relief, the second and third sword energies followed swiftly, forcing him back several meters. Observing the lopsided battle from the sea of consciousness, the young onlookers couldn't help but express their concern. Aren't you going to assist him? What does it matter to me? Luawas outright rejected the request, even turning his head away in disdain. Clearly, he was still seething with anger. This is untenable. The disparity in strength is too great. Tang Nan lamented, recognizing the vast gulf between their abilities. Meanwhile, Yang Hong effortlessly sliced through the blue-silver grass and stepped forth. It appears that the power bestowed by that broken sword is rather limited. The moment Luawas heard this, his ire flared. That insolent brat, daring to speak so. I can't believe I'm getting riled up by this. Watching Luawas lose his composure so quickly, the young onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Just as Tang Nan pondered how to mount an offense, Luawas's voice reached his ears. Hey, kid, do you want to win? Eh? Luawas? What do you mean? No unnecessary questions. Just answer me. Do you want it or not? Luawas's words left Tang Nan uncertain about how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Luawas realized he might have been too hasty. Calming down, he added, Kid, do you trust me? I trust you, Luawas. Good. Relax your body. Leave the rest to me. Is that so? As Tang Nan gradually relaxed, a white vapor enveloped his body, and his eyes transformed into a clear white. Humph. This feels rather pleasant. Taking control of Tang Nan's body, Luawas stretched his limbs slightly. From a distance, Yang Hong noticed the unusual change in his disciple and understood that his provocation had succeeded. He continued to taunt. Hey, are we still fighting? Or do you need a break? Hearing this, Luawas's expression darkened, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips, brimming with unspoken fury. So, it is you who spoke of the broken sword, is it? Who else could it be? Yang Hong was about to continue, but before he could utter another word, Luawas, adhering to the principle of action over words, charged forward with his sword, closing the distance to Yang Hong in an instant. Too talkative, Luawas, in a fit of rage, swung his death's breath, tracing a silver arc through the air towards Yang Hong. The strike collided with the protective soul power, creating faint fissures upon impact. The commotion could potentially attract Tang San and his companions, leading to an undesirable situation. Unperturbed by the cracks in his shield, Yang Hong instead grew concerned that such a disturbance might summon others. Thus, he began to chant an incantation, unfurling his domain. In an instant, a simplistic realm enveloped the two, ensuring their actions would not ripple outward. With this assurance, Yang Hong felt liberated to engage fully in combat. In the tranquil arena, Luawas and Yang Hong faced each other, the tension palpable, as if time itself had frozen. Luawas wore a disdainful expression, clearly skeptical of Yang Hong's demeanor. Perhaps out of pride, he coldly tossed the sword previously wielded by Tang Nan back to Yang Hong, receiving the blade. A flicker of amusement danced in Yang Hong's eyes as he assumed a standard combat stance. Is this truly fair? He remarked, his tone laced with both provocation and disdain. The atmosphere thickened, the air heavy with anticipation. Luawas's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden roar, he reversed his grip on the sword, drawing in a deep breath as all his strength seemed to coalesce into death's breath. In a swift motion, he unleashed 3 silver streaks of sword energy towards Yang Hong, each imbued with an undeniable force that threatened to shatter him completely. Seamlessly, Luawas adjusted his grip and, utilizing the cover of the initial sword energy, lunged at Yang Hong with a piercing thrust. Yet, Yang Hong displayed no hint of alarm in the face of the incoming sword energy. He wielded his sword with grace, deftly deflecting each attack. However, as he parried the final strike, he finally grasped Luawas's true intention. The distance between them had closed to mere inches, leaving Yang Hong no choice but to summon all his protective soul power to withstand Luawas's assault. Just then, Luawas unexpectedly altered his approach. The blade, initially aimed for a thrust, spun with fierce momentum, transforming into a slashing strike aimed ruthlessly at Yang Hong's side. The icy brilliance of the attack dealt significant damage. Seizing the moment, Yang Hong quickly retreated to create space, but Luawas relentlessly pursued him, plunging them back into the fray. Amidst the tumult, Yang Hong seized an opportunity, blocking Death's breath and closing the gap, seeking to force his opponent to relinquish his weapon. However, Luawas capitalized on the moment. releasing his grip to evade the attack while landing a powerful punch squarely on Yang Hong's face. In that fleeting instant when his opponent lost sight, Luo showcased his exceptional martial prowess, executing a series of fluid moves that compelled Yang Hong to abandon his weapon. Following this, he unleashed a formidable kick, sending Yang Hong hurtling backwards. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent remained airborne, Luo was deftly retrieved the breath of death and swiftly surged towards Yang Hong's landing point. In midair, Yang Hong immediately conjured several missiles, launching a fierce barrage towards Luo. However, unfazed by the incoming projectiles, Luo was sneered and calmly wielded the breath of death, dismantling them one by one. Is that all? He scoffed. Surely not, Yang Hong retorted, tightening his grip with his right hand. Suddenly, Luo was found his feet ensnared by a binding array. Immediately afterward, a deluge of missiles rained down upon him. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, and a dragon's roar resonated from within. The dragon's cry. In that instant, Luo was shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow, charging at Yang Hong. With a thunderous crash, a vast expanse of ground behind Yang Hong shattered instantaneously. Yet, the blade of the breath of death halted mere centimeters from Yang Hong's head. Why not strike further? Yang Hong provocatively gazed at Luo, clearly having anticipated this very moment. Observing the cunning smile upon his opponent's face, Luo remained silent but pivoted the blade. The gust of wind generated by the sword's edge forced Yang Hong to squint, revealing a massive pit behind him. Coldly, he gestured to himself, stating, "Were it not for this brat, I would have reduced you to fragments long ago." After uttering this, he retracted the breath of death, intending to relinquish control. However, a single remark from Yang Hong left him in silence. Just like before, I can rest easy. Yang Hong, relieved, sat upon the ground, his tone calm yet tinged with gratitude. You've had a tough few hundred years, Luo. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it, Luo replied, emerging from Tang Nan's body in the form of his spiritual essence. Is my sister well? At that moment, he appeared as a white-haired youth, reminiscent of their memories before their separation. His expression remained as frigid as ever, yet his eyes reflected a trace of compassion. Oh, the same as usual, unable to fight, converse, or escape. Upon finishing, he gently stroked his forehead, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Well, that brings me peace. Haha, Luo understood and chuckled in response. Just then, Tang Nan, regaining consciousness, lay weakly upon the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He could only call out desperately, "Master, Lord Lu, help me." Chapter 16. The Devil's Training. At noon, the sun bathed the earth in golden light, enveloping the world in a radiant glow. The sky stretched in a deep blue, intoxicating in its vastness. Occasionally, a few white clouds drifted lazily by, like guardians of this pristine sky. The air under the sunlight felt warm and sweet, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. The distant mountains, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more majestic, while the nearby flora and trees flourished in the golden rays. In this tranquil moment, the world resonated with the subtle sound of the breeze and the occasional chirping of birds. Everything appeared so harmonious, so beautiful. It was a delightful midday, evoking a sense of tranquility and the beauty of life. Of course, except for one individual. 1, 2, 3, I can't go on. Master. No, continue practicing. Shouldn't we let him rest for a while? Absolutely not. Merliage, Yang Hong's real name. It is precisely because of your incessant leniency that this lad's stamina is so poor. Luo reprimanded Yang Hong for his negligence while casting a fierce glare at Tang Nan. I Haven T said you could stop, so keep going. Yes. 4, 5. 10 minutes ago. What? Lu Yi and the master are longtime friends? Upon hearing this, Tang Nan widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at the two. Faced with the starkly different appearances of the two men, he found it hard to believe the master's explanation. Indeed, Lu and I share a bond that transcends life and death. Isn't that right, brother? Yang Hong smiled, affirming while nudging Luo with his elbow. Humph. Luo rolled his eyes in silence, gritting his teeth as he responded, Of course, we were comrades in the same squad. This reckless fellow has caused us no small amount of trouble. Oh, what kind of person was the master back then? Intrigued by the revelation of Lu Yi and the master's professional relationship, Tang Nan leaned closer to inquire. Well, let me think. Luo, observing Tang Nan's eager gaze, revealed a mischievous smile. Noticing this, Yang Hong immediately called his apprentice to rest, preparing for the next phase of training, and then discreetly pulled Luo aside. Hey Luo, what do you wish to say? I warn you not to speak nonsense. Yang Hong cautioned Luo in a threatening tone. However, Luawas paid no heed, turning to shout at Tang Nan, "Hey, little!" Before he could finish, Yang Hong hurriedly covered his mouth. "I implore you, don't do this. I have only one apprentice. Don't make me lose my dignity as a master," Yang Hong pleaded. Nevertheless, Luawas ignored him, stepping forward and proposing his own condition. "You may not let me speak, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Yang Hong queried, puzzled. "I take full responsibility for this lad's combat training. Is that agreeable?" Luawas asked. Of course," Yang Hong reacted, utterly astonished. Observing Yang Hong's surprise, Luawas was at a loss for words. "What's wrong? Were you not so harsh on your apprentice precisely to compel me to step in? What is with this astonished expression now?" he inquired. "It's nothing. I merely didn't expect you to offer it yourself." Yang Hong feigned calmness with a cough, secretly thinking, "I had intended to knock him down first before commencing formal training." "So what you mean is?" Yang Hong asked. "Agreed. With a martial arts master like you, I feel reassured." An anxious Yang Hong promptly consented. "However, I'd like to ask what your reasoning is." Yang Hong inquired again. "I simply enjoy it," Luawas succinctly replied, leaving Yang Hong speechless. Following their amiable exchange, Luawas, with his undisputed authority, became Tang Nan's mentor in combat skills. Thus commenced Luawas's training regimen for Tang Nan. Begin with 100 push-ups. Upon Luawas's command, Tang Nan struggled for a while before collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. "Get up. You've only completed 12. Luawas's stern tone failed to rouse Tang Nan, as the young man was utterly fatigued. "I can't go on, Master Luawas. Allow me a moment's respite." Tang Nan, sprawled on the ground, managed to raise a hand in a plea for rest. Reluctantly, Luawas permitted him a 5-minute break. This lad's physical condition is truly abysmal. He seemed so spirited during the fight, yet he falters after merely 10 push-ups? Yang Hong, faced with Luawas's lament, found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Luawas suddenly had an idea. He patted Yang Hong's shoulder and inquired seriously, "Are there any particularly treacherous mountain paths nearby?" "Indeed. There exists a perilous route known as the Devil's Path leading to Sotoa City, fraught with danger and difficulty." As Yang Hong spoke of it, he suddenly comprehended Luawas's intent, slowly turning to face him like a robot. "You cannot be suggesting. Indeed, according to our previous training methods, we shall put this young man through comprehensive physical training." Yang Hong vehemently rejected Luawas's proposal. "Do you not understand? Tang Nan is an ordinary person. Following our training regimen could very well cost him his life." In his fervor, Yang Hong momentarily forgot that Luawas now existed in a spiritual state. "You are aware, this child has narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions. Should he continue training like an ordinary person, his future would be akin to courting death." At this juncture, Luawas's own emotions grew fervent. Yang Hong, taken aback by Luawas's passionate retort, found himself rendered speechless. The predicament Luawas described was indeed the challenge Tang Nan currently faced. In terms of martial spirit, he was already at a disadvantage. If he were to further succumb to inferior physical conditioning, his prospects would truly be dire. Yang Hong cast a glance at his resting disciple in the distance, his heart heavy with guilt. He turned to Luawas and gravely stated, "Very well. Let us proceed with your suggestion." Moments later, Yang Hong led Tang Nan to the entrance of the Devil's Path. "Master, what brings us here?" Tang Nan inquired curiously. "Training. Your task begins now." Yang Hong handed him a map and turned away. "Your mission for today is to traverse the Devil's Path." "Understood. I shall set off immediately," Tang Nan replied, his demeanor relaxed, thinking to himself, "I was expecting something more daunting. What a false alarm." "Yang Hong, have you forgotten something?" Beside him, Luawas cast a piercing gaze upon Yang Hong, discerning the uncertainty that plagued his thoughts. In response to Luawas's urging, Yang Hong ultimately steeled his resolve. With a snap of his fingers, a set of garments materialized before him. He donned them. After changing his attire, Tang Nan suddenly felt an unusual heaviness in his body, as if burdened by a weight of 10 kilograms. This unforeseen condition nearly caused him to falter. It was the weighted garment, now weighing 10 kilograms. "Your task is to traverse the Devil's Path while donning it, without any time constraints. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Tang Nan sighed, staggering as he stepped onto the Devil's Path. Observing the diminishing figure of his disciple, the two traversed through a fissure to reach the summit of a mountain. At which point Luawas could no longer contain his inquiry. "What exactly are you hesitating about?" Luawas's tone revealed anger intertwined with a hint of understanding. "I merely feel it is too soon." "Nonsense. Tell me, what is your relationship with this child? Do not speak so cryptically." He is merely my friend who has asked me to look after him. Yang Hong replied with a wry smile. Let me guess, you owe him a significant favor. And in the midst of evading an attack, he entrusted his child to you for safekeeping, correct? Ha ha ha, more or less. Yang Hong chuckled awkwardly upon having the truth revealed, then sat down to admire the picturesque scenery before him. Navigating through the world, the intricacies of human relationships are inevitable. Understanding this, Luwas joined him, taking a seat beside him. You, as always. I thought the preliminary mission would inspire some change in you. As he spoke, Luwas gazed at the azure sky, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Now, tell me about what you have been up to during this time, Malik. The map given by the master should be accurate, right? Traversing the Devil's Path, Tang Nan glanced at the map in his hand, then at the steep cliff ahead, lost in contemplation. Although he had previously heard villagers speak of the perils of the Devil's Path, the actual level of danger exceeded his imagination. Observing the stones intermittently falling from above, Tang Nan swallowed hard and tentatively began to climb. Initially, the steep rocks provided him with numerous footholds, allowing him to ascend cautiously, step by step. However, as he gained altitude, the surface became increasingly smooth, and the difficulty of climbing escalated. Tang Nan's stamina gradually waned, his breathing growing more labored. He cast a glance at the distant ground below and gasped in apprehension. If I were to fall, I would be bedridden for months. There was no turning back now. Retreat was not an option, and he could only press on with determination. Tang Nan exerted every ounce of his strength, his fingers tightly gripping the crevice of the rock, while his legs pushed forcefully against the cliff face in search of stable support. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that his master had not explicitly forbidden the use of soul power. With this thought, he swiftly fashioned a pair of gloves from blue silvergrass to enhance his grip. What a genius I am, he mused, reveling in his cleverness. However, just as Tang Nan was basking in his own brilliance, his right foot unexpectedly slipped, causing him to lose his balance. He attempted to stabilize himself, yet the spot where his other foot landed could not bear his weight, resulting in a collapse of the rock beneath him, with both feet momentarily airborne. Tang Nan struggled for a time before beginning his descent. Wow, he exclaimed, watching the ground become increasingly distinct. In a state of panic, he immediately tried to use the blue-silver grass to save himself, clearly underestimating both his weight and the speed of his fall. The grass snapped under the force of gravity. This is it, Tang Nan gasped, witnessing the dire situation unfold before him, his hands flailing desperately in search of anything to halt his descent. At that instant, in his frenzy, he summoned the breath of death, and a great sword materialized before him. Without a moment to ponder, he grasped the hilt tightly and plunged it into the mountainside. As the blade embedded deeper, sparks flew, mirroring his despair and struggle. His descent finally halted, allowing him a moment to breathe. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Regaining his composure, Tang Nan resumed his climb, reminding himself to exercise greater caution. Was your original intention in establishing the Shadow Guard to traverse this continent without hindrance? Indeed, upon my arrival in this world, the situation was quite tumultuous, with chaos reigning and wars raging. Due to the demons' attacks, the captain and the others fell into a state of dormancy, leaving me, a mere recruit, to seek a safe haven for them. Although the transition of power did not significantly affect me, I was still alone and could not afford to be too ostentatious. Thus, as I began my journey across this land, I discreetly assisted the local populace in resolving their troubles. Gradually, many homeless civilians sought refuge with me. So, you took them in? Not quite. I imparted knowledge to them and cleared a safe area for them, then departed. That farewell lasted a century. When I passed through there again, it had developed into a nascent village. You know, they even erected a statue of me in the village center. Yang Hong chuckled heartily at the mention of this. Enough boasting. Is there more to the story? Afterward, I continued my travels, witnessing the rise of two great empires, the ascendancy of the Spirit Hall, and the fierce competition among three factions. Along the way, rumors of me reached the ears of their higher-ups. Initially, they merely considered me a soul master who enjoyed doing good deeds. However, as time went on, the feasibility of the rumor regarding my identity as a soul beast gained increasing affirmation among many. Consequently, both empires organized forces to hunt me down. Oh, those days were truly arduous. I seized the opportunity to feign death, narrowly escaping a calamity. With this chance, I transformed my appearance and established a rule for myself. Whenever all my acquaintances in this lifetime departed, I would assume a completely new identity and embark on a fresh existence. After several centuries had passed, Fan is awakened. A decade later, we took in a group of individuals rendered homeless by war. Initially, I intended to act as I had in the past. However, I felt a change was in order. Thus, they became the foundational members of the Shadow Guard. Indeed, Yang Hong chuckled with satisfaction. Often I would say, "It is your turn now. How fares our homeland?" Meanwhile, on another front, oh dear, I finally made it. After much effort, Tang Nin had finally reached the summit. Before he could catch his breath, the setting sun, nearing its descent, reminded him that time was fleeting. Glancing at the map in his hand, he realized he still had approximately 2/3 of the journey ahead. He cautiously adjusted his stance, preparing to descend, when suddenly his foot slipped. "Ah!" Tang Nin exclaimed in shock. "Help!" Subsequently, he swiftly descended the mountain. "Help?" It was as if Yang Hong, upon hearing his disciples cry for assistance, turned to Luo's beside him and inquired, "Hey, Luo's, did you hear Xiaonan's plea for help?" "Not at all." "Oh, perhaps it was just my imagination." Yang Hong, mistakenly believing he was merely hallucinating, did not delve deeper into the matter. He quietly awaited old Lu's report. "Let me think. Since your departure, the global situation has maintained a delicate equilibrium. This has persisted for over a century." "Wait, over a century?" Upon hearing this figure, Yang Hong's astonishment was palpable. The disparity in the flow of time was indeed staggering. "I cannot answer that question. You may inquire about it once your captain awakens." Luo lightly tapped Yang Hong on the head and continued. Subsequently, the clan determined the future heir, who happens to be a girl. With the assistance of some fool, the Dragon Clan merged with neighboring nations, and thus she naturally ascended to the throne. "Ah, that fool." At this point, Luo let out a cold laugh, leaving his intent, whether to deride or acknowledge, intriguingly ambiguous. "And what about you? How did you come here?" "Me? I was brought here by a fool." Just as Yang Hong was about to pursue the inquiry further, he was silenced by Luo's piercing gaze and the menacing glint of his drawn sword, breath of death. All right, I won't ask. Just sheath your sword." The perceptive Yang Hong quickly placated him, prompting Luo's to retract the breath of death. Meanwhile, Tang Nin limped out from the thicket. Just moments ago, he had been utilizing his sword to navigate down the mountain, and as he was nearing his destination, the sword in his hand vanished in the blink of an eye, causing him to tumble into the woods. Fortunately, the foliage was dense enough to cushion his fall, allowing him to crawl out of the underbrush. What in the world happened to that sword? Perplexed, he summoned the breath of death once more. Strange, isn't it? Unable to grasp the situation, he cast a glance at the rising moon and continued on his journey. However, by the time he reached Soto City, it was already the early hours of the following day. Upon his arrival, Yang Hong and Lu Huaxi emerged from the fissure. "Let me check the time. 12 hours for the first attempt. Not too shabby," Lu Huaxi remarked, observing his exhausted apprentice. Rather than feeling disappointed, he was pleasantly surprised that this young man had exceeded the performance of his own master. A slight smile graced his lips before he resumed a serious demeanor. "Rest well. We have more to accomplish tomorrow." "Wait, what? We have to continue tomorrow?" Tang Nin exclaimed. "Of course, that is part of your training plan. Ah, by the way, if your time is slower tomorrow, there will be consequences," Lu Huaxi warned, revealing a knowing smile. Before Tang Nin could inquire further, he vanished back into the sea of consciousness. Tang Nin turned his gaze to his master, who simply shook his head, then raised both thumbs with a smile. "Keep it up." "No, please." Thus began Tang Nin's rigorous physical training. Chapter 17. Evaluating results. An ancient saying goes, "The morning determines the day." In the dawn's embrace, the sun rose gently, casting warm and comforting rays into the infirmary. Lying on the bed, Tang Nin gradually awakened from his slumber, his bleary eyes revealing traces of fatigue. He rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn. After a quick wash, he donned the specially prepared weighted clothing and stepped out of the infirmary, embarking on his arduous journey. Ever since Lu Huaxi had tailored a devilishly rigorous training regimen for him, Tang Nin's life had undergone a radical transformation. Each day began with weighted traverses of the Devil's Path in the morning, intense soul battles in the evening, and late-night theoretical lectures from Yang Hong. This had become the rhythm of Tang Nin's daily existence. As time passed, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the final day of training, panting heavily while clad in his weighted attire, Tang Nin arrived at the gates of Soto City before the sun had set. Eagerly, he inquired about his performance. "Master Lu, how did I do this time?" 9 hours, just barely, Lu Huaxi replied. Completing the Devil's Path with a 40-kilogram load in 9 hours, this young man's physique appears to be more resilient than anticipated, he mused, secretly astonished as he observed Tang Nin, drenched in sweat, He had initially assumed the young man would possess a frail constitution, but to his surprise, he had persevered. Master Lu, have I qualified? Tang Nan panted, filled with anticipation. Well, you have qualified, Master Lu nodded with a smile. Woohoo, I am utterly exhausted. Oh dear. Upon learning that he had passed the test, Tang Nan let out a sigh of relief, only to forget that he was still wearing the weighted clothing, resulting in a comical tumble. What was it that initially drew me to this lad? Master Lu was left speechless, covering his face with his hand as he questioned his own judgment. All right, get up. With a snap of his fingers, Master Lu released the gravity of the weighted clothing. He patted Tang Nan on the head and said earnestly, now, take a good rest. In a few days, it will be time for your master to assess your results. Let your brother see you in a new light then. Yes. A few days later. After a month of rigorous training, the group had made significant progress. To evaluate everyone's training outcomes, the master had prepared a special test. That morning, he gathered everyone together. All right, everyone, after a month of training, I believe you have all gained much. Today, we will conduct a practical exercise to see what you have truly learned, the master stated solemnly. In the tense atmosphere of the scene, Xiao Wu approached Tang Nan and curiously inquired, Hey, Xiao Nan, where's your master? I haven't seen him around these past few days. My master? Tang Nan pondered for a moment before explaining. He mentioned he had some matters to attend to and would be away for a few days. What's up, sis? Tang Nan asked with concern, noticing her demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to hear him finish the story he started, Xiao Wu replied with an embarrassed smile. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Soto City, a man dressed in peculiar attire caught the attention of passers-by. His stall was laden with various rare treasures, drawing admiration. He shouted loudly, Come, come, come. Take a look at these rare treasures, available at a bargain. His voice resonated like a drum, instantly attracting a crowd of curious onlookers. They gathered around, intrigued by the items displayed. Among them, a lavishly dressed woman picked up a star-shaped pendant, her eyes filled with keen interest. Excuse me, sir. How much for this sparkling star-shaped pendant? She inquired. The man, noticing her gaze, responded with enthusiasm. Ah, beautiful lady, you truly have an eye for quality. This piece is carved from the finest essence of star, ore, making it highly collectible. I see a connection between us. How about I let it go for 50 gold soul coins? Without hesitation, the woman replied, Deal. Here is your payment. She then pointed to another item and asked, What about this one? Thus, more and more onlookers were drawn in, eagerly inquiring about prices and purchasing their desired treasures. Half an hour later, all the merchandise had been sold, and Yi Qing looked at the now empty stall, a large bag of gold soul coins in hand. Respectfully, Yi Qing expressed her gratitude to Uncle Yang, saying, Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your assistance. Without you, I truly would not know how to manage these goods. A grateful smile adorned her face. Yang Hong, with a modest smile, seemed to relish the joy of the recent market experience, replying, Not at all, it was quite enjoyable. In fact, he then inquired curiously, By the way, what brings you here to set up a stall? Yi Qing offered a wry smile, scratching her head in embarrassment. Well, our original commission was to escort the goods here. Upon arrival, we were informed that the client was experiencing financial issues and could not provide the payment. In desperation, we had no choice but to select some items from the goods as collateral. Yang Hong chuckled at this, exclaiming, Unable to pay the final payment? How peculiar. Yi Qing continued, Indeed, we were quite surprised. As for Lei Hao and the others? Oh, they have gone to the soul fighting arena to compete. While Yuan Wen is purchasing books and some items that Wei entrusted us to buy before our departure. Hearing this, Yang Hong smiled and remarked, Young people are full of energy, always unable to sit still. He then glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly noon. Remembering he had to assess his apprentice's training results, he quickly said, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Take care, Uncle Yang, she replied. Yes, goodbye. With that, Yang Hong swiftly slipped into the crevice. At Shrek Academy, the first practical training match featured Tang San against Dai Mubai. Initially, both sides exchanged blows evenly. However, during the battle, Dai Mubai seized an opportunity to close in on Tang San, only to be firmly restrained by Tang San's instant third soul skill, resulting in his defeat. Dai Mubai, caught off guard, mused, I didn't expect Little San's third soul skill to be instantaneous. The master patted his shoulder solemnly, saying, Remember to be more cautious next time. All right, next match, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Tang Nan versus Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing he would be battling his older brother, Tang Nan's hands trembled with excitement. Come on, brother. Ready. Begin. With the master's command, Daimubai and Xiaowu surged towards Tang San like arrows released from a bow. Sensing their aggressive approach, the trio quickly consumed flying mushrooms and soared aloft, evading Daimubai's assault. Seeing the opponents unable to ascend, Ma Hongjun instantly grew emboldened. "Hey, come fight me, boss Dai," he taunted, unleashing a torrent of phoenix flames towards Daimubai. Forced to retreat under the pressure of the flames, Daimubai could only curse as he fell back. "Damn it. You fatso. Just wait until you come down. No need to wait for them to descend. You can go up instead." As the words left his lips, a colossal blue-silver vine began to sprout beneath Daimubai, the tendrils controlled by Tang Nan. "Here it comes." Delighted, Daimubai advanced towards Ma Hongjun and the others, stepping on the creeping vines. "Behold my prowess." As the vines continued to grow, Ma Hongjun swiftly unleashed the Phoenix Fire line, aiming to incinerate the vines. However, Daimubai would not allow his adversary to succeed, countering with the White Tiger Light Wave. The disparity in soul power rendered Ma Hongjun's fire line easily shattered by the luminous wave. "I'm at a loss, Xiao San. Lend me a hand." With no other options, Ma Hongjun turned to Tang San for assistance, only to find that Tang San had already been flung away by Xiaowu. "What on earth?" Ma Hongjun gasped in astonishment, only to turn back and see the furious Daimubai approaching rapidly. "We must retreat, Oscar." Ma Hongjun urgently signaled to Oscar to hasten their escape, but unexpectedly, Oscar pointed despondently below. "You should take a look at this." Following Oscar's gesture, Ma Hongjun glanced down and was immediately horrified to discover that, at some point, Tang San's blue-silver grass had ensnared their feet. "You gluttonous fool, meet your end." As Daimubai, traversing the vines, drew near with a fierce smile, the two were inevitably subjected to a thorough beating. "Boss, you truly went too far this time," Ma Hongjun lamented, clutching his swollen cheek in agony. Meanwhile, Tang San tended to him with ointment, offering comfort. "Had you not been so arrogant, perhaps the boss would have gone a bit easier on you." Just as everyone was preparing for the next trial, the master's furious roar caused a tremor among the assembled. "Enough. Is this the pride of Shrek Academy students?" he chastised sternly. After delivering a scathing reprimand, the master solemnly declared, "I announce that none of you have passed this test." Subsequently, he led everyone to the school gate. Upon arrival, the group was met with 8 baskets bearing their names, leaving them utterly perplexed. The master then explained, "Listen carefully. Your next punishment is to carry these baskets and traverse the devil's path before dusk. You are not permitted to use soul power, and any students who fail to arrive by evening will be expelled." "But why must both Zhu Qing and I be punished? We did not participate," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clutching the basket inscribed with her name. The master retorted, "Are you not a member of this team?" This question left Ning Rongrong speechless. As she observed Zhu Qing silently hoisting her basket, she resignedly followed suit, embarking on their journey. The devil's path was fraught with peril, the terrain treacherous, and each step was taken with utmost caution. However, one individual stood apart. Tang San navigated the devil's path with ease, as this mountainous route was familiar to him. Moreover, with a mere 15 kilograms to bear, the burden paled in comparison to the intensity of his previous training, allowing him to move freely. Thus, he unhesitatingly distanced himself significantly from the main group. Observing Tang San's growing distance, an exhausted Ma Hongjun panted, "Ha, Xiao San, did you use soul power? How can you run so swiftly?" In response, Tang San merely waved his hand, indicating his uncertainty. Just as Tang Nan and his companions stepped onto the devil's path, Yang Hong hurried back to the school in a flurry. Upon learning that they were to traverse the perilous route, he did not express concern. Instead, he intriguingly inquired of Yu Xiaojiang, "What weight did you assign to Tang Nan?" 15 kilograms. "I believe this weight is quite suitable for him," replied Yu Xiaojiang. "Is that so? I think it might be a tad too easy for him." Yang Hong's unexpected response left everyone bewildered. He then feigned an air of mystery, stating, "We should arrive early. There will be surprises." Chapter 18. Evaluation of results. As several teachers, under Yang Hong's insistence, arrived early at the foot of Suatua City to wait. It was only about 2 hours after their departure that Tang Nan, carrying a basket on his back, came into view. Zhao Wuji remarked, "Goodness, is this kid cheating?" Unsure of how to approach the topic, Flender asked, "Where are Tang San and the others?" "Oh, those old brothers. Based on past experience, they should have already descended the mountain by now. It should take about an hour to reach here." "Descended the mountain? What do you mean?" "Climbing the mountain, of course. What's wrong?" Oh my." After comparing maps, they were astonished to discover that the route Tang Nan had taken was nearly half the distance, albeit with exponentially greater danger. the culprit being Luo was. Apart from Yang Hong, the other teachers gazed at Tang Nan in disbelief. Tang Nan, I believe you should clarify. Are you certain you did not utilize soul power? Master sternly inquired, his piercing gaze fixed upon Tang Nan, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Well, flustered. Tang Nan fidgeted, intertwining his hands while avoiding Master's scrutinizing eyes. At that moment, Yang Hong stepped in to provide an explanation. Don't be too anxious, after all. This kid has been training for just a month. Achieving such results seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Yang Hong casually draped an arm over Zhao Wuji's shoulder, attempting to sound nonchalant. As the teachers pondered this explanation, they recalled Yang Hong's earlier cryptic jest, and everything began to appear more plausible. Thus, they chose not to press further. The group continued to stand at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of Tang San and his companions. They remained there until dusk when the seven, utterly exhausted, collapsed at the gate. Master smiled knowingly. The objective has been achieved. I believe they now understand the importance of unity. Indeed, the stones in the baskets show signs of having been rearranged. These little ones have truly worked hard. Tang Nan, please assist them in going to the bathhouse for a wash. Understood, Teacher Zhao. Where to then? Tang Nan asked, carrying Tang San on his back. Well, let us go to. Flender began, but Yang Hong interjected, I have a splendid place in mind. Glorious days. In the renowned bathing center of Soto City. Just as the attendants finished tidying up in preparation for opening, a resounding crash echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open. The patrons inside were taken aback, witnessing Flander and his serious-faced companions carrying several unconscious individuals into the establishment. The staff, momentarily stunned by the gravity of the situation, hesitated to approach. It was Yang Hong who broke the silence, clearing his throat and calling out, Where is the owner? Please step forward. Upon hearing his calm tone, the manager timidly emerged from beneath the counter, trembling as he approached. I am here. What brings you esteemed guests to our humble establishment? He stammered, attempting to steady his quaking legs. Yang Hong gestured toward the unconscious Tang San and his companions, stating, Let us arrange a medicinal bath for them to recuperate, and prepare some refreshments as well. How does that sound? Yes, but about the payment. The manager hesitated, fear evident in his voice. Just put it on the account of Shrek Academy, Yang Hong interjected. Hey, Yang, Flander began, but was swiftly silenced by Yang Hong's hand over his mouth. Does the guest have something to say? No worries, just get back to your duties. Yang Hong waved dismissively. All right then. A few of you come over and assist in taking them to the bath, the manager instructed. After he escorted Tang San and his companions away, Yang Hong, accompanied by Flander and Yu Xiaojiang, retreated to the lounge to wait. Once Yang Hong released his grip, Flander erupted, Are you trying to kill me, Yang? This is the best bathing center in Soto City, and your educational philosophy is to provide the best for students. But could you not choose something more affordable? Just look at these prices. He pointed indignantly at the exorbitant menu. It would be cheaper to sell the academy. He then turned his ire towards Yu Xiaojiang. And you? Xiaojiang, why didn't you stop him? Yu Xiaojiang, calmly sipping tea, replied, I had the same sentiment. Damn it, Flander exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration. In that instant, a thunderous crash resounded as a large hole was blasted into the wall. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Zhu Xing emerged, stepping on Ma Hongjun, while holding Dai Mubai and Oscar. She calmly explained to the bewildered teachers they were peeking. Ah, splendid. Yang Hong clapped in appreciation at the scene. Yu Xiaojiang smiled, complimenting, They've recovered quite well. Meanwhile, Flander stood momentarily frozen before lamenting, How much will this cost to repair? Don't worry, my dear Flander, there will always be a solution, Yang Hong reassured him. Then do share some ideas, Flander pressed, to which Yang Hong pointed out the window. What about that? Following his gesture, Flander's gaze fell upon the enormous sign of the Soul Arena, which came into view. Now that is more reasonable. Several hours later, the recuperated individuals gathered in the lounge, awaiting the master's instructions for their next training session. The master leisurely sipped his tea and calmly announced the next training plan. The forthcoming plan was singular. All participants were to engage in the soul duel competition to amass 20,000 gold soul coins for the school's debts. A profound silence enveloped the group as they absorbed this information. Furthermore, every participant was required to obtain a silver soul badge. Do you recall the graduation standards of the academy? Before turning 18, one must break through to level 40 and acquire the silver soul. As the group reflected on this, the master's intentions became clear, and their expressions grew somber. Observing their readiness, the master proceeded to outline the arrangements for the upcoming matches. Dai Mubai and Oscar would form one team, Tang San and Xiao Wu another, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing constituted yet another pair. Due to Yang Hong's prior signal, Tang Nin would not participate in the 2-on-2 matches. Thus Ma Hongjun would compete as a solo contestant. A new round of training commenced. The Seoul Duel Arena buzzed with excitement that night. As the host fervently stirred the atmosphere, "Esteemed audience, you have just witnessed the astonishing performance of the twin-winged white tiger, and I trust you are left yearning for more." If the malevolent white tiger had, at the last moment, conjured a dazzling sword to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent, it would have been nothing short of spectacular. The upcoming match is sure to ignite your fervor. It is a clash between the bloodthirsty Iron Hand and the newly rising star, Nan Mu. This newcomer, not only possessing an adorable appearance, but also exhibiting exquisite combat skills, is highly anticipated. We cannot help but worry for Iron Hand, fearing he might inadvertently mar this young one's visage in the heat of battle. However, the intensity of the contest often remains unaffected by the emotional entanglements of the fighters. Let us now eagerly await this smoke-filled confrontation. Now, let us invite the contestants to enter the arena. In the preparation area, Tang Nan was wrapping his hands in bandages when Lu was made his presence known. "Listen, kid, this is your first match in front of your older siblings. Don't embarrass yourself," he advised. "Understood. Don't worry, Master Lu, I will not lose," Tang Nan replied calmly to Lu Wa's concern. "However, this time I have decided to increase the difficulty." Lu Wa suddenly shifted his tone and swiftly sealed Tang Nan's blue-silver grass martial soul, stating in this battle, "You may only use Death's Breath. Do not think to rely on your natural form. Do you understand?" "I understand, Master," Tang Nan replied without exhibiting much surprise, for this limitation was considerably less burdensome than competing in weighted attire. Upon hearing the host call for both sides to enter, Tang Nan, prepared and resolute, shouldered Death's Breath and donned a half-mask resembling a malevolent spirit as he stepped into the arena. As he entered the center of the arena, his fresh attire ignited the atmosphere, indicating that our newcomer was aware of his opponent's formidable nature. Yet, the ferocity of Iron Hand could not be rivaled by a mere mask of a specter. The commentator's voice boomed with passion, rallying enthusiasm for the impending fierce duel. "Indeed, a formidable opponent awaits." Tang Nan spoke while meticulously scrutinizing his opponent before him. Iron Hand, a formidable adversary wielding a soul power of level 29, was renowned for his penchant for inflicting torment through cruel yet non-lethal assaults. This name resonated throughout the martial world, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Tang Nan noticed the prominent scar on his opponent's right arm, as well as his formidable physique, and understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, with the audience holding their breath in anticipation of the impending contest. "Hey, kid, clean your neck and prepare to meet your demise. You're as good as dead." Iron Hand's sinister grin sent a shiver of apprehension down the spines of Tang San and his companions watching from the sidelines. "Enough talk, contestants, take your positions." The referee's voice resonated like thunder, piercing through the charged atmosphere. 3, 2, 1, begin, as the host passionately declared the start of the match. Iron Hand instantly became the center of attention. His muscles swelled rapidly within mere minutes, nearly doubling in size. The manifestation of his martial spirit enveloped his arms in a deep black substance, rendering them as unyielding as steel. His eyes glowed crimson, resembling a harbinger of doom. As he bellowed at his adversary, Tang Nan, "Descend into hell." In an instant, Iron Hand charged at Tang Nan with astonishing speed. Tang Nan raised his sword to defend himself, but at the critical moment, he could only manage to block Iron Hand's lethal claw strike. Subsequently, Iron Hand unleashed a torrential assault, leaving Tang Nan overwhelmed. Wow, it's remarkable to see Iron Hand, uncharacteristically, enter his martial spirit form right at the onset of the match, launching an attack on the contestant from Nanmu. It seems Nanmu did not anticipate such explosive speed from his opponent. Although he managed to fend off the initial assault, he has already fallen into Iron Hand's rhythm of attack, the commentator excitedly remarked. Iron Hand's strikes intensified, and Tang Nan gradually found himself unable to keep pace. Each time he blocked an attack and sought to retaliate, Iron Hand's next blow would come barreling in. "This is not good. I can't find an opportunity to counterattack." Tang Nan thought anxiously. Oh no, Iron Hand is astute. Tang Sin sensed something was amiss. Beside him, the anxious Xiao Wu quickly inquired about the situation. Iron Hand was acutely aware that Tang Nan's weapon could not match the flexibility required for close combat, thus by maintaining a sufficiently close distance, he could firmly seize the initiative in the assault. Tang Nan attempted to create distance, Yet Iron Hand clung to him like a famished tiger, relentless in his pursuit. Finding no opportunity, Tang Nan was compelled to resort to extreme measures. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep. This grand, sweeping attack caused the audience to hold their breath in suspense. Observing this, Iron Hand felt a surge of delight. He could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly retreated to evade the sweeping strike and then closed in on Tang Nan, targeting his chest with a fierce assault. His first soul skill, Steel Break Flash. The grin on Iron Hand's face grew increasingly sinister, as he believed victory was assured and prepared to torment his opponent. However, at that critical moment, the claws aimed at Tang Nan's chest were thwarted by a formidable protective soul power. The trap was set. A glint of cunning flashed in Tang Nan's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he initiated his trap, and Iron Hand immediately sensed danger. Looking up, he saw Tang Nan's sword descending towards his head with alarming speed. Startled, he hastily stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Tang Nan also took this chance to retreat, creating a distance between them. What an exhilarating display. The contestant, Nan Mu, opted for a desperate offensive to lure Iron Hand into the trap, but alas, the agile Iron Hand evaded the attack, and the two once again distanced themselves. The commentator lauded the intensity of the match. The confrontation between Iron Hand and Tang Nan grew increasingly tense, with both seeking each other's weaknesses, striving to emerge victorious in this contest. The outcome of the match would undoubtedly determine their destinies. Who shall prevail in this battle? Let us await the unfolding of events. Why did I feel as if I might perish just moments ago? Iron Hand, astonished, touched his neck, gazing incredulously at the equally breathless youth before him. This boy's weapon poses a problem. Iron Hand's gaze shifted to the obsidian blade. This lad has yet to unleash his martial spirit. Could that sword be his martial spirit? It is possible. Just as Iron Hand pondered whether to continue his aggressive strategy, he suddenly noticed the blood dripping from his claws embedded in the opponent's chest. Realizing that his adversary had been wounded, his furrowed brow relaxed once more. With each drop of blood, his warrior spirit rekindled. He began to lower his stance, preparing for a new wave of assault. On the other hand, Tang Nan was also analyzing his opponent. His martial spirit likely allowed for partial body hardening, and he must release the hardened areas to reharden. If this is the case, it would explain Iron Hand's overly eager retreat earlier. If so, a strategy may be formulated. Just as Tang Nan contemplated his course of action, he suddenly felt a surge of blood welling in his mouth and hurriedly swallowed it back. Ha ha ha. It was indeed a risky endeavor. Tang Nan feigned nonchalance, his vigilance fixed on his opponent. Though he had narrowly escaped, Iron Hand's previous assault had still injured his lung. Making each breath a struggle, he placed a hand over the wound, preparing to tend to his injuries. It was precisely this maneuver that prompted Iron Hand to launch a new wave of assault. It appears that Iron Hand has altered his strategy, now circling around the player Nanmu with relentless agility. Observing his lightning-fast speed, it is difficult to fathom that he is a formidable assault-type soul master. Let us witness how Nanmu shall respond to this challenge. Damn, how can he be so swift? Surrounded, Tang Nan found himself utterly helpless in this predicament. He was like a deer caught in the headlights, ensnared in a tightening circle, unable to advance or retreat. Whenever he attempted to heal his wounds, Iron Hand would strike, and upon sensing something amiss, would immediately create distance. This approach rendered Tang Nan incapable of mending his injuries. It seemed there was but one recourse. He began to calm himself, focusing intently on Iron Hand's movements. In the stands, a group watching the match grew anxious as they saw Tang Nan in distress. Brother, he won't get hurt, will he? No worries, Xiao Wu, he will be fine. This is troublesome, little brother. It looks like defeat is inevitable. Enough of your pessimism. You fatso. I'm merely stating the truth. Why has Tang Nan used his martial soul yet? Perhaps it's part of Elder Yang's plan? Is that so? In contrast to the students' chatter, the teachers maintained a composed demeanor. This is troublesome. Hey, old Yang, Frank inquired, observing Tang Nan's predicament. He won't be in danger. Will he? But upon noticing Elder Yang calmly sipping tea, Frank's irritation flared. He is about to be beaten to a pulp. And you still have time to drink tea? He'll be fine. He won't die. Moreover, Iron Hand's strategy, while preventing Tang Nan from healing, is also a considerable burden on himself due to his own speed. Both sides are now waiting for an opportunity. Elder Yang leisurely took a sip and explained. An opportunity. Hearing this, Frank repeated it, suddenly grasping his meaning. Indeed, a moment of negligence. At that instant, as Iron Hand's speed unexpectedly faltered, Tang Nan seized the moment, charging forward to initiate an attack. A flurry of slashes ensued, prompting Iron Hand to swiftly employ his second soul skill, Steel Stance, further augmenting the already formidable strength of his arms. He then calmly absorbed the onslaught of strikes, the sound of steel clashing resonating in the air. As the blows continued to rain upon Iron Hand's unyielding arms, his patience began to wear thin. He yearned to pierce the chest of the one before him. At last, he found his opportunity. As Tang Nan's sword recoiled, Iron Hand thrust forward, aiming directly for his chest with a deadly steel flash. Die! Iron Hand roared with exhilaration, prompting a knowing smile from Elder Yang in the stands. The moment has arrived. In the face of the impending attack, Tang Nan scoffed, once again preparing to counterattack. He then deftly sidestepped the lethal deadly steel flash. The fierce claw strike merely left a shallow scar on his body. While Iron Hand was about to face a full-force attack from Tang Nan. Alarmed, Iron Hand realized it was yet another trap. As he attempted to retreat, the imminent death breath had already gathered its momentum. With a swift motion, Iron Hand dispelled the hardening of his arms and redirected it to shield his head. Precisely as Tang Nan had anticipated. Bang! The moment death breath struck Iron Hand's head, it produced a deafening sound. Subsequently, he was catapulted backward due to the tremendous recoil. Just as the spectators believed the outcome was sealed, it became evident that Tang Nan, empty-handed, had evaded the attack. Iron Hand stood frozen, erratically striking at the surroundings like a headless fly. It turned out that Tang Nan had infused his soul power into death breath, transforming it from a sharp sword into a heavy hammer, delivering a blow that caused Iron Hand to suffer a concussion. His mind was in disarray. Seize the opportunity. Tang Nan, Lu Wei's urged urgently. Understood. Do not allow his head to stabilize. With his opponent disoriented, Tang Nan pressed the attack with a flurry of strikes aimed at Iron Hand's head, igniting the audience's fervor. Keep it up. Bring him down. Hey, Iron Hand, counterattack. The arena resonated with cheers and curses alike. As Tang Nan's relentless assault continued, Iron Hand found himself pushed closer to the edge of the arena. Despite his stubborn attempts to retaliate, his dizziness and confusion rendered his strikes ineffective, leaving only minor marks on Tang Nan's face. Ultimately, with a final spinning kick, Tang Nan sent Iron Hand flying out of the ring. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, declared the match's outcome. The victor of this battle is Nan Mu. Let us give him a resounding cheer. Panting heavily after the match, Tang Nan leaned against the wall on his way back to the preparation area. You performed admirably, kid. It seems my teaching wasn't in vain. Lu Yi, let us refrain from such thrilling matches next time. We'll discuss that later. Lu Wei's bluntly dismissed his disciple's request. Just as Tang Nan contemplated protesting further, Xiao Wu appeared in a flash, scrutinizing her brother's injuries. Nan, are you all right? Is it severe? Sister, I'm fine. It's already healed. Next time, you mustn't act so recklessly, understand? Got it, sister. Tang Nan responded with a smile to her concern. Turning to his older brother, he inquired, Brother, how was my performance? After a brief contemplation, Tang San replied with satisfaction, not bad at all. A day in Soto City, an epilogue in pursuit of liquidating their goods to secure funds. The Leihao team resolved to linger in Soto City for several days. Considering Leihao and Nia's utter ignorance of trade and their propensity for mishaps, Yi Qing decided to allow them some freedom, provided they did not stir up trouble. To mitigate unforeseen incidents, she entrusted Su Xiao with the task of keeping a watchful eye on them. Before they embarked on their separate ways, she offered a pointed reminder. Su Xiao, please keep a close watch on them, particularly Leihao. Ensure he does not attract too much attention. Understood. After bidding farewell to the trio, Yi Qing gazed forlornly at the mountain of goods before her. Let me see how long it will take to sell all this merchandise, she mused. Just then, as the curtain was drawn back, a familiar voice resonated. Looks like I arrived just in time. Do you need assistance, young lady? Hearing this, Yi Qing released a sigh of relief. Indeed, I do, Uncle Yang. On the streets of Soto City, bored out of my mind. What are we supposed to do, Leihao? Don't ask me. Why are you even following me? Did you think I wanted to? Yi Qing just said we should stick together. Ugh, I forgot. Do you have any ideas? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, A tavern? A tavern? What indecent activities are you planning? Nia retorted. Do you want me to tell Yi Qing and have her give you a beating? Please. That is such a narrow-minded view. I'm merely gathering intelligence. Besides, our dormitory's wardrobe is already overflowing thanks to you two. Why buy more? As if we haven't given you anything. I don't care. If you dare go to the tavern, I will tie you up. Do you believe me? Bring it on. Just you and your little chains? In no time, The two were embroiled in a heated argument over their destination, drawing the attention of a crowd that gathered to speculate on the fate of this peculiar pair. Noticing the throng of onlookers growing, Su Xiao, accustomed to such antics, swiftly intervened. He unleashed a chilling glare upon their backs, causing the bickering duo to cease their squabble and promptly pulled them away, leaving the audience behind to gawk. What a tangled web. The trio paused at a corner. Before Su Xiao could utter a word, Lei Hao and Nia spoke up in unison. What are you planning, Su Xiao? They queried, glaring at each other as though they were adversaries. In order to find some peace, Su Xiao pointed toward the prominent sign of the Colosseum outside. How about resolving it there? Half an hour later at the Colosseum, amidst the astonished gazes of the host and the audience, the battle concluded in a manner both overwhelming and theatrical. No one had anticipated that this seemingly lethargic individual would triumph, even up to the final moments. Everyone had believed otherwise. Done. As Lei Hao casually brushed off the dust from his attire and departed the competition arena without a backward glance, he left the audience and host in a state of bewilderment. I thought he was more formidable than that. 20 minutes prior, he had scoffed. Just wait until Nia sees me knock him down. TCH, did he forget who's at the bottom of the training hierarchy? Mocking glances. The two had barely registered their personal information before they were embroiled in a heated argument, leaving Su Xiao to shake his head in exasperation as he attempted to clarify. The match cannot be designated to a specific opponent. All matches are assigned randomly. What? The two were left speechless upon learning this. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed businessman emerged from the shadows and approached them, bowing deeply. The three were taken aback by this peculiar behavior. Who are you, old man? Nia's blunt inquiry momentarily stifled the businessman, who had been poised to speak. Ahem, I apologize for not introducing myself. I am Crowell, one of the managers of the Colosseum. I have a lucrative proposition, and I wonder if you might be interested? Crowell smiled, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light, as if he had discerned their innermost thoughts. What proposition? Lei Hao's curiosity was piqued, yet he remained vigilant, subtly observing Crowell's demeanor. An opportunity that could grant you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Crowell's tone was earnest, even bordering on exaggerated. However, Lei Hao sensed that something lay hidden behind those words. Instinctively, he placed his hand on the dagger at his waist, but just as he was about to draw it, Su Xiao restrained his hand from behind. What are you doing? Lei Hao inquired through his gaze. Be patient, just watch. Su Xiao replied, stepping forward to accept Crowell's invitation. Following his lead, the trio navigated through the crowd into a secluded chamber. Please come in, Crowell said, pulling a candle on the wall. With the sound of turning gears, a staircase leading underground revealed itself. Wow. Descending the staircase, they encountered a multitude of elegantly dressed individuals animatedly discussing the recent match. Yet, the information exchanged among them sent a shiver of realization through the trio. Nia whispered to Su Xiao, hey, something feels off here. In her words, she noticed a pair of eyes seemingly fixed upon them. What is there to fear? We could turn this upside down. It's better to remain cautious. Let us leave them something, Su Xiao replied. Okay. Upon their arrival, Crowell led them to a waiting area and began his introduction. Welcome to the Colosseum. He then unveiled the opportunity he had promised, pointing to a formidable figure showcasing his prowess in the arena. Defeat him, and you shall earn 5,000 gold coins. At the mention of the 5,000, Lei Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an instant, he appeared before him, solemnly grasping his hand, while the two bystanders averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Is this true? Of course, as long as you defeat him. By any means necessary? Indeed. Whether through weaponry or soul techniques, as long as you can achieve it. Very well. I shall participate. Are you certain? This could lead to death. Kroll, deliberately emphasizing his final words, watched as Lei Hao remained unfazed, showing not a hint of fear upon his countenance. Well then, I wish you good fortune, young man. After offering a simple blessing, Kroll ushered him into the arena. As Lei Hao stepped onto the battlefield, the audience and his opponent scrutinized the seemingly eccentric youth, hoping he would provide them with a unique spectacle. Seizing the moment while the host stirred the atmosphere, Lei Hao posed a question to his adversary. Brother, what do you fight for? The opponent, evidently taken aback by this inquiry, struggled to articulate a response and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a heavy punch toward Lei Hao's face. Wow, impressive speed. You must train diligently. Lei Hao deftly evaded the blow, continuing to bombard his opponent with a series of inquiries utterly unrelated to the current situation. Naturally, the adversary ceased to acknowledge him. As the frequency of attacks escalated, The audience could only perceive the fleeting shadows of the punches, the relentless barrage forcing Lei Hao gradually towards the wall, yet he remained unscathed. How dull. Yawn. Fully aware of his opponent's limited prowess, Lei Hao found himself devoid of motivation. Thus, to conclude the skirmish, he seized the opportunity to block the incoming punch and delivered a powerful kick to his adversary's jaw, swiftly ending the contest after merely 5 minutes of combat. Disappointed, Lei Hao departed the scene. Honestly, I expected more of a challenge. Returning to the preparation area, Lei Hao promptly approached Kroll to claim his prize. All right then. Thank you for the reward. Rubbing hands together, Kroll stood in shock at Lei Hao's effortless dispatch of his opponent. Faced with the assertive Lei Hao, he contemplated saying something but recalled the latter's earlier display of skill, hastily presenting the prize with both hands. Thank you. Lei Hao grabbed the bag and graciously expressed his gratitude towards Kroll. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kroll's subordinate stirred restlessly, just as Kroll raised his right hand to signal. Su Xiao and Lei Hao unexpectedly pulled him into their midst. Su Xiao's low voice compelled Kroll to abandon any thoughts of aggression. If you wish to avoid this place being blown to smithereens, do not act rashly. Mr. Kroll, or should I refer to you as Mr. Tada? He gazed in astonishment at the composed figure before him, his pupils widening, confirming Su Xiao's words. Relinquishing his raised hand, he was politely nudged away by the two, only to find the revealed subordinates no longer concealing themselves, surrounding them from all sides. The few companions of Lei Hao immediately brandished their weapons, and a standoff ensued. At that moment, Tada, having donned his freshly polished glasses, appeared to shed his earlier panic. He elegantly adjusted the frames perched upon his nose and arrogantly declared, "How amusing. I wonder when you all discovered my presence? When you first extended your invitation, your name was already a prominent figure on the bounty list in the black market. Wasn't it? Ah, thank you for the compliment." Now, with the sound of 2 claps, more guards arrived, including some with the formidable strength of soul emperors. You now face 2 choices: surrender your wealth and serve me, or meet your demise here. Tada coldly presented his options, his gaze radiating a palpable malice. Oh, is that so? It appears Mr. Tada has forgotten my earlier warning. Nia. Boom. With Nia's voice, the room trembled violently, and at that moment, a disheveled subordinate, covered in dust, rushed in with troubling news. It's bad. A circle of strange runes has inexplicably appeared in the center of the hall, and then it exploded. This revelation plunged the scene into a state of shock once more. This is impossible. Though Tada was furious upon hearing this report, he remained obstinate. This must be an illusion. Do not doubt it. Our lady here has quite the temper. If frightened, she might just level this place. Lei Hao boastfully pointed at Nia, indicating her as the architect of the recent explosion, and made an explosive gesture. Tada immediately turned to the girl beside him, witnessing her fingers fluttering in rapid motion. Just then, another subordinate rushed in, breathless with urgency, reporting that the peculiar runes had appeared around the hall. Upon hearing this, Tada could only gesture for his men to clear a path. As the opposition yielded, the trio sauntered forward unhurriedly. Upon reaching the staircase where they had entered, they promptly made their escape, with Lei Hao taunting as he fled. What a bunch of fools. Scared witless by a harmless rune. Farewell. This entire episode had transpired moments earlier as the trio followed Tada. Nia had discreetly planted a stick of dynamite in the hall's center amidst the throng, and the runes merely served to ignite it. Damn it. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Tada seethed with indignation, bellowing, after them. Eliminate them. On the streets of Soto City. Master, take my brother and the others over there. We're almost there, just a short distance away. At this moment, Tang Nan, having just completed his trial, was carrying his brother while following his master to their destination. Meanwhile, just a few streets away, a grand chase was unfolding. The trio of Lei Hao, having sensed that something was amiss, hastily fled down the empty streets, pursued relentlessly by Tada's men like a surging tide. Wow, idiot Lei Hao. Why did you remind them at the last moment? Haha, you should have seen that guy's face, gritting his teeth in anger. It's hilarious. Enough with the chatter. 100 meters ahead, turn left at the corner. The 3 individuals veered into a narrow alley, but their pursuers immediately divided into groups to encircle them from the flanks. A thrilling chase ensued once more within the alley, and realizing they could not shake off their assailants, the trio had no choice but to emerge onto another street. Just ahead of them, they spotted a familiar figure. Let me see. It seems we have procured nearly everything. Yuan Wen meticulously checked off items on the procurement list, placing each into the soul guiding device. Feeling ready to rendezvous with Yu Qing. Hey, brother Yuan Wen. The voice belonged to Lei Hao. Upon hearing Lei Hao's call, Yuan Wen turned towards the source. only to see a torrent of irate individuals surging behind him. Even if he wished to retaliate, he could only avoid confrontation. As Lei Hao and the others reached his side, Yuanwen swiftly unleashed a punch that shattered a large portion of the ground, then took off running, though momentarily delayed. Their pursuers were quickly regrouping and closing in from both sides. Goodness, who have you stirred up this time? Well, that's a long story. At Yuanwen's remark, Lei Hao sheepishly scratched his head. Su Xiao stepped in to explain, we encountered the local underground fighting arena's big boss at the Soul Fighting Arena. And Lei Hao made a wager with him. Then, while Su Xiao briefly organized his thoughts, we had a minor altercation, and the other party, feeling humiliated, came after us. Oh, I see. Hearing this explanation, Yuanwen felt a sense of relief. It seemed almost absurd that the three of them would escape unscathed. However, there was no time for assigning blame. The pursuers were gaining on them, and the pressing concern was how to escape. Just then, Yuqing's voice suddenly reached their ears. Head to the intersection ahead. The four, heeding the command, wasted no time and dashed towards Yuqing's designated location. Upon their arrival, a circular magic array materialized around them, and before the astonished eyes of their pursuers, they vanished without a trace. Where did they go? They can't have gone far. Search for them. If we don't find them, we won't have a good outcome. Witnessing the mysterious disappearance of the four, the pursuers quickly dispersed to conduct a thorough search. 5 kilometers outside of Soto City. In the outskirts, ouch. My backside. Stop shouting. Nia, get off me. Are you two trying to crush me? Lei Hao and his companions had been transported into midair by the magic array, only to have an intimate encounter with the ground upon their descent. As they brushed off the dust, Yiqing appeared behind them with a broad smile. Now, who will explain to me what exactly transpired? The three then knelt on the ground like children caught in wrongdoing, reporting the incident, with Lei Hao sporting several large bumps on his head. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the supervisor of the underground fighting arena to seek you out directly. Having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Yiqing chose not to impose further difficulties on the three individuals, allowing them to rise. However, she found herself puzzled as to why Tada had taken the initiative to seek them out. Perhaps it was due to the embellishment of their abilities when submitting their information, considering they had reported their status as newly inducted members of the Soul Sect. Indeed, Su Xiao's assertion was not without merit, nonetheless. There seemed little point in dwelling on it now. Yuanwen clapped his hands, signaling the conclusion of this matter, and the group embarked on their journey back. Hey, Sister Yiqing, when did you learn to teleport short distances? One inquired. Oh, that was Uncle Yang's assistance, she replied. Chapter 19. The calm before the storm. Deep within the Shadow Guard camp, Commander Raven was diligently sifting through a mountain of documents. His gaze was steadfast and profound, as if capable of perceiving all that lay before him. Yi, the aide, stood by his side, holding a series of files ready to present to the commander. Raven calmly sipped his tea, commencing his review of the documents. He was well acquainted with such responsibilities, yet each time he approached them with unwavering focus and dedication. He understood that, as the commander of the Shadow Guard camp, every decision he made bore significant implications for the safety of the entire encampment. At last, he completed all tasks on his desk, stretching and easing his muscles. Just then, he presented a freshly brewed cup of tea with a smile, saying, Commander, this is a new blend. It should be delightful. Raven accepted the cup, savoring a sip, and remarked, Thank you. This tea is indeed quite splendid. However, at that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking interrupted the tranquility. An agent from the Intelligence Bureau burst through the door, reporting anxiously, Commander, we have received a task order from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, he hastily approached to take the document. Her brow furrowed, indicating the gravity of the task at hand. Noticing her expression, Raven inquired with concern. What does it say? Yi handed the file to Raven and succinctly described, This is quite a predicament. The Spirit Hall requests our assistance in supporting the rebel forces currently instigating an uprising in the Dragon Luo Duchy, located within the Tiando Empire. Raven scrutinized the task order, his brow furrowing further. He understood that this was no simple assignment. The composition of the rebel forces was intricate, and an investigation into the duchy's current status was imperative. He looked up at Yi and asked, Are there any operational teams available at the moment? After reviewing the reports, Yi replied, Currently, none are available. Most elite teams have already departed for long-term reconnaissance in various regions. However, according to recent updates, the Lei Hao team is expected to arrive at the camp in a few days. Upon hearing the name Lei Hao, Raven couldn't help but chuckle. He patted his chair and said, Is it him again? This fellow's luck is simply remarkable. Very well, let them handle it. You nodded in understanding and added, I will inform them once they return. Following this, Raven inquired about the status of the new recruits. The deputy officer Yu reported that the current recruitment numbers were rather meager, as the majority of soul masters had already been enlisted by the two great empires. Upon hearing this, Raven pondered for a moment and proposed an idea. There was no necessity to seek out those still wandering in the wild. They could simply procure some from the spirit hall. He further elaborated, suggesting they recruit some fresh recruits from there, as they would be far easier to train compared to seasoned veterans. Yi nodded in understanding and promptly set about executing the order. Subsequently, Raven inquired about the status of the logistics area. Yi replied, the situation is not optimistic. The numerous orders from the Spirit Hall have compelled the masters to work against the clock to fulfill them. When I visited, the masters appeared quite distressed and irate. Raven sighed and remarked, they are working hard. In these extraordinary times, we must adapt, and it is indeed commendable of them. Just as Raven was about to savor some new tea, a loud crash startled him, splattering tea across his face. He quickly handed a handkerchief to the officer before moving to the window to assess the situation. After a brief evaluation, their anxious demeanor eased once they confirmed that the noise originated from the infirmary. He nervously inquired, what happened with Dr. Fanis? Raven responded calmly, I suspect she became overly enthusiastic during her teaching and inadvertently brought down a wall. Yi, intrigued, queried, is that so? By the way, who is more formidable, Dr. Fanis or Commander Yang? Upon hearing such a question from the deputy, Raven involuntarily shivered. He recalled witnessing Commander Yang being fiercely reprimanded by Dr. Fanis, which sent a chill down his spine. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure and replied, well, I believe it is likely Ms. Fanis. After all, a healer should lead with virtue. Are you certain that idiom is used correctly? He asked, waving his hand to signal the deputy to return to his duties. All right. No more distractions. Continue with your work and deliver this to the intelligence office. With Ye's departure, the office once again descended into tranquility. Raven lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam as he once more immersed himself in the realm of work. At that very moment, a familiar figure entered the logistics area. Yang Hong stepped in with great enthusiasm, a wide smile gracing his face as he called out, Hey there, old Wei, I've come to see you. However, what greeted him was a heavy and swift flying hammer. Quick as a flash, Yang dodged the incoming hammer, which struck the wall, creating a significant dent. This scene left Yang in shock, grateful for his timely evasion. He gazed quizzically at the busy Master Wei, pondering what could have provoked such a sudden outburst from this normally languid individual. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he turned to a nearby master and asked, What's gotten into old Wei? Why is he in such a foul mood? The master glanced up at him and, with a hint of resignation, explained, Wei has been working overtime for 3 consecutive days. His temper has understandably soured. Commander, you would be wise to tread carefully and avoid provoking his ire, the master advised, continuing his diligent work. Yang Hong, heeding the master's words, silently approached his side. The robust muscles of Master Wei's arms glistened under the sunlight, each swing of the hammer resonating with strength. The rhythmic clang of the forge echoed throughout the workshop, as if narrating Master Wei's fervor and dedication to his craft. Yang Hong stood quietly beside him, observing Master Wei's unwavering focus on his task. After a while, Master Wei finally acknowledged Yang Hong's presence. He gently set down the hammer and submerged the freshly forged weapon into a nearby basin of cold water, producing a hissing sound as it cooled. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, a weary yet resolute expression graced his face. Well, what brings you here, Commander? Master Wei's tone carried a subtle hint of inquiry, almost reproaching this unexpected visitor for interrupting his labor. Yang Hong, certainly aware of the displeasure in his voice, knew how to respond. He smiled, retrieving a pair of exquisite gourd-shaped wine flasks from behind him, lifting them high as an invitation to share a drink with the old comrade. Upon hearing this and seeing the wine flasks in Yang Hong's hands, Master Wei's demeanor softened instantly. He set aside his tools and, with a cheerful smile, hurried to a corner of the workshop, swiftly clearing a space. Sit, he instructed, pointing to the newly cleared area. The two men relished a brief respite there, sipping their drinks and engaging in casual conversation. Master Wei, how's the progress of your work? Yang Hong inquired. Quite well. We are on schedule for delivery, he replied. But that is not what I meant, Yang Hong interjected, gesturing toward the soul conduit storage device resting on the workbench. How is the research on the soul conduit device coming along? That's nearly finished. Thanks to the little ones. They always manage to bring me soul conduits excavated from ancient relics during their missions. Thanks to them, I have a fundamental understanding of the device's structure. Once I finish this order, I'll begin attempting to replicate it. I certainly do not wish for this craft to be lost to time. With that, Master Wei downed a swig of wine, feeling instantly revitalized. Refreshing. At that moment, Yang Hong, for reasons unbeknownst to him, discreetly cast a soundproof barrier. Observing this, Master Wei raised his wine cup as if to smash it, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Being so secretive? It's nothing. There are too many people here. Some matters are best kept from prying eyes," Yang Hong replied. "Look at you. Instead of attending to official duties, you come here to slack off?" "Not at all. I merely wish to discuss a few things with you," Yang Hong said, sheepishly scratching his face, clearly caught by Master Wei's observation. "Do you think the Spirit Hall has any ulterior motives for suddenly ordering such a large quantity of weapons?" "Huh. What could their motive be but preparing for war?" Master Wei scoffed. "It's quite a rarity to hear such a question from your lips. Do you have any doubts? Perhaps, or perhaps not." Yang Hong appeared to be ensnared in a web of contradictions. He struggled to comprehend the actions of the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. After much deliberation, he finally voiced his perspective. Firstly, although the Star Luo Empire is currently embroiled in turmoil over the issue of the royal heir, its formidable military strength remains an undeniable force. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, though advancing in years, can still be regarded as a benevolent ruler, uniting the entire empire as one. Despite the Spirit Hall's considerable number of soul masters, confronting two flourishing empires would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Thus, I am curious about what the Pope is concealing. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not be preparing to launch a series of wars under the current tripartite stalemate. Did they not send individuals to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire long ago? Wasn't he that the granddaughter you cherished, Xiao Shui? Indeed. She has now successfully supplanted Shui Qinghe and is gradually moving towards becoming the future heir. At this juncture, Yang Hong suddenly clenched his fists. Even if Xiao Shui succeeds, witnessing the current emperor's robust health suggests that the plan initially devised would still require over a decade to unfold. He slammed his fist on the table, clearly losing his composure. After regaining his demeanor, he continued, "I simply cannot fathom why she would take such actions, as they could potentially unravel all our previous arrangements. Ultimately, you are concerned for your beloved granddaughter, aren't you?" Old Wei, observing the fatigued expression of the younger man, pierced through the pretense. "You fear that the current Pope's actions might render her years of effort futile, and you wish to avoid witnessing that young girl as sorrowful tears, correct?" Yang Hong remained silent, merely pouring himself a glass of wine and consuming it in one gulp. Witnessing this, Master Wei chuckled heartily. "Huh, you're still too young. Despite being in the world for so long, you haven't changed a bit. Why was I recruited back then, when clearly Lu Wei's was more suited for the expedition team?" At this moment, Yang Hong, having succumbed to inebriation, mumbled his thoughts before collapsing onto the table. "By heavens! Has there ever been a drink in this world that could intoxicate us?" Seeing Yang Hong drunkenly slump, Old Wei hastily leaned closer to the wine jug to sniff it. Why does this scent seem so familiar? By heavens, you little rascal, when did you sneak into my cellar to steal my wine?" Meanwhile, Tang Nan, awaiting the return of his master, gazed out at the setting sun. As the sun gradually descended, he rose from the counter to begin tidying up. After his elder brothers had triumphed over the Soul Master team from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, an invitation from Senior Qin Ming prompted the entire academy to prepare for relocation to the Royal Academy. While organizing his belongings, Tang Nan frequently felt a sharp pain in the palm of his left hand, though it subsided shortly thereafter. Upon closer inspection, he discerned no apparent issue and thus dismissed it from his mind. Once he had nearly finished packing his possessions, he ventured outdoors to commence his daily sword training. Regarding this explanation from Master Lu, as a physician, possessing a robust physique allows one to traverse any perilous terrain, embodying the essence of wandering the world. Subsequently, Master Lu elaborated for approximately 5 minutes, although the latter 4 minutes were primarily devoted to recounting the legendary prowess of his sister as a remarkable healer. One must ponder, is there truly a physician capable of such extraordinary feats? The thought caused Tang Nan to chuckle in disbelief. Nevertheless, he was also filled with curiosity about Master Lu's sister and yearned to meet her, wondering who among her and his mentor was more formidable. Meanwhile, within the infirmary, "Ha ha ha, what a spectacle! If you cannot handle your own spirits, do not force them upon yourself." Fanas admonished the dazed Yang Hong, who lay upon the sickbed. At that moment, Raven rushed into the medical room, having received urgent news, and inquired about the situation. Sister Fa, what has happened to Uncle Yang? Nothing serious. He merely overindulged. Are you certain? Raven gestured toward the sizable bump on Yang Hong's head. Oh, that? He brought it upon himself, ah. He was caught pilfering liquor and received a beating for it. Just then, Yang Hong, who was gradually regaining his senses, opened his eyes and spoke. Hey, Xiao Lei. What brings you here? Sir, you are awake. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. It seems there are no major issues. Is there anything of significance to report? Indeed. A letter has arrived from the Tiando Empire, specifically addressed to you. What does the letter say? The Emperor of Tiando wishes to summon you. Chapter 20. Tiando Imperial Palace to participate in the Soul Master competition. All the students and teachers of Shrek Academy proceeded to the Tiando Royal Academy. Concurrently, Yang Hong, who also served as a teacher, received a summons from the Tiando royal family. Given the complexity of the situation, he found no plausible excuse to decline and thus decided to temporarily depart from the main group with Tang Nen under the pretext of an external assignment. The rationale for bringing Tang Nen along was twofold. Firstly, to broaden his horizons, and secondly, to secure a contingency plan for himself. Upon traversing the rift, they successfully arrived at the Faade of the Imperial Palace. Yang Hong gazed in awe at the resplendent Tiando Imperial Palace, which, as the heart of the empire, stands as one of the most magnificent edifices to date. The palace's exterior exudes solemnity, comprised of towering walls of gold and stone interspersed with majestic spires, resembling a grand and beautiful fortress that vividly showcases the authority of the empire. Inside, the palace boasts grandiose halls, opulent chambers, and exquisite gardens, with each corner radiating a profound royal ambience. The scene left Tang Nan, who trailed behind, utterly astonished, at merely a few years shy of adulthood. He had never encountered such awe-inspiring architecture, and one could only imagine the vast sums required for such constructions. Just as he was lost in admiration, Yang Hong and his companion were impeded by dozens of royal guards clad in golden armor before the resplendent gates. The members of the guard, adorned in armor that shimmered in the sunlight, appeared as if each piece of metal embodied the majesty and nobility of the royal lineage. The captain of the guard, a robust man with a stern countenance, issued them a stern warning. This is a royal domain. Commoners are strictly forbidden from approaching. Those who defy this order shall face dire consequences. In the face of such a warning, Yang Hong exhibited no trace of fear. With a faint smile, he gracefully performed a bow, his voice clear and resolute. Commoner Yang Hong has come to heed the summons of His Highness. As he spoke, he produced a letter embossed with the royal insignia from his breast. Observing Yang Hong's composure, coupled with the royal seal on the letter, the captain of the guard hesitated momentarily before instructing his subordinates to report, while simultaneously expressing his apologies to Yang Hong and his companion. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Please forgive us. During the wait, Yang Hong engaged the captain in light conversation, casually inquiring, with such stringent vigilance, has something significant transpired within the palace? The captain clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, that was an occurrence from several years ago. The audacious assassin attempted to strike down His Majesty during a hunt. Fortunately, the Crown Prince was astute enough to thwart his intentions. As he recounted the incident, his emotions surged, as if the event was vividly etched in his memory. Upon receiving the summons, Yang Hong and Tang Nan were personally escorted by the captain to the grand hall of the palace. Along the way, they marveled at the palace's magnificent splendor. The towering walls, exquisite carvings, and resplendent architecture all exuded the grandeur and dignity of royalty. Simultaneously, they sensed the stringent security measures within the palace, with members of the guard patrolling every corner to ensure the safety of the royal family. As Yang Hong surveyed the distribution of the guards, he contemplated, indeed, that incident has heightened their vigilance. It appears that the next operation will require careful deliberation. He glanced at his apprentice, who was rendered speechless by the awe-inspiring sights before him. Yang Hong, observing his naive disciple, smiled faintly, thinking, well, at least it won't be my trouble later on. After passing through the imposing gates, the trio finally entered the resplendent hall of the palace. It was a realm of golden brilliance, akin to a celestial paradise, reflecting the royals' dignity and opulence. Just as they steadied themselves, the burly captain of the guard approached briskly. Kneeling on one knee with both hands firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, bowing respectfully towards the front of the hall, his voice resonant and unwavering, Your Majesty, the guests have arrived. Following the direction of the captain's bow, they beheld an elderly man seated upon a throne. He bore a gentle expression and a warm smile. Yet his deep-set eyes betrayed an undeniable authority. With a subtle wave of his hand, his voice calm, yet imbued with strength, he uttered, "That will be all. You may withdraw." The captain respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, Your Majesty," before swiftly rising and departing the hall with purposeful strides. This venerable figure was none other than the Snowy Night Emperor of the Tian-Do Empire, ruling over this vast land with the deep affection of his people. Though he has surpassed the age of 60, he remains vigorous and sagacious. He is acutely aware of the arduous responsibilities of governance, and thus consistently embodies humility and prudence, coupled with decisiveness. Under his reign, the nation thrives, and the populace enjoys peace and prosperity. Your Majesty. Yang Hong immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his profound respect. And behind him, Tang Nan promptly followed suit, kneeling and echoing his master's words, "Your Majesty." His movements were careful yet swift, fearful that any misstep might bring disgrace upon his master. Observing Tang Nan's feigned composure, he couldn't help but smile faintly, gently stroking his beard, and kindly remarked, "No need for such formalities, rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The two responded in unison, then stood erect. Yang Hong was the first to speak. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, Your Majesty?" Seeing the other initiate the inquiry, the Snowy Night Emperor directly articulated his intention. "I wish for you to assume the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince." Upon hearing this request, Yang Hong immediately discerned its source and began to decline. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I fear my abilities may not suffice for the role of Grand Tutor. I implore you to seek a more suitable candidate." The Emperor, unfazed by this response, waved his hand calmly, saying, "Mr. Young need not be so modest. My son holds you in high regard and has expressly requested your assistance. I ask you to consider it." Listening to these words, Yang Hong smiled, yet with a hint of irritation in his tone, explaining, "The Crown Prince overestimates my capabilities. I have merely engaged in a single discussion with him. Our interactions have been limited." The Emperor frowned slightly at this remark, yet his smile remained intact. "There is no need for such modesty. Your reputation has long since spread across the continent. I believe your knowledge could greatly assist Qinghe in guiding the empire towards a more illustrious future. Your Majesty flatters me. I have merely lived long and witnessed much. This era should indeed be led by the youth. An old fellow like myself might prove counterproductive. If it pleases Your Majesty, I do have a suggestion." "Oh, what is it?" The Emperor inquired with keen interest, as Yang Hong's proposal seemed to pique his curiosity. The head of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ningfengji. Though young, he has ascended to the position of headmaster, and while he appears refined and elegant, his words carry a grand and commanding presence. I believe he would be a more suitable candidate for the role of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Moreover, Yang Hong paused momentarily. "I am confident he would accept." "How so?" The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, due to its martial spirit, inherently possesses weak combat abilities. As the leader, Ningfengji would undoubtedly seek a reliable ally for his sect. One must ask, aside from the Spirit Hall and the Xing Luo Empire, who else could serve as a solid backing? "Oh, why are you so certain that Ningfengji would agree?" He perceived the Spirit Hall as overly ostentatious, while the Xing Luo Empire's policies are exceedingly exclusionary towards external sections. Thus, if the Tian-Do Empire were to extend an olive branch, I believe Ningfengji would certainly acquiesce. After all, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon listening to Yang Hong's analysis, the Snowy Night Emperor nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the truth in Qing He's words, Yang Hong is indeed a rare talent. It was only through first-hand observation that I realized all that Qing He had articulated was indeed veritable. Since Mr. Yang has graciously presented me with an excellent proposal, I should offer some form of recompense. I wonder if he would accept the esteemed position of the Empire's honorary advisor. Your Majesty, I believe I ought to. Mr. Yang, please do not put me in a difficult position. The Snowy Night Emperor squinted, maintaining a smile, yet his tone bore a hint of menace. Realizing that further refusal would lead to dire consequences, Yang Hong reluctantly acquiesced. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty." After bowing respectfully to the Emperor and preparing to depart, the Snowy Night Emperor suddenly remarked, "There is no need for haste, Mr. Yang. Qing He wishes to meet you. Why not extend your stay a few more days?" Initially inclined to decline, Yang Hong reconsidered and found it a splendid idea. Thus he readily agreed. "In that case, it would be my honor to comply." As night gradually enveloped the realm, the palace lights illuminated the weight of time. Following a sumptuous banquet, they trailed behind a servant tasked with guiding them to the residence of Xue Qinghe. The The servant moved with a buoyancy that suggested a pride in this familiar environment. While the two scholars reveled in the palace's scenery, continually marveling at its unique ambience and intricate details. Wisdom radiated from Yang Hong's gaze as he observed the various flora along the path, and he curiously inquired, "These flowers are truly distinctive. Who possesses such exquisite taste to cultivate such an array of flora here?" The servant beamed with pride and explained, "These were personally planted by His Highness the Crown Prince. Whenever he has leisure time, he comes here to tend to the flowers." Under the servant's guidance, they finally arrived at their destination. At that moment, Yang Hong gently grasped the servant's hand and cheerfully declared, "Leave the rest to me. You may return to your duties." The servant nodded in agreement and respectfully withdrew. Yang Hong lightly knocked thrice on the door, prompting a sudden flurry of movement from within. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Xue Qinghe. His once composed posture and the book in his hand seemed to mask the earlier commotion. Yet, the slight disorder of his attire hinted that he had indeed been preoccupied with other matters. Gazing at Xue Qinghe, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Yang Hong's eyes as he jested, "Your Highness, you truly are a man of boundless responsibilities, even dedicating late hours to your studies. I am profoundly impressed." Upon hearing Yang Hong's voice, Xue Qinghe immediately relaxed, setting down his book and stretching lazily while lamenting. "Had I known it was Uncle Yang visiting, I would not have gone to such lengths." It was then that he noticed Tang Nan, who followed closely behind Yang Hong. Their eyes met in the air, and after a few seconds of mutual surprise, they were both taken aback. Xue Qinghe widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Tang Nan wore an expression of astonishment, as if he had just encountered something utterly inconceivable. Yang Hong, meanwhile, transformed into a mere bystander, quietly observing the reactions of the two. Amusement flickered within him, for this unexpected encounter was indeed surprising. He chose to remain a silent observer rather than interrupt their conversation. "Tang Nan, what brings you here?" Upon hearing these words, a colossal question mark erupted in Tang Nan's mind. He blinked, filled with confusion. Was it not a given that he would accompany his master in learning? Why, then, did the other party display such astonishment? His curiosity piqued. Tang Nan could not help but voice his inquiry, "Are you the prince?" Xue Qinghe's expression shifted to one of bemusement, as if Tang Nan's question had taken him by surprise. He smirked and replied, "You aren't in a much better position." At that moment, a thought struck Xue Qinghe, and he turned to Uncle Yang, asking, "Uncle Yang, why didn't you notify me when you arrived?" Yang Hong, tilting his head in confusion, responded, "What? Didn't you see my letter? It was included with that summons." Xue Qinghe pressed further. Yang Hong scratched his head, reflecting for a moment, and then replied uncertainly, Was there?" Meanwhile, within the Shadow Guard camp, Assistant Yu anxiously pushed open the door to the medical room, inquiring of Dr. Fanis, who was busy filling out medical reports. "Dr. Fanis, do you know when Commander Yang will return?" Fanis looked up, pondered briefly, and replied, "It should be a few days." "Why do you ask?" "We found a letter that fell out among some documents, seemingly intended for the commander," Assistant Yi said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Fanis glanced at the label on the envelope, then slowly gestured for the assistant to place the letter on the table beside him. He reassured Assistant Yi, "Do not worry. This letter is likely of no great consequence. You may leave with peace of mind. Also, please take this medication to Raven and remind him to take it before bed. Understood?" After receiving the medication, Assistant Yi bid farewell to the doctor, saying, "Understood, then, goodbye, doctor." Fanis smiled and nodded, watching as Assistant Yi departed, internally reflecting. Youth is truly wonderful. He then returned to his work. How disheartening. Xue Qinghe lamented, sulking by the window, frustrated that the heartfelt letter he had pinned had gone unreceived. Yang Hong, well aware of Xue Qinghe's feelings, discreetly sent Tang Nan away and approached him with an apologetic smile. Gently patting Xue Qinghe's shoulder, he said softly, There. Do not be sad. I know you wish to go out and have fun. Once I finish my current tasks, I will find a reason to take you out for a stroll." Initially, Xue Qinghe had intended to maintain his composure, but upon hearing Yang Hong's words, tears welled up in his eyes. He turned away, wishing to conceal his tears from Yang Hong, yet his emotions were still caught by Yang Hong's perceptive gaze. Yang Hong felt a twinge of compassion in his heart, for he understood that Xue Qinghe was a kind and sensitive child. What he needed was not merely consolation, but also understanding and companionship. Therefore, Yang Hong feigned indifference and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Indeed, at the last moment, Xue Qinghe grasped his hand. His voice laced with a hint of coaxing and pleading, "No, Uncle Yang. I was wrong. Please, take me out." Upon seeing the glimmer of tears in Xueqing's eyes, Yang Hong's heart softened as well. He quickly reassured him, saying, all right, my little darling, do not cry. Once I am settled, I promise to take you out to play, okay? Upon hearing these words, the small face that was on the verge of tears instantly broke into a smile. He clung to Yang Hong's arm and playfully exclaimed, hee, Uncle Yang, you are the best. Yang Hong, feeling somewhat exasperated, shook his arm and reminded him, do mind your image, you are now the prince of the Tiando Empire. At this remark, Xueqing's spirits dampened significantly. He released his grip on Yang Hong's arm and, with a sullen expression, gazed out the window, asking, how much longer must I stay here? Yang Hong sighed softly and replied, perhaps another 10 years. Upon hearing this, disappointment and confusion flickered in Xueqing's eyes. He continued to inquire, does he know about these things? Yang Hong paused for a moment before answering. He does not know now, but he will in the future. Xueqing pressed on with another question, will he become our enemy? Yang Hong shook his head. I do not know. Xueqing followed up with, will he become our ally? Yang Hong again shook his head, I do not know. Taking a deep breath, Xueqing seemed to be striving to calm his emotions. He finally asked a pivotal question, will we succeed? Yang Hong hesitated briefly, then firmly patted his shoulder, encouragingly stating, we will, without a doubt. We shall not fail. I promise. Chapter 21. Hello, my name is Little Snow. As the first gentle rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, softly awakening Tang Nan, he slowly opened his eyes from a deep and sweet dream. It was the second day since his arrival, and he languidly stretched, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Oh, that was a delightful sleep, Tang Nan mused, just as he prepared to sink back into slumber. Relishing the prospect of a second nap, Luwa suddenly appeared at his bedside. This stern master uttered no superfluous words, delivering a precise chop to Tang Nan's waist. What are you sleeping for? Get up. Luwa's voice, though deep, resonated with an undeniable authority. The sudden jolt of pain startled Tang Nan, causing him to spring from the bed like a bullet, only to unexpectedly tumble to the floor. Laziness is not an acceptable habit for my disciple. Luwa observed Tang Nan's disheveled state with a serious demeanor, rubbing his aching waist with one hand while bracing himself against the bed with the other. Tang Nan wore an expression of innocence as he retorted, but Master Lu, didn't you say yesterday that today was a day of rest? Hearing this, Luwa paused momentarily, beginning to reflect. Half a second later, he recalled that he indeed uttered such words yesterday, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Realizing his blunder, Luwa cleared his throat heavily, striving to maintain a stoic expression as he remarked, let this be a lesson. Indulging in sloth is not a commendable habit. With this time, one might as well engage in more productive endeavors. With that, he turned and retreated into the sea of consciousness, leaving Tang Nan with no opportunity for retort. In the realm of thought, his roommates were already in fits of laughter, and upon seeing Luwa smiling as he prepared to draw his sword, they promptly fled in disarray. Meanwhile, Tang Nan, reluctantly roused from slumber, pushed open the half-closed window to gaze into the distance, pondering what he should do. Master, do you have any thoughts? Noticing the silence, Tang Nan turned his head to survey the surroundings, realizing that the master was nowhere in sight. Where's the master? Unbeknownst to him, while Tang Nan was still asleep, Yang Hong had already risen and departed to honor the emperor's invitation for breakfast at the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. The emperor inquired with a smile, Mr. Yang Hong, do you find this breakfast to your liking? Yang Hong set down his chopsticks and gently nodded, expressing his gratitude. This can be regarded as the most sumptuous meal I have ever had in my life. The emperor laughed heartily, ha, ha, ha. Mr. Yang Hong, you are too modest. As the esteemed guest of the empire, there will be many opportunities to savor exquisite delicacies together. With that, the emperor shifted the conversation, by the way. Where is that little disciple of yours? I haven't seen him around. Yang Hong smiled slightly. Oh, he is still asleep. No worries. He has provisions and will not go hungry. The emperor furrowed his brow. That won't do. Since he is here as a guest, how can we allow him to eat mere provisions? I shall send someone to deliver some food to him. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince interjected suddenly. Why not let me handle this matter? The Emperor pondered briefly. That makes sense. Then I shall trouble you. The Crown Prince respectfully replied, Thank you, Father. He then turned to a nearby attendant, instructing, prepare some exquisite pastries and hot beverages to be sent to my residence for his little disciple. The attendant nodded in acknowledgement and promptly departed. The Crown Prince returned to Yang Hong, saying, Please wait a moment, I will make the arrangements. Yang Hong smiled and nodded in appreciation. Before long, the crown prince returned and continued to share breakfast with Yang Hong. After finishing the meal, the emperor suggested, "Mr. Yang, would you care to accompany me to inspect the army?" Without hesitation, Yang Hong replied, "Since your majesty has invited me, I have no reason to refuse. Please lead the way." Thus, the emperor escorted Yang Hong to the military camp. Within the camp, the emperor asked, "Mr. Yang, what are your thoughts upon seeing this army?" Yang Hong observed carefully for a moment before responding. "Well, they are well-trained and their appearance is commendable. They truly deserve to be called the elite forces of the empire." However, the emperor, intrigued, inquired, "However, what? Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you." Yang Hong pondered for a moment and remarked, "However, the number of people is still excessive. If this is to protect the royal family, it seems rather superfluous." The emperor fell into a deep contemplation, acknowledging that the gentleman's assertion indeed held merit, and he himself harbored similar thoughts. Subsequently, the emperor inquired, "Mr. Yang Hong, do you believe in the existence of deities?" Yang Hong was slightly taken aback, then replied, "Your Majesty, the question of whether gods exist is a complex one. I cannot claim to believe entirely, nor can I deny their existence completely. However, I believe that within the human heart lies a power that enables us to transcend ourselves and pursue a higher realm. This power might be aptly termed divinity." Upon hearing Yang Hong's response, the emperor was engulfed in profound reflection. He turned to Snow Qinghe, who stood silently behind him, contemplating seeking his opinion, yet hesitated before speaking. Ultimately, he shook his head and said, "Let us depart. It is getting late. We should return." He walked ahead in silence, accompanied by Yang Hong and Snow Qinghe as they retraced their steps to the palace. On the journey back, the emperor was continually absorbed in thoughts of Yang Hong's words, seemingly grasping something yet feeling even more bewildered. Let me see what Snow Qinghe usually reads. Tang Nin tiptoed and struggled to pull out a book with a pitch-black cover from the bookshelf. Perhaps he chose it because its color contrasted starkly with the other books. The title, derived from the witch's curse, piqued his interest. Eagerly, he flipped through the pages, and upon opening the first page, a warning caught his eye. "For an optimal reading experience, please read this story in a dimly lit environment." What is this? Tang Nin felt perplexed at the warning, yet complied with the book's request, moving to the window to close it. After creating a suitably gloomy atmosphere, he could hardly contain his anticipation and hurriedly turned to the next page to begin reading. In a distant, ancient realm, there lay a mysterious and profound forest. Legend spoke of numerous ancient magics and taboos hidden within. One day, a young man brimming with curiosity and a spirit of adventure inadvertently trespassed into this forbidden zone, unwittingly awakening the slumbering witch. This witch possessed formidable powers, her presence akin to a guardian spirit of the forest, revered yet feared by many. However, her slumber was disturbed by the young man's reckless actions, and in her fury, she resolved to impart a profound lesson upon him. Thus, the witch extended her slender and powerful finger, tracing a mysterious symbol in the air. Immediately, a terrifying curse descended upon the young man. Each full moon night, the luminous moonlight would transform him into a bloodthirsty beast, stripping him of reason and unleashing havoc. Filled with terror, the young man swiftly recognized his folly and sought to escape this dreadful place. He exerted every ounce of strength to flee the forbidden land, recklessly racing towards home. When he finally returned, breathless and weary, the sky had darkened ominously. He anxiously gazed out the window, his heart brimming with dread and unease. In an effort to calm his frayed nerves, he hastily grasped a wooden board and hammer, securing his house with meticulous care, leaving no crevice unsealed. He then huddled in a corner, trembling, awaiting the arrival of dawn. The night crept in silently, and the young man, tormented, dared not move from his corner. Suddenly, the wardrobe door swung open. Who was there? Tang Nin heard the noise and glanced towards the entrance, finding nothing but emptiness. He quickly reassured himself. Perhaps it was merely the wind, nothing to worry about. He then resumed reading the unfolding tale. Slowly, he approached the wardrobe, each step laden with an unusual weight. As he cautiously prodded the wardrobe door with a wooden stick, a gust of cold air burst forth from the crack, mingled with an indescribable dread. "It's nothing. That old witch is an illusion," he thought, just as he perceived the whisper of the wind brushing against his ear. His heart raced, and after confirming there was no one around, he turned his gaze back to the narrative. The young man cast a terrified glance to his right. Outside, the darkness held nothing but obscurity. Gaining his courage, he stepped forward, only to behold an extraordinary sight. Outside the dim window stood a woman, nestled against a grand tree, her white gown stark against the moonlit backdrop. Her complexion was pallid, resembling a lifeless figure crafted from paper. It seemed she sensed his gaze, her head twisting unnaturally towards him. As she did, crimson liquid began to seep from her eye sockets, resembling two blood-red pearls rolling forth. Tang Nan was paralyzed with fear at this horrific scene, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward in terror. At that moment, a pair of feet appeared before him, accompanied by the incessant drip of blood. He longed to flee, yet an invisible force rendered him immobile, leaving him to watch helplessly as those bloodied feet approached. Soon, a pair of blood-stained hands lifted his head. At last, he beheld the visage of the fabled witch, her face even more ashen against the backdrop of blood, embodying the hue of death itself. In a strange tone, she inquired, "Are you waiting for me? Are you waiting for me?" A low whisper echoed in his ear, and Tang Nan's heartbeat quickened. Already on edge, he was further startled, leaping upright as if propelled by a spring. Losing his balance, he tumbled clumsily to the ground. In the midst of his disarray, a peal of bright laughter rang out nearby. Tang Nan looked up to see a golden-haired girl, doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. "Ha! I can't believe someone could be scared to such an extent." Her laughter chimed like silver bells, delightful yet rendering Tang Nan somewhat embarrassed. As the girl's laughter subsided, Tang Nan gradually regained his composure. He leaned against a chair, struggling to stand, though his body remained weak, his wariness undiminished. He fixed his gaze on the girl before him and asked, "Who are you, truly?" Upon hearing Tang Nan's inquiry, the young lady retracted her smile and gracefully performed a curtsy. Her demeanor exuded an air of nobility, as if she were a refined aristocrat hailing from a distinguished lineage. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the personal maid of His Highness Xue Qinghe, and my name is Xiao Xue. I look forward to your guidance." She introduced herself. Xiao Xue's self-introduction took Tang Nan by surprise. He had initially presumed that this golden-haired maiden was a daughter of some noble family, only to discover that she was, in fact, a servant of His Highness Xue Qinghe. This revelation piqued his curiosity about his former companion. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Xiao Xue?" Tang Nan asked politely. Perhaps due to shyness, he unconsciously placed one hand behind his head, unable to meet her gaze directly. Observing Tang Nan's reaction, Xiao Xue's lips curled into a subtle smile. She seemed to relish the enigmatic atmosphere, akin to a cunning little fox. He remains as oblivious as ever. I must tease him further, she resolved. With a feigned air of mystery, she leaned closer to him, maintaining her enchanting smile, yet this time, her eyes hinted at deeper significance. "Shall I invite you to make a guess? A reward awaits if you succeed." What should I say? Why did Xue Qinghe summon her? She's so adorable. Tang Nan found himself at a loss in the face of Xiao Xue's playful challenge. His mind swirled in confusion, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. He stared vacantly at Xiao Xue, his eyes darting about, his hands intertwined, seeking a place to rest. Finally, he managed to stammer out 3 words, "So adorable," before hurriedly covering his mouth and casting a panicked glance at her. Xiao Xue could not suppress a soft laugh upon hearing his words. Initially, she merely intended to tease Tang Nan, but witnessing his endearing reaction made her feel it would be a shame not to continue her playful banter. Thus, she donned an even more mysterious smile and declared, "How about I offer you a chance?" "What opportunity?" Tang Nan's spirits soared as if he had found a lifeline. Xiao Xue, amused by his eager expression, felt further entertained. With hands on her hips, she proclaimed triumphantly, "If you call me Sister Xiao Xue, I shall reveal it to you." Upon hearing the question, Tang Nan's mind instantaneously became overwhelmed. He felt a twinge of confusion. "Why?" Xiao Xue gazed at him, blinking her eyes, and inquired, "What's wrong? My height and age surpass yours, so why shouldn't I?" As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, exuding confidence. Confronted by Xiao Xue's relentless probing, Tang Nan hesitantly uttered, "Xiao Xue, Jie." His face flushed crimson, and tears were on the verge of spilling. Observing his state, Xiao Xue finally broke into a satisfied smile. Like a magician unveiling a trick, she produced a plethora of neatly packaged dishes from behind her and arranged them upon the table. "Here, these are personally arranged by His Highness. Do have a taste and see if they suit your palate." Her bright eyes and angelic smile seemed to possess a certain enchantment, deeply captivating Tang Nan's attention. He stared at her, lost in thought, until Xiao Xue waved her hand in front of his eyes, pulling him back to reality. "What's the matter? Never seen royal cuisine before?" "No, I just find your smile truly adorable." Speaking like that might earn you some dislike, but it is genuinely adorable." Faced with his candid response, Xiao Xue couldn't help but feel amused. She turned her head, feigning seriousness as she said, "Hurry and eat, or the food will grow cold and lose its flavor." Yet, the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curling into a mischievous grin, with his stomach protesting. Tang Nin finally regained composure. After a polite bow, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. His courteous demeanor surprised Xiao Shui. She hadn't expected him, who seemed somewhat awkward, to exhibit such excellent manners. Uncle Yang must have taught him well. In a short while, the table was cleared of all dishes. Xiao Shui inquired with concern whether the food suited Tang Nan's taste. With a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face, he replied, "Yes, it's delicious. Far more varied than what I typically have at home." This piqued Xiao Shui's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Oh, what do you usually eat at home?" Tang Nin smiled shyly and replied, "Well, typically, I primarily pair my meals with carrots as the main dish, only adding a few meat dishes after receiving my scholarship each month." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui appeared somewhat astonished and inquired, "Huh? Carrots?" Tang Nin quickly clarified, warm flickering in his eyes as he spoke, "Yes, carrots. My elder sister enjoys them very much, and so does my elder brother." Intrigued by Tang Nan's family, Xiao Shui continued with her curiosity, asking, "What are your siblings like?" With pride illuminating his gaze, Tang Nin began to describe his family. "My elder sister is a vivacious and carefree person, approaching tasks with great confidence, and she tends to think meticulously when it comes to conflicts. As for my elder brother, he is knowledgeable about everything and can swiftly find solutions to any problem." Yet, as he spoke, a hint of self-doubt crept into his tone. Xiao Shui, perceptive to the subtle shift in his emotions, gently asked, "Wow. It seems you hold your family in high regard. But why do you seem a bit down?" Tang Nin attempted to mask his feelings, yet his expression betrayed him. Xiao Shui teased with a smile, "You are truly not suited for lying. It's all written on your face." To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Tang Nin abruptly changed the subject, asking, "What about my master? When will he return?" Xiao Shui responded, "Uncle Yang is likely to return shortly." After a moment of realization, Tang Nin looked at Xiao Shui in surprise and asked, "Are you a shadow guard?" Xiao Shui tried to conceal her identity, but her flustered demeanor only drew more attention. Tang Nin firmly exposed her disguise, stating, "Only members of the shadow guard would refer to our master as Uncle Yang." With a resigned sigh, Xiao Shui admitted her true identity, saying, all right, I didn't expect to be discovered. You are correct. I am indeed a shadow guard. However, there's no need for you to know more." Tang Nin appeared to have more questions, but he was interrupted by Xiao Shui. With a playful yet threatening tone, she warned, "Some things are better left unknown. Otherwise, I might reveal your dark past to His Highness." Her mischievous demeanor left Tang Nin feeling somewhat helpless. He shrugged and decided not to pursue the matter further. Satisfied with his compliance, Xiao Shui engaged him in a myriad of conversations about the world outside. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the wonders of the universe danced upon her tongue. Tang Nan was captivated by her enthusiasm, and the two enjoyed a delightful exchange. Time slipped away amid their laughter, and it was only in the evening that Xiao Shui realized how late it had become. She hurriedly stood up and waved goodbye to Tang Nan, saying, "It was a pleasure to meet you. Let's chat again next time. Bye." With that, she darted out of the room like a gust of wind. However, as soon as she exited, she collided with Yang Hong, who was returning. He regarded her with a smile, but the furrow in his brow betrayed his discontent. Xiao Shui understood that she could not escape this time. She attempted to feign innocence, but Yang Hong saw through her ruse. No use in pretending. He warned sternly, lightly tapping her on the head. "How did your interaction with him go?" he inquired. After pondering, Xiao Shui responded, "Well, he is quite an amusing fool. I actually like him." Yang Hong's lips curled into a smile at her words. "Oh, a fool, you say? You are indeed correct." Curious, Xiao Shui asked, "Hee. Uncle Yang, when did you realize I was gone?" Yang Hong chuckled. "I suspected when you got up to take on tasks yourself." Xiao Shui laughed awkwardly, knowing her little schemes seldom escaped Uncle Yang's notice. Yang Hong's expression turned serious as he said, "Listen, don't make things difficult for Qin. You may be carefree, but she bears a significant burden." At this, Xiao Shui immediately sobered, nodding earnestly, "Understood, Uncle Yang. It won't happen again, hee. Yang Hong sighed. "This isn't the first time. Be mindful. Oh, by the way, in a few days, pack your belongings, prepare for a journey." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui perked up. "What is happening?" Yang Hong replied with a smile. "Your desired vacation has been granted. I applied for a month-long leave under the pretext of taking you on a field study." He approved it. He raised his eyebrows proudly after finishing. Overjoyed by the news, Xiao Shui leaped into Yang Hong's arms, nearly causing him to lose his balance. "Thank you, Uncle Yang. You're the best," she exclaimed. Yang Hong chuckled as he patted her head. "Oh dear, are you trying to knock me out?" Then he stood up, stretching his body. Once I settle in at Shrek, I'll come to pick you up. Shrek? Hearing the name, Xiaoshui suddenly recalled something, her expression turning awkward as she pulled a letter from her waist. Uncle Yang, you might need to sleep on the streets. She spoke awkwardly. Yang Hong, bewildered, took the letter and opened it, revealing a message stating, all faculty and students of Shrek Academy have departed from the Royal Academy for reasons unknown. He was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, what the hell? Are they playing with me? Chapter 22. An unexpected task Shadow Guard camp upon arriving at the camp. The Lei Hao team quickly completed their supply handover. Lei Hao, Yu Qing, and Yuan returned to their dormitory to rest. As they opened the door, they discovered that a messenger from the intelligence department had been waiting for them. The unexpected visitor intrigued the trio. As most of their missions were typically assigned by Lei Wen himself, this was the first time they received a task from someone in the intelligence department. Lei Hao excitedly whistled and teased, wow, welcome, beautiful. How may we be of service? Thank you for the compliment, but such praise is better reserved for others. The messenger replied with a smile, then discreetly cast a glance at Yi Qing, who was quietly polishing her arrows. For a brief moment, a palpable aura of menace surrounded Yi Qing before it swiftly dissipated. The accustomed messenger continued, I apologize for the interruption, but there is a daunting commission that requires your attention. Her words drew the attention of all three. She continued at a measured pace. This is a commission meant for an elite team. Upon successful completion, you shall regain your elite team status. With that, she handed them a mission briefing and added, take a good look. You have approximately 30 minutes to prepare. See you soon. The insurgents of the Gaul Kingdom? The Martial Soul Hall has certainly dug a pit for us. Yu Qing sighed after skimming through the mission brief. Yuan, watching beside her, offered consolation, regardless. This is an opportunity. Yi Qing, troubled, covered her face, pondering whether this was indeed an opportunity or merely a trap. Let us not forget. We are well aware of the Gaul Kingdom's strength, and do they not understand it as well? Inciting rebellion while the situation is stable only hands them leverage. Yuan chuckled, isn't there someone here who remains oblivious? Both their gazes fell upon the exuberantly enthusiastic Lei Hao, who was eagerly packing his belongings, mumbling to himself. Observing his state, Yi Qing could not help but retort, if he knew, I would think the sun had risen in the west. You know how often the three of us skip theory classes. Thinking ahead to adequately prepare for this formidable opponent, Yi Qing stood up, resolved to seek out Master Wei for some gear. 1. Please inform Nia and the others. I will go find Master Wei. Before she departed, Yuan suddenly recalled Master Wei's commission. He retrieved a large bag from his soul guide and handed it to Yi Qing. Upon receiving the bag, Yi Qing weighed it in her hands, sensing its considerable heft. What is this? As we set forth towards Soto City, Master Wei instructed me to procure certain materials. Acknowledging his request, Yi nodded and promptly made her way to the preparation area. In the preparation zone, the seldom idle Old Wei, having fulfilled the commission from the Spirit Hall, reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, indulging in a rare moment of leisure with a drink. At that moment, a familiar voice broke his tranquility. Upon rising to investigate, he saw you standing at the counter, calling out to him. Master Wei, do you have a moment? Seeing this rare visitor, Master Wei sprang up with grace and approached her cheerfully. Isn't this the cherished companion of Raven? It's been quite a while. How did the recent mission go? It went well, Uncle Wei. Here is the item you requested. Yi replied with a smile as she handed him a bag along with a bottle of wine. Accepting the bag, Master Wei inhaled the aroma of the wine and remarked, good wine indeed. Satisfied, he then inquired, what mission are you embarking on this time? With a hint of anticipation, Yi shared, Uncle Wei, we are heading to aid the rebels in the Gaul Kingdom. Do you have any valuable advice? Master Wei stroked his beard, lost in thought for a moment before his eyes brightened with an idea. When do you depart? In half an hour, Yi responded. Time is tight, but it should suffice, Old Wei remarked, turning back to the hearth to resume his tasks. After 30 minutes, he produced a meticulously crafted item and handed it to Yi. This should prove helpful. Receiving the object, Yi's face illuminated with gratitude. Thank you so much, Uncle Wei, she expressed, organizing her belongings in preparation to rendezvous with her companions. Watching Yi depart, a satisfied smile graced Old Wei's face. He lifted the bottle again, savoring its contents as if reminiscing about days gone by. Indeed, she is a reflection of her lineage, he mused, contemplating how quickly the child had grown. The Raven team embarked on their journey towards the Gaul Kingdom. After a week of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the border city of Hobian. According to the map delivered by the messenger, they successfully located the rebels' base. However, upon arrival, they were met with an unexpectedly desolate campsite, leaving them bewildered. Why is no one here to greet us? Lei Hao dusted off his clothes, jesting at the barren sight. Could it be they have fallen asleep? Yet, Yuan Wen crouched down to inspect the remnants of the smoldering fire, shaking his head after careful observation. By the degree of carbonization, this fire was ignited days ago. A troop cannot lack sentinels, especially one guided by the spirit hall, that not to make such an oversight. You surveyed the surrounding terrain. Cross-referencing it with the map in her hands, her expression turning grave. Indeed, this should be the place. Could it be that the markers are incorrect? She speculated that it might be an issue with the judgment of the markers. So she summoned Lei Hao to prepare to ascend to the highest point in the vicinity for recalibration. Meanwhile, the others dispersed in search of any clues. Just as Lei Hao and Yi Qing were about to set out, they suddenly heard Nia exclaim, "There's something happening here." The group quickly gathered around, witnessing Nia intently manipulating the chains of fiery wrath. Before long, she extracted a person from the debris. Yi Qing immediately approached to assess his injuries and discovered that he was still alive. Yuan Wen swiftly produced first aid supplies for basic emergency treatment, while Lei Hao, Nia, and Su Shao remained vigilant, ensuring their safety. After urgent care, the severely injured patient was temporarily out of immediate danger, but full consciousness would require some time. Confronted with the predicament, Yi Qing inquired about the opinions of others. Does anyone have any good ideas? However, everyone expressed their lack of insight. Faced with such a situation, Yi Qing felt equally helpless. Reluctantly, they could only wait for the patient to awaken while utilizing the remaining materials in the camp to construct a temporary shelter, ensuring everyone's safety. Approximately 3 hours later, the man slowly opened his eyes after a series of heavy coughs. "Am I still alive?" he murmured, surveying his surroundings. Noticing his solitude, panic surged as he glanced at his injuries. When he saw that his wounds had been meticulously bandaged, he incredulously whispered, "Am I alive? Is this a dream?" Suddenly recalling something, he hastily threw off the covers in an attempt to rise. However, his frailty weighed down on him like a heavy mountain, and despite his indomitable will, his body seemed unwilling to obey his commands. He could only lean against the bedside, barely supporting himself. At that moment, Yi Qing entered the tent upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the unfamiliar man, he became agitated, grasping a wooden stick and pointing it at Yi Qing. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" he questioned warily. In response to his inquiries, Yi Qing remained calm, raising her hands in a gesture of goodwill, and explained in a soothing tone, "Don't be alarmed. We are not your enemies. We are here to help you." Upon hearing her claim of assistance, the man's tone gradually softened, though the stick remained aimed at her. He harbored doubts, unsure how to trust those who professed to be there for their aid. At that moment, Yi Qing calmly retrieved a token from her waist and tossed it to him. The man caught the token and examined it closely, repeatedly murmuring, "Yes, yes. This is it." When he confirmed the authenticity of the token, his tense body relaxed in an instant. He knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." However, just then, his body succumbed once more, and he fainted. Observing this, Yi Qing quickly summoned the wind to support him, muttering, "Don't faint again." When he awoke again, it was nearing noon. As he opened his eyes one day, he beheld a tall, robust figure who was simultaneously indulging in food and engrossed in a book. "Who are you?" the man inquired. The question was met with a smile as Yuan Wen closed his book and turned to the man lying on the bed, offering him a piece of bread. "Do not be anxious. Have something to eat first." The man accepted the bread and began to devour it ravenously. Observing his manner of consumption, Yuan Wen promptly handed him several more pieces, and when the man began to choke, he kindly offered him a bottle of water. "Take your time. There is plenty more." Gulping down the water, the man exclaimed, "Ah, I am saved." After finishing all the food before him, he finally regained some strength. At that moment, others began to gather. Drawn by the commotion, they were in need of the man's assistance to provide essential information. "All right, may I know your name, brother?" "Bean. From the reconnaissance squad of the rebel army." With that, the man solemnly bowed to Lei Hao and his companions, who had saved him. "Thank you for your timely assistance." "No need for thanks. It was a mere act of kindness." "Now, Bean, what transpired here?" Yi Qing gently helped him sit up and began to inquire about the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing the question, Bean recounted the events leading up to his unconsciousness. "We had just achieved a significant victory, successfully ambushing the transport convoy of the Gallic Duchy and repelling the approaching reinforcements. When we opened the cargo hold to reveal a plethora of supplies, our joy blossomed like flowers in spring. These provisions were undoubtedly the most bountiful spoils we had gathered in weeks. To boost morale, Commander Rubio decided to host a grand celebration with this bounty. That night, under the silvery moonlight and twinkling stars, we gathered around a bonfire, laughter and joy resonating in the air as we reveled in our triumph. Commander Rubio raised his goblet, extending his heartfelt gratitude and blessings to us. Today's victory is the fruit of our collective efforts. Let us raise a toast to future victories. Yet, as we basked in the euphoria of our success, danger quietly approached. At the stroke of midnight, when hundreds of troops from the Gallic Duchy surrounded us and launched an assault, we realized, to our horror, that we had unwittingly fallen into the enemy's trap. In the ensuing chaos, we seized our weapons to resist. Initially, we effectively repelled their advances, relying on the treacherous terrain. However, when the cavalry from the Gallic Duchy descended upon us like divine warriors from the heavens, panic surged through everyone. They charged at us with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, instantly tearing apart our once impenetrable defenses. To conserve our strength, Commander Rubio decisively ordered a scattered retreat. Amidst the turmoil, I was tasked with covering the commander's escape. Unfortunately, during the fierce skirmish with the cavalry, I was grievously injured and fell to the ground. The next thing I remember is waking up in a tent within the camp. After hearing Bean's account, the expressions of Lei Hao's squad turned grave. They had not anticipated that the once formidable rebel forces had been so thoroughly dispersed. However, at present, they can only accept this harsh reality. In order to gather more intelligence, Yi Qing proposed a visit to the nearby city of Hobyan, believing there might be clues. Given the urgency of time, the 6 of them immediately set off for Hobyan. Nestled on the border of the Gaul Duchy and adjacent to the Spirit Hall, Hobyan is not only a vital supply center for the elite troops of the Gaul Duchy but also serves as their garrison. Thanks to the deep-seated military traditions of the duchy, the military and entertainment industries within Hobyan flourish remarkably. The air is thick with the essence of both military and commerce, all of which becomes increasingly complicated under the shadow of the insurgents. Due to their connection with the insurgents, Lei Hao and his companions faced strict scrutiny upon entering the city. Their documents were meticulously examined, and only after confirming their authenticity were they granted entry into this vibrant, yet perilous metropolis. Once inside, the 6 promptly dispersed into pairs as per their plan. Before parting ways, Yi Qing earnestly advised, "We must act discreetly. Our safety is paramount. Do you understand?" The group nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Qing and Lei Hao proceeded to the Lord's mansion, while Su Xiao and Nia headed to a local tavern. And Baiyan and Yuan made their way to a contact point within the city to seek assistance. The grandeur of the Lord's mansion left both Lei Hao and Yi Qing astonished. They had not anticipated that the mansion would be designed akin to a small fortress, safeguarding the security of Hobyan. In awe of the structure before them, Lei Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "The Lord is indeed well prepared for any eventuality." Before the mansion, Yi Qing assigned Lei Hao a daunting task, to map out the terrain of the Lord's mansion. Upon hearing the task, Lei Hao instinctively trembled, but recognizing Yi Qing's serious demeanor, he understood this was no jest. Taking a deep breath, he began surveying the mansion's surroundings. However, just as Lei Hao was engrossed in his task, Yi Qing suddenly issued a warning. "Be cautious. 2 individuals are approaching you." Alerted by the warning, Lei Hao quickly scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the 2 figures. At that moment, 2 blades appeared ominously at his throat. Lei Hao raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, attempting to communicate with them. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. One of them coldly retorted, "Don't try to be familiar. If you have something to say, we can discuss it in prison. I warn you not to entertain any ill thoughts." As they spoke, both individuals unleashed their soul rings, revealing to Lei Hao's astonishment that each possessed a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Realizing both were soul kings, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He feigned composure and inquired, "What are you 2 officers talking about? I don't quite understand." In response to Lei Hao's act of ignorance, one of them impatiently barked, "Enough." He then turned to his companion, "Stop wasting breath on him. Throw him into prison and let the captain teach him a lesson." At that moment, Lei Hao suddenly let out a cold laugh, causing his would-be captors to heighten their alertness. They warned, "Don't try anything funny." However, Lei Hao mocked the 2 before him. "You think you can capture me? Perhaps in your next life." As the words left his lips, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the space between Lei Hao's hand and head, detonating in the midst of the 3. Instantly, a cloud of dust enveloped them. When the haze dissipated, the two realized that Lei Hao had vanished without a trace. Just then, their teammates, who had rushed to their aid, arrived and shouted, "To the east." They ran east. One of them, furrowing his brow, suddenly relaxed and confidently declared, "Don't worry, he won't get away." Chapter 23. A narrow escape. Hobyan City, bustling with vibrant market activity, was infused with a lively spirit. In stark contrast to the lively streets, the skies above Hobyan City exuded tranquility. Due to limited land within the city, residents constructed their homes in a remarkably compact fashion. Centuries of continuous renovation had resulted in rooftops that appeared almost seamless from a distance, a style that attracted many seeking to avoid the throngs below by traversing the rooftops. Of course, the prerequisite was to avoid being captured by the patrolling guards who might mistake them for spies. Whoosh. Damn it. Are these guys really that relentless? As Lei Hao sprinted across the rooftops, he glanced back at the two who were still hot on his heels. At that moment, Lei Hao had no intention of engaging with them. To shake them off, he cranked up the power of his lightning abilities to the maximum. His entire being transformed into a bolt of lightning, roaring forward, and within mere seconds, he successfully evaded his pursuers. Ha ha ha. Did I lose them? However, just as he began to catch his breath, a shadow suddenly lunged at him from the side, launching an attack. Take this, Bear Crush. A massive palm struck towards Lei Hao. He swiftly unsheathed the tang knife at his waist, raising it before him. Clang. The clash of soul power erupted violently between the thick hand and the sharp blade. Put down your weapon, and you might suffer less, the man taunted. Ah. What if I refuse? Lei Hao retorted defiantly. Then, I'm afraid you'll have to face the consequences. With that, the man unleashed a powerful, close-range strike that sent Lei Hao flying. After rolling several times to mitigate some of the damage, he rose to his feet. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that his opponent had managed to stand after taking his blow, the man felt a twinge of compassion. He relaxed his stance and reiterated his plea for surrender. Put down your weapon, young man. Rarely does anyone withstand my strike with only a minor injury. Abandon resistance. And once everything is clarified, the city lord will grant you your innocence. Noticing the man's continued persuasion, Lei Hao's impression of him shifted somewhat. However, he knew he must escape immediately. Sorry, uncle, but surrender is out of the question. There's only one way for me to lay down my weapon, defeat me. Assured of his resolve, the man ceased his insistence on surrender and readied himself once more. Tell me your name, young man. Ah, Lei Hao. Chen Feng. In a bid to swiftly resolve the conflict, Lei Hao once again unleashed the thunder flash, charging towards Chen Feng. However, his opponent displayed no inclination to engage offensively. Rather, he opted for a defensive stance. Clang, clang, clang. Every strike executed by Lei Hao was deftly parried by Chen Feng, who, after successfully deflecting one blow, anticipated Lei Hao's subsequent attack and prepared his defense accordingly. Throughout this exchange, Chen Feng remained steadfast, not shifting his position, resembling an unyielding boulder. Observing the futility of his efforts, Lei Hao found himself in a predicament. Curse it, what manner of creature is this man? Yet, at that moment, a revelation struck him regarding his original objective. Indeed, why must I continue to fight him to the bitter end? With this newfound clarity, Lei Hao feigned an attack to deceive Chen Feng and promptly turned to flee. Realizing the intent to escape, Chen Feng pounced like a leopard. His form became lithe in motion, akin to a specter, as he swiftly positioned himself before Lei Hao. I have warned you. Lay down your weapons and cease this futile resistance. Goodness, what kind of monster are you, old man? Recognizing that escape was no longer an option, Lei Hao launched another assault against Chen Feng. Clang, clang, clang. Seizing the opportune moment, Chen Feng grasped Lei Hao's blade during a rotational slash and unleashed a devastating bear-like force upon him. Lei Hao instinctively relinquished his grip to brace for the impact. Boom. The tremendous shockwave sent Lei Hao sprawling several meters away. Struggling to rise, he felt a painful fracture in his left hand. Enduring the intense agony, he gritted his teeth, knowing he must conceal his injury from Chen Feng. Otherwise, he would lose all semblance of control. Seeing that Lei Hao could still stand, Chen Feng's resolve to subdue this formidable opponent intensified. He tossed Lei Hao's Tang Dao back to him and provocatively extended his hand, beckoning, "Come again." What devilry is this man's martial spirit? Lei Hao, trapped in a dire predicament, grew increasingly agitated. He could neither prevail in combat nor escape. If this continued, he would surely perish. Resolving to calm himself, Lei Hao slapped his face and took a moment to think. What could this man's martial spirit, which embodied both power and speed, possibly be? Where lay its mark? Just as he pondered this, Chen Feng shifted his stance, his limbs transforming into more robust forms, his hands morphing into sharp claws. The tiger's breakthrough strike surged forth, and with an explosive force, Chen Feng's legs propelled him forward, fracturing the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng was upon Lei Hao. Swish. A claw strike swiftly carved a gash across Lei Hao's chest. So fast. Seizing the opportunity presented by this blow, Lei Hao retaliated with his Tang Dao, augmented by the Thunder Blade. Chen Feng pivoted to evade the blade's trajectory, dispersing much of the force before delivering a kick that sent Lei Hao flying, creating distance between them. Despite absorbing a significant portion of the impact, Chen Feng's right arm bore a fresh wound. Unexpectedly, in such dire circumstances, Lei Hao managed a commendable counterattack. "Little brother, you are truly becoming more intriguing," Chen Feng remarked, his anticipation growing. With a fierce determination, he charged once more at Lei Hao, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught. Ah, damn it, this man's martial spirit is truly peculiar. Lei Hao struggled to withstand Chen Feng's relentless assault. The initial strike bore the most force, while the subsequent efforts were markedly lighter in comparison. The recent attack balanced both power and speed, yet fell short in both aspects. Could it be? At that moment, Lei Hao noticed that the opponent's sharp claws had suddenly disappeared, replaced by robust arms bulging with terrifying muscle. The giant bear's crushing blow. That move again. I must evade. Realizing the impending danger, Lei Hao swiftly kicked Chen Feng and then leapt back, creating distance just in time to dodge Chen Feng's strike. However, this also allowed Lei Hao to glean some insight into his adversary's capabilities. His martial spirit likely enabled him to transform into various soul beasts, yet could not shift forms consecutively within a short span. Alas, the pain in his left hand and chest relentlessly tormented Lei Hao's nerves. A swift resolution is imperative. Now, he had amplified his strength at the expense of speed. Thus, if he could, Lei Hao adopted a posture of desperate resistance, briefly numbing his pain receptors with electricity. Should he fail to escape within the next 10 minutes, only disgrace would remain. Chen Feng, witnessing his opponent's refusal to concede, thought, "Good, now he resembles a true man. Come on." With respect for his rival, Chen Feng prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, two shadows leapt out from behind Lei Hao, launching an unexpected assault. Bang! Two luminous orbs struck Lei Hao squarely in the back, sending him flying. After absorbing the impact, Lei Hao crashed heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. "What have you done?" Chen Feng shouted at the two individuals before him, clenching his fist in fury. They merely shrugged, appearing entirely unfazed, until one of them caught sight of their injured right arm and burst into laughter. "Haha, who would have thought, old man, that such a petty thief could wound you? You ought to retire soon to avoid further embarrassment." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng flashed to his front, glaring intently. "Fan Hade, you're getting a little too brazen, aren't you?" Unperturbed by the threatening tone, Fan Hade replied, "I'm merely speaking the truth. What's wrong? Unhappy?" The two men locked eyes, tension escalating, on the verge of confrontation, while their companion Su Tai hastily attempted to separate them. "I say, gentlemen, let us remain calm." Unexpectedly, both men pushed him aside simultaneously. "Su Tai, shut up. Old Su, mind your own business. I'm determined to teach this old fool a lesson today." "Oh, really? Why must you choose this moment?" Both shouted in unison, directing their ire at Su Tai. Meanwhile, Lei Hao, gradually regaining consciousness amidst the resurgent pain, groaned, "It hurts." "Huh? Why are they arguing?" Upon opening his eyes to see the three embroiled in a dispute, Lei Hao recognized this as a chance to retreat. He immediately rose and began to stealthily edge toward the roof's edge, though his movements did not escape the notice of the ineffective peacemaker, Su Tai. Upon realizing Lei Hao's intent to flee after being struck by two glowing spheres, Su Tai immediately dashed forward, conjuring several feathered arrows in his hand to shoot at Lei Hao. Clang, clang, clang. Despite his injured state, Lei Hao desperately blocked the incoming arrows. However, Su Tai seized the opportunity to position himself before Lei Hao, once again summoning arrows aimed at piercing Lei Hao's heart. At that moment, a volley of arrows suddenly shot towards Su Tai from his right side. Reacting swiftly, he activated his soul power to construct a defensive barrier. As the arrows made contact with the barrier, the wind attribute soul power contained within them erupted violently, propelling Su Tai several meters away. Concurrently, Fan Hade and Chen Feng, who had been poised to attack, halted their conflict upon hearing the unexpected commotion, redirecting their focus towards Lei Hao. Yet, they were met with a rain of arrows unleashed by Yi Qing. "Run, I'll cover you." Hearing the familiar voice, Lei Hao smiled faintly. He glanced back at the three temporarily restrained individuals, made a provocative gesture, and leaped down. By the time Qin Feng and the others hurried to look below, Lei Hao had vanished into the vast sea of people, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing their prey escape, Qin Feng and Fan Hade fell into a renewed dispute of accusations. Meanwhile, Su Tai picked up an arrow from the ground, casting a grave glance towards the cluster of buildings on his right. Excellent, I've caught up. Yi Qing, positioned about 1,000 meters away atop the clock tower, sighed with relief upon witnessing Lei Hao leap from the rooftop and successfully merge with the crowd. Prior to this, she had just evaded her pursuers, intending to utilize the wind's voice to probe Lei Hao's situation, only to discover him ensnared in a crisis of being besieged. Acknowledging the severity of the situation, she decisively opted to provide support. After successfully repelling Su Tai with 3 wind vortex arrows, she swiftly unleashed her 4th soul skill, Wind Whirlwind, conjuring a dense rain of arrows that effectively suppressed Qin Feng and his companion. Once she confirmed that Lei Hao had escaped danger, she immediately concealed her presence and hid to ensure her own safety. Now, it's time to retreat. Just as Yu Qing prepared to withdraw, she was suddenly ambushed by several feathered arrows that nearly struck her. Quickly assessing the direction of the incoming arrows, she discovered they originated from Su Tai and his group. Cursing under her breath, damn, their response is alarmingly swift. Realizing her position had been compromised, Yi Qing made a decisive choice to relocate immediately. In that moment, Chen Feng's shout caught her attention. Found him. He shut his eyes tightly, focusing intently as he finally detected a series of ragged breaths, sounds that could only emanate from someone severely injured. This crucial discovery allowed the 3 of them to re-establish Lei Hao's location and swiftly initiate their pursuit. Observing this development, Yi Qing keenly sensed that Lei Hao's whereabouts may have been exposed. However, just then, a cacophony of chaos erupted beneath her. Due to the prior attack, the previously demoralized city defense forces had once again locked onto Yi Qing's position, swiftly surrounding the clock tower. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Yi Qing could not help but mutter a curse, damn it. She swiftly utilized the voice of the wind to relay information to Nia and Su Xiao. Following this, she unleashed a spiraling arrow of wind that obliterated the corridor, then leaped down, escaping the scene from the outside and vanishing from sight. Lei Hao adeptly mingled with the crowd, veering into a narrow alley. He calmly dispelled the nefarious elements within, then proceeded to tend to his wounds. What misfortune it was to find himself in such a predicament. After bandaging his wounds, he cautiously peered out to assess the surroundings. It appeared they had not pursued him. Once assured of his safety, Lei Hao swiftly moved in the direction of the city gate, blending with the throng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and the others, having tracked him based on prior positioning, soon spotted Lei Hao concealed among the masses from their elevated vantage point. When Lei Hao inadvertently locked eyes with Qin Feng, a wave of dismay washed over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Just as Fan Hade gathered his soul power to launch an attack, he was timely restrained by Qin Feng. What do you intend to do? Fan Hade snapped, anger flaring in his voice. Are we to simply let him escape? He demanded, pointing at the receding figure of Lei Hao. There are so many innocent civilians here. Do you not fear harming them? Qin Feng retorted. It is far better than allowing him to flee and bring greater harm to others, Fan Hade insisted, unwavering in his stance. You are being unreasonable. Qin Feng rebuked. Very well. You go ahead and use your compassionate heart to persuade those rebellious insurgents, and see if they will kneel and beg for mercy, Fan Hade scoffed. As the two continued their heated argument, Su Tai could no longer tolerate the discord and intervened with a loud command. Enough. If you wish to fight, do so after the mission is complete. What purpose does this bickering serve? If we fail to capture him, we will all be held accountable by the captain. Do you understand? He waved his hand, dispersing Fan Hade's gathered soul power, then ordered, we descend directly. He is gravely injured and poses no threat to us. Conceal your presence and corner him before capturing him. Upon hearing Su Tai's reasonable plan, the two finally calmed down and followed him down from the rooftop. As Qin Feng and his companions closed in, Lei Hao's movements grew increasingly rapid, akin to an eel slipping through the crowd. Yet, the fatigue in his body gradually sapped his strength, and each shift became more laborious. A surge of defiance welled up within him. How infuriating. Determined, he took a deep breath and reached for the soul-guided storage device at his waist, retrieving a firearm. He understood that this was a singular opportunity. Thus he gripped the gun tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on Fan Hade. At that moment, Yu Qing's voice echoed in his ears, guiding him onward. Proceed to the second alley on your left. Without hesitation, Lei Hao abandoned his original plan and quickly turned to dash into the alley. Qin Feng and the others followed closely. However, upon reaching the alley entrance, they found it empty save for Lei Hao. Elated, Su Tai initiated the attack, launching several arrows directly at Lei Hao's knees, and were poised to charge forward when, quite unexpectedly, a circle of crimson runes materialized around them. Almost immediately, a wall of fire erupted, severing their connection to. Realizing that reinforcements had arrived, the trio became increasingly exhilarated, with leading the charge, determined to breach the fiery barrier. Yet, what awaited him was a torrential downpour of arrows and a fierce surge of sword energy emanating from the flames. In an instant, found himself immobilized under the onslaught. Meanwhile, and were ensnared in their own troubles, surrounded by a myriad of runes. A careless misstep would trigger an explosion, albeit minor. Yet the sheer number of runes rendered their pursuit of nearly impossible. After approximately 10 minutes of fierce combat, in a disheveled state, finally crossed the firewall, only to discover that had vanished without a trace. Enraged, he shouted, "It's all your fault. You scoundrel. I'll never partner with you again." With that, he shoved aside, who had approached in a bid to console him, and stormed away from the scene. With a look of disdain, watched the retreating figure and muttered, "I feel the same way, you jerk." Resigned, leaned against the wall, covering his face with a sigh, lamenting, "How am I supposed to explain this to the lord of the city?" As in return to the lord's manor to report, the alleyway once again fell into silence. Just as the sun began to set, a head peeked out from one of the trash bins, surveying the surroundings. Confirming that it was safe, it whistled. Following the whistle, the trash bin behind it toppled over and emerged from within. Cough, cough. This hiding method is indeed quite effective, but I should really consider a different approach next time. Helped up, her tone laced with playful sarcasm, not keen on hiding. Next time, make sure to escape sooner and avoid getting half-beaten to a pulp, leaving others to rescue you. With that, she playfully slaps back. Ouch. I stand corrected. My lady, thank you for your timely assistance. Please have mercy on this ailing patient. Ah, now that's more like it. Responded with satisfaction, delivering another playful slap. Thud, hey? Yo, Electric Rat, are you still alive? Hello? Chapter 24. Breaking through the encirclement. Attention everyone. Please ensure your safety. After parting ways with the others, and tasked with seeking assistance, made their way to the bustling commercial district of the city. Navigating through the lively streets, they halted in front of a dilapidated weapon shop. Is this our destination? Inquired uneasily, eyeing the shop whose sign was nearly ready to fall off. Upon hearing this, sheepishly scratched his head. I surely didn't misremember, did I? Ha ha. Fell into contemplation, and the atmosphere grew quiet for a few seconds. To alleviate the awkwardness, decided to investigate further. He slowly pushed open the shop door, which creaked ominously. Inside, the shop was eerily quiet. Aside from the chime of the doorbell, there was hardly a sound. Is anyone there? Asked hesitantly, his voice trembling as he called into the depths of the shop. Observing the overly cautious demeanor of Bien, Yuan Wen impulsively nudged him forward. Hey. Bien staggered into the room, struggling to regain his balance. Just as he exhaled in relief, a spear lunged from the shadows towards him. Ah! Bien screamed at the sight. In the next instant, Yuan Wen swiftly intercepted the spear, preventing it from striking. Are you all right? He asked. Noticing the spear was merely inches away from Bien. Regaining his composure, Bien collapsed onto the ground. Thank goodness. I just need a moment to gather myself. Well then. It's time for us to converse, elder. With a sudden jolt, Yuan Wen forcefully pulled an old man from the shadows. This person? Bien. Straining to recall any memories about him, suddenly shouted, Yuan Wen, quickly set him down. He's the esteemed Zhao Gang we are searching for. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wen promptly released the elder, expressing his sincere apologies. My apologies, elder, for the offense. It's quite all right, young man. You possess impressive skills, Zhao Gang responded. Not at all offended, but rather praising Yuan Wen heartily. He patted Yuan Wen's solid abdomen before turning to Bien. By the way, which faction do you belong to? I don't believe I have encountered you before. As he spoke, Zhao Gang had already gathered his soul power, targeting Yuan Wen. Should the young man utter a single misstep, he would swiftly meet his end. With a serious expression, Zhao Gang uttered, Robin Hood. Upon hearing the code name, Bien immediately recognized it as a signal. Uncertain if the code had been altered, he trembled as he responded with the counter phrase, freedom, justice. After confirming the code, Zhao Gang acknowledged Bien as one of his own. Consequently, he retracted his soul power and returned the fallen spear to its original place. He then inquired in a calm, businesslike manner, what new directives has Rubio provided? Turning to tidy up his gear, he awaited Bien's response. The commander Rubio. Bien's voice revealed a hint of hesitation. Zhao Gang, methodically organizing his equipment, comforted him in a steady tone. Relax, recruit. Has Rubio assigned me anything out of the ordinary? Don't be anxious, speak freely. No matter how formidable the task, I am confident in my ability to accomplish it. The commander Rubio has gone missing. A light clatter echoed as a short knife inadvertently fell to the ground. Zhao Gang was oblivious to this detail. He paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Missing? Ha ha ha. This is simply. His laughter gradually subsided as he took a deep breath, calming himself. He bent down to retrieve the fallen knife, securely sheathing it at his waist. Tell me, what exactly transpired? After listening to Bien's account, Zhao Gang was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that they were not exaggerating this time. It was truly unexpected. He turned to Yuan Wan, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. According to Bien, the shadow guards might hold the key to altering the situation. With this realization, he regained his composure, looked at the two, clapped his hands, and declared with fervor, So, what precisely is your purpose for coming here? We hope to find a means to contact other comrades. Upon hearing this request, Zhao Gang found himself in a quandary. Well, it's difficult for me to say, as I merely serve as an information exchange point. My understanding of the external organizations is equally limited. Nevertheless, Zhao Gang stepped into the room and retrieved a box containing documents resembling scrolls. These should be of assistance to you. The two, albeit with skepticism, unrolled the scrolls. And the contents left them astonished. What is this? What you hold is the map marking the military supply depot of Hobian City. And this is the internal layout of the Lord's Mansion. Furthermore, this document details the personnel structure of the Lord's Mansion along with comprehensive intelligence on those individuals. Zhao Gang methodically unfurled the scrolls, explaining them one by one. The meticulousness of the maps provided Yuan Wan with a newfound respect for this resistance member. However, just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Initially, the three assumed it was merely passers-by, but upon hearing the clatter of armor, they instantly became alert. Shoo, keep quiet. I'll take a look, Yuan Wan whispered, cautiously moving to the window to peer outside through a slight opening. He observed a contingent of city defense troops surrounding the shop. Report, sir. According to the scouts, those two have been in the shop for over an hour. Should we? The commander stroked his scruffy beard, weighing the dilapidated state of the shop before him, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. After coming to a decision, he raised his hand. Archers, prepare. Fire. Get down. Yuan Wan shouted to the two behind him. As they ducked down, a torrential rain of arrows erupted from every window. Yuan Wan immediately summoned the power of the earth to erect a stone wall, blocking the windows. Once this was accomplished, he hastily helped Bien to his feet. Quickly gather these items. We must leave this place. The three began to frantically collect all usable information. Meanwhile, after 3 minutes of relentless archery from the city defense troops, the assault ceased. The commander, pondering the stillness of the shop, mused, could it be? Go check. Yes. As a scouting soldier cautiously pushed the shop door open, the commander's hand remained poised on his weapon, awaiting a signal. Upon receiving word from the scout of a stone wall obstructing their path, the commander immediately issued orders. Offensive spirit masters, step forward and break through the stone wall. The rest, prepare for battle. To err on the side of caution, he dispatched a soldier to seek reinforcements from the barracks, then turned back to the shop. Remember, once the breach is opened, unleash all our might. Understood? Yes, sir. Thud, thud, thud. Under the sustained assault of the offensive spirit masters, the crack in the stone wall gradually widened. Fortunately, Yuan Wan and his companions had completed their gathering, and now their objective was to vanquish anyone who obstructed their path and escape. Prepare for battle, everyone. We must leave this place in the shortest time possible. Yuan Wan observed the recently revived Bien and urged, stay close to me, do not fall behind. He promptly donned his shield and grasped a long spear, bracing himself for battle. With a resounding boom, the offensive commenced. Stand behind me. The two shouted in unison as the stone wall-esque breach erupted, unleashing a relentless torrent of soul power surging forth. In that moment of utmost peril, Yuan Wan stood resolutely, wielding his shield as if it were an indomitable mountain, deflecting all incoming assaults. He then firmly grasped the shield with his left hand, while his right hand held the spear steady, rising with unwavering determination. Everyone, Follow closely behind me. Curse be it, is this person a monster? We require reinforcements. Where are the assault-type soul masters? Quick, halt them. Impossible. They are being felled by that man's spear before they even enter the attack range. Archers, release your arrows now. Amidst the clamor of the soldiers, Yuan One, dubbed a monster, wielded his spear, felling any soldier that obstructed his path. He danced like a dragon, brandishing the spear with reckless abandon. The surrounding soldiers were either knocked unconscious by his shield or rendered ineffective by the sweeping strikes of his spear. As the trio neared an escape from the encirclement, the commanding officer reassessed the strategy. All units, cease fire and maintain distance. Ranged soul masters, continue your suppressive fire. Others, form a shield wall. Block their escape. Upon receiving the orders, the city defense soldiers swiftly retreated to re-establish their formation as commanded. Trouble loomed. The instant the city defense forces completed their redeployment, Yuan One and his companions were besieged by a continuous barrage of attacks from all directions. Although Yuan One could activate a soul power barrier to intercept them all, it would render him immobile. The city defense army merely awaited reinforcements to secure victory. In an instant, the situation tilted dramatically in favor of the city defense forces. Whoosh. Ah, enemy archers. Protect the commander. Suddenly, a sharp arrow struck the commander directly in the chest as he was directing his troops. The commander fell to his knees in agony, and in quick succession, several arrows struck into the ranks of the city defense soldiers, causing chaos to erupt among them. Yuan Wen looked up to see Yi Qing standing atop a rooftop. Yi Qing, what brings you here? I'll explain later. Hurry. I'll provide cover. Yi Qing quickly unleashed a flurry of arrows, once again breaching the gap that had just been filled. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Wen and his companions dashed through the opening, escaping the encirclement of the city defense forces. Once they had evaded their pursuers, the four enjoyed a brief moment of respite. Yi Qing, how did you end up here? What about Lei Hao? Well, it's a long story. Lei Hao and I encountered some trouble at the Lord's mansion, and then, before Yi Qing could finish, hurried footsteps approached them rapidly. The group turned in unison to see the reinforcements from the city defense army, advancing with great momentum. They immediately prepared for battle. Observing the breathless Bian, Yi Qing pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Yuan Wen, take them and go. I will draw their attention. However, you? Enough with the objections. One cannot possibly expect a recently recovered, severely injured individual to continue fighting. Yuan Wen glanced at Bian behind him, comprehending his responsibilities. Understood. Exercise utmost caution. Having spoken, he led the two others in retreat. As the trio departed, Yi Qing unleashed 3 swirling arrows to stall the city's defense forces before hastily fleeing in another direction. While fervent combat raged on one side, on the opposite edge of the city, Nia and Su Xiao strolled leisurely down the street. Su Xiao observed Nia, a wry smile gracing his lips. Nia? The spoils of this venture are indeed substantial. He shook his head gently, yet this method is far too perilous. Let us consider an alternative next time. Upon hearing this, Nia simply stretched languidly, dismissing his concerns with a carefree attitude. Oh, don't fret. This approach has proven effective time and again, has it not? After all, who does not adore a lively and charming young lady? She winked mischievously, a playful grin adorning her face. Su Xiao sighed, beginning to enumerate Nia's antics, charming the blacksmith with her cuteness, posing as a thief to divert the guard's attention, only to lure them into an alleyway and render them unconscious. Are these truly the actions befitting a shadow guard? His words conveyed a hint of exasperation and confusion. Nia, noticing Su Xiao's expression, giggled. Oh, come now, do not worry. You didn't stop me at the time, did you? Perhaps you also found this method to be quite satisfactory? Or is it? She approached Su Xiao, playfully winking as if she could see through everything. Su Xiao remained noncommittal, silently shifting his gaze elsewhere, his tone indifferent, reminiscing about the past. This is indeed the location provided by the blacksmith. He surveyed his surroundings. The tavern's decor was both opulent and steeped in classical charm, its unique style undoubtedly rendering it an ideal gathering place for officers and soldiers alike. Just as he continued to observe the architectural nuances, Nia suddenly reached out, gently turning his head back, her voice tinged with annoyance. Do not change the subject. The two locked eyes for a moment, and Su Xiao was the first to raise his hand in concession, speaking kindly. Very well, you have prevailed. Shall we go in for a drink? My treat. Really? Nia inquired, her brows furrowing in curiosity. Certainly. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Splendid. It's a promise. Don't you dare back out. With that, Nia gleefully kicked open the tavern door, instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. Su Xiao followed closely behind, an apologetic smile on his face as he addressed the patrons. My sincerest apologies, everyone. He then guided Nia to a quiet corner table. While awaiting their drinks, a group of merchants from other caravans at a nearby table raised their glasses in celebration, discussing their recent triumphs. Hey, have you heard? The insurgents, who have been rampant lately, have been completely eradicated. Is that true? Is this news reliable? Absolutely reliable. The rebel faction was decisively defeated by the Lord's elite forces, with even their highest commander captured. Is this information credible? Absolutely. I expended considerable resources to procure intelligence, treating those officers to drinks. I must tell you, we must hastily acquire supplies for the upcoming celebration. Why? To commemorate the eradication of the rebels, the Lord has resolved to host a grand banquet to showcase his accomplishments. Therefore, we must stockpile quickly. Surely we will profit immensely. The two were immersed in dreams of future wealth, completely unaware that their conversation was being overheard in its entirety by Su Xiao and Nia next door. This has turned out to be remarkably effortless. It seems astonishing that the highest commander is still alive. Just as the two were preparing to indulge in fine wine, Yi Qing's voice carried on the wind, delivering a disquieting message. Nia, can you hear me? Lei Hao is in danger. I am currently unable to free myself. You must hurry to the eastern city gate to assist him. Upon hearing Yi Qing's message conveyed through the wind, the two immediately set off towards the eastern city gate. Upon arrival, they selected a favorable vantage point to observe Lei Hao's movements. Moments later, they spotted Lei Hao amidst the crowd, being pursued by Fan Hade and his companions. At this juncture, Yi Qing, having successfully extricated herself, joined Su Xiao and the others at the city gate. It was then that Yi Qing noticed Lei Hao abandon his escape and turned towards Fan Hade. Time was of the essence, remembering a deserted alley she had just passed, which would serve as an excellent ambush site. She swiftly instructed Nia and the others to take cover there while she used her wind voice to signal Lei Hao to converge in that direction, before moving towards it herself. As Lei Hao and Fan Hade entered their line of sight, Nia, concealed in a shadowy corner, quietly observed their approach. Just as Lei Hao was about to pass her position, Nia decisively sprang into action, instantly conjuring a wall of flames to obstruct the view from behind, simultaneously activating the soul power talismans set beneath Chen Feng and the others. As the firewall rose, Su Xiao and Yi Qing swiftly emerged, executing a series of actions to subdue their adversaries. Following this sequence of maneuvers, Nia quickly dragged the weakened Lei Hao to a nearby refuse pile. TCH. He is not dead yet. After checking his vital signs and confirming he was still alive, she swiftly fashioned a flowing fire cloak from soul power and draped it over him to mask his presence. Subsequently, she stuffed Lei Hao into a garbage bin and signaled Su Xiao and Yi Qing to retreat. Nia then concealed herself within the bin as well. When their opponents burst through the firewall only to find the alley deserted, the hidden Nia overheard their furious exclamations. Chen, if I ever go on a mission with you again, I'll be a dog. This was followed by a tremor that shook the ground. TCH. I feel the same way. How am I to explain this to the city lord? Once the footsteps outside diminished, Nia cautiously opened a narrow slit to observe the conditions beyond. After confirming it was safe, she proceeded to check on Lei Hao's condition. Although there were minor setbacks, at least a life had been salvaged. The three took advantage of the night to carry the unconscious Lei Hao back to the camp. Meanwhile, Yuan Wen's team successfully returned to the camp after escorting Zhao Gang to the new intelligence point. Upon their arrival, Nia, Lei Hao, and their companions selected a relatively sturdy building and swiftly established a makeshift medical station within. Given Nia's prior battlefield medical training under Dr. Fanis, she took on the primary responsibility for the medical point. During the treatment, the air was filled with piercing screams due to the handling of wounds and the application of medicine. Nia, be gentle. Don't move around. Do you understand? I am kindly treating you to save your life, so you ought to be grateful and behave yourself. Nia exclaimed, landing a punch that subdued Lei Hao. Oh, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Yuan Wan, just returning, opened the door to witness Nia's rather rough treatment method, prompting Bien to hide behind him. Yuan Wan could only manage an awkward smile, attempting to ease the tension. Don't be alarmed. It merely appears rough, but in reality, Nia is quite meticulous in her work. Thud. Don't shout. Stay still. Really? Perhaps. Haha. In the temporary command center, this one do. I can't find any breakthrough. Yi Qing lamented, gazing at the array of intelligence reports spread across the table. Despite the substantial gains from this operation, the current predicament left her unable to foresee the future. The task at hand had exceeded initial expectations, necessitating a call for reinforcements. She thus entrusted a message for aid to a carrier pigeon and released it into the sky. How long do you think it will take for reinforcements to arrive? Su Xiao, who had just finished patrolling, happened upon this scene and thoughtfully offered a drink he had procured from the tavern. It's hard to say. It could be a few days or perhaps several weeks, Yi Qing replied, taking the drink and shaking her head in uncertainty. Given the current situation, the challenge was no longer merely about rallying the rebels. Just gathering the scattered forces would require considerable effort, not to mention rescuing hostages. This was no easy task. Oh, by the way, have you gathered any intelligence regarding the Spirit Hall? None. To be frank, their intelligence operations are quite formidable. We have barely uncovered any information linked to the Spirit Hall. Were it not for its mention in the briefings, I would remain unaware of its involvement. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing downed her drink in one go. She glanced at her empty cup and shrugged. For now, we can only proceed step by step. Chapter 25. Reinforcements at the Shadow Guard Camp. Within Raven's office, he was perusing the plea for assistance sent by Yi Qing. His brow furrowed, and a trace of concern flickered in his eyes. The circumstances described in the letter were far more dire than Raven had anticipated, plunging him into deep contemplation. He gazed at the ceiling, as if seeking answers, and after a few moments, he resumed his seat, prepared to confer with Officer Yi on a strategic response. Are there still elite squads capable of action within the camp? Raven's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. Officer Yi adjusted his glasses and meticulously reviewed the documents in hand, then shook his head in resignation. Currently, the training schedule for the squads has not been completed. Although the number of recruits meets the standard, their combat experience and overall quality still require enhancement. Commander Xiao has yet to endorse the mission certification to ensure the probability of success. Upon receiving this news, Raven pinched the bridge of his nose, a wave of frustration washing over him. He was acutely aware of the severe situation at hand, yet lacked suitable forces at his disposal. He looked up at Officer Yi and inquired, "What about the Spirit Hall? Have they responded?" Yi diligently sifted through the convoluted bureaucratic documents from the Spirit Hall, striving to extract pertinent information. They seem to still hope we can support the local resistance forces, even at any cost to diminish the influence of the Gaul Empire in the region. At the mention of at any cost, Raven couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He clenched his fists and pounded the table in a display of his discontent. These individuals truly treat the shadows as expendable. We are not their pawns. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not directly call back Yi Qing and the others. Such an action would undoubtedly provoke the Spirit Hall. And according to the stipulations proposed by Yang Hong during the recent strategic meeting, there must be restraint between the shadows and the Spirit Hall to avoid escalating conflicts. As Raven grappled with his frustrations, a rift appeared behind Officer Yi. Yang Hong, having just completed his tasks in the adjoining room, emerged with a weary demeanor. Accompanied by Tang Nan, Yang stretched lazily and yawned, clearly exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Following them, Xueqing has stepped through the rift, now dressed in a more agile white leisure outfit, beaming as he greeted Raven and Officer Yi. "Hello, Uncle Raven, Sister Yi, long time no see." "Yes, it has been quite a while. Have you grown taller?" "Hee, Sister Yi, you noticed that? I can still see some changes. I hope you haven't made things too difficult for Chun. She has expressed her grievances about your stubbornness in the letters she sent me." Hey, at that moment, Xueqing lightly patted the despondent Tang Nan beside him. "Cheer up, what's wrong?" Noticing the vacant look in Tang Nan's eyes, he waved his hand in front of him, attempting to draw his attention. Tang Nan, roused by Xueqing's call, rubbed his hair and replied, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about my brother." He gazed out the window, worry etched on his face, contemplating where he might be and why he had left without a word, not even informing his sister. Not long ago, Tang Nan and Yang Hong reunited with Flander and others at the Blue Tyrant Academy. However, during the evening meal, he noticed that his elder brother had not appeared for quite some time, although he was informed that Tang San had been taken by the master for secret training. At one fleeting moment, Tang Nan suddenly experienced a sharp pang in his heart, which left him deeply unsettled. Similarly, Xiao Wu felt despondent due to Tang San's abrupt departure. Observing Tang Nan's troubled expression, Xueqing had gently reassured him, "Do not fret too much. Perhaps by the time we return, your brother will have come back. Cheer up. For a gloomy demeanor is unlikely to attract any girl's affection, my friend." Tang Nan nodded slightly. a faint smile gracing his lips as he endeavored to cast his worries aside. Meanwhile, Yang Hong, after listening to the report from Lei Wan and his team, presented his own suggestion. In that case, let us consider a different approach. A different approach? Indeed. Since the Spirit Hall only requires us to assist the local resistance forces, why not seize this opportunity to transform them into our fresh recruits? Are you suggesting we treat them as a selection of new soldiers? Precisely. What about reinforcements? Well, the personnel are right behind me, Yang Hong replied, gesturing toward the two individuals standing close by. Their combat prowess is just right. This statement left Lei Wan somewhat perplexed. He was well aware of Xue Qinghe's capabilities and knew that even the elite shadow guards seldom gained the upper hand against him. But what of Tang Nan? A mere recruit who had only participated in one demon suppression operation. Although he had survived a direct confrontation with a demon, he was still just a teenager. Lei Wan scrutinized Tang Nan for a moment before turning his gaze back to Yang Hong, observing the confidence radiating from his eyes. Understanding his superior's temperament, he comprehended the implications behind that gaze. He shrugged slightly in acknowledgement and said, "Very well. I shall now prepare the supplies they need to carry." With that, he turned and led Deputy Yi away. Before departing, he grasped Yang Hong's shoulder gently and whispered, "I hope your judgment remains as accurate as it has been in the past, Commander." Good heavens! Is this all for us? Tang Nan exclaimed, staring at the towering pile of supplies in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief, while Xue Qinghe observed his astonished expression with amusement. Don't worry. We have a storage device, so we need not carry it all ourselves. No, but this is far too much. Deputy Yi chuckled at Tang Nan's incredulous reaction. Don't be formal. This is standard equipment for a Shadow Guard division. Everything is packed up neatly. He proceeded to store all the supplies in the storage device and handed it over to Xue Qinghe. Medical supplies, construction materials, ores, gunpowder, and the necessary liquid funds are all included. Additionally, I must remind you to be cautious once you arrive. Do not get injured. With that, he stepped back and nodded toward Yang Hong. All right, you two, farewell, Yang Hong said. With a loud crack, a fissure opened beneath their feet. Tang Nan, caught off guard, tumbled down with a scream. Observing this, Deputy Yi inquired, why not just open the fissure and let them walk through? I thought this would be quicker. Yang Hong replied. Just outside Hobian City, approximately 15 kilometers above the forest, a fissure unexpectedly appeared. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed as Tang Nan plummeted from the opening. Just as he was about to make a close encounter with the ground, Xue Qinghe swiftly unfurled his wings and caught him securely. Just in time. How was that for promptness? Thank you for your rescue. I hope next time you can extend your help even more swiftly. After expressing her gratitude to Tang Nan, Xue Qinghe landed gracefully, only to kneel and vomit. After resting for a moment, the two ascended once more into the sky to ascertain their location. Judging by the surrounding landmarks, they discovered they were still 5 kilometers from their destination. Consequently, they returned to the ground, preparing to trek on foot. As they walked silently through the forest, an eerie stillness enveloped them, with not a single bird song to be heard. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe halted, her acute senses detecting something amiss. Tensing, she placed her hand on the sword at her waist and scanned the surroundings warily. Tang Nan. I sense that something is not right, she whispered. What is wrong? As Tang Nan turned his head, arrows suddenly rained down from all directions, catching him off guard. Fortunately, Xue Qinghe, having anticipated trouble, swiftly pulled him aside, averting the tragedy of being pierced like a hedgehog. Are you all right? She inquired with concern, drawing Tang Nan behind her. I'm fine, but we are surrounded. Enemies lurk in the woods ahead, to the left, and to the right, and more are approaching from a distance, Tang Nan reported, immediately entering a natural state to sense the movements of their adversaries. At that moment, a group of heavily armed soldiers emerged from the trees before them. The commanding officer pointed his blade at the two, sternly demanding to know their purpose. What are you, people of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, doing here? He asked coldly. What? Both were taken aback, hastily clarifying. We are not from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. You must be mistaken. Mistaken? The officer sneered at them. We witnessed the rift you appeared from in the sky. Who else but a Bon Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect could possess such teleportation technology? Quickly disclose the truth. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Tang Nan, we cannot afford to linger with them. Their reinforcements seem to be arriving swiftly. Xue Qinghe warned. Understood, hold on to me, she declared decisively. Under the directives of Xue Qinghe, Tang Nan embraced his waist, and in the next moment, he exerted tremendous force, launching them both vertically into the air. As they soared, Tang Nan realized their imminent departure. However, the commander remained unperturbed, slowly extending a hand and forming a fist. Descend. Suddenly, Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping their bodies, a sensation that intensified rapidly. Their immediate thought was to land without delay. Thus, they activated their soul power barriers and descended towards the ground. Cough, cough. Are you all right, Tang Nan? Xue Qinghe inquired with concern. Cough. I'm fine. The duo landed safely, cushioned by the blue-silver grass previously generated by Tang Nan. It was then they noticed themselves encircled. Tang Nan, stay close to me. Xue Qinghe grasped his sword, his expression grave. Tang Nan silently summoned the breath of death. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, the rumbling growing increasingly intense. The soldiers surrounding them occasionally glanced behind them. Tang Nan, detecting their trembling hands, sensed their unease and, realizing the situation, retracted the breath of death, shouting, help. His cries echoed through the forest, leaving Xue Qinghe somewhat bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Advance. Rescue the civilians. With the sound of a horn, a battalion of heavily armored cavalry burst forth from the woods, launching a lethal charge towards them. Retreat. Damn it. Why are they here? Help me. In an instant, the soldiers encircling them were paralyzed with fear by the sudden appearance of the cavalry, discarding their weapons and fleeing in all directions. Witnessing their panicked escape, Xue Qinghe taunted, cowards, come back if you dare. At that moment, a knight approached them, pointing his long sword in a certain direction. If you travel for about an hour that way, you will reach Hobian City, where assistance will await you. After uttering these words, he led the cavalry in pursuit of the fleeing soldiers. Tang Nan, fixating on the knight's banner emblazoned with a fire dragon motif, felt a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. Considering the urgency of their situation, the two expressed their gratitude with a wave and continued on their journey. Several hours later, they finally arrived at their destination, only to find the very group that had attacked them had also reached the same locale. Having regrouped after being scattered, they were now inadvertently face to face with Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, with both parties staring at each other in awkward silence until a bird's call shattered the stillness. How are they here? Drawing swords. What the again? Tang Nan. Hide behind me. Both sides, now alert to the situation, took their stances in preparation for confrontation. At that critical moment, a fierce storm swept in, wild winds making it difficult for either side to see. Suddenly, a voice resounded, momentarily halting the impending clash. It was Yi Qing, crying out in a desperate shriek, "Stop! It's all a misunderstanding." With the sound echoing, Yuan Wen, Su Xiao, and Nia emerged, interposing themselves between the two parties. Yuan Wen attempted to clarify, "Everyone, please remain calm. They are not our foes." However, his words seemingly fell on deaf ears, as they appeared even more agitated. Some questioned, "Not enemies? Yet they just summoned those ruffians from the city defense army to attack us." Xue Qinghe, in a fit of anger, retorted, "But you were unreasonable first. What do you expect?" He made to charge forward, but fortunately, Su Xiao and Tang Nan intervened just in time. Tang Nan exerted all his strength to restrain Xue Qinghe, urging him to regain his composure. "Xue Qinghe, please, calm down. This may truly be a misunderstanding." After several minutes of negotiation, they came to realize the recklessness of their actions, and thus formally apologized to Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan. Upon witnessing their sincere contrition, Xue Qinghe chose not to pursue the matter further. "Very well, since apologies have been exchanged, I shall not hold a grudge." Subsequently, he escorted Tang Nan inside. After delivering all the supplies to Yi Qing, Tang Nan proceeded to the infirmary to assist in treating the wounded, while Xue Qinghe engaged in conversation with Yi Qing. "All items have been documented on the list. Please have a look," he said, handing over the list. "Thank you for your hard work. With this, we can finally establish a foothold in this region." "By the way, who were those people just now?" Xue Qinghe inquired. "Oh, them? They are the local insurgents. Previously, they were dispersed by the city defense army, but they resurfaced a few days ago when the situation calmed down. We successfully contacted them through an acquaintance who is their commander. Unfortunately, their first reconnaissance mission coincided with your arrival," Yi Qing replied with a resigned smile. The insurgents had joined the cause solely out of fervor, and in terms of combat effectiveness, only their leader had reached level 50, the rest were rather lacking. Listening to Yi Qing's lament, Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, With proper training, they could potentially form a respectable fighting force. He then posed a question of utmost importance to him. What will we have for dinner tonight? Meanwhile, in the makeshift infirmary, Tang Nan, having learned of the captain's severe injuries, anxiously pushed open the door. To his surprise, he found Lei Hao bandaged yet spirited, demonstrating a series of martial arts moves with such fluidity that it cast doubt on the severity of the captain's injuries. Had it not been for Nia subduing him with a bar of soap, Tang Nan might have proceeded to attend to the next patient without hesitation. Captain, it seems your wounds are healing quite well, Tang Nan remarked, complimenting him while conducting a physical examination. After about a minute, he confidently delivered his assessment. Essentially, most of your injuries have nearly healed. You just need a few more days of rest. However, Tang Nan pointed to the back of the captain's head. I am curious. Did you take a few hits with the back of your head during the fight? I perceived several fissures on the back of your head. Should you endure any further blows, you may very well find yourself in peril. While listening to Tang Nan's report, Nia feigned indifference, whistling nonchalantly. Subsequently, Tang Nan approached Bien's bedside to commence a physical examination. Name? Bien. Cough, cough, cough. Entering his natural state, Tang Nan placed his hand upon Bien's chest to begin the assessment. However, as Tang Nan's brow furrowed deeper, Bien's heart raced to his throat. In a state of panic, he inquired, Doctor, is there something wrong with me? Noticing Bien's anxious demeanor, Tang Nan hastily reassured him, Fear not, brother Bien. The injuries on your body have largely healed. However, due to the earlier trauma to your lungs, you must, well, how shall I put it? It is advisable to avoid strenuous activities. Gradual recovery will take a few months. He then retrieved a small bottle from his waist pouch and handed it to Bien, advising, If you experience discomfort tonight, simply take one. With that, Tang Nan moved on to the next patient for re-examination. After an hour, all patients had undergone their assessments, and Tang Nan's evaluations aligned perfectly with Nia's earlier treatments. Following the proceedings, Nia excitedly patted Tang Nan on the back, praising him. Well done, Tang Nan. I truly believe you should consider joining Dr. Fanaz's medical team. With your talent, Aunt Fanaz will surely regard you with newfound respect. Tang Nan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and modestly replied, Oh, no, I merely made good use of what my master has taught me. At that moment, an overly exuberant Nia struck him on the back several times, nearly causing him to cough up blood. Well, I suppose I now understand the origin of the captain's injury. As time passed, it had become midnight, and Tang Nan, unable to shake off his worries for his older brother, gazed sorrowfully at the bright moon. Just then, Luo appeared unexpectedly, startling him. Master Luo, what brings you out here? Tang Nan inquired, puzzled. I noticed your restless spirit and came to check on you. Do not fret over the unknown. Taking one step at a time can be a wise approach, Luo replied with a serious tone. He continued, in the coming period, you must train diligently and not become complacent, or when I awaken, you shall face my wrath. Oh, what? Tang Nan looked at Luo in astonishment. What do you mean? Luo, slightly impatient, responded, There is no need for such alarm. I merely needed to rest for a while. He then cautioned, Remember, do not let hatred cloud your judgment, for it will hinder your ability to perceive the opportunities for victory. With that, he returned to the sea of consciousness. Tang Nan, deeply moved by his master's words, obediently went back to sleep. In the sea of consciousness, Luo prepared to rest, yet a sense of unease washed over him. He glanced at his languid neighbor and reproachfully said, Please keep an eye on him while I rest, will you? The neighbor squinted, grinning broadly as he replied, Rest assured. Leave it to me. However, once Luo entered a state of slumber, he slightly opened his eyes, observing the breath of death beside him, provided that I wish it. Chapter 26. Preparations. A week after Tang Nan and his companions arrived at the rebel camp with supplies from headquarters, a meeting was convened in the central tent. Present were Lei Hao's team from the Shadow Guards, along with Tang Nan, Xue Qinghe, and Qin Shao as representatives of the rebel forces, to discuss plans for the future of the uprising. As the relevant personnel took their seats, Yi Qing, acting as the host, cleared his throat and announced the commencement of the meeting. Everyone, we now need to devise a detailed plan for the future actions of the rebel army. Listening to Yi Qing's remarks, Qin Shao, as a representative, sneered disdainfully. Devise a plan? Why should we heed your arrangements? He arrogantly surveyed everyone present. Observing his defiant demeanor, Lei Hao and his comrades remained silent, but Xue Qinghe would not let him off easily. He angrily slammed the table and pointed a finger at Qin Shao, berating him. You better show some respect. This is not your former home. You are now merely a stray dog without a master. Xueqing's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deep into Chen Zhao's heart. As the captain of Commander Rubio's personal guard, the disappearance of Commander Rubio was a wound that festered within him, a stain of eternal disgrace he could never wash away. He was consumed by an uncontrollable rage, a fiery tempest igniting within his chest. One hand, like a vice, gripped the sword tightly, while his eyes blazed with fury. Fixated intently on Xueqing, whose expression bore a hint of anger. Dare to say that again. Chen Zhao's eyes widened with indignation, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze brimming with both wrath and provocation. Stray dog. Xueqing's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his voice icy and resolute as he reiterated each word deliberately. With a swift motion, Chen Zhao unsheathed his weapon, his hands firmly clasping the hilt as he aimed it at Xueqing, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. At that moment, Chen Zhao's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering slightly. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, but found himself rendered speechless. Instead, he pointed his weapon at Xueqing, as if that act alone could convey his fury and discontent. The others present remained unfazed, with the exception of Tang Nan. He glanced from Xueqing's self-assured countenance to Chen Zhao's flustered demeanor, momentarily at a loss. He had intended for the captain to mediate. But the captain and others were engrossed in discussions about the allocation of subsequent reconnaissance tasks and the training of personnel for weapon maintenance, entirely oblivious to the brewing conflict. Reluctantly, Tang Nan resolved to address the situation himself, albeit the circumstances seemed to require no intervention from him. Xueqing's gaze remained fixed on Chen Zhao, whose unwavering stance only deepened his own turmoil. Slowly, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to calm his tempestuous emotions. When he opened them again, his eyes were sharp and powerful, akin to arrows ready to strike. In an instant, Chen Zhao's weapon was sent flying through the air. As the blade hit the ground with a crisp sound, Chen Zhao finally regained his senses, staring in terror at the sword's edge pressed against his throat. Too frightened to move an inch. Seeing Chen Zhao in such a dire predicament, Xueqing could not suppress a chuckle, taunting, "Grip it tightly. Do not let it fall again, for the next time it drops, it may very well be your head that follows." With that, he picked up the fallen knife and tossed it back to Chen Zhao, adding with a smirk, "Remember, do not let it slip once more." He then observed as Chen Zhao silently retreated from the tent, blade in hand. "Ugh, Yi Qing, why did you have to summon that fellow to the meeting?" Xueqing turned to complain to Yi Qing after having just dismissed Chen Zhao. Listening to his grievances, Yi Qing calmly scrutinized the markings on the map and explained. After all, he currently holds the highest position among the rebel forces, and his presence was necessary to gauge their stance. It was becoming evident that Zhao Gang's earlier assertions had not been unfounded. Without Rubio, there would be no one capable of commanding them. Rubio? Upon hearing the name, Xueqing recalled its mention in yesterday's mission briefing. "Is he still alive?" he inquired with curiosity. "Yes," Yi Qing nodded in response. "According to prior intelligence analysis, the city defense army should have captured Rubio alive. However, the location of his detention remains unknown." Yi Qing gazed thoughtfully at the marked circle on the map that indicated the Lord's residence, lost in contemplation. The intelligence from other locations has been confirmed, but the situation concerning the Lord's mansion poses a significant dilemma. Following Lei Hao's near capture during reconnaissance, they attempted another exploration, only to be detected before they could complete a full circuit. Fortunately, thanks to Yi Qing's timely warning, they managed to escape. Now, they must devise a means to infiltrate the mansion. While they pondered their options, Xueqing has stumbled upon a rather intriguing piece of information in the intelligence reports. He inquired, "Sister Yi Qing, when is the banquet hosted by the Lord?" "In just a few days," Yi Qing replied. "Oh, what if we sneak in?" A flicker of excitement sparkled in Xueqing's eyes. "Sneak in? That seems rather implausible," Lei Hao countered, shaking his head at Xueqing's suggestion. "Such prestigious banquets are exclusively attended by royalty and nobility. Where could we possibly procure an item that would signify our credentials?" Lei Hao's unyielding response aimed to extinguish Xueqing's enthusiasm. However, to his surprise, the latter smiled in response. "Securing the credentials is simple. I will take care of it." With that, he whisked away the oblivious Tang Nan from the tent, leaving Lei Hao bewildered. What just happened? Did he really say he could sneak in? Lei Hao asked, astonished. Indeed, the others nodded in affirmation. "Wow, I'm so tired." Tang Nan yawned as he examined the design sketches while tailoring the garments. His proficiency in sewing made the creation of the attire relatively uncomplicated. You can do it. Keep going. Xue Qinghe encouraged, admiring the first dress crafted by Tang Nan. Who would have thought? Aside from fighting, you're quite adept at everything else, he remarked with a chuckle. Haha, after all, most of the time, I assist my elder brother and sister with mending clothes. So, I've become quite skilled with the needle and thread, Tang Nan replied, his eyes squinting as he yawned. Yet his hands worked with remarkable precision. His ability to perceive and execute intricate tasks in his natural state had significantly improved, though maintaining such focus was exhausting. After considerable effort, Tang Nan finally completed the second exquisite dress, but at that moment, he was utterly fatigued and collapsed to the ground. Just then, Yi Qing and Nia, who happened to be passing by, rushed forward to support the faltering Tang Nan. After a thorough examination, Nia reassured, "Don't worry, he is fine, merely faint from exhaustion. I will help him regain consciousness." As Nia prepared to employ her healing abilities, Tang Nan stirred and, upon seeing Nia poised to use her powers, memories of her formidable strength surged within him, jolting him awake. He quickly sat up and grasped Nia's hand tightly. "Sister, there is no need for concern. I'm already feeling much better, truly," Tang Nan insisted, attempting to free himself from her grasp. Meanwhile, he noticed Yi Qing standing beside him and promptly inquired, "Did the two of you come to find me today for something of great importance?" The two exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths lifting slightly as they replied in unison, "We came to see if there is any way we could assist you." Upon saying this, their gazes simultaneously fell upon the exquisite gown behind Tang Nan. "Did you create this yourself?" Nia's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of astonishment adorning her face, which stirred a small sense of pride within Tang Nan. "Hee, indeed, I crafted it all by myself." Tang Nan could hardly contain his excitement, his voice laced with a hint of pride. Upon realizing that these two splendid dresses were indeed the handiwork of Tang Nan, Nia and Yi Qing wasted no time, swiftly handing over their respective design sketches to him, urging, "We leave it in your capable hands, little brother." "No problem," Tang Nan replied with unwavering confidence, smiling as he accepted the designs, immediately immersing himself in the task of garment creation. After 2 full days and nights of relentless effort and dedication, Tang Nan finally completed the production of all the dresses as scheduled. However, just as he meticulously inspected each piece, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. Why is there an extra women's outfit here? Chapter 27. The eve of the banquet, I refuse to wear this. Tang Nan's exclamation echoed through the conference room, accompanied by frantic cries. Half an hour earlier. "Wow, did you truly make these garments?" Lei Hao and the others gaped in astonishment at the splendid dresses, their jaws agape in disbelief. Although they had recently heard about them from Yi Qing and Nia, witnessing them firsthand left them utterly astounded. The fabric was soft to the touch, adorned with lavish embellishments, and they could hardly wait to try them on. Once donned, they were effusive in their praise. "Impressive." Lei Hao gazed at his reflection in the mirror, scarcely believing his eyes. The image before him was that of a prince of the night, his entire demeanor transformed. He stood taller, as if merging with the profound blue of the garment, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. The meticulous tailoring of the dress hugged his physique perfectly, accentuating his robust build. The neckline was both simple and distinctive, subtly revealing his strong collarbones, adding a touch of allure. Lei Hao then shifted his attention to the others. Yuanwen wore a brown gown, and his entire presence shifted dramatically. Naturally tall, he now appeared even more dashing. The gown's deep, understated hue harmonized beautifully with his serene demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Xiao donned a sky blue dress. The fresh color mirrored the essence of the clear sky, perfectly complementing his aura. His skin appeared even more radiant against the fabric, akin to jade in its smoothness. The dress's exquisite tailoring embraced his elongated form, the lines flowing gracefully, showcasing his elegant disposition. His hair was neatly styled, a subtle sheen glimmering under the light. His facial features were sharply defined, like a sculpture, with his deep-set eyes radiating confidence and warmth. With a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips, it seemed as though the entire world illuminated in his presence. The sky blue gown, with its uniquely designed neckline, subtly revealed his sturdy collarbone, exuding an aura of restrained sensuality. The sleeves flowed gracefully, swaying with his movements, as if imbued with a poetic essence. A belt of the same hue cinched his waist, artfully accentuating his slender figure. Xue Qinghe, as always, donned her ceremonial attire befitting the palace, a pristine white dress adorned with delicate golden threads. The moment of grandeur arrived as Yi Qing and Nia emerged from the bedroom, having changed into their exquisite gowns. Instantly, the gentlemen present were rendered speechless. Yi Qing's gown, a refreshing shade of teal reminiscent of tender spring buds, was both elegant and enchanting. The meticulous tailoring and fluid lines perfectly highlighted her delicate silhouette. The neckline featured an exquisite design, with intricate lace edging that added a touch of softness and romance to the ensemble. In contrast, Nia's gown was a vibrant red, radiating warmth and vivacity akin to flames. The stylish and lively cut of the dress allowed the hem to sway gently with her steps, resembling dancing musical notes. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, shimmering with an alluring sheen. Her exquisite features were complemented by makeup that was flawlessly applied, her eyes sparkling with confidence and charm. Standing side by side, they created a breathtaking tableau. Yi Qing's elegance harmonized beautifully with Nia's exuberance, akin to green leaves accentuating a red flower, each exuding their own unique allure. Their presence seemed to illuminate the entire space, capturing the attention of all. How striking, is it not? Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes shimmering with confidence as she softly inquired of Lei Hao's opinion. However, Lei Hao was entirely entranced, his gaze fixated on Yi Qing's alluring figure, lost in a reverie. Noticing Lei Hao's inappropriate stare, Yi Qing's smile took on a teasing quality. She playfully delivered a light punch to his shoulder, chiding him. "You rogue. Where are your eyes wandering?" Startled back to reality, Lei Hao chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Just then, Nia lifted her skirt and fluttered over to Su Xiao like a joyous butterfly. With eager anticipation, she looked up at him and asked, "Su Xiao, do you think I look beautiful today in this outfit?" Su Xiao raised his gaze, his eyes tenderly landing on Nia, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He reached out to caress her hair, softly declaring, "You are truly beautiful. It suits you perfectly and makes you look exceptionally charming." Upon hearing Su Xiao's compliment, a bashful blush crept onto Nia's cheeks. She lowered her head, playfully nudging his stomach with her fist, muttering, "Humph. You only know how to sweet-talk me. Who praises like that?" "Well, it appears everyone is impeccably dressed," Tang Nan mused softly, as she slowly and resolutely made her way towards the door. As he approached the door, Xue Qinghe suddenly extended his hand and firmly grasped his shoulder. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, dear partner. It seems you have forgotten to change into your attire," he said, a cryptic smirk playing on his lips. This enigmatic smile sent a shiver down Tang Nan's spine, prompting him to attempt a hasty retreat. Yet, he found himself as powerless as a fledgling chick, easily pulled back by Xue Qinghe. The onlookers, witnessing this peculiar scene, wore expressions of utter bewilderment, completely at a loss. However, when their gazes finally settled on the solitary evening gown, all confusion dissipated, replaced by a dawning realization. Who would have expected that little Nanzi had a penchant for wearing women's clothing? This revelation was astonishing. Lei Hao squinted, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the resplendent gown on the hanger, his face etched with an air of righteous admonishment. "This is not what it seems. I merely followed the design sketch to create it, without any ulterior motives," Tang Nan hastily defended, though his voice sounded feeble and unconvincing. Faced with the increasingly piercing gazes of the captain and several teammates, he frantically reached for the design sketch that Xue Qinghe had given him, attempting to use it as a shield. However, Xue Qinghe remained aloof, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil, casually whistling to himself. Then, with a gravity befitting the moment, he patted Tang Nan's shoulder and earnestly declared, "Now is the time for you to step up, my friend. I believe in your capabilities. Hey, could you not adopt such a solemn demeanor as if you're entrusting me with an important mission?" Tang Nan couldn't help but grumble in response. Yet, no amount of complaints would alter the situation. Xue Qinghe turned with a flourish, waving his hand dismissively as he remarked, "Then I'll leave it to you two, Yi Qing and Nia." With that, he strode away, leaving Tang Nan in a state of exasperation. Upon hearing those words, Tang Nan felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. He turned to flee, but in a flash, Lei Hao and Su Xiao swiftly advanced, flanking him and firmly restraining him. "Captain, please let me go," Tang Nan pleaded desperately, writhing in an attempt to escape their grasp. "Alas, my dear brother Nan. Given the circumstances, it would be wise to accept your fate. After all, you have brought this calamity upon yourself," Lei Hao sighed, patting Tang Nan on the shoulder and offering gentle counsel. "Indeed, fret not. Trust in Nia and her exceptional makeup skills. She will undoubtedly transform you into a new being. So, don't be afraid." Su Xiao chimed in enthusiastically, showing his support. However, Tang Nan remained ungrateful, continuing to scream hysterically, "I absolutely refuse to dress like that. Despite his vehement objections, he could not withstand the sheer strength of Lei Hao and Su Xiao, who ultimately dragged him into the room. His anguished cries seemed to linger in the air. "Well, your skin is incredibly fair and tender, almost enviable," one exclaimed. "I never anticipated that your waistline would be so slender and graceful. Now, please close your eyes and take a deep breath. Don't move, as I am about to begin your eye makeup. Nia, you are in charge of styling his hair." In this room filled with laughter and joy, the two ladies engaged in light-hearted conversation while expertly and meticulously enhancing Tang Nan's appearance. As time ticked by, after a full hour of effort, the makeup process finally reached a successful conclusion. Nia and her companion cautiously peeked out, their faces adorned with playful smiles as their gaze fell upon Lei Hao and the others waiting anxiously outside. They then gently nudged the now formally attired Tang Nan and pushed him out of the room. Tang Nan lowered his head, his steps somewhat awkward, resembling a bashful crab as he slowly emerged from the dressing room. He kept his gaze averted, seemingly unable to confront the eyes of those around him. However, as he stepped out, a radiant transformation occurred. He was adorned in an exquisite black tuxedo, impeccably tailored with flowing lines. The attire shone like a pearl amidst the night, emanating an aura of mystery and allure. "Do not be shy, lift your head and behold," came the encouraging voices. "Indeed, let us admire your elegance." With the support of his peers, Tang Nan finally summoned his courage and gradually raised his head. In that fleeting moment, all the gentlemen present were left utterly astounded, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Tang Nan's visage is exquisitely delicate and charming, with skin as pale as snow, smooth and refined like the finest porcelain. His large, luminous eyes glimmer with a vibrant brilliance, yet they betray a subtle hint of insecurity. His slightly flushed cheeks add an extra touch of shyness. His hair is meticulously styled, tied back with a black bow that complements his elegant black attire, exuding an air of sophistication. In this moment, Tang Nan resembles a petite and exquisite princess, radiating an irresistible charm and captivating grace. "Oh, how adorable," is the collective reaction of those who behold Tang Nan, their eyes wide open in astonishment and mouths agape as if they have encountered a rare treasure. Among the crowd, Lei Hao is particularly exhilarated. He strides towards Tang Nan and unhesitatingly wraps his arms around him, murmuring, "You are simply too cute. You should dress like this all the time." However, Lei Hao's sudden gesture catches Tang Nan off guard. Instantly, his face flushes crimson, and his mind goes blank from overwhelming tension. In a reflexive response, Tang Nan instinctively throws a punch, which lands squarely on Lei Hao's chin. With a resounding thud, Lei Hao is sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The onlookers are left in stunned silence, astonished that the seemingly delicate Tang Nan possesses such formidable strength. Glancing at the time, which draws near to the start of the banquet, the crowd hastily boards the prepared carriage, embarking on their journey to the soiree in Hobbian City. Still sulking? Sitting in the carriage, Xue Qinghe leans slightly to the side, resting his chin on one hand. His gaze playfully fixed on the princess across from him, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly pleased by her indignant demeanor. Tang Nan shot a fierce glare at the instigator, exclaiming with irritation, "Have you had your fill of staring? What? Is it that pleasing to see me angry?" Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Who asked you to look?" Tang Nan turned her head away, still simmering with indignation. "Why must I be forced to dress this way? This is beyond your control." Xue Qinghe straightened his posture, earnestly explaining, "I specifically noted the configuration of 4 men and 3 women on the invitation. If anyone fails to comply, it will undoubtedly raise the suspicions of the city lord. So, you must endure this slight. But why must it be a configuration of 3 women?" Tang Nan remained perplexed, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Xue Qinghe smiled mysteriously, placing a finger gently on his lips, lowering his voice as he replied, "That is to remain a secret for now. But rest assured, everything is for the successful execution of the plan." With that, he suddenly stood up and slowly moved to sit beside Tang Nan, softly asking, "In that case, shall we change the subject? What do you think of the outfit designed by Xiao Xue?" At the mention of Xiao Xue, Tang Nan's expression softened slightly, yet her words still held a tone of defiance. "It's just mediocre." Xue Qinghe, perceptive to her insincerity, continued to tease her. "How about we see if Xiao Xue would also don the same attire? I believe, with her beauty and grace, she would certainly present a captivating sight." Upon hearing this, Tang Nan felt a flicker of interest. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her gaze toward the window, feigning indifference as she replied, "Do as you wish." An hour later, as the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow upon the earth, Lei Hao and his companions finally arrived at the gates of Hobian City. Due to previous unforeseen incidents in the grand banquet currently underway, the city defense soldiers, acting on higher orders, were instructed to conduct thorough inspections of every individual entering the city. When it was Lei Hao's group's turn, a commanding officer led his team toward the carriage occupied by Xue Qinghe. "Good day, please present your identification and state your purpose for being here," the officer said. His expression stern. Xue Qinghe gently drew back the carriage curtain, smiling calmly, exuding an air of composure. He retrieved an invitation from his pocket and handed it to the officer. "Do not be anxious, officer." His voice was tranquil and gentle, yet it carried an invisible authority. The officer accepted the invitation, cautiously opening it. Upon seeing the royal seal from the Tiando Empire on the envelope, a jolt of surprise surged through him. A royal mark. This is not something I can dismiss lightly. Nonetheless, despite his experience, the officer remained vigilant, scrutinizing Xue Qinghe carefully before sighing softly. "Very well. I shall leave this delicate matter to be handled by my superiors." Having come to a decision, the officer returned the letter to Xue Qinghe and gestured for his subordinates to allow passage. Thus, Lei Hao and his companions successfully passed through the city gates and entered the city of Hobian. Armed with a letter crafted by Xue Qinghe and his composed demeanor, they effortlessly gained access to the Lord's manor. As they stepped inside, they traversed the pathway, allowing them a glimpse of the manor's interior. Towering on either side were black-armored warriors, each boasting a strength exceeding level 30. Xue Qinghe gazed at these soldiers, unable to suppress his admiration. It seemed the Lord was indeed fulfilling his duties. Hundreds of soul masters were present, suggesting that the Lord had not been ruthless against the rebel forces from the very beginning. If such warriors were placed among our ranks, they would certainly be formidable assets. Noticing Tang Nan's puzzled expression, Xue Qinghe smiled gently and patiently elucidated. "Typically, the combat prowess of soul masters far surpasses that of ordinary soldiers by several times, even dozens of times. They possess unique soul power skills that can wield significant influence on the battlefield, potentially swaying the outcome of a war. Although the rewards from cultivating a high-ranking soul master are substantial, the corresponding investment costs increase exponentially. Hence, only the 3 financially robust empires or certain powerful duchies possess the resources to meticulously nurture high-ranking soul masters. Conversely, smaller duchies and cities often opt to concentrate their efforts on mass-producing low-ranking soul masters as a supplement. Just as Xue Qinghe was poised to further elaborate to Tang Nan, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, Xue Qinghe elegantly extended his hand to Tang Nan, saying, "Now, may I assist you in disembarking, esteemed princess?" "Oh, very well. I shall endure a little longer." Tang Nan muttered resignedly, reluctantly yet obediently grasping Xue Qinghe's hand. However, just as he was about to emerge from the carriage, Xue Qinghe appeared to recall something suddenly, retrieving an exquisitely crafted pair of high heels from his soul guide device. With a teasing expression, he presented them to Tang Nan. "Ah, I nearly forgot this. Do remember to wear them. Let not my thoughtful gesture go to waste." Xue Qinghe remarked with a playful smile. "Xue Qinghe, just you wait. We are not done with this." Chapter 28. The Banquet Welcome, Everyone. At the entrance of the banquet hall stood Lady Countess Kroll, exuding elegance and grace, her radiant beauty and enchanting demeanor captivating all who beheld her. As the Lord of Hobian, she had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. "Hey, Xue Qinghe, slow down. I truly cannot walk swiftly in these shoes," Tang Nan exclaimed, tightly clutching Xue Qinghe's hand as he struggled to take each step. The delicate high heels were rather unfamiliar to him, as this was his first attempt at walking in such footwear. Xue Qinghe cautiously supported Tang Nan, wary of any missteps that might lead to a fall. Upon reaching the esteemed Lady Crowell, he came to a halt and respectfully bowed, saying, "Good day, Lady Crowell. I sincerely apologize for our impromptu visit without prior notice, and I hope it has not caused you or your household any inconvenience." Lady Crowell smiled in response. "It is quite all right, Your Highness. Your esteemed presence truly brings honor to my humble abode. However, I am curious to know the purpose of your unexpected visit." Xue Qinghe politely replied, "I am traveling with my mentor for exploration and research. Along the way, I learned that Count Crowell has recently succeeded in quelling long-standing insurgents in this region and is hosting a celebratory feast. I have brought a letter of congratulations and took a detour to convey my regards to the Count." With that, he extended the envelope he held towards Lady Crowell. Earlier, when the announcement was made at the city gate, Lady Crowell had already been informed of the relevant news. Now, upon seeing that the visitor indeed hailed from the Tiando royal family, her initial wariness began to dissipate. She slightly nodded and signaled to a nearby maid with her eyes. The maid, understanding the cue, turned and discreetly made a gesture with her concealed hand. The hidden soldiers, having received the signal, silently returned to their posts like phantoms. Subsequently, Lady Crowell leisurely opened the envelope, and upon seeing the emblem of royal authority on the stationery, her last shred of doubt evaporated. After carefully reading the contents of the letter, she lifted her gaze towards Lei Hao and the others. However, her eyes lingered on them momentarily before hesitating, ultimately refocusing on Tang Nan, who was closely following Xue Qinghe. This young girl, Lady Crowell's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. As if a sudden understanding dawned upon her, she gently covered her lips, smiled softly, and then turned to lead everyone towards the parlor. As they made their way there, it seemed as though a light bulb had gone off in Tang Nan's mind, and he felt he had grasped some insight. Overjoyed, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but Xue Qinghe firmly held on to it, unwilling to let go. "All right, Xue Qinghe, please release me. I feel I have nearly mastered it," Tang Nan exclaimed with a confident expression, directing his plea at Xue Qinghe. However, Xue Qinghe paid no heed to his words and continued to grip his hand tightly. Tang Nan felt a surge of impatience as he struggled to free himself from Xue Qinghe's grip. However, the latter's strength was overwhelming, rendering him utterly immobile. In his helplessness, he could only glare at Xue Qinghe, internally musing, "What on earth does this person intend to do? Why won't he just release my hand?" Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe completely disregarded Tang Nan's protests and silent signals, his gaze unwavering and resolute, as if he were attempting to convey some profound message to Tang Nan through this very act. Yet, in a fleeting moment of contemplation, a new idea struck him. "Really?" Xue Qinghe observed Tang Nan with a look of skepticism, his eyes filled with doubt. After a brief hesitation, he slowly loosened his grip. "Let go already." Tang Nan, unable to suppress the impulse to demonstrate his own prowess, suddenly jerked his arm with all his might, attempting to break free from Xue Qinghe's control. Unexpectedly, with the sudden absence of support, his body lost its balance, stumbling forward like a drunken man, on the verge of falling to the ground. Just as disaster loomed, Xue Qinghe, as if foreseeing the impending mishap, swiftly extended his hand, securely catching the stumbling Tang Nan. "Be careful." Xue Qinghe's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly cautioned, "Remember the key points? Always maintain your balance, keep your back straight, draw in your abdomen, and slightly bend your knees." "Hey, haven't you just told me all of this?" Tang Nan muttered indignantly, feeling quite dissatisfied. "I'm not a genius. How could I possibly learn it all at once? Precisely because of that, you should refrain from being overconfident. Allow me to assist you," Xue Qinghe stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. "Fine, I concede." Although Tang Nan was reluctant, he understood that he truly needed the other's support at that moment, and thus he begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Thus, with a mixture of reluctance and acquiescence, Tang Nan held on to Xue Qinghe's arm and continued to practice. Every action they took was closely observed by Lady Krolov, who led the way ahead of them. Lady Krolov regarded the two with a pensive expression, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Why does His Highness bother?" "Ah, the youth." She gently shook her head, seemingly reminiscing about her own past, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia and sentiment. A few minutes later, they arrived at the reception hall. The spacious and bright hall was already filled with nobles from various regions, along with senior military officers and high-ranking government officials who had commenced their animated and elegant exchanges. Dressed in splendid attire and adorned with dazzling jewels, they exchanged smiles and pleasantries. Some nobles gathered together, savoring exquisite delicacies and tea while discussing politics, economics, and cultural matters. Others stood by the windows, admiring the beautiful scenery outside, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. The entire reception hall was imbued with a relaxed yet dignified and elegant atmosphere. As the formal banquet was set to begin shortly, wishing all a delightful time. After uttering these words, Lady Kroll elegantly turned and departed. Seizing this moment, several individuals began to exchange opinions regarding the current situation. There truly were a multitude of people present. As Lei Hao gazed around at the incessantly conversing nobles, he could not help but express his genuine astonishment. Indeed, it was evident that Duke Kroll had spared no expense for this banquet. Yi Qing then turned to Xue Qinghe, inquiring, "What more have you disowned?" "Allow me to ponder for a moment." Xue Qing had diligently recalled his past impressions of Count Kroll and articulated his conjecture. "I believe this may pertain to Kroll's political stance. Ever since he ascended to nobility, he has consistently been a staunch advocate for war within the realm of Gaul. However, due to the populace's fervent yearning for peace. He has found little support among the higher echelons of the duchy. Thus, I surmise that the purpose of this banquet may be to forge alliances with other factions, in hopes of securing a greater voice in future parliamentary discussions. But why does he seek to do this? Does he intend to incite a war? At this juncture, Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow in concern. Suddenly, a soft, almost imperceptible cough resonated throughout the hall, as if it had wafted from some distant realm, though faint. This cough stirred ripples akin to a stone cast upon a serene lake, drawing the attention of all present. Their gazes instinctively gravitated toward the viewing platform on the second floor. At that moment, the focus of the soiree, Count Kroll, stood proudly. Clad in an ancient yet dignified military uniform, it bore witness to the countless battles he had endured, encapsulating his unparalleled glory. Adorning his uniform were an array of medals, gleaming like stars in the night sky, each one a testament to his illustrious achievements. The Count's visage bore the marks of time, a long, fierce scar traced from his forehead down to his cheek, adding an air of authority and dominance. He stood tall and unwavering, a bastion of strength, with his left hand lightly resting upon an intricately carved cane, while his right hand gracefully lifted a goblet, his movements fluid and poised. "Dear friends," Count Kroll proclaimed with resounding clarity, "tonight, under the brilliant stars and enchanting moonlight, we gather here to celebrate this extraordinary moment. We are bathed in the rare tranquility of peace. However, there are those with ulterior motives who wish to disrupt this harmony. They employ insidious tactics, brazenly tormenting innocent citizens, attempting to drag us back into the chaos of war." As he spoke, his piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the array of gallant officers beside him. Yet, in the face of the enemy's vile actions, our fearless warriors have not retreated an inch. They have poured forth their blood and valor, sweeping through the enemy like a tempest, forging their own resplendent glory from the enemy's ignobility and depravity. With those words, Count Kroll raised his goblet high, as if to infuse all the fervor and ambition within him into the wine. Immediately, the assembled guests followed suit, raising their glasses in unison. Long live Gaul! Long live the Empire of Tiendo! The thunderous cheers reverberated throughout the banquet hall, lingering in the air, accompanied by this stirring rallying cry. Count Kroll tilted his head back and drained his cup of the exquisite vintage. Thus, the grand feast officially commenced. In order to gather useful intelligence more comprehensively and accurately, Lei Hao and his companions began to disperse according to their previously devised plan. Lei Hao, Yuan Wan, and Su Xiao chose to meander among the officers, attempting to unearth crucial information from subtle hints. Meanwhile, Nia and Yi Qing deftly navigated among the nobility, hoping to glean some insider news from them. Simultaneously, Xue Qinghe and Tang Nen enjoyed a relatively high degree of freedom, arranging their actions based on the unfolding circumstances. However, due to the unintentional rumors propagated by Lady Kroll, Xue Qinghe quickly became the focal point of the entire gathering. The ambitious nobles, eager for promotion and wealth, directed their attention toward this potential successor to the throne, all seeking to forge connections with him. In an instant, a cacophony of flattery ensued. "Your Highness, may I have the honor of your attention?" A tide of insincere flatterers surged forth, encircling Xue Qinghe so tightly that he could scarcely breathe. Faced with such a situation, Xue Qinghe could not suppress a flicker of disdain upon his countenance. Observing from a distance, Tang Nen couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. "Xue Qinghe, it seems you are in quite the predicament." The thought of Xue Qinghe being overwhelmed brought him considerable joy, just as Tang Nen reveled in his own amusement. A regal gentleman adorned in lavish attire appeared before him, seemingly descending from the heavens. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he softly inquired, "Might I have the pleasure of a dance with this enchanting maiden?" The unexpected turn of events left Tang Nen momentarily stunned, as he stood in disbelief before regaining his composure. After discerning the identity of the speaker, he glanced around in confusion and stammered, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed, my dear maiden," the noble confirmed with an elegant smile and a nod. "I apologize, but I truly do not know how to dance," Tang Nen replied candidly. "Oh, what a pity," the noble expressed with a fleeting look of regret, quickly replaced by a reassuring demeanor. "But fear not, we have ample time to practice, do we not?" As he spoke, he stepped closer to Tang Nen, an unexplainable sense of pressure enveloping her, causing her heart to race and leaving her at a loss. He hurriedly cast his gaze towards the nearby Shueqing River, silently praying that someone might sense the unusual happenings and come to his rescue from this perilous predicament. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, the river was currently encircled by a throng of individuals, leaving him with no means of escape. As he watched the imposing figure of a burly man draw nearer, Tang Nan felt an overwhelming sense of isolation and helplessness, with retreat being his only recourse. Just as he found himself cornered, on the brink of despair, a robust hand suddenly landed on the nobleman's shoulder. "Sir, it appears you have indulged in your libations a tad too generously. I suggest you step outside for some fresh air to regain your composure," came a voice from behind the nobleman as a young officer stepped forward. Clad in a well-tailored military uniform adorned with resplendent golden insignia, he radiated an aura of authority. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" The inebriated noble retorted furiously, pivoting sharply to chastise the audacious intruder. However, upon recognizing the officer, his arrogance and bravado evaporated instantaneously, replaced by fear and servility. The nobleman swiftly covered his head with one hand, feigning a state of drunken stupor, and stammered, "Ah, yes. You are quite right. I have indeed overindulged. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance." With that, he scampered away like a chastened dog, his tail tucked between his legs. As the menace receded, Tang Nan, who had been prepared to retaliate, discreetly sheathed the weapon hidden in his sleeve. He exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance towards the young officer who had come to his aid in his hour of need. "Thank you for your assistance, kind sir," Tang Nan spoke softly, his eyes reflecting genuine gratitude. "There's no need for such formality. I merely happened to pass by and witness the situation," the officer replied, seemingly on the verge of saying more, but Tang Nan, anxious about any potential complications, hastily turned to leave. In his haste, however, he inadvertently twisted his ankle, causing his body to lurch forward. At that critical moment, the officer swiftly reached out, grasping Tang Nan firmly and drawing him into his embrace. "Are you all right?" the officer inquired, his concern palpable. Amidst the searing pain, Tang Nan managed to respond. "Could you assist me to a nearby chair for a moment's respite?" "Of course. No problem at all," the officer replied, carefully supporting Tang Nan as they made their way to a nearby seat. Throughout this process, he stole glances at Tang Nan, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingering in his mind. Once Tang Nan was comfortably seated, he wasted no time engaging in his recuperative practices, channeling his energy to mend his injuries. As he released the blue-silver grass for bandaging, astonishment washed over the officer's face. "Is that how the blue-silver grass can be utilized?" he mused, stroking his chin, his eyes reflecting a blend of surprise and contemplation. As if he had stumbled upon an entirely new realm of possibilities, he murmured to himself, "It is indeed remarkable that the blue-silver grass can be cultivated to such a level." Upon hearing this, Tang Nan's expression shifted, her brows furrowing slightly as she replied, somewhat displeased, "What do you mean by that?" Her voice carried a hint of anger, clearly indicating her dissatisfaction with the officer's words. Noticing her irritation, the officer quickly raised his hand in apology, saying, "I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand. I merely find your use of the blue-silver grass to be quite unique, which reminded me of some past events." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, miss, I feel as though we may have crossed paths before." His gaze was fixed intently upon her, seeking clues in her expression. "Friend, flirting with a ladylike that is likely to earn you her disdain," came Xue Qinghe's voice from behind the officer, tinged with mild reproach. He hastened toward Tang Nan, a flicker of anger crossing his face. As Xue Qinghe approached her, preparing to offer his hand to assist her, the officer interjected without hesitation. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Xue Qinghe, stating, "I apologize, sir, but I must verify your identity." Xue Qinghe frowned, perplexed. "What do you mean? Do you think I would harm her?" The officer shook his head, clarifying, "This young lady clearly does not wish to be approached by strangers. As a guard here, it is my duty to ensure everyone's safety." With a scoff, Xue Qinghe retorted, "Flirting? Completely unnecessary. She is mine." With that proclamation, he gestured emphatically, as if to showcase the bond between himself and Tang Nan. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, the most surprised of all was Tang Nan herself, her eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Two exclamations rang out simultaneously. Seemingly unconcerned with the reactions of others, Xue Qinghe resolutely pulled the bewildered Tang Nan into an embrace and loudly declared to the onlookers, "Miss Tang Nan is my fiancée." This unexpected revelation struck the assembly like a thunderclap, plunging the once lively atmosphere into stunned silence, as everyone gaped at Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan. As for Tang Nan, she was left dumbfounded by his boldness, her mind a blank slate. Just as Tang Nan was about to confront Xue Qinghe, her words were cut short as he leaned down and, without hesitation, pressed his lips against hers. This spectacle ignited envy among the surrounding nobles, their eyes shimmering with jealousy. At that moment, the officer recognized the awkwardness of the situation and promptly took action, calling out, "Have you all had enough of the spectacle? Disperse." He helped to usher away the onlookers, granting Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan some privacy. Finally, he smiled at Xue Qinghe, wishing him, "May you find happiness, your highness." Then he turned and departed, leaving Xue Qinghe and Tang Nan behind. Indeed, this method proved effective. During the latter part of the banquet, almost no one dared to provoke trouble. Seizing this opportunity, Xue Qinghe engaged in pleasant and profound exchanges with several high-ranking officials. However, the situation was not so simple. "Xue Qinghe, what exactly transpired at the banquet?" After returning to the camp, Yi Qing noticed Tang Nan's disheartened demeanor and felt a surge of worry, promptly inquiring. Xue Qinghe smiled and, feigning nonchalance, replied, "Oh, it's nothing serious, just a minor setback." Yi Qing, evidently skeptical, furrowed her brows and pressed, "Are you quite certain?" Xue Qinghe patted Tang Nan's shoulder, forcing a smile as he said, "Don't worry, Sister Yi Qing. He might just be exhausted. I'll take him back to rest, and we'll see you tomorrow." With that, he guided Tang Nan into the room and casually closed the door. Yet, scarcely had they entered when a sudden sound of arrows being released echoed within. Followed by Tang Nan's heart-wrenching roar, "Xue Qinghe, I will kill you." The intensity of his voice seemed capable of shattering the very room. Ah, the youth. Chapter 29. A raucous disturbance. Drip, drip. The rhythmic sound of water falling from the ceiling occasionally splashed onto the man's forehead. Summoning all his strength, he laboriously raised his hand to wipe away the icy droplets, then turned over, attempting to steal a moment of rest. However, at that moment, a jarring noise erupted as the guard outside the cage began to strike the iron bars with a long spear, creating a cacophony. Simultaneously, he spat out a few curses, seemingly to pass the dreary hours of this monotonous duty. In this endless darkness of the cell, the man had long lost all sense of time. He was unaware of how many days and nights he had spent here, feeling as if each day was interminably long and torturous. The exhaustion of his body and the torment of his mind rendered him utterly numb. Slowly, he closed his eyes, dismissing the distractions from the outside world, allowing his thoughts to drift away. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the silence, as if to tear the very world apart. The blast not only jolted him from his slumber, but also sent his heart racing to an extreme. Immediately, chaotic sounds erupted from outside. "Intruders! Xiao Xiao, quickly hide behind me." The man's ears were filled with the sharp clashing of swords, accompanied by piercing screams. These sounds gradually weakened, hinting that a bloody massacre was drawing to a close. What on earth was happening? The man's mind swirled with confusion and fear as he tried to piece together the truth behind this scene. But his thoughts were tangled like a ball of yarn. Just as he sank into contemplation, a voice called out from outside the cell, "Hey, you in there? If you're still alive, hurry and move to the wall." The man had not yet regained his composure when another thunderous sound echoed through the air. The prison door was shattered to smithereens, and amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a young man and a woman emerged. "Are you all right?" The young man quickly crouched down and extended a hand, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you Mr. Rubio?" 12 hours prior, after days of arduous and relentless efforts in gathering intelligence at the Lord's residence, Lei Hao and his companions were fully prepared, with all plans to rescue Rubio meticulously arranged. However, just as everyone was poised to showcase their skills, a sense of unease began to permeate the atmosphere. Lei Hao, don't you think the current atmosphere feels somewhat off?" Su Xiao, with his keen perception, was the first to notice the anomaly. He scanned the surroundings with a puzzled expression, finally fixing his gaze on a certain individual across from him, who appeared troubled yet still exuded a certain vitality. "Tang Nan and Xue Qinghe." "Well, now that you mention it, it does seem that way," Lei Hao responded in agreement, reflecting a shared sentiment. As they spoke, they exchanged glances, each capturing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Moments later, as if struck by a sudden realization, Lei Hao dashed to Xue Qinghe's side, lowering his voice in urgency. "Hey, tell me what you two were up to last night." At that moment, Tang Nan remained silent, calmly nibbling on a piece of bread. Yet, despite her composed demeanor, a clear discontent was etched across her face. Xue Qinghe scratched his head awkwardly, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Tang Nan, who was seated nearby. Just then, their eyes met, and Xue Qinghe, sensing the moment, quickly declared, "It's nothing." TCH. How utterly dull, Lei Hao grumbled, disappointment evident as he returned to his seat after failing to uncover any useful information. Hey, are you still upset? Xue Qinghe inquired softly, a hint of a conciliatory smile gracing his features. Why do you care? Tang Nan retorted coldly without lifting her head, her tone laced with resentment. Haven't I already apologized? Xue Qinghe chuckled helplessly. If you mention it again, I swear I'll pull the trigger. Tang Nan shot back, raising her crossbow menacingly at Xue Qinghe's forehead. All right, I promise to notify you in advance next time. Now, could you please lower the crossbow? Xue Qinghe cautiously gestured towards the weapon aimed at him. Humph. Tang Nan scoffed, retracting the crossbow. Their exchange, however, had amused the 4 spectators nearby, who were keenly interested in unraveling the story from the previous night. The curiosity of the newly arrived Yu Qing was palpable, leaving him utterly bewildered. What are you all doing? Bang, 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 bang. Unappreciative, Yu Qing delivered a sharp reprimand to each of them, thereby concluding the farce. All right, let us convene. With Yi Qing's declaration, the meeting concerning the rescue of Rubio commenced in earnest. Lei Hao began their report. The current military strength of the Lord's Manor had been thoroughly investigated. Their foundational force was the black armored battalion stationed to the east of the manor. These soldiers, clad in black heavy armor, resembled impenetrable fortresses numbering approximately 800, each possessing a soul power of no less than level 30. Commanding this elite unit was a mysterious squad known as the Blackguard. The squad consisted of a mere 8 members, yet their prowess ranged between levels 40 and 50. 6 of these Blackguards would operate in 2 groups of 3. One group would remain constantly by Count Kroll's side to ensure his safety, while the other was tasked with patrolling the vicinity of the Lord's Manor, vigilant against any potential threats. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing furrowed her brow, contemplating quietly. Such stringent protection would not be easy to breach. She bit her lip and quickly inquired, what about the remaining 2 individuals? We are uncertain, Yuan Wen replied, his expression one of resignation. It seems those senior officers possess no knowledge regarding them. We 3 endeavored to intoxicate several of them, yet we gleaned no useful information. After recounting the events, he spread his hands in defeat. What transpired next? Someone eagerly pressed for answers. The good news is, we have likely discerned Rubio's location. However, the bad news. Su Xiao paused, building suspense. Do not keep us in suspense. Speak. Everyone urged. Their hiding place is precisely beneath the encampment of the Black Armored Battalion. This revelation struck the assembled individuals like a thunderclap, leaving their minds buzzing. Oh dear. This complicates matters significantly. Yi Qing, equally troubled, then revealed another crucial piece of intelligence. Outside Hobian City, a military force dispatched from the capital, Lion, is stationed, reportedly to escort the rebel leader back to headquarters. Moreover, those officials hinted that they are poised to take action soon. This news undeniably exacerbated the anxiety of the already beleaguered assembly. Why don't we simply charge in? The impatient Lei Hao suggested a straightforward, albeit reckless, plan, only to be unexpectedly dismissed. Rejected. That would be far too rash, even disregarding the consumption of soul power. It would take us half a day to confront over 800 men, by which time reinforcements from outside the city would have arrived. Hey, Su Xiao. Is Rubio truly held within the military camp? Indeed. According to reliable intelligence, he is imprisoned underground, but there is more than one route leading there. One path lies within the camp itself, while another is rumored to be concealed within Count Kroll's chamber. However, the veracity of this latter route requires further confirmation. Upon hearing this news, Xue Qinghe gazed intently at the meticulously drawn map in her hands, her eyes settling on a particularly marked location, the Lord's Manor's warehouse. A thoughtful frown creased her brow, as if she were devising a plan in her mind. After a moment, she suddenly lifted her head, a resolute gleam igniting in her eyes, and addressed the group. Perhaps we can make good use of this warehouse. Yi Qing followed the direction of Xue Qinghe's finger and indeed spotted the conspicuous warehouse symbol on the map. In that instant, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, stirring great excitement within him. I have a plan. Everyone, we can. In the stillness of the night, the Lord's Manor lay enveloped in tranquility, occasionally disturbed by the yawns of soldiers. Some remained vigilant, patrolling the vicinity, while others could not help but glance back, eagerly anticipating the change of guard. The sound of footsteps approached, and the soldiers instantly perked up, tense yet filled with anticipation for the shift change. Change of guard. With the commander's command, the previously stationed soldiers relaxed their taut nerves. Some stretched their long-numbed wrists, while others gathered to discuss their forthcoming activities. The commander, meanwhile, cast his gaze towards the night sky, intending to indulge in a cigarette for relaxation. Suddenly, a sharp bird call pierced the air, akin to the sounding of a battle horn. The lurking Lei Hao and his companions sprang into action, launching an assault on the unsuspecting soldiers. The soldiers, initially basking in the joy of finishing their shift, were thrown into disarray by the abrupt attack. The commander, regaining his wits, swiftly organized a defense and attempted to sound the alarm. However, as he directed his men to resist, a cold arrow suddenly whizzed through the air, striking him squarely in the chest. Concurrently, as the soldiers were attempting to establish their formation, the ground beneath them erupted with blue-silver grass, ensnaring them tightly. By the time they broke free, the enemy's assault had already commenced. In mere minutes, Lei Hao and his team swiftly eliminated the two squads. Without lingering, they advanced deeper into the Lord's manor, adhering to their predetermined plan. "My lord, it is time for rest," the butler softly spoke from the heights of the manor, his tone laced with respect and concern. He stood quietly by, awaiting the response of Count Kroll. Count Kroll slightly furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained fixed on the pitch-black night sky outside the window. He seemed lost in contemplation, offering little reaction to the butler's reminder. After a while, the butler cautiously added, "My lord, the lady has already fallen asleep." "Yes, I understand. Let us wait a little longer," Count Kroll replied, still staring into the distance, as if the shadows concealed a disquieting secret. Though fatigue had begun to settle in his body, his mind was far from sleep. At that moment, Count Kroll suddenly turned to the butler, a flicker of doubt and alertness crossing his eyes. "Lao Su, for some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss tonight." The butler's ears twitched slightly, keenly detecting the unease in his master's words. He slowly stepped forward, casting his gaze out the window, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "Indeed, my lord. I too have sensed the presence of some unusual energy around us, akin to a swarm of insects stirring in the shadows." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow, as swift as lightning, burst through the window, aiming directly for the heart of Count Kroll. The assailant was none other than Lei Hao, whose movements were as rapid as a tempest, brandishing a sharp weapon, clearly harboring murderous intent. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, Count Kroll remained remarkably composed. He swiftly drew his treasured blade, effortlessly parrying Lei Hao's fierce onslaught. The clang of steel resonated throughout the room as blades clashed, a symphony of courage. Alas, it was still far from sufficient. Count Kroll scoffed, his figure flickering as he evaded Lei Hao's subsequent strike. "Oh, what of this?" A glint of cunning flashed in Lei Hao's eyes as he spun backward with sudden force, his body whirling like a tempest. In that fleeting moment of his roll, countless sharp arrows appeared before the Count, a mere 5 meters away, like phantoms materializing from thin air. Yet, faced with this unexpected barrage, the Count stood as steadfast as a mountain, unfazed and tranquil. The incoming arrows, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, came to an abrupt halt a mere meter from the Count, as if an invisible wall had firmly obstructed their path. Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Just as he was grappling with the surreal spectacle before him, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, a sound that seemed to whisper of wood being gently sliced. A sense of foreboding gripped Lei Hao's heart. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength, leaping swiftly backwards to the window like a startled bird. Witnessing Lei Hao's agile response, Count Kroll's face lit up with admiration, and he couldn't help but applaud. "Well done. You can perceive the fluctuations of Old Su's soul technique. But what a pity. Dispose of them, Old Su." "Yes, my lord," Steward Su replied respectfully, his fingers beginning to dance with swift agility. It appeared as though his fingertips possessed boundless magic, each movement conjuring fierce gusts of wind. As he moved, the surrounding space began to fracture, revealing cuts that glimmered ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Not daring to delay, Lei Hao immediately summoned his soul power, launching a colossal slash forward, imbued with unparalleled force. Lightning crackled along the blade, igniting brilliant sparks as if ready to rend the very fabric of the world. At that moment, illuminated by the fiery glow, Lei Hao suddenly beheld something peculiar. Were those threads? He widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Observing Lei Hao's astonished expression, Steward Su smiled faintly and began to introduce his martial soul. "My martial soul is but a tattered strip of cloth. It was only when I stumbled upon my ability to manipulate the threads within this fabric, controlling them at will, that everything transformed." With that, Butler Su gently waved the silken threads in his hand, instantly weaving an enormous and invisible net that descended upon Lei Hao with overwhelming force. This net appeared to be insubstantial, yet the power it contained was utterly disconcerting. In the face of Butler Su's assault, Lei Hao displayed not a shred of fear. Instead, a disdainful smile graced his lips. "Oh, you wish to kill me? Perhaps in your next life, my good sir." As the words left his mouth, a sharp sound of fingers snapping echoed throughout the room. In an instant, the previously immobilized arrows seemed to spring to life, restless and emitting a sharp whistling sound. At that moment, Butler Su, preoccupied with the safety of the Count, reluctantly abandoned his attack on Lei Hao and swiftly redirected the threads, attempting to envelop the arrows before they could explode. His technique was deft and precise, the threads weaving through the air like agile serpents, swiftly ensnaring each arrow tightly. "Prepare to meet your end." With a furious roar, Lei Hao lunged toward the elderly figure preoccupied with the arrows, grasping a tang knife. The blade shimmered with brilliant blue electricity, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the black guards stationed outside finally sensed the anomaly and rushed in. One of the guards, extraordinarily agile, moved with ghostly swiftness, seizing the glimmering tang knife in a powerful grip. Audacious. Upon closer inspection, Tang Nan was taken aback to discover that the obstruction in his path was none other than one of the trio who had relentlessly pursued him, Qin Feng. Humph. What a narrow road for enemies. Lei Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, though he quickly returned to his composure. How bold of a rebel to attempt an assassination on the lord of the city. Chun Feng's eyes widened in fury, his presence exuding overwhelming authority. And before he could finish speaking, he unleashed a forceful blow that sent Lei Hao flying several meters away. Surprisingly, Lei Hao remained unfazed. Upon landing steadily, he cast a determined glance at the multitude of enemies pouring in from all directions, his expression devoid of fear. Well, that should suffice. With that, Lei Hao gently blew into a whistle. In an instant, 3 sharp sounds pierced the air, followed by 3 arrows shooting in like lightning through the window. These arrows struck the ground with pinpoint accuracy before erupting in a thunderous explosion, sending clouds of dust and smoke billowing into the air. As the haze gradually dissipated, those present were astonished to find that the audacious assassin had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the assassin, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. Panic-stricken, they knelt on the ground in unison, pleading for forgiveness from Count Chloral. "We have failed in our duties. Please, my lord, impose your punishment." However, Count Kroll displayed an extraordinary calmness. He waved his hand slightly and spoke in a serene tone. "Enough. This matter is not your fault. Please rise." After saying this, he lifted the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted outside, the noise growing increasingly louder, as if something significant had occurred. Observing this, Qin Feng wasted no time leading a group of soldiers swiftly out the door to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Count Kroll, who had been wide awake due to the unforeseen assassination attempt, slowly bent down to pick up the remnants of the arrow that had fallen to the ground. He scrutinized the arrow in his hand, a flicker of curiosity and intrigue crossing his eyes. Quite interesting. As the seconds ticked by, when the black guard responsible for scouting the external situation returned to the room and reported to Count Kroll, the nobleman was seated calmly in his chair, his right hand tightly gripping the remnants of the recently fired arrow, lost in contemplation. "What transpired outside?" Count Kroll inquired, his tone composed. Yet his gaze bore a hint of coldness as he observed the trembling black guard. After a moment's hesitation, the black guard finally mustered the courage to lift his head. "My lord, the military warehouse is on fire." Upon hearing this, Count Kroll's expression instantly turned grave, though he quickly regained his composure, feigning calmness as he reassured, "Do not panic. Take your time to explain." Nevertheless, the arrow he clutched betrayed his true feelings. Due to excessive tension and rage, beads of sweat had already begun to form on his palm, while the once formidable arrow was now reduced to countless fragments under his grip. Chun Feng's team had already engaged the enemy, and in addition, Van Hay's group was rushing to provide reinforcements. Moreover, the Black Armored Brigade had also been fully mobilized. The Black Guard, with his head bowed, answered, his voice slightly trembling. "Good. Excellent." Count Kroll's brows knitted tightly, visible veins appearing on his forehead, clearly indicating his growing ire. "How many foes are we facing?" According to the intelligence currently at hand, the enemy consists of merely 4 individuals, the Black Guard reported truthfully. "What? Only 4? Count Kroll was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but burst into laughter, his mirth laced with disdain and derision. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Merely 4 people. And it has taken you so long to deal with them? Are you all just idling away your days? In his fury, he struck the armrest of the chair beside him, and with a sharp crack, the sturdy wooden chair shattered into pieces. At that moment, a deafening roar resonated from outside, as if it sought to tear the very heavens apart. The direction of the sound. Could it be? Count Kroll pondered quietly. Upon realizing that the noise originated from the east, he finally grasped the opponent's intent. Ha 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 ha. The Earl threw his head back in a raucous laughter, a sound imbued with boundless confidence and authority. With a gentle squeeze, he reduced the remnants in his grasp to countless fine particles that scattered into the air. He then turned to face the blackguards who were kneeling in readiness and commanded sharply, "Mobilize every resource at our disposal and proceed to the barracks at full speed. Simultaneously, raise an alarm with the city defense forces, but be cautious not to disturb the troops in line. Do you understand?" Understood. The blackguards, acutely aware that the Earl's fury had been ignited, dared not show any hesitation. After acknowledging his command, they vanished like phantoms. The Earl slowly returned to the window, extending his right hand to let the powder drift through his fingers, cascading outward. He gazed into the distance with a resolute and cold demeanor, thinking, "Let me see just how much capability you still possess." Chapter 30. A chaotic scene. Thank heavens, I have finally escaped. Lei Hao leaped from the window, clinging to the wall like a gecko, descending cautiously and silently until his feet met the ground. The moment he felt solid earth beneath him, a wave of relief washed over him, but he quickly shifted to a state of vigilance. He glanced up at the window from which he had jumped, pondering. I cannot take such risks again. I must find a way to have Master Wei craft some climbing tools for me. Relying solely on my bare hands for such feats is not a sustainable strategy. Just as Lei Hao was deep in thought, a sharp command rang out. Don't move. The sudden warning startled him, causing him to turn abruptly. Before him stood a group of heavily armored soldiers, advancing steadily with their sharp spears held firmly, forming an orderly line that closed in on him. Realizing the peril of his situation, Lei Hao wasted no time and fled towards the prearranged warehouse, sprinting with all his might. How can he run so fast? The soldiers were left astonished as Lei Hao vanished from their sight in an instant. On his way to the destination, Lei Hao displayed remarkable courage and audacity. He not only attacked a passing patrol without hesitation but also went so far as to deliberately insult the soldiers. Infuriated, the soldiers hurled curses at him while relentlessly pursuing him, unwilling to let him escape easily. Upon finally reaching the warehouse, Yuan Wen and Su Xiao, who had been lying in wait, couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth has he done to provoke such animosity?" They observed the hostile soldiers behind Lei Hao, their eyes glinting like those of wolves, as if they intended to devour him alive. "Let us hide for now and assess the situation," suggested Yuan Wen. Just as they prepared to conceal themselves and observe the unfolding events, Lei Hao, in a state of exasperation, shouted, "Where is everyone?" After a challenging journey to arrive here, he lingered at the entrance for quite some time, yet he had not spotted any signal from Yuan Wen and the others. A profound sense of betrayal surged within him, prompting an involuntary curse to escape his lips as he turned to flee. At that very moment, a familiar figure appeared before him like a specter, Fan Hade. Fan Hade lunged forward, launching a surprise attack on Lei Hao. Reacting instinctively, Lei Hao swiftly raised his blade to deflect the sudden onslaught. The two found themselves in a tense stalemate, with a disdainful smile gracing Fan Hade's lips as he provocatively taunted his adversary. "Ah, who might this be? Have you forgotten the encounter with the King of Hell?" With that, he attempted to leverage his imposing stature to overpower Lei Hao. However, Lei Hao was equally unyielding, retorting, "I may indeed have forgotten, but next time, luck will not be on your side." With those words, he suddenly retracted his strength and took a significant step back. Caught off guard, Fan Hade had no time to react, his momentum propelling him forward as he lost his balance, leaning precariously ahead. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Hao charged, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, delivering a devastating kick to Fan Hade's face. The strike was thunderous, an unstoppable force that landed squarely on Fan Hade's visage. Reeling from the blow, Fan Hade clutched his face, his weapon flailing wildly in desperation. Lei Hao deftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming assault, and maneuvered behind him. Amidst the startled cries of the surrounding soldiers, Fan Hade, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly turned to unleash a powerful spinning slash. Alas, Lei Hao had anticipated this move, seizing Fan Hade's wrist with a firm grip. "Farewell," Lei Hao uttered coldly. exerting all his strength in a brutal twist, resulting in a sharp crack as Fan Hade's right wrist was mercilessly broken. Without hesitation, Lei Hao hurled Fan Hade to the ground. Crashing heavily, Fan Hade expelled a torrent of blood, staining the earth beneath him. Struggling to rise, he opened his eyes once more, only to be met with the terrifying sight of Lei Hao brandishing his blade, poised to strike. A torrential downpour of arrows descended from above. Accompanied by a fierce roar, countless gleaming feathered arrows rained down like a relentless storm upon Lei Hao. Just as Lei Hao prepared to deal a fatal blow to Fan Hade, the tardy Su Tai unleashed his fifth soul skill, determined to rescue his comrade from peril. The barrage of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming Lei Hao and disrupting his rhythm of attack. Confronted with this unexpected turn of events, Lei Hao was compelled to abandon his immediate target, retreating hastily to evade the lethal assault. "Hey, are you all right? Can you hold on?" Su Tai rushed to Fan Hade's side, carefully assisting the battered and breathless warrior to his feet, struggled to lift his head, coughed a few times, and spoke in a feeble voice, "Cough, I am fine." However, before he could finish, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. A wave of anxiety washed over. Who hurriedly checked his pulse and, upon discovering a faint breath, breathed a sigh of relief. "Humph, another one on a path to demise," sneered at, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He then staggered forward, charging into the fray like a tiger descending a mountain, unleashing a new wave of ferocious attacks. Seeing this, filled with urgency, called out loudly to direct the soldiers around him to face the enemy together. The clash of blades erupted, and the battlefield was filled with the cacophony of combat. The situation was exceptionally intense. Moved like a swift dragon, weaving through the flashes of swords and knives. His weapon sliced through the air with a vigorous momentum, each strike sending enemies sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, the opposing forces hesitated, wary of harming their comrades, which significantly diminished their fighting capacity. S. gaze was sharp as a hawk's, seemingly able to discern every flaw. He meticulously observed the dynamics of battle, leaving no detail unnoticed. Gradually, he made his way toward a specific direction, inching closer to, as time passed, found himself nearing his target. Just when he felt the moment was ripe for a surprise attack, he suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, sending nearby soldiers flying. In an instant, employed his soul technique, Thunder Flash, appearing before in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, had no time to react, hastily grasping a feathered arrow in a futile attempt to defend himself. Yet, it was all too late. S-blade, crackling with lightning, descended with astonishing speed, effortlessly severing the fragile arrow and leaving a horrifying gash across chest. Stricken with excruciating pain, fell to his knees, unable to rise. Just as intended to press the advantage and deliver a fatal blow, and his team members arrived just in time. With perfect synchrony, they struck simultaneously, forcefully pushing back. Witnessing his companions gravely wounded and on the brink of death ignited a fierce rage within. His eyes widened with fury as his arms swelled with muscle, transforming into powerful bear-like appendages. With a mighty roar, he lunged at, crashing into him with unparalleled force, driving him into the warehouse. The other two team members, witnessing this, dared not linger and swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, the black armored brigade, observing the scene, prepared to advance. In the next moment, a massive stone pillar appeared before them, blocking their path. "Apologies, but you must remain here," leapt down from the pillar, landing directly amidst the crowd. "Humph, I did not expect you to be this enraged," continued to provoke his opponent amidst the chaos of the warehouse. The adversary remained entirely unaffected by his influence, their assault accelerating with relentless fervor. Soon, their movements became so swift that they seemed to create afterimages, raining down furious blows upon Lei Hao's protective soul energy. Faced with such an onslaught, Lei Hao could only maneuver within the confines of the warehouse to evade the attacks. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's companions found themselves in dire straits. The moment the two entered the warehouse, a chilling, bone-piercing aura surged forth, instantly freezing their legs in place. As they stood in astonishment, a flurry of razor-sharp sword energy, like phantoms, erupted from the shadows, launching a surprise attack. Realizing the imminent danger, the two wasted no time in channeling their soul energy, invoking their protective techniques to withstand the unexpected onslaught. Simultaneously, they instinctively coordinated their efforts to counterattack in the direction from which the sword energy had emerged, their formidable power coalescing into a shockwave that surged towards the hidden enemy. With a resounding crash, Su Xiao, concealed in darkness, was finally compelled to reveal himself. Observing that their opponent stood alone, the duo felt a surge of elation. Once they shattered the icy shackles binding their feet, they lunged forward without hesitation, intending to swiftly subdue Su Xiao through a pincer maneuver. However, faced with such a fierce assault, Su Xiao remained remarkably composed, wielding his frost sword with increasing grace and ease, effortlessly deflecting their barrage. Just then, the warehouse doors swung open with a thunderous roar, and a relentless stream of armored warriors poured inside. To his surprise, these foes were not lacking in cunning. Su Xiao, while secretly admiring their intelligence, unleashed his fifth soul skill, Ice Oblivion. In an instant, a wave of frigid air enveloped the vicinity, causing the temperature to plummet, as if one had descended into an icy abyss. Under the weight of this overwhelming pressure, the two adversaries found themselves retreating repeatedly. As Su Xiao observed the growing crowd around him, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. He understood that without taking extreme measures, escape would become nearly impossible. However, this was a course of action he had hoped to avoid at all costs. Reluctantly shaking his head, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. He swiftly swung his frost sword with great force, slicing through the air and igniting sparks upon contact with the ground. These sparks, akin to embers, landed upon pre-prepared cloth strips and flammable materials, instantly igniting a roaring blaze. The flames surged rapidly, engulfing the entire warehouse in a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed upward, and the flames soared high into the sky, drawing the attention of onlookers. Yet, amidst the chaos, Su Xiao appeared remarkably composed, gripping his frost sword with unwavering determination. The second round had officially begun. Quick, everyone, to the warehouse to extinguish the fire. The blazing inferno within the warehouse resembled a fierce beast, clawing and devouring everything in its path, as billowing smoke ascended toward the heavens. The magnificent spectacle successfully captured the attention of all the soldiers, transforming the once tranquil lord's mansion into a cacophony of shouts, commands, and footsteps, all melding together in a crescendo of urgency. Meanwhile, the vigilant black-armored soldiers stationed in the barracks sensed the unusual commotion. Without a moment of hesitation, they swiftly assembled their ranks and charged towards the direction of the warehouse, poised to provide assistance. As the soldiers hurried away, Nia, Tang Nan, and Shueqinghe, who had been concealed in the grass, finally exhaled in relief. Cautiously, they peered out to survey their surroundings. Once assured of their safety, Nia whispered, "Okay, they've all left. Let us commence our mission." No sooner had she spoken than the trio darted forth like arrows released from a bow, weaving through the vast military encampment. Their movements were graceful and agile, akin to three ethereal specters silently seeking the entrance to the dungeon. Fortuitously, their esteemed comrade Zhao Gang from the rebel forces had provided them with a detailed topographical map. Utilizing this invaluable resource, Nia meticulously deduced the approximate location of the entrance after careful contemplation and analysis. Thus, they proceeded along the predetermined path, swiftly arriving at their target. As they stood before the imposing and formidable iron gate, an intense wave of anxiety surged within them. The gate loomed before them, tightly shut like an impenetrable shield, exuding a chilling aura. Nia took a deep breath to steady her nerves, cautiously approaching the gate and gently tapping on its surface. Each knock resonated with the weight and resilience of the thick metal. She listened intently to the echoes, relying on her years of experience and keen intuition to assess what lay beyond. After thorough observation and analysis, Nia estimated that the iron gate was approximately 2 meters thick. However, this revelation did not deter her in the slightest. On the contrary, her eyes sparkled with confidence and determination. "Little grass, little white face, retreat to the back." Nia commanded decisively, gesturing for her companions to find a relatively safe hiding spot. Once they were positioned, Nia swiftly retrieved a specially designed package of explosives from her pocket, skillfully affixing it to the iron gate. With her preparations complete, Nia did not hesitate to turn and sprint towards a safe distance. Her strides were lithe and swift, reminiscent of a nimble leopard. Upon reaching her designated location, she snapped her fingers sharply. With a piercing sound, the fuse ignited successfully. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mere seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted, reverberating like thunder through the air. Thick smoke billowed, and dust swirled around. Nia covered her mouth and nose with her hand, enduring the acrid fumes as she anxiously awaited the outcome of the explosion. As the smoke gradually cleared, her eyes widened in disbelief. The once indomitable iron gate had been shattered into 2 halves. Gazing upon her handiwork, a triumphant smile graced Nia's lips. However, she did not linger in joy for long. She swiftly regained her composure and began issuing the next set of commands. Shuqingha, remain outside on guard. Such a commotion will surely attract attention. You must hold your position for 5 minutes. Xiao Xiao, stay close to me. Do you understand? Nia's tone was resolute and grave. Understood. Shuqingha and Tang Nin replied in unison. Thus, Nia led Tang Nin deeper into the depths, while Shuqingha unsheathed his sword, standing resolutely at the entrance. After traversing a lengthy and dimly lit corridor, Nia and her companion finally reached the dungeon. However, just as they crossed the threshold, they were confronted by a group of guards who were on their way to investigate the source of the earlier explosion. Both parties were momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen encounter, but Nia quickly regained her wits. She swiftly whispered to her companion, Xiao Xiao, quickly hide behind me. With that, she pulled Tang Nan behind her for protection and summoned her formidable martial spirit, the Burning Heart Phoenix, transforming it into an incredibly sharp scythe, which she wielded without hesitation as she charged forward. In the cramped confines of the dungeon, Nia, armed with her compact yet lethal scythe, and aided by Tang Nan's blue-silver grass skill, became an unstoppable force, effortlessly felling the advancing enemies. The air was soon filled with the anguished cries of the defeated. Once she ensured that all adversaries had been incapacitated, Nia seized one guard who still possessed a flicker of strength to speak, coercing him for the information she sought. Speak quickly, where is Rubio imprisoned? Nia glared fiercely at the guard, the chains in her grasp tightening around his body. I truly do not know. The guard attempted to resist, but Nia's strength was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of escape. Ultimately, he could only clamp his lips shut, resolutely refusing to divulge any information. Nevertheless, Nia was not one to concede easily. With a cold smirk, she remarked, No worries, I have my ways to make you talk. With that, she directed her finger towards a sensitive area on the guard's waist and squeezed with force. In an instant, the guard's face contorted into a grotesque mask of agony, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. Yet, he gritted his teeth, showing no sign of capitulation. Observing his resilience, Nia resolved to intensify her efforts. Just as she was about to apply more pressure, the guard could no longer withstand the torment and, in pain, pointed towards the depths of the corridor. At the very end of the passage, he uttered with a trembling voice, Thank you, Nia said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Having obtained the desired information, she gently struck the guard on the neck, granting him a fleeting moment of tranquil slumber. Subsequently, Nia, accompanied by Tang Nan, hastened towards the end of the corridor. Is this what the highest official's privilege entails? It seems the esteemed count treats everyone equally. Nia jestingly called out before approaching the iron gate, shouting, Hey, inside. If you're alive, quickly move towards the wall. As she spoke, she began to inscribe runes upon the iron door with one hand as if it were a quill. Once the runes were completed, with a snap of her fingers, they erupted, hurling the door away. Cough, cough. Nia, can you really perform such a blast on your own? Of course. I exerted considerable effort to develop this technique. Then why did we need explosives for that door? It drained too much of my energy and was not cost-effective. As the two dispelled the smoke, they noticed a man lying on the ground, gazing at them in confusion. Tang Nan stepped forward first to extend a gesture of goodwill. May I ask, are you Mr. Rubio? Yes. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Tang Nan observed the man's weakened state and quickly retrieved a bottle of water from his bag. Handing it to him, the man accepted the flask and drank deeply. Gulp, gulp. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Nan promptly conducted a brief medical examination. Fortunately, it's merely malnutrition. Can Mr. Rubio get up? When Tang Nan lifted his gaze, he caught a glimpse of a figure reflected in the man's eyes. Someone was standing behind them. Nia. Watch out behind you. Tang Nan shouted anxiously, but it was too late. Just as Nia turned around, a hand, like an iron claw, seized her throat and mercilessly slammed her into the wall, rendering her unconscious in an instant. Don't move. If you dare make a single move, I will end her life right here. Count Kroll threatened fiercely, his left hand tightly gripping Nia's neck. Tang Nan had aimed his crossbow at Count Kroll, but hesitated, fearing for Nia's safety. Observing the hesitation and turmoil in Tang Nan's eyes, Count Kroll smirked coldly, fully aware that this young man would never risk his companion's well-being. He deliberately tightened his grip, causing Nia's face to grow increasingly pale. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Tang Nan's heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his crossbow, nervously pleading, Don't harm her. I beg you. Humph. At least you recognize the situation. However, it is all too late. Count Kroll's gaze became increasingly menacing, exuding a chilling intent to kill. With a crisp crack, the assassin in his grasp breathed his last. Then, as if discarding a useless object, he carelessly tossed the body into a corner of the room. No. Tang Nan let out a heart-wrenching roar, his face etched with resentment and fury. He raised his crossbow high, his finger firmly pressing against the trigger, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not bring himself to pull it. Why? Why is this happening? Tang Nan's eyes were filled with despair, as if a fire was raging within him. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Do you wish for revenge? Do you yearn for power? Tang Nan was utterly astonished, bewildered by the source of the voice that echoed around him. At that moment, he was taken aback to discover himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm, where a woman stood before him, her features obscured by a veil of shadows, rendering her visage indecipherable. The woman spoke softly, Your Highness, how could you have forgotten the incantation I just taught you? Ahem, very well, let us recite it once more together, by the call of my homeland. Fall into slumber. Her voice was as melodious as celestial music, imbued with a peculiar enchantment. The Count approached, disappointment etched upon his countenance, and coldly remarked to the seemingly despondent Tang Nan, It is truly regrettable. You have not become a true warrior. With that, the Count raised his large blade, poised to extinguish Tang Nan's life. Yet, his right hand was ensnared by heavy chains, rendering it immobile. At that moment, a resolute and indignant voice resonated from behind him. If you wish to harm my comrade, you must first answer to me. Naya stood firm, her 170 hair now tinged with a vivid crimson hue at the edges. Simultaneously, ethereal blue flames began to emanate continuously around her form. By the call of my homeland, fall into slumber. As Tang Nan uttered these words, a faint purple glow blossomed from his left hand. Upon hearing this phrase, Count Kroll suddenly appeared to be drained of all strength, his entire being succumbing to profound weakness, his consciousness gradually fading. He lost all control of his body, and Naya, with a forceful motion, sent him crashing against the wall like a mere puppet. Get up, hurry and run. Before Tang Nan could fully comprehend the situation, Naya unhesitatingly hoisted Rubio over her shoulder while firmly grasping Tang Nan, urging them both toward the exit with frantic urgency. Sister, you're alive? But I just... Tang Nan stammered in astonishment, his words incoherent. Enough with the chatter. Preserving our lives is paramount. Naya interrupted, breathless yet resolute. Do not worry. I possess my fifth soul technique, which allows me to perform instant healing at a critical moment. However, each use of this technique requires a 6-month recovery period. How infuriating. Thankfully, I had the foresight to set a triggering mark for myself. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly be doomed. Curse it, my neck is starting to ache again. As they fled, Naya could not suppress her curiosity, inquiring about what Tang Nan had said moments before, which had rendered him defenseless. However, Tang Nan, furrowing his brow in deep thought, ultimately shook his head in resignation. I cannot recall. He strained to extract any hints from the chaotic recesses of his memory, but to no avail. Forget it, there is no time for that. Naya decisively urged them to hasten their escape. The trio dashed through the tunnel, emerging back onto the surface, where Xue Qinghe had been engaged in a fierce struggle with the returning armored soldiers for quite some time. Prepare to implement Plan B, exclaimed the fair-faced one. As Nia spoke with urgency, she swiftly entwined the blue-silver grass around herself and Rubio. Simultaneously, upon receiving the signal, Xue Qinghe ceased his engagement with the adversaries, instantly repelling the surrounding foes and racing towards them with astonishing speed. Are we all set? Then let us take flight. Xue Qinghe shouted, unfurling his broad, powerful wings with vigor, soaring into the sky like a shooting star. Oh, this exhilarating rush of high-altitude flight is truly thrilling, Nia exclaimed, her voice echoing through the air as she clutched the blue-silver grass tightly, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of speed. Amidst the high altitude, Nia remained focused on her mission and called out to Tang Nan, quickly signal that the operation is complete. Tang Nan nodded and promptly fired a signal flare. Brilliant fireworks erupted above the Lord's mansion, blooming like flowers, their vibrant colors illuminating the night sky. At that moment, the three individuals engaged in a fierce battle in the warehouse took notice of this unusual development. It seems the plan has succeeded. Now, we only need to make our escape. A sly smile crept across Lei Hao's face as he continued to provoke Chen Feng while skillfully placing a smoke bomb under his feet, igniting the fuse without hesitation. With a muffled explosion, thick smoke billowed, swiftly filling the already cramped space. Chen Feng was caught off guard by the sudden fog, his vision entirely obstructed. Su Xiao retreat. Lei Hao, guided by Yi Qing amidst the smoke, successfully located Su Xiao and joined forces with him. Together, they broke through the enemy's defenses, reuniting with Yuan Wan, who awaited them outside. As the three gathered, Yi Qing took a deep breath from a distance, employing the wind's voice to convey the final directive: everyone, do what you do best and fight fiercely to carve out a path. As her words faded, the three exchanged knowing smiles and responded, understood. When the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, the golden sunlight cascaded through the cracks, gently caressing the resolute face of Count Kroll. It seemed to softly beckon him from his slumber. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening. The first sight that greeted him was his wife, clad in a delicate nightgown, quietly seated beside him. "You are awake," she said softly, her voice melodious and enchanting, laced with a hint of a smile. "Does sleeping in a different place not feel refreshing?" Upon hearing her words, a rare smile graced Count Kroll's lips. "Indeed, I have never slept so comfortably before." He then turned his gaze towards the silently vigilant butler and inquired, "What are our losses?" 2 blackguards are severely injured. Over 100 black armored soldiers have sustained various degrees of injuries, and 3 blackguards have minor wounds. Material losses: they absconded with a substantial cache of weaponry, armor, and healing potions. Listening to the steward's report, the Count nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He then lowered his gaze to the grotesque scar etched into the back of his hand, a remnant of the chains that had seared his flesh. And a barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. The lady beside him observed all this, her heart already comprehending her husband's thoughts. She gently approached the Count, taking up some herbs to meticulously tend to his wound. During this process, she could not help but remind him, "You are no longer young. It would be wise to exercise caution. Do not exhaust yourself as you did in your youth. After all, your health is paramount." The Count nodded in agreement at her words, but then, with a smile, he replied, "Indeed. However, there are times when certain matters must be attended to." With that, he lifted his gaze to the ceiling above, marred by cracks from the recent assault. At that moment, a warm ray of sunlight filtered through the crevice, illuminating his face. As he gazed upon that beam, the Count's expression softened, as though he were reminiscing about cherished memories. He softly said to the lady, "Do you not think this resembles the scene of our first encounter?" To this, she huffed lightly, playfully retorting, "How could you still remember?" Yet, a hint of joy colored her tone. "So, would you care for a specially prepared breakfast here?" "Certainly. Could you add a bit more salt?" "No, absolutely not." Chapter 31. The mutation. Since Lei Hao and his companions successfully liberated Rubio from his confinement, the insurgent forces truly found their footing. Upon his return to camp, Rubio immediately delivered a passionate and invigorating speech, rekindling the spirits of the previously demoralized soldiers. Subsequently, Yi Qing publicly declared his intention to fully transfer command of the camp to Rubio, a gesture that significantly alleviated the tension between the insurgents and Lei Hao's group. However, to everyone's surprise, Rubio graciously declined this offer. He solemnly addressed the assembly, stating, "The insurgents and the shadow guards shall forever remain steadfast comrades." He then extended a sincere invitation to Yi Qing, expressing his desire to serve as his deputy. After careful consideration, Yi Qing, recognizing the advantages this arrangement would bring for future operations, gladly accepted. Thus, the gathering concluded successfully. Following the assembly, Lei Hao and his companions convened an internal meeting. "I never anticipated this. Rubio is quite impressive," Lei Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "It was merely a matter of eloquence. Electric Rat, you have much to learn." Nia, lying on her sickbed, though physically frail, maintained her penchant for teasing Lei Hao. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Lei Hao retorted disdainfully, "How dare you speak of me? Did you not nearly lose your own life as well? I wonder how you will maintain your arrogance in the latter half of the year." With that, he playfully made a face at Nia. However, while exchanging banter with her, Lei Hao could not help but ponder silently. "To be honest, when I first encountered Rubio, I could not discern any connection between him and the commander. What is his true identity? Why does he wield such formidable influence?" He began to recollect the moment of their initial meeting. At that time, the 4 individuals tasked with diverting the enemy's attention arrived punctually at the camp entrance to reunite with the others. Subsequently, 7 individuals, including Lei Hao, hurried forward to assess Rubio's condition. "Tang Nan, could it be that this guy has already met his demise?" Seeing Rubio lying motionless on the ground, Lei Hao felt a pang of anxiety and quickly inquired of Tang Nan beside him. Tang Nan did not respond immediately. Instead, she crouched down to examine Rubio closely before finally speaking. He should still be alive. I suspect that the series of complex events that transpired last night, compounded by long-term malnutrition, has overwhelmed Mr. Rubio, leading him to temporarily lose consciousness. As her words faded, Tang Nan gently placed her hand beneath Rubio's nose to confirm his breath. After a brief moment, she exhaled in relief, stating, "Indeed, he is not dead." Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Rubio's eyes shot wide open, and he sprang up as if resurrected, swiftly grasping Tang Nan by the throat, confronting the surrounding crowd with fierce intensity. "Who are you? Why have you come to save me?" Rubio demanded, his gaze filled with fury and disbelief as he questioned the unfamiliar faces before him. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, Yi Qing stepped forward, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Don't be alarmed. We are the reinforcements you contacted earlier. You are safe now." Upon hearing these words, a look of skepticism crossed Rubio's face, yet disbelief still flickered in his eyes. In a fleeting moment, he tilted his head back and laughed uncontrollably, as if reveling in his newfound life. However, at that instant, "B brother, could you please let me down?" Tang Nan, gasping for breath as he was tightly choked, managed to squeeze out this plea. The words struck Rubio like a jolt, abruptly pulling him back to reality. Awakened from his reverie, Rubio hastily released his grip. Without support, Tang Nan collapsed to his knees, desperately inhaling deeply. "Ha ha." Rubio erupted in hearty laughter, covering his face with one hand, yet his joy was unmistakably uncontainable. After a considerable time, he gradually ceased his laughter and began to tidy his somewhat disheveled appearance. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. After this simple grooming, Rubio's entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Now, he radiated vitality and exuded an extraordinary charm. Standing tall with an air of confidence, he raised his head high, his gaze unwavering and filled with passion as he addressed those around him. "I am Rubio, the current commander of the Hobian City Uprising. I am immensely grateful for your invaluable assistance today." As the sun slowly ascended in the east, golden rays enveloped Rubio, rendering him as formidable as a warrior of legend. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the crowd, his gestures imbued with grandiosity and ease. "Come, dear friends, it is time to announce the return of the uprising." Upon hearing this declaration, Lei Hao could not suppress his laughter. "Well, things are getting interesting," he mused. Yi Qing approached and playfully tapped Lei Hao on the head. "Still laughing? Prepare to set off. We have much to do ahead." Within the Lord's mansion, throngs of people bustled about, creating a scene of lively activity. The office of the Earl was particularly crowded, with a steady stream of individuals entering and exiting. Without exception, these individuals had come to report to Earl Kroll on matters of great concern. Almost all their reports pertained to the troublesome insurgents, who had resurfaced with alarming rapidity. Merely days had passed since Rubio's escape, yet the insurgents appeared as if they had sprung up like mushrooms around the towns near Hobian. Elusive and unpredictable, they frequently launched surprise attacks on the local defense forces, plundering military supplies with impunity. Faced with a mountain of reports, Earl Kroll displayed signs of impatience, his brow furrowing slightly as he turned away disdainfully, casting his gaze out the window. Muttering to himself, he scoffed at the situation. "Humph. That unreliable fool, having just tasted freedom, cannot resist the urge to stir up trouble. He is nothing short of a madman." The silent butler, breaking his silence, inquired, "My lord, shall we summon the army to eliminate them?" The Earl shook his head subtly, maintaining his composure as he replied, "There is no need for haste. Let us first ascertain the true capabilities of these individuals." At that moment, a military officer in uniform rushed into the room, approaching the butler and respectfully presenting an envelope. Reporting, "My lord, a person outside claims to be from the Hall of Souls and has entrusted me with this letter for you." After delivering his message, the officer stood at attention, awaiting the Earl's command. With a stoic expression, the Earl accepted the envelope, slowly opening it to peruse its contents. After reading, a cold smile crept across his lips, and he leisurely resealed the envelope. How utterly ridiculous! To underestimate me so brazenly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the letter fluttering to the corner of the room like a fallen leaf. A heavy pall seemed to envelop the entire chamber, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and depression. Silence reigned as all eyes were fixed upon the Earl seated at the center, each person seemingly fearful of uttering a word or making an inappropriate gesture. Yet, in the face of this chilling ambience, the Earl remained remarkably composed. He gestured slightly with his right hand, signaling for the officer to withdraw. Once the officer had departed, the Earl turned to the butler and calmly inquired, "What is the current status of the troops from Lion?" The butler responded with utmost respect, "My lord, according to the latest intelligence, they are conducting military exercises in the southwestern region, expected to conclude in 3 weeks." The Earl nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the situation. He then added with a serious demeanor, "Ensure that all information related to the insurgents is tightly controlled, particularly regarding Rubio's escape. There must be no leaks whatsoever." The butler immediately replied, "As you command. I shall do everything in my power to secure the information." With that, he hurried away to carry out the Earl's orders. Meanwhile, the insurgents, following a series of successful operations, managed to liberate a significant number of their captured comrades and announce their return to the nearby towns. As the news spread, the previously scattered and concealed insurgents emerged to respond to the call, swelling their ranks to the impressive number of 1,000. The collaboration between Rubio and Yi Qing was remarkably harmonious. However, there were moments when their opinions diverged, with the insurgents growing like a snowball. The urgent challenge of swiftly enhancing the overall combat capability of the troops loomed before them. Just as the group was deep in contemplation, Rubio boldly proposed a daring suggestion to recruit the notorious bandits and outlaws from the vicinity of Hobian City. He believed that although these individuals had questionable morals, they were seasoned warriors, and their inclusion would significantly bolster the strength of the insurgency. Yet, this seemingly enticing proposal was met with an unequivocal rejection from Yi Qing. "With all due respect, Commander, I cannot accept your proposal," she replied solemnly, rejecting Rubio's suggestion. In her eyes, these outlaws were nothing but opportunists, likely to betray their comrades at a critical moment. "No, Miss Yi, do you comprehend what we urgently require at this juncture? The answer is simple: combat capability. Moreover, you must be aware of the current state of our forces. Members with genuine battlefield experience are exceedingly rare. What we lack most is time." Faced with Rubio's assertive and well-reasoned arguments, Yi Qing ultimately relented. "Very well, then I shall take charge of arranging personnel to negotiate with those ruffians." "There's no need for that. I will handle this matter personally." "All right, then I shall inform Lei Hao and the others to make the necessary preparations. I can manage this alone." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him with a look of shock. Her mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. She could hardly fathom the implication of his words. Going alone? Surely, he jested. However, when confronted with his unwavering gaze, devoid of any hint of retreat, she understood that he was entirely serious. After weeks of collaboration, Yi Qing had come to know his character well. Despite her simmering anger, she recognized that further protest would be futile. With a forceful slap of her hand on the table to express her dissent, she turned and left the meeting room, leaving behind an empty space and a composed Rubio. Yet, what transpired next was entirely beyond Yi Qing's expectations. Within a mere few days, Rubio not only successfully completed the recruitment, but astonishingly, the newly enlisted individuals displayed combat proficiency that was far from that of ordinary thugs. Rather, they resembled a well-trained regular army. More crucially, it appeared that they were inclined to heed only Rubio's commands. No one knew what means Rubio had employed to win their loyalty, but they were resolutely committed to following him. However, with the arrival of this fresh contingent, the insurgents finally gained the audacity to confront Count Crowell head-on. Consequently, Rubio's actions grew increasingly audacious. The insurgents received intelligence indicating that Count Crowell had concealed a cache of crucial supplies in Chester Town, situated to the east of Hobian, and had dispatched hundreds of black-armored soldiers along with 2 black guards to escort them. After conducting reconnaissance, they were astonished to discover the formidable combat prowess of the enemy SS Court. Upon learning this news, Rubio unhesitatingly issued the command to seize these supplies at all costs. Thus, a thrilling battle commenced. To deceive the enemy and lower their guard, the insurgents were compelled to make significant sacrifices. A number of brave and fearless warriors charged into the fray, trading their lives for precious time and opportunity. Subsequently, Lei Hao, leading his comrades, seized the moment to launch a decisive ambush. Amidst the fierce combat, they successfully eliminated 1 black guard and captured another, left without their leader. The remaining black-armored soldiers reluctantly surrendered. However, as the battlefield was being cleared, Yi Qing felt her fury ignite. She directly approached Rubio, confronting him with a sharp question. "Commander Rubio, if I may speak candidly, is it not excessively cruel to sacrifice our comrades in such a manner?" In response to Yi Qing's reproach, Rubio's expression turned grave as he replied, "These sacrifices are unavoidable. They are all heroes who willingly stepped forward." Yi Qing, hearing this, became even more enraged, retorting, "But these sacrifices were entirely avoidable. Why must they be sent to their deaths?" The atmosphere between the two grew tense, igniting a fierce debate. Wasn't it our plan to have them draw some attention and then withdraw? Why did they choose to fight to the last? Yi Qing's eyes widened, her face a mask of disbelief as she shouted in anger. Her voice, strained by fury, trembled as her body quivered with agitation. They proved themselves to be noble warriors. Rubio narrowed his eyes, slowly bowing his head in a gesture of mourning. Yet, Yi Qing's anger did not subside. She clutched Rubio's sleeve tightly, her emotions intensifying. What proof? It is all mere rhetoric. Their sacrifices are devoid of meaning and prove nothing. At this moment, her voice began to choke, her eyes gradually moistening as tears swirled within them. She gritted her teeth, striving to suppress the pain within, yet her hands trembled uncontrollably. They had only just joined the insurgents a few days ago, and you led them to their doom. Do you even deserve to be a commander? Yi Qing's voice cracked. Filled with evident sorrow, her heart heavy with grief for the lost lives and discontent with Rubio's decisions. Meanwhile, the insurgents had gathered all the captured soldiers. Some were gravely injured, while others appeared listless. Tang Nan, Nia, and the accompanying medic were engaged in providing rudimentary treatment to the wounded. Do not be anxious. It will be all right soon. Take a deep breath. Tang Nan was diligently tending to the injured soldiers who had been captured, although his actions initially aroused their suspicion. The sincerity in his gaze, coupled with the efficacy of his treatment, led them to lower their guard and willingly follow his directives. "Sir, everyone has assembled." Upon hearing the report from the sergeant, Rubio furrowed his brow slightly and nonchalantly brushed aside Yi Qing's hand. He slowly rose to his feet and approached the group of prisoners with resolute strides. Stopping before them, he raised his right hand, his eyes glinting with determination. "Proceed." His voice was calm yet grave, as if the unfolding events were a matter of course. With his command, the insurgents surrounding the prisoners brandished their sharp blades, unhesitatingly unleashing a horrific massacre. The black-armored soldiers, having laid down their weapons, gazed in terror at the advancing insurgents, their eyes filled with despair and dread. They understood that only merciless slaughter awaited them. Yet, despite the helplessness that enveloped their hearts, they found themselves powerless to escape the clutches of fate. "Stop!" Tang Nan shouted desperately, his eyes wide with horror. He attempted to halt the bloody atrocity and save his patients. However, the insurgent soldier disregarded him completely, roughly shoving Tang Nan aside before mercilessly swinging his axe down upon the wounded black-armored soldier lying on the ground, receiving treatment. In an instant, blood splattered, staining Tang Nan's face. He stood frozen, helplessly witnessing the anguished contortions of the injured man, who ultimately succumbed to despair and closed his eyes. "Rubio!" With a furious cry, Yi Qing sprang forth like a lithe cheetah, positioning herself behind Rubio. Clutching her powerful bow, the taut string held a razor-sharp wind pressure arrow aimed directly at Rubio's head. Simultaneously, Rubio's guards reacted swiftly, raising their weapons and aiming warily at Yi Qing. In this tense moment, Lei Hao and several companions rushed to Yi Qing's side, their expressions grave and their gazes filled with animosity. The insurgents who had refrained from participating in the slaughter unhesitatingly joined Yi Qing, demonstrating their support for her. In an instant, the atmosphere became exceptionally charged. Yet, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Rubio finally broke the silence. He slowly turned to face the crowd, a cryptic smile spreading across his face, one that sent a shiver down Lei Hao and the others' spines, igniting a blaze of unnameable fury within them. "Miss Yi Qing, I certainly understand the sentiment you wish to convey. However, regrettably, this is the nature of war." Rubio's voice was calm and resolute. Yet the chilling ruthlessness it conveyed was unsettling. He appeared utterly absorbed in his own world, relishing the thrill that this brutal struggle provided. As he gazed upon this triumphant adversary, Lei Hao could not help but recall a long-ago acquaintance who had left a profound impression on him. Fury ignited within him as he instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, slowly drawing forth the blade. However, just as he was poised to act, Yi Qing extended a hand to sheath the weapon once more. "You are right, Commander. War is inherently imperfect. Sacrifice is inevitable. It was a moment of impulsiveness on my part, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Yi Qing lowered his bow with sincerity, his head bowed in a gesture of profound remorse. Witnessing this, Rubio opted for a more conciliatory approach, offering a measure of grace, given the circumstances. There is no need for excessive self-reproach. We must prioritize the greater good and expedite the tasks at hand. Thus, both parties sheathed their weapons and turned back to their urgent, bustling duties. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had ever transpired. "I'm so sorry." Truly sorry, Tang Nan wept, standing before the nearly lifeless figure clad in black armor, his breath faint. His heart brimmed with boundless regret and self-recrimination. The black-clad warrior emitted the faintest of breaths, almost imperceptible, as if lamenting his suffering and unfulfilled desires. Tang Nan knelt slowly, trembling hands gently resting upon the warrior's chest. Feeling the heart that was gradually ceasing its rhythm, emanating a heart-wrenching sorrow. "This may be the only thing I can do for you," Tang Nan murmured, summoning the scant remnants of his soul energy to infuse into the black-clad figure. Yet, what he channeled was not a healing art, but rather a toxin that induced a numbing sensation. The warrior seemed to sense the impending fate that loomed over him. Yet he was powerless to resist. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he struggled to raise a hand, yearning to touch the angel before him, who inspired both pity and deep affection. His lips parted, attempting to articulate something, but only fragmented, indistinct sounds escaped. "Thank you." Nevertheless, in his final moments, the black-clad warrior endeavored to maintain a smile upon his face, stretching forth his hand with all the strength he could muster. Alas, his power was too limited. His hand could only leave a haunting crimson mark upon Tang Nan's beautiful yet weary visage before it fell limply to the ground. Gazing upon the warrior's serene countenance, resembling mere slumber, and the trace of a smile that had solidified at the corners of his lips, Tang Nan felt as though his heart was being mercilessly pierced by 1,000 blades, the pain resonating deep within his bones, an indelible anguish. Ultimately, he could no longer endure such overwhelming sorrow, and his body collapsed, lifeless as a shell devoid of a soul. Then, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from Tang Nan, resonating throughout the space as if he were pouring forth all the grief of the world. The cries echoed like the final lament of a broken stringed instrument, resembling the struggle and flicker of a candle about to extinguish in the wind, filled with boundless despair and desolation. The sound reverberated in the air, lingering for what felt like an eternity. "Tang Nan, are you all right?" Shuo Qinghe inquired softly, her face etched with concern as she approached him. She extended her hand, gently caressing his back, hoping to offer him some solace through this gesture. Tang Nan slowly turned his head, his gaze vacant and hollow, seemingly devoid of focus. When his eyes met Shuo Qinghe's, she found herself momentarily stunned, for at that very moment, she observed a peculiar smile adorning Tang Nan's face. This smile appeared so eerie, sending shivers down her spine. Yet, it seemed to harbor an inexplicable sense of relief and liberation. Shuo Qinghe gazed in astonishment at this familiar yet alien version of Tang Nan, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Let us go. It's time to return," Tang Nan stated expressionlessly, gradually rising to his feet alongside Shuo Qinghe as they departed from the scene. "Next time, it will not happen again." Chapter 32. The expanding rift. Time flew by, and a week had elapsed since the tragic and heroic events at Castle. However, the uprising showed no signs of abating. The insurgents spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching various regions, with actions against Count Kroller emerging like mushrooms after rain. They openly executed local government officials and liberated long-imprisoned captives, who eagerly embraced the cause of the rebels. Yet, with the swelling numbers, two distinctly divergent ideologies began to form within the ranks of the insurgents. On one side were the veteran rebels led by Zhao Gang, steadfastly adhering to the original ideals of the outlaws, upholding the principles of justice and fairness. On the other side emerged a new generation of insurgents, led by Rubio and his followers, who resorted to brutal slaughter to instill terror in their foes. This savage conduct not only instilled fear in their enemies, but also left Zhao Gang, once a trusted ally, profoundly disheartened. Ultimately, during a pivotal meeting, Zhao Gang resolutely led his followers away from the insurgent forces. Henceforth, they identified themselves as outlaws, continuing their struggle independently. Zhao Gang's departure drastically altered Yi Qing's perception of Rubio. In a mere 3 weeks, the image of the once benevolent commander had vanished, replaced by that of a cold-hearted and tyrannical executioner. Was this truly the man's genuine nature? No, perhaps even worse. Meanwhile, Count Kroller found himself in perilous circumstances. The insurgents dealt a heavy blow during the events at Castle, inflicting severe losses upon him. Hundreds of black-armored soldiers and 2 blackguards perished, leaving not a single survivor. The devastating news proved unbearable for Count Kroll. Upon learning of the annihilation of his entire army, he could only seclude himself in his chamber, lost in solitary contemplation. Time ticked away inexorably, until the anxious lady of the house commanded the steward to forcibly open the door, revealing that Count Kroll's hair had turned completely white. He had paid a grievous price for his complacency. Now, the insurrection spread like wildfire. If it were not swiftly extinguished, everything he held dear would be obliterated. Bowing his head, he wrestled with thoughts of potential solutions. However, urgency loomed, and the situation was dire. He needed to devise a strategy without delay. As midnight deepened, Count Kroll remained restless. He stood by the window, gazing into the abyss of darkness, his heart heavy with anxiety and trepidation. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew through, flinging the window open and rousing his languid mind. He inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp night air, which seemed to bestow a semblance of clarity upon him. At that moment, a thought surged forth. Perhaps he needed to seek new allies to combat the insurgents. This notion sparked a flicker of hope within him. Yet it also plunged him into deeper contemplation. What should he do next? It was time. Count Kroll grasped the envelope he had previously discarded into the corner, resolute in his decision. The following day in Count Kroll's chamber, he summoned Rex, an officer from Lion. At merely 20 years of age, Rex had ascended to the rank of commander of the 3rd Gallic Dragoon Regiment, a distinguished figure among the youth of Gaul. "My lord, you appear quite haggard of late," Rex jested upon their encounter. However, when he noticed the Count's pallor, his playful demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. "What troubles you?" he inquired earnestly. The steward swiftly briefed Rex on the recent string of events. After listening intently, Rex's gaze fixated on the insurgent headquarters marked on the operational map, his expression growing increasingly somber. "I understand. I shall lead my comrades to eradicate them entirely, teaching them the consequences of defying Gaul," he declared through gritted teeth, drawing his dagger and plunging it fiercely into the map. Subsequently, Rex exited the room. As he stepped beyond the gates of the Lord's Manor, he brushed past a figure. Rex turned, entranced by an inexplicable familiarity with the person he had just encountered. Yet, in an instant, he hurriedly mounted his horse and raced back to the barracks, preparing for the impending campaign. Meanwhile, in Count Kroll's chamber, he was in the presence of a mysterious guest, the very individual who had just crossed paths with Rex. The stranger slowly retrieved a badge from his cloak, placing it delicately upon the table. The badge shimmered faintly, emblazoned with the emblem of the Soul Palace. The enigmatic figure regarded Count Kroll and spoke softly. "This is the insignia of the Soul Palace. I come on behalf of the Soul Palace to propose a transaction." Count Kroll raised the badge, scrutinizing it for a moment before lifting his gaze, a hint of perplexity glimmering in his eyes. "What is it that the Spirit Hall desires?" The enigmatic figure smiled and replied, "Our request is quite simple. There is but one condition." Upon hearing this, Count Kroll's expression grew grave as he began to pace the room, his fingers gently tapping against his chin, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a while, he halted, casting a glance at the self-assured envoy before finally nodding in agreement to the terms proposed. As Rex's army embarked on their campaign, the Rangers swiftly conveyed this crucial information into Yi Qing's hands. At that moment, the rebel forces were diligently gathering various supplies, actively preparing to establish a new stronghold. After much deliberation, Yi Qing resolutely decided to convene an emergency meeting. In the conference hall, she solemnly presented a detailed report concerning the troop movements in Hobian City, repeatedly stressing that the adversary they faced was distinctly different from previous foes. However, unexpectedly, Rubio, a core figure of the rebellion, sat silently with his head bowed. An expression of deep concern etched on his face, as if harboring a multitude of unspoken thoughts. In stark contrast, his subordinates roared with fervor, their demeanor akin to insatiable beasts, brimming with a thirst for war and a propensity for bloodshed. "We must depart immediately, abandoning all remaining supplies, and retreat with utmost urgency." When Yi Qing uttered these words, Rubio slowly raised his head, directing a piercing gaze towards her, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. He cleared his throat and replied, "No. Every item here constitutes an invaluable treasure to us. We cannot allow the enemy to gain even the slightest advantage. At such a critical juncture, you dare speak to me of trivialities?" Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief and anger as she regarded him. "Miss Yi Qing, I implore you to lead your forces to engage the enemy and buy us 2 days' time. This is a direct order." Rubio's tone was unwaveringly resolute, yet his eyes shimmered with an inscrutable light. 2 days? What is it that you intend to accomplish?" Yi Qing's voice rose sharply, unable to accept such an unreasonable demand. Yet, in response to her inquiry, Rubio remained silent, his expression grave as he reiterated the previous command, 2 days. Can you manage that? Yi Qing sensed the intensity of his fury and understood that her options were limited. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, she felt compelled to concede in light of the pressing situation. Very well, I comprehend. I will lead the troops to the best of my ability to hold off the enemy, but I must request your personal guard for assistance. She clenched her jaw, releasing her tightly balled fists. Upon receiving his approval, Yi Qing did not feel a sense of relief wash over her. Rather, a profound disappointment surged within her. She silently turned away from the conference room, her silhouette radiating profound desolation. What? After 2 days of ambush, Rubio has gone mad? Upon hearing this news, Lei Hao displayed an expression of incredulity. A lunatic. What shall we do now? Nia shook her head in agreement with Lei Hao's sentiment and then turned her gaze towards Yi Qing. What more can we do? We'll take it one step at a time. Yi Qing also shook her head in resignation. She now deeply regretted accepting the invitation to be the deputy. When will they arrive? Yi Qing, in 10 hours. Yuan went so long? ISNT at just a few hours' walk from here to the city? Lei Hao, yes. I believe it must be due to the terrain. Su Xiao effortlessly unraveled Lei Hao's confusion. He pointed to the map, analyzing it meticulously. Look here, the northwest, south, and east of Hobian City are surrounded by dense woods and rolling hills, making it impossible for cavalry units to maneuver effectively. Therefore, I surmise that the enemy commander has certainly considered this and opted to circumvent through the eastern flatlands to directly assault our rear. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. As Yi Qing listened to Su Xiao's analysis, her gaze fixated on the map, landing on a narrow gorge situated behind them. Let us use that gorge to hold them off. Yi Qing elaborated. This gorge is an essential passage for them. If they choose to deter, it will take them at least another day to reach their destination. This way, we can prepare thoroughly in advance. With proper tactical arrangements, even if there is a significant disparity in strength, we still possess the means to engage them. Time was of the essence, and everyone promptly gathered their weapons, ready to depart. Just before setting off, Xue Qinghe, concerned about his partner's condition, decided to have a word with Tang Nan. Nan, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm perfectly well. Tang Nan replied coolly while packing his belongings, but when his hand trembled as he reached for the bandages on the table, the involuntary quaking of his hand and the uncertainty in his gaze did not escape Xue Qinghe's keen observation. You still can't let go, Xue Qinghe softly remarked as he helped place the bandages into Tang Nan's backpack. However, at that moment, Tang Nan tightly grasped Xue Qinghe's hand. Why? Tang Nan's voice suddenly became fervent, his eyes filled with anguish and confusion. Why did they have to be killed? They clearly are you still in pain? Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback by Tang Nan's sudden question, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Tang Nan, a flicker of sadness crossing his face, only to be swiftly replaced by determination and resolve. He embraced Tang Nan tightly, pulling him into a close embrace. Do not suppress yourself any longer. I know you need to vent. Xue Qinghe whispered gently into Tang Nan's ear, his voice imbued with endless warmth and concern, as if a gentle spring breeze were caressing Tang Nan's shattered heart. Tang Nan could no longer contain the tumultuous flood of emotion surging within him. Tears cascaded from his eyes like a dam breaking. Being but a child, he cried out unabashedly, each sob resonating with raw anguish. Every droplet felt akin to a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his soul. I cannot save him. I cannot save him. Xue Qinghe, I cannot save him. His voice trembled, laden with despair and self-reproach, as he helplessly watched his friend depart in agony, powerless to intervene. Xue Qinghe listened intently to Tang Nan's lamentation, not uttering a single word. He simply extended his hand, gently caressing Tang Nan's back, offering silent comfort and support. He understood that at this moment, any words would be insufficient. Only by allowing Tang Nan to fully express his sorrow could the wounds of his spirit begin to heal. As time slipped by, Tang Nan's cries gradually diminished, his body shivering as if all strength had been drained from him. Xue Qinghe remained steadfastly by his side. Indeed, one cannot force a child. In the deep of night, Rex led his troops to set up camp 20 kilometers from the canyon. Within Rex's tent, he continued to deliberate over battle strategies. Gazing at the canyon on the tactical map, he pointed to it and inquired of his aide nearby. This may indeed prove to be pivotal. Siler, have the scouts returned with any news? The situation is now clear. To reach the enemy's stronghold, we must traverse the canyon, which measures no more than 3,000 meters in length and is wide enough for 2 to 3 horsemen to ride side by side. The heights on either side are approximately 50 meters. Are there alternative routes to cross the canyon? The scouts have discovered a perilous path that leads to the rear of the canyon. Siler paused before continuing. Should we send men to secure it in advance? Rex leaned over the table, pondering momentarily before shaking his index finger. No, in the past, we would have taken preemptive action, but this time is different. He picked up a pawn representing a soldier, clenched it tightly, and then crushed it to dust. This time, we will seize the opportunity to annihilate the rebel forces completely, leaving none behind. Inform the entire army to rest well. Tomorrow will demand our utmost resolve. After this, Rex slowly rose and stepped out of the tent with heavy strides. He stood quietly, gazing up at the moon in the sky. The luminous orb hung high in the night, casting a cool, silvery light, reminiscent of a gleaming plate suspended in the heavens. Moonlight draped the earth like a delicate veil, illuminating all in its embrace. Rex stared at the brilliant disk, allowing the turmoil within him to gradually subside. He silently prayed, "May the heavens protect us, grant us the strength to overcome the challenges before us, and keep our warriors safe." He then returned to the tent and extinguished the candle's flame. At the rebel headquarters, a subordinate respectfully reported, "My lord, everything has been arranged accordingly." "Very well," came the measured response. "Remember, once the opportune moment arises tomorrow, act according to the plan without fail. Is that understood by all?" Rubio's voice was remarkably calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze slowly swept over the assembled crowd before settling on a disheveled pile of draft papers on the table. He reached out, casually picking up one of the sheets, scrutinizing the chaotic runes inscribed upon it. As time elapsed, the serene expression on his face gradually transformed into a sinister grin. "This time, should we successfully accomplish our mission, I shall present His Highness with a most gratifying gift. At that moment, both power and glory shall belong to us," Rubio murmured, as though he could already envision a splendid future beckoning him. Finally, he lifted his head, casting a resolute gaze upon the kneeling throng, and proclaimed in a deep, powerful voice, "For the brass throne. For the brass throne." Chapter 33, A Desperate Gamble. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Set everything in place. The enemy approaches." Yi Qing and his party arrived at the canyon just before dawn, positioning themselves 300 meters from the canyon's end. The high slopes on either side were guarded by Rubio's elite guards, supplemented by soldiers trained by Yuanwan. The canyon's defenses were manned by Yuanwan, Su Xiao, Shui Qinghe, and Yi Qing, while a concealed medical point was established in the rear, manned by Nia, Tang Nan, and the less combat-capable soldiers. Observing the rows of barricades being set up in the canyon, Yi Qing gradually felt a sense of assurance. They were merely awaiting the latest updates from Lei Hao's reconnaissance team to proceed with the next steps. Meanwhile, Lei Hao led several soldiers stealthily to the outskirts of the Rex military camp. Unexpectedly, one team member accidentally snapped a twig, the sharp crack drawing the attention of the guards. "Who goes there?" The guards swiftly aimed their weapons at the rustling bushes, cautiously approaching while calling for their comrades. As more guards converged, the tension in Lei Hao's squad mounted. Just then, a horn sounded from within the camp, prompting the alert guards to abandon their search and return to their posts. That was close. Lei Hao sheathed his knife, peering cautiously into the camp. What he saw left him utterly stunned. Good grief. The ranks before him were entirely clad in silver armor. Even the cavalry horses donned thick armor. The estimated troop strength reached 1,000. Realizing the imminent danger, Lei Hao disregarded all caution and quickly decided to lead his team away. Their defensive strategy required immediate reassessment. Upon returning to the position and relaying the news to Yi Qing, she gasped in shock. All in silver armor, their discipline is impeccable. This is not something Count Kroll could muster. Silver armor, cavalry. Could it be? Lei Hao, do you remember their banner? As Shui Qinghe listened to Lei Hao's vivid description, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to inquire about their military banner. Upon hearing the answer, Lei Hao recalled, "A dragon. The emblem features a dragon." At this revelation, Shui Qinghe recognized the identity of their adversaries. They were to face the proud Gallic Dragon Knights of the Gallic Duchy. In an era long past, amidst the chaos of continental warfare, the Gallic Duchy emerged with remarkable swiftness. At that time, the Gallic Duke, commanding an exceptionally elite cavalry unit, charged through the battlefield, vanquishing formidable foes and expanding vast territories for the Emperor of Heaven Do. With the conclusion of that fierce conflict, the Duke graciously accepted the Emperor's rewards and successfully established the Gallic Duchy. Since then, the cavalry became the cornerstone and steadfast pillar of the duchy. However, it was a protracted and breathtaking battle that truly elevated the reputation of the Gallic Dragon Knights. The Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire engaged in a bloody confrontation on the vast expanse of the Irma Plain, where both sides committed an enormous force of hundreds of thousands. Just as the battle raged, A thunderous roar of dragons erupted from the western flank of the Star Luo forces. Subsequently, the Gallic Duke personally led his formidable cavalry, breaking through the western defenses of the Star Luo Empire with overwhelming might. Following this initial breach, the Imperial forces surged forward like a relentless tide, widening the gap further. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the Star Luo troops were ultimately compelled to retreat, leading their remnants away from the battlefield in defeat. The Dragon Knights represented the most elite troops of the duchy, with recruits primarily drawn from the noble lineage, including even the Duke's own offspring. Xue Qinghe turned to Yi Qing and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke, "We should withdraw. To strike a rock with an egg is tantamount to a dead end." "Is that so?" Yi Qing glanced at the others, who awaited her decision. Observing the fierce determination burning in the eyes of the warriors, Yi Qing smiled knowingly and resolutely declared, "We shall not retreat. Indeed, while we may not match them in weaponry or combat proficiency, no one remains victorious forever. Even the finest troops can falter. What are their elite status? We faced elite forces before, did we not? Precisely. Let us engage them in a fierce battle." The spirits of the crowd were reignited. Based on the information at hand, Yi Qing and her companions resolved to bolster the defenses at the canyon center. She retrieved from her soul guide the equipment Master Wei had prepared for them before their departure, dozens of sets designed to counter cavalry assaults. "Come on, let us fight valiantly." The newly equipped soldiers were invigorated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their enemies. Meanwhile, Rex halted the march upon reaching the canyon's entrance. "Sela, come here," he called, unfurling a map and beckoning Sela to approach. "You lead 300 brothers through the narrow path, embarking lightly. Do you understand?" "Understood, Commander. In 3 hours. I require you to position yourselves behind them for a pincer attack. Can this be accomplished? I assure you the task will be fulfilled. Brothers, follow me." Rex then called upon the valiant Count Kroll, who was stationed on the right flank. "Lord Shenfeng," he said, "lead your men to stealthily ascend the side canyons." "Is that feasible?" "Of course. I shall honor my fallen brothers with their blood." Shenfeng, eager for the impending battle, prepared himself for the fray. Before departing, Rex patted his shoulder, reminding him, "Remember, it is living that allows us to better cherish the memories of our fallen comrades." "Understood." The troop movements are complete. Rex slowly donned his helmet, brandishing his sword, pointing it resolutely toward the valley's mouth. "Brothers, let us march. Let us cleanse the shame of our brethren with the blood of our enemies." The first line of defense at the canyon was maintained by a fearless spear squad led by Yuan Wen. At this moment, they listened intently to the increasingly thunderous sound of hooves echoing throughout the valley, their palms dampening with sweat, hearts racing to the brink of frenzy. Yuan Wen stood at the center of the formation, encouraging each soldier with a steady and resolute voice. "Fear not. We are warriors. We possess the strength to hold this ground." However, despite the encouragement, many soldiers' legs trembled involuntarily at the sight of the approaching enemy vanguard. The fear once instilled by the adversary was deeply etched in their hearts, difficult to erase. "Everyone, hold your ground. Do not lose your formation," Yuan Wen shouted hoarsely. As the enemy drew nearer, closing the distance to 300 meters, then 200, finally stabilizing at 100 meters, Yuan Wen issued the command without hesitation. "Loose arrows." Instantly, the archers in the rear responded swiftly, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows in the blink of an eye. The arrows sliced through the air, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Yet, to the formidable cavalry, this barrage was little more than a mere tickle. They raised their shields, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught, while simultaneously brandishing their sharp lances. Charging forward, the warhorses roared, and the knights bellowed, surging toward the defense line with overwhelming force. This was precisely what Yuan Wen and his soldiers had anticipated. They were thoroughly prepared, ready to present a grand surprise. Now, at the command, two warriors did not hesitate to tighten the ropes in their hands. In an instant, rows of specially designed caltrops appeared before the dragon cavalry like a conjuration. The cavalry, evidently forewarned, reacted swiftly, yanking on their reins to guide their steeds into high leaps, attempting to evade the sudden trap. However, at that very moment, the hidden swordsmen on either flank seized the opportunity, launching their ambush like tigers descending from the mountains. They wielded sharp sabers, their gazes keen and resolute, as they accurately targeted the legs of the warhorses beneath the dragon knights, delivering devastating blows. Accompanied by the agonizing whinnies of the unfortunate steeds, they fell, writhing in pain, causing even the once mighty dragon knights to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Before the dismounted knights could rise, soldiers surged in from all sides, brandishing an array of weapons, their eyes glinting with hatred and determination, mercilessly launching a fierce assault on the fallen dragon knights. In a flash, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the cries of battle, punctuated by the wails of the wounded. At the sight of their brethren being besieged, the dragon knights in the rear raised their crossbows without hesitation, ready to provide powerful support. However, at that critical moment, Yuanwen waved his hand, and the stone walls on either side seemed to be enchanted, rapidly sprouting countless dense stone pillars. These pillars stood like sturdy shields, effortlessly blocking the arrows shot by the dragon knights. Nevertheless, the besieged dragon knights refused to yield easily. With their robust armor and formidable protective spirit energy, they struggled to rise once more, successfully repelling the surrounding enemy soldiers, and began to regroup, preparing to welcome the impending support from their fellow troops. At that moment, they were astonished to see the enemy ranks parting, creating a broad path. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the dragon knights were filled with confusion, yet they dared not relax their vigilance, immediately heightening their alertness for any potential danger. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, they noticed a line of crossbowmen had quietly formed ranks opposite them. Arranged in pairs, they stood in alternating formation, steadying their crossbows to aim at the heavily armored giants before them. A tense twang of bowstrings filled the air, followed by a relentless volley of crossbow bolts slicing through the atmosphere. As the triggers were pulled repeatedly, a torrent of bolts rained down upon the dragon knights. They had believed that such weaponry could never breach their defenses. Some even chose to abandon their shields, opting to rely on their armor and protective spirit energy for defense. Yet, they were gravely mistaken. The dragon knights let out piercing cries of anguish. The meticulously crafted bolts by the Shadow Guardians easily pierced through their proud defenses. Under the relentless barrage of arrows, the vanguard of the dragon knights was firmly suppressed. The situation had become perilously dire. The dragon knights in the rear were frantic, eager to charge forward to assist, but their commander, Rex, decisively held them back. Wait. Rex's deep voice resonated with an undeniable authority. My lord, if we do not intervene soon, our brothers will perish. A nearby officer shouted in desperation. Yet, Rex remained unmoved, calmly observing the battlefield, his gaze fixed intently on the precipice's edge. He awaited a pivotal moment. At last, upon perceiving the long-anticipated signal, he issued the command without hesitation. Dismount. Prepare for the assault. With this decree, the dragon cavalry sprang into action. They nimbly dismounted from their steeds, swiftly realigned their formation, and surged forward with remarkable speed. Observing the enemy dismount, Yuanwen immediately launched a flare into the sky, causing fireworks to burst above. Yet, the elevated positions on either flank remained unresponsive. What could be transpiring above? Yuanwen had no time to ponder, for at that moment, Rex had already crossed the tripwire and joined forces with the vanguard, which promptly unleashed a denser volley of arrows to suppress Yuanwen's crossbowmen. They then formed a solid shield wall, advancing steadily and resolutely. Yuanwen could only lead his soldiers into a brutal melee with the enemy. As the fierce battle raged on, the casualty figures among the rebels began to rise alarmingly, a source of profound sorrow. These valiant warriors, despite their fervent zeal and unwavering conviction, found their courage seemingly faltering in the face of the disciplined, fully armed, and well-trained dragon cavalry. Under Rex's command, the dragon cavalry exhibited exceptional tactical prowess. Operating in tightly knit units, they collaborated seamlessly, each group functioning like a finely tuned machine, offering mutual support and flanking maneuvers. This close coordination significantly enhanced their combat effectiveness, rendering them difficult for the enemy to exploit any weaknesses. The rebels found themselves in a precarious position, suffering relentless assaults while their own attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Despite their brave resistance, the rebel fighters were gradually pushed back under the relentless onslaught of the dragon cavalry, their line faltering as the battle progressed, and merely 2 hours had elapsed. In a bid to secure more precious time for himself and his troops, Yuanwen resolutely made the most perilous yet pivotal decision to confront Rex directly. Grasping his razor-sharp spear tightly, he raised his sturdy shield high and leaped forth. Like a meteor ablaze with indomitable spirit, charging fearlessly into the ranks of the dragon cavalry, aiming straight for their commander, Rex. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Rex displayed an extraordinary calmness and keen insight. Upon witnessing the enemy commander daringly infiltrate his ranks alone, he merely blinked in surprise before swiftly discerning his opponent's intent. Without hesitation, he raised his gleaming spear, directing its point accurately at the oncoming Yuan One. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers swiftly retreated, instinctively creating a wide space for the two commanders poised for their life-and-death duel. Thus commenced a confrontation that would determine the fate of the battlefield. Yuan One and Rex stood a short distance apart, locked in a fierce gaze, their eyes seemingly igniting sparks in the charged atmosphere. The tense atmosphere of battle permeated the air, heralding an imminent clash of fierce confrontation. At that moment, both combatants sprang into action, darting forward like arrows released from a bow. Their long spears sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, seemingly intent on tearing the very fabric of the atmosphere. Yuan Wen initiated the assault, gripping his spear with a swiftness akin to the rushing wind, charging towards Rex with formidable might. The spear tip glimmered with a cold light, each swing infused with power and velocity. Rex, however, was not cowed by Yuan Wen's aggressive onslaught. He nimbly sidestepped, expertly evading the attack. In the same fluid motion, he thrust his spear forward, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, targeting Yuan Wen's vital points. Yuan Wen reacted with remarkable speed, leaping backward just in time to evade the strike. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he closed the distance once more, his spear dancing like a dragon in the air. His movements were fluid and graceful, each maneuver imbued with profound significance as he sought to uncover Rex's vulnerabilities. Rex, equally tenacious, gripped his spear firmly, employing his remarkable skill to parry Yuan Wen's relentless attacks. His defense was impenetrable, offering Yuan Wen no opportunity to exploit. After several rounds of intense exchanges, both adversaries distanced themselves, panting as they adjusted their breaths and stances, bracing for the next bout. "Let us end this swiftly," Yuan Wen shouted, activating his martial spirit. In an instant, he was enveloped in a thick layer of true armor, radiating a formidable aura. Simultaneously, 5 dazzling soul rings shimmered behind him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his second soul skill, Earth's power, significantly enhancing both his defensive capabilities and his control over Earth elements by 30%. Following that, he executed his fourth soul skill, Heart of the Earth, which further amplified his strength and offensive power by an additional 15%. With unwavering determination, Yuan Wen unleashed a relentless barrage, momentarily overpowering Rex. After creating distance once more, he swiftly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to unleash his most potent fifth soul skill, Earth Dragon Break. As Yuan Wen's roar echoed, the once solid rock spear in his grasp began to transform, gradually morphing into a formidable Earth Dragon. This dragon, fierce and imposing, surged towards Rex like a cannonball. Upon witnessing the ferocious Earth Dragon, Rex's lips curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air. As the dust settled, Yuan Wen was astonished to discover Rex standing before him, unscathed, his body intermittently flickering with arcs of lightning. It turned out that in the instant the Earth Dragon lunged at Rex, he had activated his fourth soul skill, Lightning Battle Chi. This powerful ability had instantaneously boosted his defenses by 50%, successfully withstanding the ferocious assault of the Earth Dragon. Quite a fierce attack. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Rex flexed his neck, producing a crisp sound from his joints, and without hesitation, launched another attack. His figure darted like a wraith, his weapon glinting with a cold light, rushing towards Yuan Wen with fierce momentum. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Suddenly, Yuan Wen plunged the tip of his gun into the ground and, with a swift motion, kicked up a cloud of dust towards Rex. Momentarily blinded, Rex retreated a step. And seizing the opportunity, Yuan Wen charged forward. Just as he believed he would strike Rex, the latter spun around with remarkable speed, executing a counterattack. This shot was as swift as lightning. Yuan Wen had no time to react before the gun's tip pierced his body. He staggered backward, dropping his spear to the ground. Rex looked at Yuan Wen with a hint of victorious satisfaction. Clutching his wound, Yuan Wen's eyes reflected a mixture of resentment and helplessness. How careless. Just as the tide of battle seemed to favor one side, reinforcements from the rebel army finally arrived. Fifth soul skill, Storm. With a fierce shout, a colossal azure-green bird soared into the sky above the dragon knights, casting a shadow over them. Yet, this giant bird did not linger. It erupted instantaneously into countless smaller birds, surging like a tidal wave of blue towards the dragon knights below. These azure birds moved with incredible speed, akin to a tempest, closing in on the dragon knights in the blink of an eye. Upon contact, they unleashed a tremendous force of wind pressure. as if attempting to tear the very fabric of space apart. The once orderly formation of the Dragon Knights fell into disarray under this overwhelming onslaught. At that moment, Rex sought to reorganize his troops and restore the line. However, Lei Hao seized this fleeting opportunity. He flickered like a brilliant flash of lightning, descending from the sky, targeting Rex directly. A resounding clang echoed as Rex hurriedly raised his spear to block, but it was too late. Lei Hao's assault was relentless, clashing with Rex's weapon and sending forth a shower of brilliant sparks. The two powerful forces of lightning intertwined and collided in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, thunder roared, and the skies darkened, enveloping the battlefield in the intensity of their clash. Another formidable opponent has arrived. Rex marveled inwardly, summoning all his strength. He forcefully thrust Lei Hao away. Without missing a beat, Rex stepped forward and executed an upward flick, successfully disarming Lei Hao of his weapon. Yet, Lei Hao was far from finished. He swiftly grasped the gun's handle, engaging Rex in a fierce struggle. Just as they reached a stalemate, Lei Hao unexpectedly released his grip on the handle, turning towards the Tang Dao embedded in the ground. Utilizing the blade as a pivot, he rapidly spun and accelerated towards Rex. First soul skill, Thunderblade. With a furious roar from Lei Hao, the blade in his hand began to shimmer with dazzling electric light. Upon witnessing this, Rex immediately raised his weapon in preparation for the impending confrontation. However, at that moment, Lei Hao's figure suddenly transformed, splitting instantaneously into two, then even more. This was indeed Lei Hao's fourth soul skill, Thunder Shadow. Countless doppelgangers of Lei Hao swiftly surrounded Rex, encasing him completely. In the face of such an uncanny scenario, Rex remained undaunted. He bellowed loudly, unleashing his third soul skill, Thunderous Might. In an instant, innumerable bolts of lightning rained down from all directions, powerful enough to obliterate all of Lei Hao's clones in a single strike. Nevertheless, Lei Hao had anticipated this outcome. Seizing the opportunity while Rex released his skill, he stealthily approached Rex's front. With a flash of brilliance, he executed his own third soul skill, Lightning Slash. The radiant blade light soared like a bolt of lightning, striking Rex with tremendous force. Severely wounded, Rex was sent flying several meters before finally coming to a halt. After repelling Rex, Lei Hao did not lower his guard. He turned and assisted the injured Yuan, instructing Yiqing to provide cover fire for a safe retreat from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the rebel forces began their orderly withdrawal. However, the dragon cavalry were unwilling to abandon their prize and yearned to pursue further, but Rex halted them. Cease all pursuit, Rex commanded, feeling the pain in his injured chest and gasping for breath. First, eliminate those bothersome caltrops and barricades. Rex sat upon a stone, feeling the ache in his chest. Fortunately, the armor had offered some protection, lessening the damage. He took several deep breaths, attempting to alleviate the pain. After a moment, he rose to his feet, reassessing the battlefield. A quarter of an hour passed, and the dragon cavalry, now rejuvenated, mounted their steeds and pressed forward toward the valley's entrance. Those who had retreated from the front lines, including Lei Hao and a few others, struggled to reach the final line of defense at the valley's mouth, weary and marked by the scars of war. Upon seeing the wounded Yuan, Su Shao hurriedly stepped forward to assist him alongside Lei Hao. What exactly transpired up ahead? Su Shao inquired anxiously. Yuan coughed several times, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before managing to speak. We encountered some trouble. The enemy's commander is quite formidable. After a brief pause to catch his breath, he continued, when I launched the signal flare as per our original plan. The attacks from both sides were supposed to commence simultaneously. Yet, for some reason, there was complete silence, as if no one was present atop the heights. Complete silence? How can that be? Yiqing exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. It was known that the Royal Guard had been deployed for defense. There should have been no possibility of a failure. One must acknowledge that although Rubio's Royal Guard was notoriously brutal, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. It is precisely for this reason that Yiqing finds it incomprehensible why the high ground remains inactive. Just as confusion envelopes the crowd, a voice emerges to provide clarity. Death to the traitors. Qin Feng stands at the cliff's edge, his gaze cold as he surveys the dense mass of rebels below. Behind him, a battalion of black-armored soldiers, resolute as steel, emanates a chilling aura. At Qin Feng's command, a hail of arrows is unleashed, raining down like a tempest, creating a storm of projectiles. This sudden onslaught catches the rebels off guard. Many fall before they can react. However, at this critical juncture, Yiqing steps forward, channeling her soul power. She activates her third soul ring, the wind's guardian. A formidable barrier of wind swiftly envelopes the rebels, providing them with a moment to breathe. With newfound resolve, the rebels launch a counterattack. Armed with superior weaponry and unwavering courage, they engage in fierce combat with the black-armored soldiers, managing to gain the upper hand. Quick! Establish a defensive line. Yuqin shouts, maintaining the wind barrier while directing her comrades to fortify their positions. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the true peril arises from behind them. Full assault. With this fervent battle cry, Sealer leads a raiding party, sweeping in like a whirlwind from the rear of the rebels. These warriors, having shed their heavy armor, move with agility amidst the enemy ranks, their blades glinting ominously, each strike accompanied by a spray of blood. The rebels are caught unawares by this sudden attack. Chaos erupting in their rear. Lei Hao and Su Xiao, filled with urgency, rally the spear-wielders in an attempt to thwart the raiding party. However, the charge of the dragon cavalry is an unstoppable force, scattering them in disarray. Meanwhile, Rex's main force descends upon the battlefield like wolves on the prowl. These well-equipped, highly trained heavy cavalrymen resemble a moving mountain, effortlessly tearing through the rebels' already fragile defenses. Their lances and swords mercilessly reap lives, transforming the battleground into a vast slaughterhouse. In the rear medical area of the rebels, Nia frantically tends to the wounded, urging, "Quickly, move the injured over there. I will staunch the bleeding." Her forehead glistens with perspiration as her anxiety deepens, watching as a steady stream of casualties is brought in. Just then, the elite guard stationed on the high ground arrives in haste, bringing with them several wounded. Nia, sensing something amiss, plants her hands on her hips, blocking their path, and demands, "What is going on? Shouldn't you be on standby at the high ground? Why are you here?" Confronted with Nia's inquiries, the members of the Royal Guard wore expressions of bitter despair. One among them replied, "We have been ambushed by the enemy. The Highland position has fallen. Commander Yuqing has commanded us to seek reinforcements." What? Upon hearing this news, Nia's countenance transformed dramatically, clearly unable to maintain her composure. Without pausing to discern the veracity of this information, she made a resolute decision. She turned to Xue Qinghe and the remaining reserves, exclaiming, "The situation is dire, everyone. Follow me immediately to the battlefield." With that, she led the charge, hastening towards the tumult of war. At that moment, the medical area was enveloped in tranquility, with only Tang Nan and a few military doctors diligently tending to the wounded. However, as they were wholly absorbed in their work, the Royal Guard began to unveil their long-concealed true nature. These members of the Guard approached the doctors like specters, stealthily and silently. Their movements were swift and sinister, catching everyone off guard. Just as one doctor was focused on treating a patient, a blade suddenly emerged from behind, mercilessly slicing across his throat. The unfortunate doctor had no time to react, his eyes widening in terror as he clutched his bleeding neck. Amidst the excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, his life force gradually ebbing away. This transpired with such rapidity that the others barely had time to raise an alarm. Meanwhile, Tang Nan remained wholeheartedly dedicated to treating a critically injured soldier, oblivious to the lurking danger. Upon completing the wound care and exhaling in relief, he suddenly noticed that the patient seemed to wish to communicate with him. "Is the wound treated? Do you have something to tell me?" Tang Nan queried, gazing at the soldier in confusion. However, just as he attempted to turn to inquire further, a massive hand, like a phantom, reached from behind, covering his mouth with a cloth. Tang Nan instantly recognized that something was amiss. He struggled in an attempt to resist. Yet, for reasons unknown, his body suddenly felt unbearably heavy. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he reluctantly closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. On the front lines, the curtain of slaughter was slowly drawn back, and the stench of blood hung thickly in the air, rendering breathing laborious and tightening the heart. The soldiers of the uprising fought valiantly, yet in the face of such formidable foes, their struggles seemed futile. However, in this moment of despair, a group of brave and undaunted insurgent soldiers chose not to retreat but rather huddled together, forming an indomitable final line of defense with their own bodies. Regrettably, this brief respite was fleeting, as in the blink of an eye, this line of flesh and blood was ruthlessly breached by the dragon cavalry. The morale of the insurgents plummeted to an abyss. On the battlefield, the gravely wounded Lei Hao and others continued to exert every ounce of strength to hold the line. Yet, as casualties mounted, the defense wavered precariously on the brink of collapse. Even more dire, Yuqing's soul power had been entirely depleted, and the barrier that had relied upon it dissipated accordingly. In the distance, The reinforcements clad in black armor seized the opportunity to once again suppress the few crossbowmen within the rebel forces who posed a threat to the Dragon Knights. At that moment, Chun Feng led a contingent of black-armored warriors, and the three factions converged, encircling the beleaguered rebels. Exhausted, Yi Qing collapsed onto the ground. She watched as a rider charging towards her was unseated by the arriving Lei Hao. Her gaze fell upon Yuan Wan, who was still valiantly supporting his comrades. She heard Lei Hao shouting in her ear, "Do not give up. Yi Qing, reinforcements have arrived." With a fierce roar, Nia unleashed her fourth soul skill, the Inferno Tempest. Releasing all her firepower from the sky, countless fiery orbs rained down upon the faces of the Dragon Knights and the Black Soldiers, as if intent on turning them to ashes. Simultaneously, Xue Qinghao led the last reserve troops, emerging from the rear of Sila like a surging torrent, delivering an unexpected blow to the enemy. The already tense situation grew even more complicated as both sides became embroiled in a chaotic melee. Rex, noticing the enemy's reinforcements, felt a tightening in his chest and immediately accelerated his offensive. Brandishing his weapon, he charged into the enemy ranks, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough amidst the tumult. Meanwhile, on the heights, the Rangers arrived just in time to lend formidable support to the rebels. They stealthily emerged from the woods and unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts with lightning speed, successfully ambushing the unsuspecting black-armored soldiers. This sudden assault alleviated the threat from afar, allowing the remaining crossbowmen of the rebellion to breathe a sigh of relief. Their pressure significantly eased. At that moment, Zhao Gang led a cadre of elite rangers into the rear of Chun Feng's black-armored forces. They flitted across the battlefield like phantoms, causing considerable disarray among the enemy. The entire battlefield descended into chaos, with friend and foe indistinguishable. Renewed with hope, Yi Qing struggled to her feet and, summoning every ounce of her strength, shouted her final command at the top of her lungs. Brothers still drawing breath, listen. Unleash all your might. Charge with everything you've got. Follow me out. We are going home. Her voice echoed across the tumultuous battlefield, inspiring every surviving soul. The warriors rallied, summoning their last vestiges of courage, recklessly charging towards the direction of the Rangers. The encircled rebels erupted with unimaginable fighting spirit once more, breaking through the defensive line held by Qin Feng's black-armored troops under the combined assault from within and without. The remaining rebels surged through the breach, successfully breaking free into the woods, while those on the outskirts hastily evacuated the battlefield. The battle had come to an end. Chapter 34. An impossible bargain. 3 hours after the brutal conflict in the canyon had concluded, the remaining rebels, aided by the Rangers, successfully regrouped. They began a brief respite in a secluded grove. Lei Hao, how many of us are left? Yi Qing inquired about the current situation while seated upon a stone. Lei Hao surveyed the surroundings, shrugged, and replied, "Just this lot, probably a little over 100. Upon hearing the news, Yi Qing felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She had not anticipated the sudden assault from her adversaries nor the loss of the high ground. In her mind, she attributed the failure of the battle to her own missteps. As she succumbed to self-reproach, Zhao Gang approached her, offering solace to the young woman. "Do not lose heart. My dear, it is commendable to have engaged such elite forces for the first time and reached this juncture. Moreover, I believe the opposing side will require a considerable period to regroup before they can continue their advance. In such a case, your mission can still be accomplished." Hearing Zhao Gang's analysis, Yi Qing felt a slight resurgence of hope. She rose and moved closer to Yuan Wan, eager to glean further details about the situation. "Yuan Wan, when did you notice that there was no response from the high ground?" "Let me think," Yuan Wan replied, closing his eyes as he endeavored to recall the precise events. "I distinctly remember that when I launched the signal flare as per our original plan, there was no response from the high ground. The time was likely close to noon." "Noon?" Nia, who was tending to Yuan Wan's injuries, expressed disbelief, her grip unintentionally tightening, causing Yuan Wan to flinch in pain. "That is impossible. They had already retreated by the afternoon." "Those fellows?" Yi Qing felt a pang of confusion at this revelation. It was Rubio's personal guard. When they withdrew, they insisted it was you, Yi Qing, who requested their support, which is why I led the reserve team into the fray without hesitation. Nia's voice dwindled, losing conviction as she spoke. "Me? Since the conclusion of the last pre-battle meeting, I have not seen them at all. How could this possibly be my order?" Yi Qing's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as she slowly settled onto a stone, attempting to reorganize her thoughts. "It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Accompanied by a light-hearted voice, a petite figure gracefully descended from the air. Following this, a vividly colored bird alighted gently on Yi Qing's shoulder. Is it you? Recognizing her voice, Yi Qing felt a flicker of surprise. The owner of the voice was none other than Miss Selous from the Shadow Guard Intelligence Office. Is there an urgent matter that has prompted your sudden arrival? Yi Qing inquired hastily. Correct. There is indeed an urgent situation. Or else I would not resort to this form to convey the message. Controlling a doppelganger is quite exhausting, Miss Selous playfully winked. Then pecked at her foot to indicate that Yi Qing should untie the letter bound there. Yi Qing, not daring to delay, swiftly untied the cord and retrieved the letter. As she perused its contents, Miss Selous cast a trusting glance at the others present. Wishing you all a successful completion of this mission. Commander Keller has great faith in you. Her tone brimmed with encouragement and anticipation. As soon as the words left his lips, the charming little bird transformed into a flurry of sparkling dust, vanishing into the air. Wow, can it be that he has the ability to manipulate clones? Is this truly real? Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the astonishing scene before him, his mouth agape in utter astonishment. Until this moment, he had only heard from his father that Selous was the favored disciple of Commander Keller, universally acknowledged as the most gifted candidate for the impending leadership of the Intelligence Bureau. However, witnessing this spectacle firsthand ignited a profound curiosity within Lei Hao towards Selous. If it were not for the fear of being shot by those fervently pursuing Selous, he would have eagerly sought to befriend this enigmatic and formidable figure. Is this some sort of joke? Upon finishing the letter in his hand, Yi Qing could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed impulsively. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by his reaction, their expressions filled with confusion and bewilderment. Without hesitation, Yi Qing passed the letter around for others to read. Once everyone had perused its contents, they all turned their gaze towards the ranger in the distance. Confirming that he remained oblivious, they mirrored Yi Qing's expression and chorused. Are we being toyed with? The current mission objective has been revised. Team Land's target is now to eliminate the leader of the insurgents, Rubio, and eradicate all remaining factions. What on earth? How should we proceed? Lei Hao questioned the others, his composure faltering. The mission's demands must be fulfilled, even if it involves former comrades. Yuan firmly stated his position. Rubio must be dealt with as required. I too agree with dealing with Rubio, Su Xiao added after a moment of contemplation. I remain neutral, Nia declared. I also hold a neutral stance, but I find his behavior rather unusual, Yi Qing articulated his thoughts. At first, Rubio gave us a strong impression, which starkly contrasts with his later demeanor. Moreover, judging by the Rangers' attitudes, they seem to know Rubio more in line with his initial return to the insurgency, rather than the brutal slaughterer he has become. Therefore, I suspect something must have influenced him. If we could uncover it, perhaps there is a chance for redemption. The group began to rack their brains, striving to unearth any useful clues, but the results were far from satisfactory. Lei Hao was the first to succumb, rubbing his temples in agony as he lamented, Ugh, I can't take it anymore. My head feels like it's about to explode. Nia, please give me something to ease this headache. The prolonged contemplation had left his mind buzzing as if it might burst. I don't possess such remedies, Nia replied helplessly. Perhaps you should inquire with Tang Nan. He might have the herbs you need. Oh, all right. Where is Tang Nan? Lei Hao asked eagerly, looking at Nia. Nia furrowed her brow, trying to recollect. I seem to have left him at the medical camp. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence, their faces displaying expressions of exasperation. They could hardly fathom that someone would forget a companion at the medical camp. The atmosphere became awkward and absurd. Wasn't the situation dire enough? Given the perilous nature of the front line, bringing along that little fellow, Tang Nan, would only place him in jeopardy. But fear not, for Xue Qinghe had already rushed back to retrieve him. Furthermore, the hiding place I selected is exceedingly discreet. The adversary would never suspect that we are concealed here. Nia hurriedly explained, attempting to allay everyone's concerns. However, before her words could fully settle, a soldier from the insurgents dashed in, breathless with urgency. Bearing shocking news, calamity had struck the medical camp. The group hurried to the site, and what greeted their eyes was nothing short of horrific. A scene that sent chills down their spines. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and dismembered bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood seeping everywhere, as if the entire area had been transformed into a crimson sea. The backup troops who had arrived earlier were laboriously searching through the carnage for any signs of survivors. What on earth transpired here? One murmured. How could the enemy have discovered this location? Another questioned, perplexed. Yet, at that moment, There was no time to ponder such matters. Lei Hao and his comrades unhesitatingly plunged into the search for survivors, navigating through the heaps of corpses, carefully turning over each body in hopes of finding even a flicker of life. As time ticked away, they toiled tirelessly into the depths of the night. Just as despair began to settle in, a miracle occurred. They discovered a barely breathing survivor amidst the pile of bodies. Nia swiftly administered emergency treatment, exerting every effort to salvage this fragile life. After a tense struggle, the individual finally opened his eyes. As he recognized Yuqin and the others, the terror that once clouded his expression gradually faded. Ultimately, through his recounting, they uncovered that the architect of this tragedy was none other than Rubio. Yuqin, I believe we have nothing left to discuss with Rubio, Lei Hao declared, gripping the dagger at his waist, his fury barely contained. Indeed, since he slaughtered those prisoners of war, I should have realized he is unworthy of humanity. Yuqin concurred, clenching his fists, but then restrained Xueqing, who was eager to confront Rubio. What do you intend to do? What else can I do? They have taken Tang Nan. I must rescue him. At that moment, Xueqing exhibited an uncharacteristic loss of composure. Yuqin calmly assessed the situation. Stay calm. You heard just now. That group did not harm Tang Nan, but merely rendered him unconscious before taking him away. Therefore, he must hold significant value for Rubio. There is no need for excessive worry at this juncture. Let us remain composed, for we cannot afford to lose another comrade. After listening to Yuqing's earnest advice, Xueqing could only lean helplessly against a massive ancient banyan tree, harboring a silent resentment within. Yuqing and several others, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, meticulously gathered all the bodies and stacked them together before setting them ablaze with Nia. The flames roared to life, illuminating the entire night, as if striving to dispel the endless darkness and sorrow. Amidst the flickering light, Yuqing and the others silently prayed, "May you not endure the same suffering in your next life, and may the departed souls find peace." As the flames grew fiercer, smoke spread, enveloping the scene in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Yuqing gazed at the dancing flames, overwhelmed with emotion. These deceased were once vibrant beings, each perhaps possessing their own dreams, families, and stories, now resting eternally in this place. Xueqing observed this scene from a distance, feeling an immense weight in his heart. He understood that this war brought not just death and destruction, but also countless sorrows and pains. Yet, he was acutely aware of who the true instigator was. Tang Nan, please don't die, Xueqing silently prayed. After laying the deceased to rest, Yuqing entrusted the remaining insurgent soldiers to Zhao Gang's ranger group. What about you? Zhao Gang inquired, noticing this unusual action with growing concern. We can offer you assistance. Thank you, Senior. However, this conflict belongs to the Shadow Guards and Rubio. We do not wish to involve more people, and besides, Yuqing glanced at the exhausted insurgent soldiers, already deep in slumber. I do not wish for them to experience a fratricidal situation. It could become an indelible shadow in their minds. Therefore, I kindly ask you to take them away from here. And you? Zhao Gang asked before departing. We are going to visit some newly acquainted friends. With that, Yuqing led Lei Hao and the others into the depths of the forest. In the Dragon Cavalry camp, Rex sat in the tent, attentively listening to Sealer's report on casualties. Sealer, what is the casualty report? Rex's voice was somewhat somber, yet his gaze was resolute. The good news is that none of our brothers have perished, thank heavens. Sealer's tone bore a hint of relief and reflection. However, he quickly furrowed his brow and continued. The bad news is that most of our brothers are injured, and some of those injuries are quite severe. The enemy's attack angles were particularly cunning, striking precisely at the weak points of our armor. However, it is worth noting that the strength of their weapons was not particularly formidable. Based on the number of enemy corpses on the battlefield, it is estimated that they suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. Additionally, Count Kroll's forces also faced significant losses, with about a third of their troops affected. Furthermore, our scouts have successfully reached the enemy headquarters and discovered that they have already relocated. What should we do next, Commander? Please advise. Rex nodded slightly, indicating his approval of Sella's report. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Well, in that case, let us set aside the pursuit for now. Allow the troops to rest for a day to gather their strength. After this battle, I believe the insurgents have suffered a severe blow, their morale greatly diminished. It will likely take them several months to recover. Just as Rex was speaking, a sudden wave of sharp pain surged through his chest, causing him to furrow his brow. Commander, are you all right? Sella inquired with concern, noticing Rex's discomfort. It's nothing. Rex raised a hand to signal that he was fine. Yet the tension in his furrowed brow revealed that the wound had indeed caused him considerable pain. The opposing commander is formidable, had it not been for my armor. I might have met my end that day. Rex chuckled softly in relief. Turning to those behind him, he called out, "What more do you wish to hear, my friends?" No sooner had he spoken than Lei Hao and others appeared behind Rex, understanding his cue. Seeing this, Sella promptly drew his sword and positioned it defensively in front of Rex. "Do not be alarmed, Sella," Rex reassured him with calm composure. "They are merely here for a conversation. Look, they are unarmed. Relax." With that, Rex leisurely lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Sella, still somewhat skeptical, sheathed his sword and quietly retreated to Rex's side. "Now, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Rex inquired with an air of tranquility, a subtle smile gracing his lips as if he had everything under control. "We come to discuss a collaboration. There is a transaction you might find intriguing." The other party stated directly. "Oh, how peculiar. Just earlier today, we were engaged in a life-and-death struggle on the battlefield. Now you approach me to talk of cooperation?" Rex burst into laughter at the unexpected proposal, though he did not immediately dismiss it, instead gesturing for them to continue, eager to see what they had in store. "We will assist you in eliminating Rubio. In return, you must spare those soldiers who surrender to you. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Rex gazed thoughtfully at the flickering candlelight beside him, his eyes darting with contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "If you can truly accomplish this, I shall agree to your terms. However, I suspect you will still require our assistance to deal with his subordinates, correct?" "Indeed," they answered without hesitation. "Very well, then. I accept this deal. You may proceed with your plans, and in one day, inform me of their exact whereabouts. The rest shall be left to us. May our collaboration be smooth and fruitful," Rex declared with assurance. To a successful partnership, Lei Hao and his companions exchanged minimal conversation before vanishing like phantoms, leaving no trace behind. "Commander, I have some concerns," said Sealer, preparing to voice his apprehensions. However, Rex interjected, "You're worried this might be a trap, aren't you?" Sealer nodded silently. Observing this, Rex offered a reassuring smile, gently patting Sealer's shoulder. "Rest assured, this time it won't be a trap." "How can you be so certain?" Sealer asked, puzzled. "Because I sensed no hint of malice in their tone. Given their capabilities, they could easily eliminate us without needing to negotiate." He continued, "Moreover, I noticed a familiar face among them." "A familiar face?" Sealer inquired with curiosity. "Yes, if I am not mistaken. Their approach for collaboration likely stems from an agreement between our count and them, which is why they are unusually seeking our alliance." Rex's confidence was rooted in the fact that, from the onset of the situation, the leadership of the Gaul Duchy had received detailed reports from Hobian City regarding the rebellion. At that time, they paid special attention to this insurrection. Consequently, they dispatched Rex to lead a military exercise under the pretense of a field inspection. During this interval, Rex also sent numerous spies to gather intelligence. From the information provided by these operatives, Rex began to sense that the emergence of this rebellion was not coincidental, but rather orchestrated from behind the scenes. Upon sending related reports back to the capital, he was unexpectedly met with intense interest from the higher-ups concerning the mysterious squad that had successfully abducted the rebel leader from the Lord's Manor. The leadership ordered Rex to establish contact with this group and delve deeper into their true circumstances. Little did Rex, who was already feeling lost, expect them to proactively seek collaboration. Faced with such an opportunity, he readily acquiesced. "Politics is a fickle and enigmatic affair," Rex remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he lifted the teapot to fill his cup. He gently blew across the surface, savoring the fragrant steam. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head, his gaze resolute. "The entire army shall rest for a day to recuperate. Meanwhile, dispatch multiple elite reconnaissance teams to establish a comprehensive search network centered around the rebel headquarters, ensuring we uncover their whereabouts at the earliest possible moment." Once he had conveyed his orders, Rex rose slowly, cradling his teacup as he approached the window. The moonlight cascaded over the earth like silver, illuminating his determined visage. He gazed out at the luminous orb above, pondering within himself, things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 35, Preparing for War after finalizing their agreement with Rex. Lei Hao and his companions hurried back to the headquarters of the insurgents. However, as they stepped into the headquarters, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. Just as they had heard in the reports within their tent, the place had been thoroughly ravaged by Rubio, leaving behind nothing but ruins. "They truly left us with not a single penny," Lei Hao cast a sweeping glance around, his heart filled with helplessness. He took a step forward, venturing into a section of the debris, hoping to find something of use. The others scattered as well, each beginning to gather supplies. Nia, with a heart full of trepidation, arrived at the ruins of what was once a familiar blacksmith shop. She cautiously brushed aside the fallen bricks, yearning to recover the important chest she had buried there. At last, after much effort, Nia successfully unearthed the chest she had hidden. However, as she opened it with hopeful anticipation, she was taken aback to discover that the space which should have been filled with weapon-making materials was now glaringly empty. This unexpected turn of events rendered Nia's countenance profoundly grim. Damn it, are these guys dogs? I buried this chest so discreetly, and yet they managed to find it. Nia muttered under her breath, seething with anger. She felt a wave of frustration and disappointment wash over her, for these materials were crucial to her. Yet, after a meticulous inventory, Nia suddenly wore a sly smile. Well, it seems this group isn't particularly sharp, she mused to herself. Although most of the materials had vanished without a trace, some vital items had been preserved. Without hesitation, Nia extracted the remaining materials from the chest and stood up to meticulously inspect the integrity of the entire workshop. Meanwhile, Lei Hao and Yi Qing arrived at the threshold of Rubio's chamber. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hao raised his foot and kicked the door with force. With a resounding bang, the door burst open, and a wave of darkness surged forth from the room. Immediately, a swarm of black bats erupted from the shadows, rushing towards Lei Hao. This sudden occurrence startled him, prompting an exclamation. What the hell? That bastard Rubio, what is going on? The two cautiously entered the room, discovering an unusually tidy arrangement. The furniture was meticulously placed, and the books on the shelves were organized in perfect order. Even the potted plants by the window were lush and vibrant. Lei Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Goodness, is this truly the room of a madman? It feels no different from that of a normal person, he murmured, filled with curiosity. Lei Hao approached the bookshelf and casually pulled out a book. Flipping through the pages, he noticed them densely annotated with various notes and detailed comments alongside the text. These signs unmistakably indicated the level of dedication and focus Rubio had while reading this book. Closing the volume, Lei Hao turned to Yi Qing, astonishment filling his gaze. Do you think this guy might have split personalities? On the surface, everything appeared perfectly normal, yet concealed beneath was a hidden madness. Yi Qing cast a silent, exasperated glance at him before turning to continue her search for clues elsewhere. Observing her, Lei Hao wisely returned the book he held to its place. However, as he was replacing it, he suddenly noticed a particular book on the shelf that seemed distinctly unusual. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and pulled the book. In an instant, the entire bookshelf began to tremble violently, as if triggered by some hidden mechanism. Gradually, the shelf shifted, revealing a concealed passage hidden within the cellar. Who would have thought you possessed such skill in finding things? Yi Qing remarked with a hint of playful mockery. Hearing this, a trace of pride crept onto Lei Hao's face as he chuckled in response. He indeed. Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, Yi Qing felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, and a smile crept onto her lips as she gently praised him. Well done. With the encouragement, Lei Hao's smile blossomed even brighter, resembling a flower in full bloom. Without a moment's hesitation, the two resolutely stepped into the cellar. A musty, damp odor enveloped them, and the dim light cast an eerie, oppressive atmosphere. Navigating through the dark, damp space, they persevered and, at long last, their efforts bore fruit as they uncovered the elusive manuscript of Rubio. A spark of excitement illuminated Yi Qing's eyes as she eagerly picked up the manuscript for a closer examination. Moments later, she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration and joy, exclaiming, I believe we should share this with the others. With that, she dashed out of the cellar like a gust of wind. Lei Hao, seeing this, hurriedly followed her. Once they had gathered everyone, Yi Qing carefully passed the manuscript to the others. They clustered around, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious pages. The manuscript was densely filled with text, documenting not only Rubio's subsequent plans, but also a series of peculiar, indecipherable runes. The chaotic nature of the writing significantly hampered their understanding, and they spent a considerable amount of time painstakingly deciphering the contents of the manuscript. After much effort, they finally unearthed the address of their new camp hidden within the lines. Surprisingly, it was located approximately 50 kilometers away. With the enemy's precise location finally revealed, a great weight lifted from Yi Qing's heart. She resolved to relay this vital information to Rex promptly, enabling necessary preparations and deployments. At that moment, Su Xiao quietly picked up one of the manuscripts, murmuring to himself as if he had discovered something intriguing within its pages. The demon descends upon the earth, casting the world into fear. In this chaotic hour, I beseech your arrival, to wield the power of destruction and reshape the order of the world. May the wings of the demon stir a tempest, sweeping sin and terror across the land. With your wrath, incinerate all that is beautiful, allowing the shadows of despair to envelop all living beings. Let the curse of demons descend upon the world, shattering the hopes and dreams of humanity. At this juncture, Su Xiao's expression morphed into one of profound distress, as if he had encountered a cataclysmic disaster. His eyes brimmed with worry and unease, and beads of perspiration formed on his brow. He swiftly sought out Yu Qing and entrusted the manuscript to her hands. I propose we must depart at once. Su Xiao's tone was laced with urgency, suggesting that time was of the essence. Upon receiving the manuscript, Yu Qing immersed herself in its contents with great focus. As she delved deeper into the text, her brows furrowed involuntarily, indicating her realization of the critical and urgent nature of the information within. Promptly, she inquired of Nia regarding the status of their equipment collection. Nia, what have you found? Yi Qing's voice carried a note of eagerness. As Nia responded, she meticulously arranged the gathered materials upon the table. The items were scarce. They had nearly exhausted the majority of the ore, yet curiously, they had not touched the raw materials for gunpowder. I am at a loss as to why this is the case, Nia expressed, a hint of confusion evident in her words. Following this, Nia elaborated on the materials laid out before them: saltpeter, sulfur, and some residual ore, alongside the additional raw materials required for the manufacture of explosives. This news undoubtedly brought relief to Lei Hao and the others. Without hesitation, the group commenced the production of gunpowder. Come, Xue Qinghe, take this. Yi Qing handed a pistol to Xue Qinghe. Wow, is this a firearm? Xue Qinghe examined the gun with great interest. It was a fine piece, compact and exquisitely designed, with smooth contours. The barrel was cylindrical, slender, and polished, glinting with a metallic sheen. The body of the gun was adorned with intricate carvings or inscriptions, and Xue Qinghe found himself increasingly enamored. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qing instructed him on its usage. Align your eye with the sights, then aim and pull the trigger. It is akin to archery. With her hand resting gently on the back of Xue Qinghe's hand, she guided him in the operation. Fire. At Yi Qing's signal, Xue Qinghe struck the marked spot on the wooden post with precision. Upon achieving his first hit, he erupted with childlike excitement, leaping into the air with a radiant smile illuminating his face. Now, let me teach you how to reload, Yi Qing continued, and within no time, Xue Qinghe became proficient in handling the firearm. Observing how swiftly he grasped the skill, Yu Qing could not help but admire his talent. Recalling how Uncle Yang had urged her in his letter to entrust him with the gun, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lei Hao and the others completed their final equipment upgrades. They were now prepared to make those rogues aware of their resolve. The consequences of angering the Shadow Guard. Chapter 36. The ceremony when chaos descends upon the world, order shall dissolve into mere illusion. As Yu Qing led her companions in a fierce battle against the Dragon Knights in the canyon, Rubio's nefarious scheme quietly unfolded. There, Rubio stood before the entrance of the headquarters, anxiously awaiting news from his subordinates that would bring him satisfaction. Time dragged on. Each passing minute felt interminably long. At last, Rubio could no longer restrain himself. He lifted his gaze towards the setting sun, gradually sinking in the west. At that moment, his subordinate appeared within his line of sight. My lord, the subordinate proclaimed with reverence. Have you brought the person I requested? Rubio inquired impatiently. Yes, here he is, the subordinate replied, gently placing the unconscious Tang Nan on the ground. Excellent. You have performed admirably. As per my instructions, you have cleared the enemy from the position before those fellows arrived. Have you not? A hint of pride seeped into Rubio's voice. Indeed, my lord. Not a single one was left alive, the subordinate promptly responded. Now, what of the situation with the doctor? Rubio continued his questioning. Aside from this lad, the others have all been executed, leaving no survivors, the subordinate answered succinctly. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, a subtle smile graced Rubio's lips, his satisfaction evident as he nodded approvingly. Take him to the vehicle, he commanded, before leading all the insurgents towards the newly chosen headquarters. By the time the insurgents arrived at the new headquarters, the night had deepened, its darkness as profound as ink, and the clock had quietly struck midnight. As this weary yet spirited army settled, Rubio eagerly convened an emergency meeting with all the senior commanders. Ladies and gentlemen, I am compelled to share a heart-wrenching announcement. Rubio began, his expression grave and his tone somber, as if bearing an immense burden. Yet, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Deliberately feigning profound sorrow, he addressed the assembly. Our esteemed deputy commander, Yi Qing, has betrayed us, forsaking our shared ideals and endeavors. Just as Rubio passionately delivered his speech, a cacophony of dissent erupted from the audience. Preposterous, one commander shouted, his anger palpable. To suggest that Miss Yi Qing has betrayed us? It is utterly absurd. Indeed, without any basis, how can one make such an assertion so readily? Another echoed, humph. The real betrayal may be lurking within your own heart. More commanders rose in defense, their emotions aflame, vehemently denouncing Rubio's unfounded accusations. These commanders, closely acquainted with Yi Qing, were well aware of her character and loyalty. They found it intolerable to accept such baseless slander, resolutely demanding that Rubio provide a reasonable explanation. In an instant, the venue was filled with a cacophony of voices, a tumult of arguments erupting as the generals clamored for Rubio to provide irrefutable evidence to substantiate his claims. Faced with the vehement protests of the assembled leaders, a faint, sinister smile crept across Rubio's lips, revealing a sense of wicked satisfaction. It seemed he had anticipated this moment, relishing the chaos that unfolded before him. Attack! With a single command from Rubio, his loyal confidants sprang into action, akin to ravenous wolves, swiftly drawing their weapons. They struck mercilessly at their unsuspecting comrades, delivering fatal blows without hesitation. The sudden assault caught the generals off guard. Those who managed to react could only attempt futile counterattacks, prolonging their lives by mere minutes. Amidst the intertwining of bloodshed and violence, time inexorably passed. Half an hour later, Rubio had effectively purged the insurrectionists. The camp, once vibrant with hope, now lay shrouded in a heavy silence, the ground stained crimson with blood. Those who dared oppose him were either captured and imprisoned or publicly executed as a grim warning to others. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Rubio surveyed the scene before him with satisfaction, his gaze revealing a madness and cruelty that rendered the lives around him insignificant. He reveled in the ecstasy of slaughter, utterly indifferent to the suffering and mortality of others. Yet, this bloody purge did not satiate Rubio's insatiable hunger. He yearned for more. Not enough, far from enough, he exclaimed. His face contorted in a twisted grin, one hand clutching his face as he laughed maniacally. His inner turmoil resembled a raging inferno, endless desires gnawing at his psyche like a venomous serpent. The mere act of killing could no longer fill the gaping void within him. He craved a pure, flawless soul. Unable to contain the surging emotions within, Rubio stumbled into the basement he had meticulously prepared. There, his trusted subordinates were diligently setting the stage for the impending ritual. At the center of it all lay Tang Nan, the pivotal figure of this malevolent ceremony, quietly resting as if a precious offering. Rubio knelt slowly, his eyes betraying a morbid obsession as he gently caressed Tang Nan's lifeless face, admiring it as one would a rare treasure. My lord, everything is prepared. One of his subordinates reverently presented a dagger adorned with mysterious runes. Rubio eagerly accepted the dagger, the icy sensation against his palm igniting a thrill that surged to its zenith. His hands trembled with excitement, a peculiar flush creeping onto his cheeks. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Tang Nan, who was supposed to remain in a deep slumber as per the plan, awoke prematurely. They had never anticipated that Tang Nan's body had long developed a resistance to such narcotics. My head is pounding. What on earth has happened? Tang Nan groggily opened his eyes, only to be struck with astonishment as he realized that his hands and feet had been tightly bound at some point unbeknownst to him. At this moment, Rubio took note of Tang Nan's awakening. He exhibited no semblance of surprise. Rather, he felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. For him, it was far more fitting that Tang Nan experienced this sacred moment while fully conscious. Oh, esteemed one, are you adequately prepared to embrace the exhilarating and mysterious new life that awaits you? Rubio approached Tang Nan with graceful and resolute strides. A cryptic smile playing upon his lips, his gaze intensely fixed upon the young boy before him. Tang Nan found himself utterly perplexed by the sudden utterance, his mind brimming with confusion and uncertainty. He widened his eyes, striving to glean some insight from the expression and tone of his interlocutor, yet to no avail. However, before he could contemplate further, an astonishing turn of events transpired. Out of nowhere, a glimmer of cold light flashed from Rubio's hand, and in an instant, a razor-sharp dagger plunged mercilessly into Tang Nan's heart. What? Tang Nan stared in disbelief at the dagger embedded in his chest. A wave of excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. A hoarse gasp escaped his throat as his body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, he finally grasped the impending calamity. But it was already far too late. Blood gushed forth from his beating heart like a torrential flood, incessantly pouring out. In the blink of an eye, the crimson liquid enveloped every rune, as if heralding the commencement of a gruesome sacrifice to the world. Rubio recited an incantation. Chanting a mysterious and ancient prayer, the demon descends upon the earth, and the world is engulfed in terror. In this chaotic hour, I beseech your arrival, to wield the power of destruction and reshape the order of the world. May the wings of the demon stir a tempest, sweeping sin and fear across the land. Burn everything beautiful with your wrath. Let the shadow of despair shroud all beings. Let the demon's curse descend upon the world, shattering the hopes and dreams of mankind. As the prayer echoed, the once still runes began to flicker, emanating a disquieting radiance. Soon after, Rubio's acolytes appeared like phantoms, roughly dragging forth several incapacitated soul masters. Preordained sacrifices for this malevolent ritual. These once mighty soul masters had now been reduced to mere pawns in this wicked ceremony, their lifeblood flowing across the ground, converging into the runes. With each drop of blood infused, the formation blazed with a dazzling brilliance, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky. However, this luminescence was short-lived, as a remarkable transformation ensued. All the blood, as if drawn by an invisible force, began to flow back towards the center of the formation. Where Tang Nan stood, an ever-increasing mass of blood coalesced, forming a colossal blood orb that ensconced Tang Nan within, resembling a giant cocoon woven from blood. Within this sanguine chrysalis, Tang Nan appeared to lose consciousness, silently suspended in midair. His body, drenched in blood, rendered his once pale visage eerily grotesque. The air around him was saturated with a potent stench of blood, inducing nausea. Meanwhile, outside the blood cocoon, Rubio and his followers observed in silence, their eyes gleaming with madness and anticipation. At this moment, the dawn began to rise, piercing through the inky night sky. As the first rays of sunlight cascaded upon the earth, darkness gradually receded, and the world began to awaken. Time was running short for Lei Hao and his companions. Chapter 37. The Dream That Must Awaken Eventually. Rise and shine, little brother. Her familiar and melodious voice, akin to a gentle stream, softly flowed into Tang Nan's ears, tenderly rousing him from his deep slumber. Slowly, he opened his drowsy eyes and, through the haze, discerned a figure standing at the foot of his bed. Sister, what brings you here? As Tang Nan rubbed his drowsy eyes, a look of confusion adorned his face as he inquired. Just as he was still in a state of astonishment, Sister Xiao Wu gracefully glided to the window and effortlessly drew back the curtains. The first rays of morning sunlight instantly flooded the entire room. Bathed in the radiant light, Xiao Wu stood vivaciously, resembling a blooming flower. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a radiant smile graced her lips. Come on, get up. The sun has already warmed your backside, Sister Xiao Wu cheerfully exclaimed, her tone imbued with a touch of warmth. Before Tang Nan could fully comprehend the situation, Sister Xiao Wu had already reached out without hesitation, pulling him from the warmth of his cozy bed. Hurry up. Third brother has prepared breakfast and is waiting for you, she urged incessantly, leaving Tang Nan with no choice but to be bewilderedly dragged out of his room. As he stepped outside, he caught sight of his brother emerging from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of freshly prepared breakfast, the delightful aroma wafting through the air. This enticing scene instantly dissipated much of Tang Nan's drowsiness, and his stomach began to grumble. Good morning, Nan. Did you sleep well? Good. Good morning, brother. After arranging breakfast, Tang San casually removed his apron and draped it over the back of a chair. With a smile, he called out to Tang Nan, come and eat. Tang Nan, astonished by the lavish spread before him, gaped in wonder. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he pointed at a steaming pot of soup on the table, emanating an enticing aroma, and curiously inquired, Brother, when did you learn to make soup? It smells absolutely delightful. Tang San, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and was about to stammer an explanation. However, at that moment, a familiar and melodious voice wafted in from the direction of the kitchen. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the soup I made? There appeared Xiao Shui, gracefully emerging from the kitchen, still adorned in her pristine white attire, with an apron tied around her waist that matched Tang San's, enhancing her charm and cuteness. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Nan was immediately taken aback, instinctively retreating, nearly stumbling over a chair behind him. Careful now, little brother. Xiao Wu timely supported Tang Nan from behind, gently guiding him to a seat at the dining table. Tang San and Xiao Shui subsequently took their places, all relishing this delightful breakfast moment. During the meal, while others were engrossed in their food, Tang Nan's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Shui. Is there something on my face? Xiao Shui noticed his stare and inquired, their eyes meeting momentarily. Tang Nan instinctively averted his gaze. What brings you here? Xiao Shui chuckled at his question. Xiao Wu, sitting beside her, chimed in to explain, don't you remember, brother? Xiao Shui is our housemate. Housemate? Indeed. We rented this place together with Xiao Shui. You were the one who suggested it. As his sister elucidated, Tang Nan began to reminisce, yet he was astonished to find no recollection associated with it. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the surroundings seemed enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Suffocating in its intensity, he found himself in an utterly pitch-black room, illuminated only by a few flickering torches casting a dim, yellowish glow that barely illuminated the eerie space. His eyes widened in bewilderment as he scanned the environment. Beneath him lay a male form, severed in two, the man's complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of vitality. As if all life had ebbed away. You have finally arrived, my lord. I have fulfilled the mission you entrusted to me. With those words, a peculiar smile spread across the man's face, and he slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to eternal slumber. Just as Tang Nan remained in shock and confusion, a faint sound emerged from ahead. He focused intently and saw a group of figures gradually materializing from the darkness. Shrouded in shadows, their true identities were obscured, and they wielded various weapons, directing their hostility straight at Tang Nan. Demon. Upon hearing this appellation, Tang Nan was engulfed in bewilderment. He could not fathom why these individuals would address him in such a manner, nor could he comprehend their sudden appearance. However, as he cast his gaze downward upon the object he clutched in his hand, clarity began to emerge. His left hand grasped the breath of death, a sinister essence coiling around his fingertips like a tendril of black smoke. The breath of death exuded a suffocating odor of decay, akin to a dark force surging from the depths of hell, capable of effortlessly devouring all life in its vicinity. In stark contrast, his right hand held a still-beating heart, pulsating with vitality. The heart brimmed with life, crimson blood flowing forth, its metallic scent permeating the air and assaulting Tang Nan's olfactory senses, provoking an intense sense of nausea within him. Tang Nan could not help but draw a sharp breath, his heart engulfed in a tempest of fear and confusion. He was utterly astonished by the events unfolding before him, unable to comprehend why these two items had manifested in his grasp, nor what profound significance they might hold. At that moment, he felt as though he were ensnared in a ghastly nightmare, with no means of escape. In a state of panic, he relinquished his grip on the bloody heart, attempting to cast it aside. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found himself confronted by an unfamiliar visage. The other's eyes were cold and devoid of compassion, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Tang Nan's throat felt parched. He yearned to elucidate the entire situation to the stranger before him, yet the words eluded him, caught on the tip of his tongue. Just then, time seemed to come to an abrupt standstill. In the next heartbeat, the scene before Tang Nan shifted once more, and he was transported back to the warm setting of a meal shared with his siblings. As he grasped the reality of what had transpired, he noticed the concerned faces of those around him, all gazing at him with worry. Nan, are you all right? Tang San inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Moments earlier, they had witnessed Tang Nan abruptly release the chopsticks from his right hand, his expression wrought with terror as he looked upon them. I am fine. Tang Nan remained utterly astonished by the scene he had just witnessed. He had intended to express everything he had seen, yet at the crucial moment, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. Tang Nan widened his eyes, fixated on the plate before him that held a pork chop severed in two, with a fork still lodged in a small piece of meat he had just discarded. Supporting his head with his hand, he surveyed his surroundings in sheer astonishment, as if grappling with the incredibility of the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, Xiao Shui quietly approached his side. She extended her hands, gently caressing Tang Nan's cheek, and with genuine concern asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling feverish?" Her gaze radiated warmth, and a hint of a charming smile graced her lips, causing Tang Nan's heart to race uncontrollably, drumming wildly within his chest. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively reached out with his right hand, yearning to touch Xiao Shui's warm skin. However, just as Tang Nan was lost in this blissful moment, a low, gravelly voice suddenly pierced his ears. "Tang Nan, is that you?" With the utterance of those words, the horrifying imagery that had recently haunted him resurfaced. He stared in terror at the figure before him, armed and confronting him, though the stranger's face was obscured by shadows. The tone of voice immediately conjured a familiar name in Tang Nan's mind, Shuqinghe. At that moment, Tang Nan remained blissfully unaware that the deathly breath emanating from his left hand was merely a few centimeters from the adversary's throat. He hesitated, raising his right hand once more, seeking to ascertain the true identity of the figure before him. Shuqinghe? Yet, just then, the world around him was once again pulled back. Tang Nan observed Xiao Shui, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she looked at him. Her eyes filled with confusion and displeasure. Why are you touching me while calling out another's name? Xiao Shui's voice echoed in Tang Nan's ears, jolting him back to reality. He finally sensed that something was amiss, an inexplicable dread swelling within him. Suddenly, it felt as though his head was being pierced by 1,000 needles simultaneously, an overwhelming tide of memories crashing into him. He clutched his head in agony, involuntarily retreating. Those around him attempted to approach, but Tang Nan barked sharply, "Stay away from me." In that moment, everything came rushing back to him. Memories of yesteryears flickered through his mind like frames from a film. "I will destroy him." Ah! Tang Nan's roar resonated throughout the vast expanse. As his emotions surged, the surrounding scene began to fracture. The others appeared to lose their footing, dissipating into nothingness before him. The light around him gradually dimmed, ultimately plunging him into an abyss of eternal darkness. In the next moment, his body seemed to lose all control, toppling backward involuntarily. Accompanying this eerie sensation was a suffocating feeling that enveloped him. It felt as though he had been mercilessly cast into an infinite ocean, surrounded by unending darkness and tumultuous waves. Yet, within this chaotic realm, the only glimmer of hope lay in the faint light that was slowly fading away. He struggled desperately, extending his hands in an attempt to grasp that last vestige of brightness. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach it. The light remained elusive, like a mirage, always keeping a tantalizing distance, rendering it forever out of reach. As that radiance gradually diminished, he slowly sank into the depths of the ocean, gently closing his eyes. Everything was not yet concluded. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been, before Tang Nan slowly reopened his eyes. He gazed upward, and before him unfolded a vibrant and colorful starry sky, twinkling with endless brilliance and mysterious hues. Beside him sat a stranger, a girl who was quietly gazing at the celestial panorama. Her visage exuded an air of grace, gentle serenity, reminiscent of a refined lady from ancient times. However, what captivated the eye most was the delicate scales around her neck, glimmering with a soft luminescence. At that moment, they found themselves on a boundless meadow, enveloped in tranquil silence, save for the soft whisper of the breeze rustling through the grass. "You've finally awakened. How do you find my lap as a pillow?" The girl was the first to notice Tang Nan's revival, greeting him with warmth in her voice. This unexpected salutation startled Tang Nan, prompting him to struggle to rise from her embrace. I must leave," he managed to utter, his voice slightly hoarse, as if he had not fully emerged from his slumber. Tang Nan remained silent, uttering not a word, simply preparing to turn away. However, the girl seemed to have anticipated this moment, standing quietly without much to say. She raised her hand, pointing towards the distant starry sky, as if to illuminate the path ahead for Tang Nan. "Venture in that direction. That is where you ought to be. The stars will illuminate your journey forward." Tang Nan raised no objections, instead offering a faint smile. He then resolutely set forth in the direction indicated by the girl. "Thank you, Bingwe," he expressed sincerely to her before departing. "Safe travels, Nan," Bingyue's gentle voice echoed behind him. Tang Nan continued onward, having long ceased to concern himself with the passage of time. After an indeterminate duration, a door suddenly materialized before him, standing resolutely in place. He approached with haste, grasped the doorknob firmly, and without a moment's hesitation, pushed the door open. It was time for the dream to awaken. Chapter 38. The delayed revenge. 22 hours after the ceremony commenced, the main entrance shone brightly under the resplendent moonlight. The guard team stationed there was idly maintaining their watch over this initial line of defense. They meandered back and forth, their gazes wandering, seemingly indifferent to the task at hand. "Why on earth are we stuck doing this?" One soldier could not help but voice his frustration to a nearby comrade. His tone was laden with discontent and resignation. The companion shrugged, offering a faint, resigned smile. "There's nothing we can do. It's our turn now. We must endure." He gently patted the soldier's shoulder, comforting him. "Just hang in there a little longer. Once we finish this round of patrol, We can take a brief respite." Upon hearing this, the soldier's face did not light up with joy. Instead, he sighed deeply, his mood further dampened. I truly envy those assigned to execute cowards." Just as the soldier continued to lament, he suddenly felt a sharp sting at his neck, as if something had pricked him. Instinctively, he reached to touch the spot, only to be astonished to find a needle resting in his palm. What is this? Confusion flooded his mind, but in the next instant, he felt the world spin violently around him, as though everything were tilting. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. At that moment, a fellow soldier who had moved ahead noticed his companion's unusual state. He halted, preparing to investigate. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. "Don't move. One more step, and I'll make your head bloom." Accompanied by the crisp sound of a trigger, the cold touch of metal pressed against the back of the soldier's head. "Now, raise your hands." Feeling the threat of a crossbow aimed at him, the soldier dared not make a rash move. He reluctantly dropped his weapon and slowly raised his hands. Subsequently, the individual behind him mercilessly bound him. Only at that moment did the soldier realize that the person confronting him was none other than Miss Yi Qing, who had been declared a traitor to the rebel forces by Rubio, along with her companions. "Commander Yi? I thought you had." The soldier's voice trembled, his emotions difficult to contain. He had once stood firmly in support of Yi Qing, yet, faced with Rubio's brutal and merciless suppression, he had been compelled to yield and was forced into the opposing camp. Suddenly, as if recalling something of utmost importance, the soldier anxiously exclaimed, "The backyard. Commander, hurry to the backyard. What has transpired there?" Yi Qing quickly inquired. Rubio's execution squad was there, carrying out the death sentences of all who dared to oppose him. They intended to execute these individuals at dawn. If they hurried over now, perhaps they could still manage to halt this dreadful fate. The soldier's tone was imbued with urgency and tension. Yi Qing did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, she suddenly rose and headed toward the backyard. Nia, noticing this, hastily intercepted her, perplexed, and asked, "Sister Yi Qing, do you truly believe what he said?" Lei Hao cast a worried glance her way. Yet Yi Qing's gaze remained remarkably resolute. She looked at Nia and calmly replied, "I trust him. Just think, if he were a subordinate of that madman, how could there be such a rational individual capable of communicating with us normally? Therefore, this soldier is not our enemy. What is your name, warrior?" "Pain, Hammond, Pain." Yi Qing raised her arm high, and with a gentle wave, the ropes binding the soldier were severed with a swift flash of cold light. The soldier, feeling a weight lift from his limbs, began to move his previously restrained hands and feet, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. He was prepared to follow her lead. But she decisively refused. "The forthcoming battle no longer requires your involvement. Pain, you have already shed enough blood for this land. Now, let us bring an end to this misguided war." Yi Qing's voice was firm and steady, her gaze revealing a sense of resolution. She withdrew a gleaming badge from her bosom and unhesitatingly tossed it to Pain. "Take this to Zhao Gang and his rangers. They will provide you with refuge." Pain adeptly caught the badge, and as he stared at it, he instantly grasped Yi Qing's intention. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he solemnly bowed deeply to her, then swiftly vanished into the dense woods. With Pain's departure, only Yi Qing and a few others remained. "Let us depart, everyone. Arm yourselves. It is time we deliver these scoundrels their just deserts." Back at the camp's rear yard, after a period of careful navigation, Yi Qing and her companions arrived at the location. Here lay a vast expanse of grassland, surrounded by thick woods, concealed within the forest. They spotted their target, Rubio's execution squad. On the boundless grassy field, over 100 executioners clad in black armor, their expressions cold and merciless, formed a tight circle, establishing a formidable defensive line. Within their midst were the besieged rebels. Though the number of rebels far surpassed that of the execution squad, they now appeared utterly helpless and fragile. Each rebel was tightly bound, unable to move. Worse still, it seemed their spiritual power was suppressed by some mysterious runes, rendering them completely defenseless. At this moment, they resembled a flock of unthreatening poultry, silently awaiting the judgment of fate. The captain of the execution squad slowly emerged from the crowd. He wielded a colossal and weighty warhammer, its handle glinting with an icy sheen. As he struck the ground with force, a deep, resonant sound reverberated, as if the very earth trembled beneath his might. "Listen closely." The captain's voice was cold and merciless. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you are willing to rise and join us, I will spare your lives." Upon hearing this, some of the rebels began to waver. Confronted with the specter of death, they struggled to their feet. The captain, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of elation. He immediately commanded his subordinates to release the ropes binding these individuals and tossed each of them a sharp dagger. Seize these daggers and eliminate your comrades. The captain grinned wickedly, his eyes sparkling with cruel anticipation. Only then shall I bestow upon you the chance for rebirth. The soldiers grasped their daggers tightly, their gazes meeting, revealing an unspoken trust and understanding among them. Their initial hesitation was swiftly replaced by resolve, as if they had unearthed a wellspring of inner strength. In silent accord, they made a unified decision, unhesitatingly hurling their daggers at the captain. Die, scoundrel! They roared in unison, their voices resonating with boundless fury and determination. The daggers flew forth like lightning, aimed directly at the captain. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the captain was momentarily stunned. His face contorted in rage as he bellowed, "You, very well. I shall make you acquainted with true hell." However, the warriors who had just thrown their daggers displayed neither fear nor retreat. They turned to glance at their brothers beside them, filled with remorse and guilt. "Forgive us, brothers, for the suffering we have caused you," they sincerely apologized, their tones imbued with concern and self-reproach, just as they braced themselves for the arrival of death. A familiar and invigorating voice pierced their ears. "What commendable courage! You are warriors worthy of respect. Now, drop to the ground." This voice was like a beacon of hope, illuminating their despairing hearts. Without hesitation, they obeyed the command and swiftly fell to the ground. What is happening? Their comrades in the execution squad were taken aback. Thunderous sounds erupted in succession. In an instant, dozens of execution squad members collapsed in agony. Another deafening noise followed, and more fell before they could react, wailing in distress. Panicked team members rushed to check on their comrades, only to be astonished by the mere pinpricks on their bodies, from which blood flowed profusely. Another resounding crash echoed, and this time, even more fell. The execution squad finally became aware of their enemy's location, and some charged into the woods without hesitation. Yet, with each booming sound, ominous flashes of fire erupted from within the forest. As the valiant warriors charged forth, they inexplicably began to fall one by one. The scene descended into utter chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the captured soldiers hastily retrieved weapons from the ground, stealthily unbinding their comrades beside them. Armed and filled with fury, they unleashed their wrath upon the terrified enemies. The battlefield was fraught with turmoil. The captain bellowed for his soldiers to rally towards him, raising his shield in defiance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a deafening crack echoed through the air. The captain, who had been issuing commands moments before, collapsed unceremoniously to the ground, his breaths extinguished. Blood streamed from the bullet wound in his head, a grim testament to his just deserts. Nevertheless, his sacrifice did not deter the remaining soldiers. Rather, it emboldened them to charge fearlessly onward. 10 minutes elapsed, and every member of the execution squad was neutralized. The surviving warriors began to assess the injuries of their fallen comrades, embracing one another in elation, grateful to have evaded such peril. At that moment, Yi Qing and a few others emerged from the thicket, each grasping two oddly shaped iron tubes. Upon their arrival, the soldiers were overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling in reverence to express their utmost respect. "Commander, I knew you would not abandon us." Yi Qing gazed upon the soldiers, witnessing the flicker of hope rekindling in their once-dull eyes. "I am deeply sorry for the suffering you have endured," Yi Qing announced with heartfelt remorse. Delivering his final command as commander, "Everyone must evacuate this place immediately, carrying with you the hope of survival, and swiftly distance yourselves from this perilous land. Do you understand?" The soldiers, taken aback and hesitant, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation when they caught sight of the glistening tears in Yi Qing's eyes. "Understood, Commander. Take care," they replied, fully aware that this farewell might be their last, yet resolutely executing the order. After bidding their final farewells, the soldiers turned and swiftly retreated into the woods, gradually disappearing from view, while Yi Qing stood silently, watching them leave, silently praying for their safety. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts and roars erupted from behind them. The enemies, drawn by the earlier commotion, surged towards them like an unstoppable tide. Undaunted, Yi Qing and his companions raised their firearms against the oncoming foe. "Fire!" With a fierce shout from Yi Qing, the guns spewed forth terrifying flames. The first volley felled dozens of adversaries. However, the foes behind the front line, witnessing their comrades fall, hesitated only for a brief moment before charging forward once more. To their astonishment, they saw their opponents hurl several wooden sticks towards them. Just as they thought they were being mocked, Those seemingly ordinary sticks landed among their ranks and suddenly erupted in a thunderous explosion. Those enemies who could not evade in time were instantly sent flying by the explosion. Well done, Nia. Keep throwing. Yi Qing shouted excitedly. Understood, Nia replied, generously tossing her prepared explosives into the midst of the adversaries. As the foes were stunned by the sudden blasts, Yi Qing and his companions unleashed a second barrage of gunfire that struck them with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving them dazed and disoriented. The rifles continuously spat fire, while the explosions echoed like a cacophony, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the world. In that moment, the enemy's psychological defenses crumbled, and in a state of panic, they discarded their weapons and fled desperately towards the rear. However, at that instant, dawn broke, and a chillingly massive beam of light surged from the center of the camp. The enemies, who had already turned to flee, abruptly halted, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Before they turned back again, unleashing a desperate roar towards Yi Qing and his allies. Blood. Damn it, what is that beam? Yi Qing's brow furrowed tightly, his face etched with confusion and concern. I think we all know. Lei Hao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, though his voice betrayed a hint of tremor. Their gazes met, and a wave of intense unease surged within them. Undoubtedly, the demons were about to descend, with time running short. Yi Qing and his companions needed to reach the center of the camp swiftly. Yet, the relentless tide of enemies obstructed their path. These foes seemed to have gained strength after the beam appeared. They no longer cowered at the sight of gunfire, requiring several bullets to bring them down. With urgency pressing upon them, they resolved to unleash their ultimate move. There is no time left. Nia, clear the way. Understood. These gifts are bestowed upon you. With a swift motion, Nia sent several tightly bound high explosives soaring through the sky like meteors, landing amidst the enemy ranks. As thunderous booms erupted, the shockwaves and smoke engulfed the battlefield, plunging the enemy's formation into chaos. Following this, Yi Qing and his companions charged forth like tigers descending a mountain. They infused their formidable soul power into the projectiles they held, and at the moment of closest proximity to the enemy, they pulled the triggers. The projectiles raced forth like lightning, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the foes before them, continuing unabated to penetrate the third and fourth enemies. However, at that moment, the enemies finally realized they had an opportunity to reload their weapons. Just when they believed they had caught Yi Qing and his companions off guard, Yi Qing and his allies swiftly stored their guns within their soul-guiding devices, drawing 2 additional rifles from their waists. Fire! With a roar, a torrent of concentrated firepower erupted once more, catching the enemies completely off guard. Nevertheless, the adversaries still held a significant numerical advantage. They, relying on their sheer numbers, gradually closed in, encircling Yi Qing and his companions. At that moment, their ammunition was dwindling, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Nia, how much explosives do you have left? Not much. Just enough for 1 detonation. Upon receiving Nia's response, Yi Qing muttered to himself, it's time. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground tremble beneath them, and, as if descending from the heavens, the Dragon Knights appeared behind their foes. The enemy, realizing their presence, erupted in excited roars. Most of them abandoned their assault on Yi Qing and his group, turning instead to charge at the Dragon Knights. Charge the entire army. Crush them. The Dragon Knights bellowed with thunderous voices, mounted upon their majestic steeds, wielding razor-sharp lances, surging forth like a torrent of steel towards the enemy lines. Their eyes radiated steadfastness and resolve, as if this strike was to affirm their honor and dignity as Dragon Knights. In the instant of contact, the lances in the hands of the Dragon Knights thrust forth like lightning, effortlessly impaling the foes before them. Their mighty steeds, without mercy, trampled over the fallen adversaries, sending them crashing to the ground. The Dragon Knights behind continued to charge forward, treading upon the bodies of their enemies. However, the adversaries were far from feeble. Leveraging their overwhelming numbers, they managed to stymie the Dragon Knights' advance. Those who had been knocked down swiftly regained their footing, undeterred, and launched a frenzied assault on the surrounding Dragon Knights. They appeared to have lost all sensitivity to pain, disregarding their wounds, wildly swinging their blades in a desperate attempt to halt the Dragon Knights' progression. Faced with such tenacity, the Dragon Knights showed no signs of retreat. They were the finest warriors of the Principality, possessing indomitable courage and exceptional combat prowess. Their short swords sliced through the air with a keen whistle, ruthlessly dispatching any foes who ventured too close. Despite the relentless tide of enemies, the Dragon Knights steadfastly held their ground, refusing to yield an inch. As the enemy's attention was drawn to the Dragon Knights, Naya seized the moment, unhesitatingly hurling all the explosives into the fray. Instantly, the sound of the explosion reverberated through the air, flames leaping skyward, illuminating the battlefield. The enemies let out wretched cries, scattering in panic. Utilizing the explosive force, they successfully breached a massive gap. Without hesitation, Yi Qing and a few others surged through this opening, racing towards the heart of the camp with utmost speed. Upon reaching the center of the encampment, they found little obstruction. Soon, they discovered the entrance to an underground passage and plunged into it without a moment's pause. However, as they entered the passage, they realized they had arrived too late. The ritual had been completed at last. Chapter 39, The Demon Cashel. The ritual was finally complete. Rubio gazed with excitement at the blood cocoon before him, which had taken on a nascent form. The exhilaration within him had reached a point of near eruption. Yet, at that moment, several unwelcome intruders disrupted his fervor. Rubio, let us settle the score. Yi Qing and his companions entered the underground chamber, discovering the colossal blood cocoon and Rubio himself. Without delay, they trained their firearms on Rubio. However, Rubio regarded the raised metal pipes with not a trace of fear in his eyes. He stood unwavering, as if the cold iron was merely an inconsequential toy. With arms outstretched, he began his address with a confident and impassioned demeanor. Order shall collapse, chaos shall rise. Come forth, witnesses of this historic moment. Only in this way shall you earn the right to be among the first spoils of my master's arrival in this world. Despair, wail, suffer. Shuqingha, weary of Rubio's arrogant rhetoric, could no longer endure it. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively pulled the trigger. Simultaneously, Yi Qing and the others swiftly followed suit. Unleashing a barrage of bullets from 12 firearms, the projectiles raining down upon Rubio's form. However, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Despite enduring such a fierce assault, Rubio remained steadfast before them, his body pierced by bullets, an unending flow of blood gushing forth, only to be mended again. Behold, this is the gift bestowed upon me by my master, eternal life. Rubio proudly revealed his master's blessing. Yet, his words failed to sway Lei Hao and the others, for they understood all too well how to vanquish demons. It seems your master has not informed you that eternal life does not exist. Lei Hao retracted his firearm into the soul guide and unsheathed the Tang Dao at his waist. The solution to this predicament was simple: remove his heart, and he would meet his demise. But just then, a fissure suddenly appeared in the blood cocoon behind Rubio. This crack resembled an insurmountable chasm, akin to a mysterious seal being torn at its edge. In the instant the cocoon split, an overwhelming and suffocating aura surged forth. It swept over them like a tumultuous wave, laden with relentless pressure and shock. The brows of Lei Hao and his companions furrowed tightly as they felt an unprecedented weight of threat and intimidation. As the fissure widened, a figure slowly emerged from the blood cocoon. It was a tall man, garbed in ill-fitting attire that hung loosely from his gaunt frame. His mane of white hair flowed like strands of silver, starkly contrasting with his pale skin. Most chilling of all were his cold, profound eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. Merely casting a glance at Lei Hao and his companions sent a bone-chilling dread coursing through them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, they unhesitatingly activated their martial spirits. The man did not linger his gaze on Lei Hao and the others for long. It swiftly shifted towards Rubio beside him. At that moment, Rubio was engulfed in an intense fervor, his eyes ablaze with madness and obsession. As though he had lost his sanity, the man observed him quietly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Behold, the Prince of Chaos has arrived. He shall bestow upon us all an equal measure of destruction. Rubio's visage contorted grotesquely, his face etched with lunacy and fervor, as he hoarsely recited his so-called prayers. Yet, at that instant, an unforeseen event transpired, shocking everyone present. A flash of cold light cut through the air, followed by a dull thud. The man standing behind Rubio struck without warning, wielding a blade that pierced through Rubio's chest with blinding speed. He effortlessly lifted Rubio high, as if to showcase his triumph to all. What on earth is happening? Rubio struggled to expel a mouthful of blood, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. His eyes widened as he strained to turn his head, desperate to discern who had dealt him this treacherous blow. However, upon seeing the icy indifference etched upon the face of the man behind him, he instantaneously comprehended everything. As Rubio was lowered, the gaping wound in his chest began to pour forth a torrent of blood. His body weakened immensely, ultimately collapsing helplessly before his master. Nevertheless, Rubio summoned his remaining strength, fervently demanding the reward he believed he deserved. Eternal death. The man seemed to grasp Rubio's yearning, slowly extending his right hand. In an instant, a pulsating heart emerged in his palm. Undoubtedly, it was Rubio's own. Subsequently, the man's left hand conjured forth the breath of death, transforming once more into a pitch-black sword exuding an aura of demise, rife with despairing wails. With a swift motion of his arm, the man unhesitatingly cleaved Rubio in two. At that moment, a look of gratitude crossed Rubio's face. "Thank you for your grace." Yet, just then, a flicker of confusion clouded the man's gaze. He stared at the severed Rubio, as if bewildered by the events unfolding before him. Rubio's complexion turned ashen, but he keenly sensed the awakening of his master's consciousness. "You have finally arrived, my lord. I have fulfilled the mission you entrusted to me." With this declaration, Rubio's lips curled into a faint smile of satisfaction as he gently closed his eyes. "Demon!" Lei Hao's cry thundered like a storm, resonating in the stillness. Capturing the man's attention, he slowly turned his head, regarding Lei Hao and the others with intrigue. As he lowered his gaze to behold the still-beating heart cradled within his hands, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his eyes, though it quickly dissipated as comprehension washed over him regarding the intentions of the other party. He gradually lifted his head, his voice raspy as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, articulating his inaugural words before the gathered crowd. "Do you yearn for eternal death as well?" His utterance instantly heightened the vigilance of Lei Hao and his companions. Lei Hao's eyes widened, fixated on the long sword gripped in the man's left hand. A wave of inexplicable familiarity surging within him. At last, a name surfaced in his mind: Cassius. Recognizing the identity of his adversary, Lei Hao did not hesitate to unleash his lightning flash skill, propelling himself forward with the swiftness of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Cassius, delivering a strike with all his might. "Oh, it appears you still remember me." Cassius effortlessly parried Lei Hao's attack, a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips. A malevolent glimmer shone in his eyes, seemingly mocking Lei Hao's audacity. This smile ignited a fury within Lei Hao, yet before he could react, Cassius exerted his strength, sending Lei Hao hurtling backward into the wall with a resounding crash. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to act, while Cassius seized the opportunity to advance towards them. Demonic energy explosion. Cassius intoned sharply, his right hand tightening around the still-throbbing heart before mercilessly crushing it. In an instant, a torrent of explosive energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. Yi Qing and the others were caught off guard, propelled away by the formidable force. "Come, savor this taste." A cunning gleam flickered in Cassius's eyes as he waved his right hand, causing the blood pooling on the ground to stir as if drawn by an unseen force, gradually coalescing into 5 colossal blood blades. These blades shimmered with an eerie light, emanating a suffocating aura. Without delay, Cassius gestured, and the blood blades shot forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards Yuan One and the others. In response, they summoned all their strength to fend off the impending assault, yet the overwhelming might of the blood blades left them struggling to cope. Just as Yuan One and his companions found themselves ensnared by the blood blades, Cassius's gaze locked onto a particularly special guest, Xue Qinghe. A subtle smile graced his lips as he softly declared, "Perish." With his words, a terrifying wave of black energy surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast charging towards Xue Qinghe. In the face of such an unexpected onslaught, Xue Qinghe exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he swiftly unfurled his wings, as pure and white as snow, and with a powerful flap, ascended into the air, effortlessly evading the black energy's attack. Simultaneously, Xue Qinghe executed a swift turn in midair, leveraging his momentum to strike at Cassius. His speed was blinding, like a flash of lightning, and in an instant, he found himself before Cassius. Kashur dared not underestimate the situation, swiftly raising the breath of death to repel Xue Qinghe's assault. The air was filled with the incessant clang of metal striking metal as both combatants exchanged blows, engaging in fierce combat for several rounds with neither gaining the upper hand. Observing that he was not at a disadvantage, a surge of confidence welled up in Xue Qinghe, intensifying his offensive. Each strike he unleashed was imbued with boundless power, demanding respect. "Enough. I have grown weary of this." With the sharp sound of metal colliding, Kashur's previously cautious demeanor transformed into one of palpable impatience. He had lost all interest in toying with his opponent, Feeling the monotony of the battle settle in, Kashir began to channel the immense power within him, igniting the breath of death into a swirling inferno of pitch-black flames. In an instant, he swung his hand, and this dark fire surged forth like a ferocious dragon, hurtling directly towards Xue Qinghe. The unfortunate Xue Qinghe was utterly unprepared for such a terrifying onslaught, sent crashing backward into the wall, where he lost consciousness. How dreadfully uninteresting, Kashir remarked with disappointment, shaking his head as he gazed upon the motionless form of Xue Qinghe. I had hoped that after all this time, you might have made some progress. He then prepared to unleash a fatal wave of sword energy to conclude the encounter. At that moment, the unconscious Xue Qinghe dimly perceived a fierce sword energy barreling towards him. In that instant, there was no time to rise and evade or to employ a defensive technique. Damn it! Reluctantly, Xue Qinghe instinctively raised his longsword, attempting to block the lethal strike. However, just as disaster loomed, an unforeseen event transpired. Thunder Chain's malevolent firebind. Suddenly, two chains emerged from Xue Qinghe's right hand, seemingly animated with life, coiling rapidly around his arm. In an instant, an overwhelming force yanked him to the right, allowing him to narrowly evade Kashir's sword energy attack. Naya, go check on his injuries. After rescuing Xue Qinghe, Lei Hao wasted no time and charged once more at Kashir. The clang of their weapons echoed as they clashed fiercely. Oh, I did not expect you to dispose of the surprise I prepared for you so swiftly, Kashir chuckled lightly. Yet his movements quickened. If this is the best you can muster, it must be said, you are truly a dreadful master. Lei Hao retorted mercilessly, seizing an opening as he utilized the momentum bestowed by the breath of death to leap over Kashir's head, landing behind him, and thrusting his sword with great force. However, Kashir's combat experience was exceedingly rich. Almost simultaneously with Lei Hao's assault, he sensed something amiss and promptly devised a countermeasure. He deftly reversed the grip on his sword, narrowly blocking Lei Hao's thrust. At the same time, his body began to rotate in response to the force, and his sword sliced through the air in a magnificent spinning strike, landing a fierce blow on Lei Hao. The lightning form of Lei Hao was cleaved, vanishing into a burst of electricity. In that instant, Kashir discerned the movement of Lei Hao reappearing to his right side. Yet this time, Kashir had grasped the underlying truth. The Lei Hao before him was merely an illusion. Mere parlor tricks. A smirk graced his lips as he arrogantly raised his gaze, piercing through the void to accurately locate the real Lei Hao, who was launching an ambush from above. At last, I have found you. This is your true form. With unwavering confidence, Kashir raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful magical explosion. However, to his utter astonishment, the blast struck yet another illusion. Ha! Lei Hao's laughter echoed from the right, laced with derision. He regarded the self-satisfied demon with disdain. Enraged, Kashir turned to face Lei Hao once more, delivering another fierce strike. But the outcome was predictable. This too was merely an illusion. How could this be? Kashir's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with incredulity. He could not fathom why all three illusions appeared so convincingly, leading him into a series of deceptions. At that moment, he was entirely ensnared in the trap meticulously set by Lei Hao. Just as Kashir struck the last illusion, the lethal formation prepared for him by Lei Hao was finally complete. Boom! As Kashir's foot landed, he triggered the runes set by Nia. A deafening explosion erupted, shattering the ground beneath him. The sudden blast caught Kashir off guard, causing him to lose his balance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Xiao Yuan won, and Lei Hao simultaneously unleashed their most powerful strikes. Ice Obliteration, Thunder Flash, Earth Dragon Break. Three powerful beams of energy intertwined, racing towards him like shooting stars. Kashir exerted every ounce of strength, relying on the breath of death to hold on, but he ultimately could not withstand the combined assault of the trio. He was struck like a target hit by cannon fire, violently propelled into a solid wall. Following this, Yu Qing and Nia joined the fray. Tempestuous storm, fiery cyclone. Countless fiery projectiles rained down like a torrential downpour, while innumerable bluebirds surged towards Kashir's position like a whirlwind. This fierce bombardment persisted for a full 5 minutes, saturating the entire space with dazzling light and searing energy. At last, Nia and Yi Qing ceased their onslaught. The battlefield was now shrouded in dust and debris, a scene of utter devastation. Surely, this wretch cannot be dead just yet. Lei Hao's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Beside him, Yu Qing wore a similarly grave expression, bow drawn, her gaze fixed intently on the swirling dust ahead. I think. Not yet. Yuqing's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet it was predominantly laced with tension and concern. As the seconds ticked by, the enveloping dust began to dissipate. However, the next scene left everyone astonished. Casual emerged unscathed before them. Even more astonishing was the sight of 3 pairs of jet black wings sprouting from his back. Chapter 40. The choice. While Lei Hao and his companions battled the demons with fervor, the plight of the Dragon Knights on the ground was equally distressing. They wielded their swords, relentlessly cutting down the throngs of enemies that surged around them. They only needed to endure a little longer to completely vanquish these foes. Rex's taut nerves began to relax, and he mused inwardly, it seems these enemies are not as formidable as they appear. Yet, just as he let his guard down, the situation shifted dramatically. The sky abruptly darkened, cloaked in a heavy shroud of ominous clouds. The once bright blue sky transformed in an instant into a scene of inky blackness, as if doomsday had descended upon them. This sudden change sent chills down their spines, causing cold sweat to break forth. Rex stared into the abnormal sky, a foreboding sense swelling within him. Suddenly, black stone pillars erupted from the battlefield, resembling sinister claws reaching from the depths of hell. As the Dragon Knights stood in astonishment at this bizarre phenomenon, the pillars flickered to life with a series of mysterious runes. These symbols, reminiscent of ancient incantations, emanated a disquieting glow. Then, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The rebels began to convulse violently, their arms distorting grotesquely, transforming into razor-sharp claws. The armor that once encased them melded with their flesh, as if it had become an integral part of their being. They muttered frenzied incantations, their eyes betraying an abyss of madness. These transformed rebels were no longer mere humans. They had morphed into terrifying monsters. They charged at the Dragon Knights with a ferocity and madness that showed no fear of death. Simultaneously, reports from scouts indicated that the surrounding rebel forces were hastening back, evidently intent on joining the fray. At this moment, the tides of battle had subtly shifted, the scales of victory tilting away from the Dragon Knights. Confronted by such bizarre and formidable adversaries, the Dragon Knights found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Rex understood that to break free from the current impasse, the monsters must be eradicated. Thus, he conceived a plan to unleash the power of soul skills to obliterate the creatures before him. He uttered a forceful command, thunderous might, while raising his hand to activate the soul skill. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated storm of lightning failed to materialize, and even his own soul rings dimmed to a lackluster glow. How could this be possible? Rex stood in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his own hands. He could distinctly feel the abundant soul power flowing within him. Why was he unable to unleash his soul skills? A tempest of anger surged within him, his expression betraying his frustration. Just as confusion and disorientation enveloped Rex, an enemy lunged at him like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, forcefully knocking him to the ground. Rex had no time to react. He exerted every ounce of strength to firmly grip the enemy's neck, desperately preventing this frenzied assailant from sinking its teeth into his throat. Nearby, Sela witnessed the dire predicament of her commander, her heart racing with urgency as she attempted to rush to his aid, only to be ensnared by other enemies that had suddenly appeared, rendering her unable to escape. Could this brute possibly be a creature of canine origin? How could it possess such immense strength? Rex widened his eyes, fixated on the menacing fangs drawing ever closer, pondering silently. He dared not relent for a moment, focusing intently to summon every fragment of his power to thwart the enemy's assault. Just as Rex believed his demise was imminent, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and an arrow, like a bolt of lightning, struck the enemy squarely in the head with unerring precision. Seizing the moment, Rex unhesitatingly picked up a weapon that had fallen beside him, swiftly severing the enemy's head from its body. At last, this dreadful beast had been vanquished. It seemed that the Dragon Knights were also facing formidable challenges. With a sigh of acknowledgement, a mysterious figure approached Rex's side, offering a teasing remark. Simultaneously, the enigmatic individual extended a hand, inviting Rex to grasp it. After a moment of hesitation, Rex chose to take the stranger's hand, leveraging their assistance to rise once more. Upon standing, Rex remained vigilant, his expression wary as he inquired about the stranger's identity. Who exactly are you? In response to Rex's inquiry, the mysterious figure smiled faintly and introduced himself. I am but a wandering ranger named Zhao Gang. I came primarily out of concern for that young girl, Yuqing, to ascertain her safety. What, do you intend to apprehend me? Hearing the stranger's self-introduction, Rex managed a wry smile and waved a hand dismissively, explaining, of course not. This is hardly the time for captures. After a brief pause, Rex continued, "So, would you care to lend a hand?" However, as the two conversed, several enemies stealthily approached, preparing for a surprise attack. Fortunately, Zhao Gang reacted swiftly, drawing his bow and releasing a flurry of arrows that struck the assailants' heads with pinpoint accuracy, dispatching them in an instant. Once the ambush had been thwarted, Zhao Gang turned his gaze toward Rex. "Under normal circumstances, I might have overlooked this," he remarked, his eyes drifting to the soldiers who had transformed into monstrous beings, a hint of sorrow flickering within them. "Let us honor their rest. Rangers, onward." At the command of Zhao Gang, the rangers behind him brandished their weapons and joined the fray. Amidst the fierce battle, a valiant ranger leaped into the conflict. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, Zhao Gang suddenly discerned several familiar figures. Without hesitation, he reached out and firmly grasped a soldier, pulling him back to his side. "Pain, did I not instruct you to remain in the rear with the other fledgling escapees?" Zhao Gang admonished, lightly tapping Pain's forehead with his index finger, his tone stern as he chastised him for disobeying orders. However, Pain resolutely shrugged off Zhao Gang's hand and responded with righteous fervor. "I cannot stand idly by while you all fight valiantly, choosing instead to cower in safety. Neither can they." Zhao Gang locked eyes with Pain, sensing a fierce resolve emanating from the young man. He recognized that this youth was brimming with spirit and courage. Thus, Zhao Gang solemnly patted Pain on the shoulder and earnestly cautioned, "Very well, young man, but promise me one thing. Do not perish, otherwise I shall have no explanation for that child, Yu Qing." With that, the two swiftly fell in step with the main force, joining the dragon cavalry in a renewed assault against the monsters. In the basement, Lei Hao and the others gazed in disbelief at Kashur, who emerged from the billowing smoke. What captivated their attention even more was the newly sprouted wings at his back. 3 pairs of black wings unfurled behind him, each pair exuding a disquieting aura of darkness, reminiscent of a messenger from hell or a fallen angel, as he walked slowly out of the haze. At this moment, Kashur appeared transformed. Enshrouded in a shroud of mysterious and formidable power, his once handsome visage had turned cold and authoritative, his eyes betraying a chilling disdain for all. His presence felt like an icy gust, imposing an unprecedented pressure upon those present, particularly Snow Qinghe, who stood frozen in astonishment at the sight. "What is this?" Snow Qinghe was engulfed in profound shock as he beheld the 3 pairs of wings on Kashur's back. "Ladies and gentlemen, is this the delightful surprise you have prepared for me?" Kashur's voice dripped with a terrifying mockery. He first cast a glance at the wings behind him before turning his gaze towards the astonished faces of those before him. With an air of arrogance, he spread his wings wide and, in a burst of speed beyond mortal comprehension, surged towards the crowd. In an instant, Nia, Yi Qing, and Su Shao were sent hurtling backward as if struck by a tremendous force. Before they could even comprehend the situation, Kashur unleashed a series of devastating slashes, sending Yuan flying away like a baseball struck with immense power. Upon witnessing his companion under attack, Lei Hao did not hesitate to step forward. However, at that moment, unexpected vines ensnared his body tightly. Yet, Kashur made no attempt to exploit this opportunity. Instead, he stood leisurely before him, as if he were an audience member enjoying a comical monkey performance, seemingly intrigued by how this individual would attempt to free himself from such bindings. "What are these things?" Lei Hao observed the purple vines creeping steadily across his body, and he sensed his soul energy being siphoned away by this entity. "I must escape immediately." Realizing the urgency to extricate himself from the vines, Lei Hao began to slash at them furiously, but their regenerative capabilities surpassed his imagination. Each time he severed a portion, it would swiftly regrow as he targeted another section. This formidable resilience compelled Lei Hao to reconsider his approach. He ceased his frantic hacking, gathering his strength before launching himself at Kashur with astonishing speed. Kashur, upon seeing Lei Hao charge at him again, let out a hearty laugh and brandished his weapon, the breath of death, in anticipation of the encounter. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and the others, having caught their breath, took advantage of Lei Hao's distraction to search for weaknesses in Kashur. However, after several discussions, they concluded that no vulnerabilities were apparent. This predicament was dire. The critical question remained: who had become the vessel for this demon? Typically, by this point, the demon's form would have begun to deteriorate. Yet, this time, after such an extended battle, their soul energies were nearly depleted, and the host showed no signs of weariness. "Is your soul energy nearly exhausted? What about yours?" Upon hearing Nia's complaint, Yi Qing suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly inquired about the other's conditions. "Half. A third." After listening to Yuan and Su Zhao's responses, Yi Qing turned to Xue Qinghe, who was still fixated on the wings behind Kashir. Xue Qinghe, what's wrong? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xue Qinghe glanced at Kashir with a complex expression. Suddenly, he spotted something and dashed forward. Come on, let me see what further surprises this body can offer me. Kashir exclaimed excitedly, raising his right hand. In the next instant, a small hammer materialized in his grasp, which he then swung to strike Lei Hao. This made an already difficult situation for Lei Hao even more precarious. Within just a few exchanges, Kashir exploited a gap in Lei Hao's defense, landing a blow to his abdomen. The force of the strike sent Lei Hao crashing heavily into the wall. As Kashir prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Xue Qinghe, sensing something was amiss, intervened just in time. Ah, it's you again, little angel. Are you still planning to hide? Kashir's mocking grin deeply provoked Xue Qinghe. Enough with the nonsense. Enraged, Xue Qinghe brandished his sword. Yet, this very fury provided Kashir with an opportunity. Seizing the moment when Xue Qinghe's strike fell short, Kashir swung his hammer once more. Xue Qinghe, recognizing the familiar hammer, finally discerned the identity of the body's true owner. But his shock at this revelation left him momentarily paralyzed. He was captured and forcefully thrown out. As he collapsed again, Xue Qinghe felt dizzy, with blood continuously flowing from his forehead, gradually bringing him to a state of calm. He sensed that everything around him seemed to slow down, struggling to stand. He watched as the demon approached him step by step. Regaining his composure, Lei Hao felt his insides jumbled and disoriented. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled to rise from the wall. The moment he landed, a sharp pain in his abdomen nearly toppled him again. At that moment, Nia and the others rushed to Lei Hao's side. Nia, give me the painkillers. Upon seeing Nia approach, Lei Hao frantically demanded the painkillers from her. Calm down. Don't use them all at once. Just as Nia pulled out the medication, Lei Hao snatched them all from her, administering multiple doses to himself. Ha, ha, ha. Feeling the pain subside, Lei Hao gasped for breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and charged forward once more. The others, realizing they could not stop him, planned to create an opportunity for Lei Hao. Xue Qinghe watched as Kashir slowly pointed the sword's tip at his throat. Perhaps seeking to confirm his suspicions, he shouted out at the moment the sword was about to plunge down. Tang Nan, is that you? Come back to me. With this utterance, Xue Qinghe closed his eyes, waiting until he heard the response he longed for. Xue Qin, he. Upon reopening his eyes, Xue Qinghe saw a hint of tenderness in Kashir's gaze, the blade poised perilously close to his throat, where he could almost feel the breath of death. At that moment, the demon slowly extended his right hand, seemingly to verify his identity, but in the next second, he withdrew it, his expression turning fierce once more. Boring struggles. Just as the demon, having regained control of his consciousness, was about to slay him, the fifth soul skill, Thunder Fury, activated, enhancing all attributes by 20%. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Lei Hao's hair transformed into a pale blue hue due to the infusion of soul power. He arrived at the moment Kashir regained his awareness, swiftly redirecting the lethal breath aimed at Xue Qinghe's throat into the ground. Come on, demon, let us go again. With a powerful kick, Lei Hao sent Kashir flying, then charged at him with lightning speed. This is truly fascinating, Kashir exclaimed, excitement dancing on his face as he observed the continuous surprises Lei Hao brought him. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, causing a deep rumble as the earth began to tremble violently. In an instant, countless crimson spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Surging towards Lei Hao, undeterred by Kashir's assault, Yuanwen retaliated with fervor. Almost simultaneously, he chanted an incantation, waving his arms as if stirring the very air around him. Immediately, a multitude of rocky spikes emerged from all directions, forming a solid shield to block the incoming blood-red spikes. The two sides clashed with a thunderous impact, sending sparks flying and dust swirling. The shockwaves from the collision radiated outward. A cloud of dust was stirred up. A blood-red scythe struck from behind Kashir, while Yuanwen's spear lunged from the side. The clash echoed with a resounding ding and bang. Kashir deftly evaded the thrust of the spear and, using his wings to block the scythe, swiftly spun around, sending both opponents hurtling away. At that moment, Lei Hao leaped out from the smoke above. The distance was closed, and with a flash of lightning, his speed surged under the wrath of thunder. However, this came at a great cost to him. Hold on. Lei Hao gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. His eyes gradually turned crimson, as if ablaze with two fiery orbs, veins like spider webs creeping across his eyeballs. Everything in his vision was shrouded in a blood-red haze, distorting the world around him. The duration of Thunder's wrath was dwindling to a mere 3 minutes. He had to resolve this within that time frame. The edge of his blade grazed Kashur's cheek. He was struggling to match his adversary's speed. As his wounds multiplied, Kashur began to panic. He hastily prepared to unleash a magical energy blast to repel Lei Hao. Yet, Lei Hao seized Kashur's right hand and thrust it skyward. Not a chance. A surge of formidable energy shattered the ceiling, revealing the sky above. With 2 minutes remaining, Shadow of Thunder. Countless clones surrounded Kashur, launching a relentless assault. Feeling the agony in his body, Kashur, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, plunged his sword into the ground. Instantly, an explosion of energy obliterated all the clones in one fell swoop, but it left him vulnerable. By the time Kashur realized it was a trap, Lei Hao's blade had already pierced his body, poised to penetrate his heart. Kashur gripped the blade with both hands, managing to stifle the fatal blow just before it could reach his heart. In the final minute, "Hurry up and die, demon." Lei Hao ground his teeth, straining to push the blade deeper. As the blade gradually entered Kashur's body, blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Just then, a strange smile crept across Kashur's face. "Oh, is that so? Let me see what choice you will make." With that, he began to manipulate all the blood blades, concentrating their firepower to launch a fierce attack on Xueqinghe. 5 colossal blood blades, resembling an impregnable fortress, swiftly sealed off all avenues of movement for Xueqinghe. "You despicable wretch." Lei Hao glared furiously at the fiend before him. At this moment, he faced a harrowing choice: to eliminate this terrifying demon immediately, knowing it would mean watching his comrades be mercilessly slaughtered by the blood blades, or to abandon this golden opportunity and turn to rescue his teammates. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. In a mere second, Lei Hao made his resolute decision. Without hesitation, he drew the blade that was poised to pierce his heart, and with every ounce of strength, he forcefully stomped on Kashur's body, leveraging the powerful reaction to leap upward. In a critical moment, he successfully rescued Xueqinghe from the imminent threat of the bloody blade. However, in doing so, his adversary seized the opportunity to drive the blade through Lei Hao's body, inflicting grave injuries upon him. Yet, he persevered, determined to bring his teammate to Nia and the others. "Captain, you!" Xueqinghe exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Lei Hao would forsake the chance to vanquish their foe for his sake. Gazing at Xueqinghe, who was ensnared in despair, Lei Hao solemnly declared, "One of the most vital tenets of the Shadow Guards is that we shall never sacrifice our comrades." Upon uttering those words, Lei Hao's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Nia promptly initiated emergency treatment for Lei Hao. As Xueqinghe beheld the gravely injured Lei Hao, the phrase "never sacrifice comrades" resonated within him, awakening clarity in his mind. If they were willing to lay down their lives for him, then he too must devote himself entirely for their sake. With newfound determination, Xueqinghe spread his wings once more, ready to bring an end to it all. Chapter 41. Angels and Demons. When you understand why you wield the sword, you have truly grown, little Xue. These were the words of her grandfather when she first grasped a sword in her childhood. She had once sought out Uncle Yang for answers, but he merely smiled, lifting her high above his head. "Only you will know." And now she understood. "Yi Qing, get the captain out of here." Xueqinghe's eyes and weapon radiated a golden light. After catching Yuan Wan and Su Xiao, who had been sent flying by Kashur, she approached them. At that moment, Kashur, having grown weary of the game, decided to conclude this tedious encounter. They both extended their hands in unison. Domain activate. Simultaneously, Angel's Holy Domain, Devil's Domain. The two domains collided, erupting into a dazzling radiance. This spectacle left Yi Qing and the others astonished. Who would have thought that the pretty boy possessed such power? As Xueqinghe's domain unfolded, Nia discovered that Lei Hao's injuries had significantly healed, and he was now largely out of danger. "All right, what now, sister?" After confirming that Lei Hao is safe, "I will regrasp my scythe and prepare for the next round," Nia stated, but was interrupted by Yi Qing. "No, we must go outside." "Huh? What?" "We need to go outside. There must be something out there helping to stabilize his condition." "Xueqinghe, can you hold him off until we find it?" Yi Qing looked towards Xueqinghe, who raised his hand in an okay gesture. Instantly, Yi Qing and the others began to carry Lei Hao back down the staircase to the ground level. Meanwhile, Kashur, intent on blocking their path, was halted by Xueqinghe. "You will face me. Is that so? You think you stand a chance?" Kashur mocked, scoffing at his audacity. "My apologies, Sister Chen," Xueqinghe said as he removed the divine mask that Chun had prepared for him, crafted from Chen's soul skills. This entity possessed the uncanny ability to completely disguise every aspect of a person, including their martial soul. Before Kashur stood the true visage of the newly manifested six-winged angel. Qian Ruxue, characterized by her lustrous golden hair, pristine complexion, and 3 pairs of immaculate wings. Gazing at the radiant angelic aura emanating from her, Kashur felt an unexpected surge of complex emotions. After a moment's hesitation, his previously bewildered gaze transformed into one of ferocity. Then let us see what you are made of. With a swift motion of his hand, 5 blood blades surged forth, targeting Qian Ruxue. She gracefully ascended into the sky, deftly evading the onslaught of the blood blades until they converged on the same direction. Now, seizing the opportunity, Qian Ruxue unleashed her 4th soul skill, Judgment Blade. Surrounding her, numerous swords ignited with sacred flames rapidly materialized. Under her command, the Judgment Blades collided with the Blood Blades, resulting in a violent explosion. In the aftermath of the blast, as the dust settled, Qian Ruxue delivered a precise right punch, infused with angelic might, squarely to Kashur's face. Is that all you've got? After enduring the blow, Kashur seized her right hand, forcefully hurling her to the ground while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of sword energy imbued with dark flames. As Qian Ruxue was sent flying, she quickly adjusted her posture and activated her 3rd soul skill, Void Wings. The sword energy sliced through her form, stripping a layer from the ground below. Interesting, Kashur mused, touching his still-aching face. The sensation of burning was all too familiar to him. How long had it been since he felt such searing pain? His thoughts were abruptly returned to the present as he directed his breath of death once more toward his adversary. In the battleground, as Lei Hao was lifted from the ground, Yi Qing and her companions soon found their attention drawn to the ominous black stone pillars standing resolutely in the arena. Years of experience informed them that these were the source of the demon's seemingly endless stamina. The soul skills of soul masters necessitate soul power for activation, and the purpose of these pillars was to absorb the soul power used to unleash these skills, thereby suppressing and assimilating the forces of this world. This explained why soul masters fighting beneath the pillars could utilize soul power, but were unable to release their soul skills. It seems our objective is clear: destroy these pillars. Nia inquired, do you have any supplies left? I have a little. If we conserve it, it should suffice. They exchanged knowing smiles, promptly loading ammunition into their firearms. Subsequently, Yuanwen took on the task of clearing a path, while the severely injured Xie Xiao remained behind to care for Lei Hao. In the midst of the battlefield, Yuanwen led the charge, bolstered by his sharp-shooting skills and the firepower support of the 2 ladies behind him. They swiftly reached the perimeter of the first stone pillar. At that moment, the combined forces of the Dragon Knights and Rangers had also discerned the function of these pillars and were fiercely assaulting them. By the time the trio arrived at the pillar's location, the Allied forces had already eradicated all foes surrounding the first stone pillar. As some began to strike the massive structure, the core crystal hidden within the pillar became visible. As she emerged into the sight of the crowd, the quick-witted Nia immediately ascended to the position of the crystal and placed an explosive charge within. You few who do not wish to fly, run, she bellowed, urging those around her to quickly distance themselves. A mere 5 seconds later, a brilliant explosion erupted, sending shards of crystal soaring into the sky, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to fireworks. With the shattering of the crystal, the combat efficacy of the corrupted rebels visibly waned. Observing the effectiveness of their plan, the morale of the Allied forces surged as they successively captured the remaining obsidian pillars and detonated the ritual crystals hidden within them. Just as they prepared to assault the final pillar, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped them. A thunderous roar resounded from behind, and to their astonishment, 2 angels ascended like meteors, engaging in a fierce aerial battle. They alternated between separation and violent collisions, fueled by boundless fury. Burn, consume everything, echoed Kashur's deep, resonant incantation, as countless black fireballs surged towards Qian Ruxue like a torrential downpour. With all her might, Qian Ruxue maneuvered her wings to evade the onslaught, but ultimately, she was struck by one of the black fireballs. Plummeting like a falling star, she hurtled toward the ground. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she managed to adjust her position, executing a breathtakingly close-to-the-ground flight before laboriously ascending back into the air. That was close. She exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, before she could catch her breath, a new wave of attacks from Kashur came crashing down upon her. Taken by surprise, she was unable to respond in time and was brutally struck by his blade. once again tumbling to the earth in disarray. But the onslaught was far from over. Seizing the moment, Kashur transformed into a streak of black lightning, descending with a speed unimaginable to those observing from the ground, akin to a meteorite. When he returned to the ground, he was astonished to find that his opponent had vanished without a trace. Have they fled? Kashur pondered, maintaining heightened vigilance as he scanned every corner around him. Just then, a muffled explosion resonated, sending a jolt of alarm through him. He immediately realized that the ritual crystals he had set were likely eradicated by the enemy. With their disappearance, he felt the power within him dissipating rapidly, igniting a sense of urgency in his heart. At this critical juncture, Qian Ruxiue, having activated the wings of void, emerged from the ground beneath him like a specter. Her movements were swift and fierce, leaving Kashur no time to react, as she landed a precise strike on his chin with her angelic assault. Staggering back in pain, Kashur exposed his unguarded heart. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Ruxiue raised her sword for a thrust, but at that very moment, she found herself immobilized, caught in a stasis of restraint. As the incantation spilled forth from Kashur's lips, an enigmatic force abruptly enveloped Qian Ruxiue, rendering her immobile, as if she were a statue, unable to stir a single muscle. Ha ha ha, it is time for everything to come to an end. Kashur laughed triumphantly, raising the deathly blade in his hand and mercilessly bringing it down towards Qian Ruxiue's head. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. The lethal strike, which should have severed her head, bizarrely halted just before her neck, as if obstructed by an invisible force. Kashur attempted to exert his strength, only to realize that his body instinctively resisted the blow. This insolent brat, daring to defy me, realizing it was Tang Nan's while interfering with him. Kashur seethed with rage and resolved to erase his consciousness first. However, before he could take action, Qian Ruxiue miraculously broke free from the binding spell. In a flash, her figure darted forward, and her sword, aglow with sacred light, sliced through the air like lightning, piercing Kashur's chest with unerring precision. Reeling from the grievous blow, Kashur gripped the sword with both hands, exerting every ounce of strength to prevent his opponent from withdrawing it. In a swift response, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent Qian Ruxiue sprawling. At this moment, both combatants had reached their limits, utterly exhausted, and the final confrontation of life and death loomed ahead. Enduring excruciating pain, Kashur gritted his teeth and wrenched the sword from his chest, using all his might to snap the